Subscribe for more videos.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to give me a lesson in etiquette. I'd always thought it was rude to turn down a free drink. Now I know it can be fatal. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve. Ever done any bullfighting?
Bullfighting? Well, I've shot a little in my time, but never fought any. Why?
Your plane leaves for Madrid, Spain in 1 hour.
I'm flying to Spain to do some bullfighting, and me without even a cape.
Steve, ever hear of Dr. Wieczek?
Wieczek, sure. He's the greatest European scientist alive today. What about him?
Right now, we're not so sure.
That he's the greatest European scientist?
No, that he's alive today.
What?
Steve, Dr. Wieczek's field, as you probably know, is electronics. He's developed a new theory that could result in a revolutionary type of radio tube. A tube which does the work of 3 ordinary tubes. You can see how important that would be in the manufacture of radar and all other electronic devices.
Yeah, but what's this business about Wieczek not being alive?
Dr. Wieczek agreed to come to this country and turn over his research to us, to work with us in the development of this tube. He and his assistant, a man named Minescu, were due 2 weeks ago, but he hasn't shown up.
You said I was flying to Spain. You think Dr. Wieczek is there?
We've traced him to a villa outside of Madrid, the home of La Avispa.
La Avispa? Hey, that means the wasp.
Yeah, that's what they call her in Spain. She's a lady bullfighter.
You kidding?
No, she's very famous. A friend of Dr. Wieczek's. But shortly after he arrived there, we lost track of him. We've sent several cables, and a man from our embassy in Madrid called on La Avispa, but she hasn't been very cooperative about giving us any information concerning Dr. Wieczek.
You sure she's a friend of his?
Right now, we're not sure of anything. So Steve, get over to Madrid. Talk to this La Avispa. Then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to find Dr. Wieczek. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Fly to Spain and find Dr. Wieczek. On the surface, it sounds pretty easy, but there are just a couple of small details that could make it not so. First, I'm sure to run into some boys along the line who'll be all out to prevent me from finding Wieczek. And second, I'm slated to tangle with a lady bullfighter known as the Wasp. And knowing the equipment wasps usually carry, I've got an uneasy hunch that her sting is going to be reserved for me. It's Sunday afternoon when my plane lands in Madrid. As soon as I get off, a little guy scurries toward me.
Mr. Mitchell.
Eh?
They told me you were coming. I have been waiting for your plane.
Who are you?
Minescu.
Minescu? Oh, yeah, the commissioner told me about you. You're Dr. Wieczek's assistant, aren't you?
Yes.
Look, what's the deal? Have you any idea where Dr. Wieczek is?
No, none at all. And I'm quite worried about him. You see, Dr. Mitchell, when Dr. Wieczek and I decided to come to the United States, we realized there might be people who would try to prevent it, particularly in our own country.
Yeah.
So we decided to split up, to travel separately to Spain. We were to meet at the villa of this La Avispa. Dr. Wieczek left first. I followed a few days later. But when I arrived here in Madrid, I could not find Dr. Wieczek. And La Avispa could not give me any information about him.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I am not sure which.
Was Dr. Wieczek carrying his research notes with him?
Yes, but the papers themselves are worthless.
What do you mean?
The basic formula Dr. Wieczek did not write down. He kept it in his head.
Well, that means we got to locate him. I think I'd better have a talk with this La Avispa. Where's her villa?
Outside the city, but you will not find her there now. She is at the Plaza de Toros.
the bullfight arena?
Yes, the corrida or bullfight is in progress.
Okay, let's go to the arena. I'd like to see the wasp in action. See just what kind of a sting she carries. Manescu and I head for the arena. It's packed, but we managed to find 2 seats. Next to me sits a skinny little guy in a loud striped shirt, complete with armbands and a collar button, but no collar. Every time something happens in the ring, he jumps to his feet, lets out a yell, and jams an elbow into my face.
¡Ay, bravo, bravo!
Hey! Watch it, will you, Buster?
Oh, I'm sorry, senor. It's just that I get so overcome with the excitement.
You sure do. What's going on down there, anyway?
Ah, you do not understand bullfighting?
I do not understand bullfighting. This is a crime.
Ah, it's an outrage. But I fix, senor. I fix. I'll tell you all about it. Mira. Hey, the banderilleros have just finished now.
The who?
They are the ones who flame the darts in the bull's neck. Now comes the suerte de matar.
Suerte de... Hey, now look.
Hey, that's the kill, senor. In a moment, you could just... Hey, caray, la avispa! La avispa!
Hey, will you watch that elbow?
Ah, lo siento. Sorry, senor. But that is la avispa who just come into the ring.
Hey, even from here, she looks like a pinup girl.
Oh, I got what you call the most big crush on her. She's the most beautiful, the most brave. Oh, the most.
Yeah. What's she doing now?
It looks like she is making a speech to that person sitting in the box.
See, the bull she is about to kill. She dedicates her first to El Presidente of the bullfight. And now it starts. Now. See, she has turned her face to the bull.
Yeah. Hey, he's coming at her. Wow. Hey! Those horns couldn't have been farther away from her than an inch.
Oh, senor, did you ever saw such a beautiful Veronica?
Veronica who?
Veronica, that's the name of the turn she just made to elude the bull. No, see, he'll come again.
Oh, brother, that bull charges like an express train.
That's an Andalusian bull. They are the most fierce of all.
Mitchell, she has all the grace of a ballet dancer.
Yeah, she seems to be working the bull into a tighter circle all the time.
Look, the bull is just standing there.
Hey, is she crazy? She's turning her back on him and walking away.
Bravo, bravissimo.
If you don't take that elbow out of my face, I'll bravo you, you runt.
Oh, sorry, but you see, the supreme moment has arrived. She has worked the bull into position for estocada.
What's that?
The death thrust. You see, now she take the estoque, the sword.
So that's the wasp stinger. Pretty effective looking.
See, now she has 2 choices. Either aboliopié or recibiendo.
Don't start that double talk again, will you?
Oh, but it's quite simple, senor. Look, what I mean is, aboliopié, that is the method in which the bull stands still, and the matador runs at him to deliver the death thrust.
But she is standing still. She is waving her cape at the bull.
Oh, wonderful. Recibiendo! She's going to let the bull charge her and deliver the thrust in his horns pass under her arm. The best way, recibiendo!
The bull has started for her.
He's right on top of her. She's not even moving.
Like a statue she stands. Now watch.
He'll...
Wait! She slipped at the last moment and drove the sword home.
Oh, bravissimo, la avispa! Oh, senor, the bull is down. One thrust, he is done for.
Oh, boy, great thing to watch on an empty stomach.
Look. El Presidente, president of the bullfight.
Yeah?
He's making the sign. Oh, it's too much. He awards to La Avispa the ears and the tail. It's too much.
You're telling me. What happens now?
They drag the bull away. Then come another bull, another matador. Oh, but for me, I have seen La Avispa. I have lived. It's all over. I go.
Yeah, I go too. Down to La Avispa's dressing room. La Avispa?
See? Who are you?
Steve Mitchell from the United States.
Oh? What do you wish of me?
A little information. You see, I'm a newspaper correspondent.
Oh,
and
an interview.
Yeah, sort of.
Very well, but perhaps you will be kind enough to make it brief. I'm rather tired.
I shouldn't wonder. That must be quite a workout. How'd you happen to get into this business, love?
You may call me Consuela. With me, this is not a business. It's much more than that.
Oh?
But you, as a reporter, had better write down that I do it for money or for publicity. These things people understand. My real reason, this they would perhaps not understand.
What is the real reason, Consuela?
We all of us look for reality. We find it in different ways. I find it in the arena. In that moment, the bull charges me. I'm alive.
You, feel alive by killing something, huh?
Well, that is one way of looking at it, I suppose.
But what do you do between times? I mean, you can't be fighting Bulls all the time.
It's quite simple. When I finish fighting one bull, then I wait to fight another one.
Oh, no social life, huh?
To be a matador such as I, it is necessary to purify the mind, to purge it of all else.
Oh. Ever occurred to you that you might be missing a few things in life that way?
No, perhaps. If I ever found something, or someone who did for me what the charge of the bull does, well, then it might be a different matter.
Well, sounds like it'd be a pretty tough act to follow.
Huh?
I'll skip it. Another thing, Consuela, I'd sort of like an interview with your house guest, too.
I have no house, guest.
I mean, Dr. Wiecek. I understood he was staying with you.
No longer.
Oh?
He left my villa a week or more ago.
Any idea where he went?
I understand he was going to the United States. I do not know.
I see. And you're sure he's not at your villa?
I have just told you he is not, senor. Now, if you will pardon me, I'm quite tired.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the interview, Consuela. I'll see you around.
What did you find out from her, Mitchell?
No more than you did, Minescu. She said Dr. Wiecek had left for the States a week ago, but I think she's lying.
Perhaps she is.
Hold it. Sounds like she's on the phone.
Mrs. Consuela, a man was just here. Steve Mitchell. He claimed to be a newspaper correspondent, but I do not believe him. He may be an agent. You must be careful.
Who was she talking to?
I don't know, but I do know she's involved in the deal some way.
It is hard to believe. Dr. Wiecek considers her to be a good friend.
I guess you never can tell. Well, I guess I'd better find me a hotel, Minescu. Then I think I'll pay another visit to La Avispa at her villa. Come in.
You are Senor Mitchell, no?
I am Senor Mitchell, yes. Who are you?
Enrique of the hotel, senor. I have come to inquire if your room is in order.
Oh, yeah. Everything seems to be fine. I'm just getting unpacked. What's that under your arm?
A bottle of the finest Malaga wine, senor, with the compliments of the hotel.
Oh?
See, it is our way of extending to you the welcome.
I see.
And now, if you will permit, I will see if everything is in order in the bathroom.
Sure, go ahead. Desk, this is Senior Mitchell in 211. Is it the custom of the hotel to send a bottle of wine to each new guest? It isn't, huh? Well, thanks very much.
So, everything is in order, Senor Mitchell. I hope you will enjoy your stay here.
Just a minute, Enrique.
What is it, senor?
Well, as long as you are kind enough to bring me this bottle of wine, I'd like you to have a drink with me.
Why, it is very nice of you to offer, senor. But I'm afraid the hotel regulations forbid the employees to drink with the guests.
Oh, well, couldn't we make an exception?
No, I'm afraid not. Now, if you will excuse me, I must leave, senor. You're blocking the door.
You can leave, Enrique, right after you have a drink with me.
But I have told you it is impossible.
Funny. You're perspiring all of a sudden. Weather seems pretty chilly to me.
Senor, I must leave.
Couldn't be by any chance there's something wrong with this wine, could it?
I insist you let me by.
Like poison, for instance?
Get out of my way!
I dive for Enrique. He pulls a chair in front of me, and I go sprawling on the floor. He jerks open the door and lunges out into the hall. I scramble to my feet to follow him. When I get out in the hall, he's nowhere in sight. I turn a corner and run right into a fat boy who was waddling down the hall. Oh!
I beg your pardon, senor. I hope that I...
It's okay. Just let me pass.
But of course, senor.
Not that way.
Oh, forgive me.
Look, let's quit dodging each other.
But I am only trying to get out of your way, senor.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder.
Senor?
Skip it. Look, you stand still and I'll go around you.
But of course. I hope I have not detained you, senor.
I pound along the rest of the hall and down to the lobby, but no Enrique. The fat boy delayed me just long enough, and maybe on purpose. I go back upstairs, but the fat boy's gone, too. Great. But somebody's trying to take me out of the ball game, and that somebody could be Consuela the Wasp girl. I rent a car and head out of the city to her villa. I park down the road away and start walking toward the gate. Just as I get there, I hear a car winding down the long driveway, so I duck into the bushes. As the car passes me, I spot the driver. It's Enrique, the boy who slipped me the bottle of poisoned wine in the hotel. I run back, get into my car, and start following him. He's heading toward the city, traveling fast. I keep well back. Finally, he pulls up at a large house on the outskirts of town. I park my car, climb the garden wall, and ease up to a window. Inside, I can see Enrique talking to an old man with white hair, whose back is to me. The old gent half turns, and I get a look at his face and do a big take to make sure I fish a picture out of my pocket and take a look at it. Yep, there's no doubt about it. I've finally found Dr. Wiecek. There's a lot about the deal I don't understand yet, but I'll soon find out. I wait until Enrique leaves. Then I go to the front door. Why the gun?
The gun is for you if you do not leave. I am not Dr. Wiecek. I've never heard of Dr. Wiecek. And if you do not get away from this house this instant, you will have to be carried away.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell.
Well, this is just great. I hear I bust my back trying to find Dr. Wiecek, and now he tells me he isn't. Looks like he's maybe not quite as anxious to come over to the States as the commissioner figured. I don't know why he's lying, but I'm going to find out. I didn't fly all the way over here to Madrid for nothing.
If you do not get out, I will shoot you.
I doubt you. Not much of a marksman. No. Now drop the gun.
No.
Drop it.
No.
There.
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell from the States. I was sent over here to find you. Why did you lie to me just now about not being Dr. Wiecek?
I had no choice.
What do you mean?
I've been waiting for my transportation. I have just learned it has been arranged. Tonight I leave for the East.
The East? You mean back to your own country?
Beyond my own country. Those are my instructions.
Your instructions? Look, you better start at the beginning. You're leaving me way behind.
Very well, Mitchell. But it will do no good. I am helpless. You see, my original intention was to come to your country and make available to your government the results of my research in electronics.
Yeah, I know all that. You've developed a new kind of radio tube that we need in our radar equipment.
Yes. When I told my assistant, Manescu, of my decision, he asked to accompany me. It was decided that we should travel separately. My daughter and I first, Manescu to follow.
Your daughter?
Maria, 20 years old.
I wasn't told about your daughter.
But that is what this is all about.
Go on.
Manescu was to meet us here in Madrid, at Consuela's villa.
Well, what happened?
When my daughter arrived at the villa, Consuela was not there. Instead, there was a man waiting with a gun.
I see.
I was brought here. My daughter was taken somewhere else. I do not know where. I was told that if I wanted to see her alive again, I must discontinue my journey and return to the East.
You know, it's pretty strange that Consuela wouldn't be at her villa if she was expecting you and your daughter.
I naturally suppose she had been called away at the time.
Mm-hmm. Either that or she'd arranged to be away at the time.
Arranged? Mitchell, you asked me earlier if you were sure I could trust Consuela. What did you have in mind?
This boy, Enrique, the one who was just here to see you.
Well, he is the one who took my daughter and forced me to come here. What about him?
I followed him here from Consuela's villa.
What?
Yeah.
What? I cannot believe Consuelo could be involved in this.
Enrico's also the boy who posed at a bellhop earlier this evening and tried to kill me with a bottle of poisoned wine.
Mitchell, I do not know what to say.
Have you seen Consuela since you've been in hiding?
No, but I have talked to her by telephone. I wish to explain my disappearance to her.
I see. Look, what time are you supposed to leave for the East?
Enrique is to call for me at midnight.
Midnight. That gives us just 3 hours to find your daughter.
Mitchell, I will not consent to anything that might place her in danger.
Just give me 3 hours, Dr. Wiecek. You sit tight here. I'm going to pay another call on Consuela.
I do not quite understand why you have come here to my villa, Senor Mitchell. You have already interviewed me once.
Well, just put it down that I've gotten to be a fan of yours, Consuela.
Well, I'm quite flattered. May I offer you a glass of wine?
Malaga wine by any chance?
Well, as a matter of fact, it is. How did you know?
Oh, just psychic, I guess.
Would you care for some?
Thanks a lot, but no thanks. Consuela, you told me you didn't have any idea where your friend Dr. Wiecek is.
See? It is exactly what I told you, and that is exactly what I meant.
Therefore, you wouldn't know where his daughter Maria is either.
But of course not.
And you haven't talked to either one of them lately?
How could I talk to them if I do not know where they are?
I see. How about your driver, Enrique?
Huh? What about him?
I was just wondering if he could know where they are.
Senor, if I do not know, how could Enrique know?
I guess you've got a point there, Consuela.
Senor, I suggest we conclude this interview. It appears to serve no purpose.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Consuela. It's been a very interesting interview. I'll be seeing you.
I greatly doubt.
You never can tell. So I leave. At this point, it looks like Consuela is my grade A suspect. I don't think Enrique is the boss of the operation. I think he's taking orders, and Consuela is the logical one to be giving those orders. Of course, there's still the matter of the fat gent who detained me in the hall outside my hotel room when I was chasing Enrique. I don't know yet how he fits into the deal, but right now the important thing is to find Wiechek's daughter. I've got just 2 hours left, and I don't know where to start. Then a thought hits me. Why not start right where I am? I circle around through the grounds of the villa to the garage. Consuela's car is a large black sedan. I get in and crouch down on the floor of the rear seat. Then I wait. The minute ticks by. 11 o'clock, I start sweating. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree. Then somebody enters the garage, eases into the car, and we start up. I get a look at the back of the driver's head. It's Enrique. He heads for the city. "20 minutes later, he pulls up in front of a beat-up rooming house on a side street. Enrique gets out and goes inside. I wait a couple of minutes, then I get out of the back seat. Then I spot a guy across the street. It's the fat boy, and he stiffens when he sees me. I know I haven't got much time now, so I dive inside, but I don't know which room Enrique headed for. There's no one in sight on the first floor. I start up the stairs. Then I spot Enrique at the top looking down at me. I dive to one side. The knife plunks into the banister. I scramble up the rest of the stairs. Enrique is disappearing through the window onto the fire escape. I pound after him and dive on him just as he reaches the ground.
Let go of me.
Oh, no, Enrique. You're going to tell me where you're holding Maria Wiechek a prisoner.
No, I do not know what you are talking about.
Okay, see if that wall behind you changes your mind. Which room is it, Enrique?
I will not tell.
Okay, this could go on all night.
No, stop. I will tell you.
Let's have it.
The girl Maria Wiechek.
Enrique! Enrique slumps to the ground. The shots came from the end of the alley. I take off after them. Then I round the corner, and there in front of me is the fat boy with a gun in his hand. I grab for it.
Let go of my gun.
Oh, no. I'll take it, Buster. You've already killed once with it. I'm not going to give you a second chance.
But you are mistaken, senor.
Save it. You killed Enrique just now to keep him from telling me where Maria Wiechek is.
But why would I do that when I, too, am looking for Maria Wiechek?
What? Now, look, Buster.
Gomez, if you please. If you would care to examine my gun, you will see that it has not been fired recently.
But... You're right. It hasn't. But who killed Enrique, then?
The shots were fired in the dark. I could not see. Perhaps it was you, senor.
Me? Now, look.
I believe it is time I inquired as to your interest in this matter. Who are you?
I'll answer then when I know who's talking.
Of course. I am Alberto Gomez of the Madrid police.
Police?
Si. And you?
Well, here are my credentials.
So. It would appear, then, that we are both concerned with the same matter. The disappearance of Dr. Wiechek and his daughter Maria.
I've already found Dr. Wiechek.
Indeed?
Yeah. They kidnapped his daughter Maria and told him to stay undercover, but I think they've got her in that rooming house somewhere.
Well, in that case, I...
Hold it. Listen. Car pulling away out in front. Come on.
Perhaps it is Enrique's killer.
Here they come past the alley. A man and a girl.
The girl is Maria Wiechek. I have a picture of her.
You got a car around here, Gomez?
Si.
Come on, we got to catch him.
We are almost up to them, Mitchell.
Yeah, but how are we going to stop him? I don't want to shoot the tires out.
No, the senorita might be injured.
Wait, I got it.
Mitchell, what are you doing?
Just getting out on the running board. Now come up alongside the other car.
What?
Come on, step on the gas.
Very well.
Okay, that's close enough. You can't drive and shoot at the same time, but Maria, slam on the brakes.
All right.
Drop that gun, chum. I've got it bent towards you. Pull that trigger now.
No.
Some guys are so hard to convince.
Oh, he shot himself.
He sure did. Who is he anyway?
I do not know. He has been guarding me.
Mitchell, are you all right?
Yeah, but we're not much farther along than before, Gomez. We've got Maria, but we still don't know what's been masterminding this operation. This guy was just the guard, and I don't think Enrique was the boss either, which leaves just about one possibility.
What do you mean?
Enrique was Consuela's driver.
I know, but you surely do not think that Consuela could be involved.
Why not?
But La Vispa, she is a national figure. I cannot believe it.
I think I know one way to find out for sure, Gomez.
But how? This man is dead. Also, Enrique is dead.
First, let's take Maria back to town and put her in a safe place for the time being. Then, I want to make a couple of phone calls.
Phone calls?
Yeah. This calls for a celebration, Gomez, in my hotel room. I make my calls. Gomez and I wait in my room. Dr. Wiecek is the first to show up. Then comes Manescu, and when he spots Dr. Wiecek, his face lights up like a neon sign.
Dr. Wiecek. Oh, what a relief to see you.
I feel badly about not communicating with you, Manescu, but I had no choice.
Oh, that is no matter. Now the important thing is that you are safe. And Maria.
She's safe, too.
Wonderful. Then we may continue our journey as planned.
Mitchell, I still do not see why you have arranged this meeting.
That should be our other guest, Gomez. Come on in, Consuela.
Senor Mitchell, may I ask, what is the meaning... Dr. Wiecek?
Good evening, Consuela.
Does it surprise you to see him here, Consuela?
Why, indeed it does. But naturally I am delighted.
Are you?
What do you mean?
Skip it. Well, now that we're all here, I'd like to celebrate. The hotel sent me up this bottle of Malaga wine right after I arrived. I haven't had a chance to sample it yet, but now's a very fitting time, I'd say. Consuela, here's your glass. Manescu.
Thank you.
Consuela, don't you want your glass?
I am sorry, but I do not drink.
Ooh, I'm told this is a pretty special wine, Consuela.
Oh, but I have just told you. I do not drink.
But this is a special occasion. I'd like to propose a toast to a safe journey to the States for Dr. Wiecek and Manescu. Surely you'll drink to that.
Mitchell, if she does not want to, perhaps we should observe the toast with water.
No, I do not wish to cause trouble. Give me the glass, Senor Mitchell.
That's better. Okay. Glasses up, everybody. Here's to... What's the matter, Manescu? Aren't you drinking with us?
It is not proper etiquette for those who are being toasted to drink the toast.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, we'll just toast Dr. Wiecek. Now you can drink to it, Manescu. Go ahead. What's the matter,
What is
Manescu?
the matter?
I feel faint suddenly.
The wine will snap you out of it. Come on.
No,
Drink it.
Manescu!
He has a gun.
He had a gun.
Here, I have him.
Mitchell, I do not understand.
It's pretty simple, Dr. Wiecek. Right after I arrived here, Enrique bought me a bottle of poisoned wine, and the only other person who knew it was poisoned was the one who told him to bring it to me, the brains of the operation. Your trusty assistant, Manescu.
Mitchell, you...
Stand quiet, Manescu.
Manescu. All this time, it was Manescu.
Yeah, looks like he didn't want you to bring your research to the States. I guess he had other plans for it.
Then it was Manescu who shot Enrique in the alley, eh?
Sure, to shut his mouth. But it's all over now, and I could use a drink.
Mitchell, you drank the poison wine.
Yeah, not bad, either.
The wine is not poisoned. You switched the bottles. It was a trick.
Yeah, sort of worked, too, didn't it? I guess it disproves the old saying, doesn't it, Manescu?
What are you talking about?
They say that what you don't know won't hurt you, but in your case, it looks like what you didn't know is going to kill you.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Now it's The Man Called X. Tomorrow, hear The Big Show on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
We hope our listeners aren't tired of hearing Happy New Year, because all of the people connected with this program wish to extend their hearty and sincere greetings, with every wish that 1936 will be full of gladness for you. Few companies have been so long identified with the history and growth of America as DuPont. And so it's fitting that DuPont should present the Cavalcade of America, a series of programs which tell you stories of traditional American spirit. It is the belief of the sponsor that a very real expression of the nature and tempo of American life is found in the ideal of DuPont's research chemists. Better things for better living through chemistry. Your comments on this series of programs will be appreciated very much by the sponsor. Just mail them to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. This evening's story concerns the Declaration of Independence. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with Victor Herbert's American Fantasy, which makes use of historic American airs.
freedom. Our dearest heritage was won only after a long and determined struggle. And the document which sets forth our reasons for founding an independent nation did not spring into being spontaneously, as many think. Let us go back to a June evening in 1776. On a street corner in the metropolis of Philadelphia, a crowd has gathered. On the near side of the street, two well-dressed middle-aged gentlemen and a young man stop to see what is happening.
Hardly an evening goes by without a gathering such as that one yonder. Go over and see what it is, Philip.
Yes, Father. Talking politics as usual, I suppose.
How will it all end, Mr. Dickinson?
Well, peacefully, I hope, Mr. Temple.
I stand with our king. Like him, I have no patience with these fellows who are always shouting independence.
Perhaps if the king had a little more patience, these cries of independence would not be heard.
When did you join the ranks of the rebels, Mr. Dickinson? I thought you were one of the staunchest supporters of reconciliation.
I am, Mr. Temple. But I admit that our colonies have been sorely tried.
Sorely tried. Bah. This cry for freedom from the mother country is only from the riffraff. It's not popular in the best circles.
Well, I can't agree with you there, sir. There's General Washington, Dr. Franklin.
Washington is a fire eater, and Franklin is a supreme egotist. I'm speaking of men like
yourself, sir?
Well, yes. I owe allegiance to my king, and I brought my son up to think as I do.
Father?
Yes, Philip?
It's a man handing out pamphlets. I brought you one. It's called Common Sense.
Common Sense. Something that's needed in these colonies.
I've seen the booklet. It's a dissertation on independence and the rights of man.
Revolutionary twaddle, eh? Well, it should be burned.
It's well written. And though I don't agree with the author, it's worth reading.
Who wrote it?
I don't know. Some say John Adams. Others say Dr. Franklin himself.
The whole Continental Congress ought to be strung up. With a few exceptions, such as yourself, Mr. Dickinson.
Oh, I'm not the only delegate who wants reconciliation with the Crown. Some of us think that's where our interests lie. Last year, there was a plan to introduce a resolution for independence, but I managed to stave it off.
But your Congress sent that renegade Washington to Massachusetts to take charge of a force of rebels.
Not rebels, Mr. Temple. Englishmen like ourselves who are proud of our rights.
I'm an Englishman, too, and our discussion seems to have attracted a crowd of your freedom-loving citizens.
Tories! Oh, hold on, boys. Mr. Temple, Mr. Dickinson. He's a member of the Continental Congress from our own colony. He has always been fair.
Grass. Well, I'm surprised to see you in such company. A bricklayer should build, not destroy.
Wait a moment, gentlemen. Don't let's have any argument. The watch will be along shortly, and
then I suppose we'll be arrested and shipped to England for trial. He wants reconciliation with the king.
I've seen the petition to your right. We're loyal subjects of the king, dutiful children.
Why don't you have you this pamphlet on common sense, Mr. Dickinson?
My answer will be made at the proper time. I'm not against you. Truly, I'm not. I'm as fond of my country as you are. I sympathize with her ills. I only differ with you regarding the remedy.
The remedy?
I can't help feeling that if the colonists could convince the people of Great Britain that we're in earnest about our rights and willing to defend them, the British government will back down, as they did in the case of the Stamp Act.
Well, why argue with them, Mr. Dickinson? Traitors should be sent to prison. Mark my words, this country will never be free of British rule.
Never! Wait! Listen to Tom Paine.
Thank you, Gratz. This bickering won't get you anywhere. If you're looking for a fight, I'm sure that General Washington will welcome you as recruit. Go on about your business. I want to talk to this gentleman myself.
Yes, go along, all of you. Go. I thank you, sir. I'm in your debt. Did I catch the name as Paine?
Yes. This is Thomas Paine, Mr. Temple. An Englishman by birth and an American by adoption.
You handle those curs superbly, Mr. Paine.
Don't call them curs, sir, lest they turn on you and bite. I felt I must send them away because I am more or less responsible for their overzealous demonstration.
How so, sir? Was this treasonable booklet called Common Sense that made them yelp at their betters?
This booklet, sir, was written to excite the minds of the people. It was conceived as a protest against tyranny and oppression.
You are familiar, then, with this seditious pamphlet?
I wrote it, sir.
What?
And my intervention in your behalf was to ask you to read it. You and your son.
I'll do no such thing. Nor Philip.
Yes, Father, I'll read it. Perhaps it will explain to you why there are men like these who have just left us.
What do you mean, sir?
We have men like these, sir, because of men like you. Good night, gentlemen. schools of thought in the colonies: the Tories, or Loyalists, the moderates, who sought reconciliation, and the patriots, who desired separation. But all the patriots were not as aggressive in their demands as the group that threatened Mr. Temple. We find representatives of two of these schools talking together as the Continental Congress assembles on the 7th day of June, 1776. John Dickinson, whom we have met, is speaking with John Adams, one of the delegates from Massachusetts.
Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Good morning, Mr. Dickinson. I think we have a surprise for you today.
Indeed.
Last year it was your turn. Congress adopted your petition to the king, and I submitted. This year, I trust you will give way with as good grace.
Well, what do you intend to...
You'll learn soon after Mr. Hancock calls us to order.
Take your seats, please, gentlemen. Good morning, Dr. Franklin.
Good morning, Mr. Dickinson.
May I sit with you and the other members of the Pennsylvania delegation?
With pleasure, sir.
What is Adams hinting about? What are you planning?
What am I planning?
You know you're deeply interested in every move Congress makes.
I'm interested in everything that goes on in the world, Mr. Dickinson.
Oh, yes.
Congress, will please come to order. If there is no objection, we will dispense with the roll call, the readings of the minutes. Proceed to new business. Do I hear any objection?
Any objection, Mr. Dickinson?
No, Dr. Franklin. I'm waiting to see what new move you and your friends are planning.
The floor is open for new business. Mr. Chairman, the chair recognizes Mr. Richard Henry Lee of Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, as instructed by my colony, I move this resolution. Resolved that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. They are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connections between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved.
Gentlemen, please. Do I hear a second?
I second the resolution.
The resolution is seconded by Mr. John Adams of Massachusetts. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dickinson.
This is far too important a matter to pass without proper discussion and serious consideration. I move you, sir, that Congress resolve itself into a committee of the whole to consider this resolution.
I second the motion.
Wow. Mr. Dickinson's motion is seconded by Dr. Franklin.
Why, you, Dr. Franklin? I thought we disagreed.
We do, John. But the more obstacles you put in our way, the surer we are of reaching our goal. It's one of the best traits our English heritage has given us.
Question. I'll put the question. All in favor of Mr. Dickinson's resolution? Aye.
Both sides were eager to postpone the actual vote on the resolution. But many members felt that it had a good chance of passing, and so a committee was named to draft a declaration stating the reasons for such a resolution. The committee consisted of Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, considered by many to be the best writer in the colonies, was chosen to make the original draft. Let us visit the Gratz house on Market Street, Philadelphia, late in June. Gratz is talking with his wife.
But Mr. Jefferson hasn't come down to his supper. I think I should call him.
No, don't disturb him. Mr. Adams and Dr. Franklin are with him. There are serious matters being discussed upstairs.
Well, maybe Dr. Franklin and Mr. Adams would like some supper, too.
Must you always be thinking of food? Important plans are being made for the welfare of our country. Tom Jefferson says that some delegates have been instructed to introduce another resolution for independence this session.
Oh, you're always talking politics and worrying about the country instead of attending to your business. More members of the Continental Congress to track up my floors, I suppose.
You don't appreciate the honor they do us boarding here in our home. Someday this house will be known as a place where history
well, you
was made.
wouldn't call it an honor if you had to sweep up after them. Oh, good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, Mrs. Gratz.
It's young Mr. Temple, Father.
How are you, Mr. Gratz?
Oh, come in, Mr. Phillips. Well, how can I serve you?
I was wondering if you could tell me where I could find more books or pamphlets like this Common Sense. Has Mr. Payne written any more?
I don't know, Mr. Phillips, but I'll ask Mr. Jefferson. He will know.
I'd be very grateful if you would.
Mr. Jefferson's busy now. He mustn't be disturbed. How does your father feel about your sudden interest in this kind of literature?
Father doesn't know.
But I'm convinced his ideas are wrong, Mr. Graff. Yeah. Our country must come first, before England or any other place. Don't you think so?
Yes, Mr. Philip, I do think so. My parents came from Germany and settled here. They are like your father. They are always talking about the old country, but I am an American.
So am I. And our duty lies, I think, with the new country rather than the old. A place where we intend to live and bring up families. We owe it to future generations so that they may have a happy and a better place to live in.
Meanwhile, in Jefferson's room, he and his colleagues, John Adams and Benjamin Franklin, are formulating the document that was to help make the country a happy and a better place.
Well, Dr. Franklin, now that you've read the draft, what do you think?
As a whole, Mr. Jefferson, I am delighted with it. But I hope you won't be offended if a much older man makes a few slight suggestions.
Certainly not, Dr. Franklin.
For instance, you say, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for a people. Now, wouldn't one people be more significant?
Yes. Yes, one people. That's right.
And you say, we hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable. Now, I would prefer we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Self-evident is stronger.
Above all, we must be careful not to alienate any of our colonies at this time. Unless this declaration of our reasons for freedom is passed unanimously by the Continental Congress, it will utterly fail in its purpose.
You're right about that, Dr. Franklin. It must be the unanimous will of the United Colonies.
Now, I've called the colonies the United States of America. Do you like that term, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, Mr. Jefferson, I do. The United States of America. May they ever stand so.
Discussion after discussion caused further postponement of any definite action. On July 1st, 1776, the Committee of the Whole met and advised the passage of the Lee Resolution. The vote was 9 colonies for and 4 against. We find Franklin, Jefferson, and Adams the night of July 1st discussing the situation.
9 votes out of 13. No, it's not enough. If the resolution isn't passed unanimously tomorrow, the rest of the world will never believe our colonies are united. Never believe we are the United States of America.
4 colonies against. Delaware, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and New York.
The Delaware delegation is evenly divided. The New York delegation has no instructions, and none could possibly arrive by tomorrow. The South Carolina delegates feel that their instructions aren't broad enough to allow them to vote affirmatively.
Rutledge has called them together tonight. Perhaps his eloquence may persuade them.
I'm worried about Delaware. The vote will always remain 1-1. McKean for and Reed against. We can't count on Delaware.
McKean told me that he'd sent a postwriter for Caesar Rodney. As the third member of the delegation, he's sure to favor the resolution.
Rodney's 80 miles away, and they say he's a sick man. We can't expect him to arrive in time to vote.
It's your own Pennsylvania delegation that worries me most, Dr. Franklin. That's a negative majority that no amount of eloquence or persuasion can change.
I know. Dickinson and Morris are sincere. So are Willing and Humphreys. 4-3 against. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Dickinson.
I trust I'm not interrupting.
Why, not at all. Come in, Dickinson. We were just discussing you.
Not too harshly, I trust. Gentlemen, I was much impressed with the vote today.
So much so that you wish to change yours, I hope.
No, Doctor. I still believe in reconciliation. But I love my country too well to hold out against wishes of majority. I know that independence must pass, and I realize the necessity for an undivided front. My conscience won't permit my voting for the resolution, but I can stay away from the Congress.
That would make a tie in the Pennsylvania delegation, Mr. Dickinson.
I'm on my way to talk to Morris. If he also remained away tomorrow, you would have a majority in the Pennsylvania delegation.
Mr. Dickinson, you and I have long been opponents. Now I want to express my appreciation and gratitude, sir.
Of course, I can't promise for more.
Tomorrow will tell the tale. We must wait for tomorrow.
On the morning of July 2nd, the delegates of the Continental Congress assembled to vote on the Lee resolution. Franklin and Adams are seated together not far from the chairman, John Hancock, as the voting proceeds.
There's 8. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina.
4 more to come, with New York not voting.
The chair calls on Mr. Gwinnett of the Georgia delegation. Georgia votes in favor of the revolution. The South Carolina delegation, Mr. Rutledge.
Mr. Chairman, last night we held a meeting of the South Carolina delegates. Lasted well into the morning. We have come to the conclusion that our instructions are broad enough to allow us to vote on the question. South Carolina votes in the affirmative.
Rutledge must have been very eloquent. Well, I'm beginning to breathe easier.
There are still 2 more, and...
At the request of Colonel McKean of Delaware, I have postponed calling on that colony until an attempt has been made to secure a full representation. Yesterday, the vote was even.
Mr. Chairman.
Here's Colonel McKean now. I was just calling on you.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to report. Our third delegate, Mr. Cesar Rodney, has just arrived. He has ridden all night and wishes to apologize for rushing in so unceremoniously. But thanks to his arrival, the Delaware delegation supports the resolution 2-1.
Only your own colony left, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, only Pennsylvania.
Dr. Franklin, have the other members of your delegation arrived as yet?
No, Mr. Chairman, and I am certain now that Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Morris are not coming. I therefore announce that the Pennsylvania delegation stands 3-2 in favor of independence.
Well, boys, with the New York delegation in sympathy but not voting, I think we may call it unanimous.
It is unanimous.
Mark my words, Dr. Franklin. July 2nd will be a day of rejoicing and celebration in these United States until the end of time.
But July 2nd, the day the resolution was passed, is not the day we celebrate. On July 4th, after much discussion as to its wording, a formal Declaration of Independence, little changed from Jefferson's original draft, was adopted unanimously by the assembled representatives of the United Colonies. On July 8th, the people of Philadelphia are gathered outside the State House to hear the Declaration read by John Nixon. On the outskirts of the crowd stands young Philip Temple with his father.
I can't see why you dragged me here, Philip. You've read that document yourself at Mr. Jefferson. You almost know it by heart. We can't hear anything here anyway.
I want to see how the people take it, Father.
People, eh? I notice not many of our friends are here.
Many of our friends have fled the town, Father.
Yeah, that is true, sir.
I'm glad you're staying.
I'm waiting to see the outcome of all this. Anyone can put words on paper. But will they live up to their word? Will they sign this declaration?
Indeed they will, Mr. Temple. I'm sure of that.
We'll see, Gratz.
This is a great occasion, isn't it, Mr. Gratz?
A day to remember, lad. I'm glad to see you taking an interest, Mr. Temple. I feared perhaps you'd left town with your friends.
Father's staying in Philadelphia, but I'm leaving town, Mr. Gratz.
You, Philip?
Tomorrow I start for Boston to join General Washington.
Oh, good lad. Does your father approve?
The boy's of age. If I tried to stop him, your Liberty boys would try to run me out of town, I suppose.
Don't mind what Father says. I really think he's rather proud of me.
Mr. Nixon has finished reading the Declaration.
Those men in Congress have pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their honor. Could I do less? That big church bell in Philadelphia seems to be ringing.
Yeah, ringing in a new era.
They've given us the ideal. It's our duty to make it real.
On August 2nd, the delegates assembled. 56 signatures were affixed to the document. each man pledging his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor to uphold the principles of freedom and equality so that we and future generations should have life, liberty, and the chance for happiness. There are no braver names than these in the cavalcade of America.
The American spirit of independence is well exercised by the American housewife as she does her daily shopping. A good example of Mrs. Housewife's firm intention to get the things she buys in first-class condition, fresh, clean, and sanitary, and to see exactly what she's buying, is shown by the revolutionary improvements in packaging during recent years, particularly transparent wrapping. The story of transparent wrapping, or cellulose film, which is another name for it, is a mighty interesting story of chemistry. First manufactured in 1898 in England to wrap the famous Pears soap, and improved in 1908 by a French chemist, this material is now made in the United States. DuPont makes and sells it under the trademark cellophane. Maybe you have seen, or you will see, the recent spectacular moving picture, A Midsummer Night's Dream, in which 700,000 yards of cellophane were used to create the beautiful illusion of fairyland. Or you may have seen pianos and automobiles wrapped in cellophane. But these are the novel and unusual uses. The importance of cellophane to you is the way it protects your health by guarding things from dirt and germs, and also the way it keeps foods fresh and delicious. How can man produce a substance as shimmery as a moonbeam and as elusive as thin air out of the towering spruce tree? Because that's exactly where cellophane cellulose film comes from. Chips of spruce wood go through various chemical processes to end up as a thick liquid. Then an amazing transformation takes place in one step. As the liquid cellulose is forced through a long, narrow slot, it flows evenly into an acid bath, and the instant it touches the acid, it coagulates and becomes solid. Then it's purified and bleached until it's as clear as crystal and made flexible for easy and secure wrapping. DuPont chemists made many improvements in the original discovery. They found how to make this transparent wrapping moisture-proof to protect the freshness of foods and tobacco. In short, the thing to remember is that cellophane cellulose film is something chemistry has created to protect you by protecting the things you buy. It well illustrates the creed of DuPont research chemists. Better things for better living through chemistry.
This program has come to you through the courtesy of DuPont, one of America's oldest enterprises, makers of chemical products since 1802. It's one of a series of programs in the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont each Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time over the Columbia Broadcasting System. When presented on the air, each program also contains a short, interesting story of chemical achievement, illustrating the DuPont chemist's creed, better things for better living through chemistry.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@G3PL.net.
That's wp@G3PL.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Countdown for blastoff. X -5, -4, -3, -2, X -1. Fire! From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 would-be worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Tonight, Universe. are just beginning to discover how boundless our universe really is. And yet, as man reaches out to the stars, out toward infinity, ironically enough, he may be building himself a new kind of prison. What would it be like to live all your life in a world no larger, say, than a single gigantic rocket ship bound on an endless mercy?
Hugh, look out! You all right?
Yes. Just missed me.
What was it?
A mutant with a slingshot, I think. Must have dashed down that passageway.
Want to go after it?
Oh, we'd never catch it, Alan. Probably 12 decks above us by now.
I didn't think they ever came down this far. Trolls usually get them before they reach this level.
They get more daring with each generation. This one looked like a female.
Male or female, it might have killed us. I told you this trip was pure foolishness, climbing 24 deck levels to hear a crazy old man rave.
All right, Alan, we're almost there now. Let me see, compartment X, 15, level 24. This is the place.
This area smelled as if it hadn't been visited by a sanitation crew for generations.
This part of the ship is almost deserted.
Yes?
Is this the compartment of John the Witness?
Who are you?
My name is Hugh Hoyland, cadet from Scientist Barracks. This is my friend Alan Mahoney.
What do you want of John the Witness?
Well, only to talk.
Are you a believer in Jordan?
Naturally.
I have heard that there are those among the younger scientists who doubt the word of Jordan.
To doubt is death. We're not heretics.
Ah, enter.
I've brought you a gift of tobacco, grown on the richest level.
Oh, it smells good.
I assure you it's of the best.
Wait here. I'll get him.
What a rat's nest. Well, what the devil do you think he can tell you?
Alan, I'm not sure.
Well?
Are you John the Witness?
I am.
Good evening to you. I'm Hugh Hoyland. This is my friend, Alan Mahoney.
What brings a gentleman of the scientist class to my humble compartment?
I've heard that you and your parents before you have been keepers of the legend of the ship.
Since Jordan gave the word.
I'm anxious to hear the word as Jordan spoke it.
Why?
Because our young scientists, well, among them there have been some who talk against the word.
There are regulations against such heresy.
Still, some of them say the ship has no purpose. They say that we are here accidentally, that we have no more grace in Jordan's eyes than the most deformed mutant who dwells in the highest level of the ship.
What shall I say to you?
Well, I wish to hear the word from the mouth of one who knows, in order that I may become more convinced.
Sit. You have a gift for the witness?
The finest tobacco.
Good. I will dim the lights. Now pay close attention, for these are the words as my father's father's father gave them to his son's son's son. This is how the ship came into being, how our people were created. In the beginning there was only Jordan, thinking his lonely thoughts. Out of his thoughts came a vision. Out of the vision came a planning, and out of the planning came decision. Jordan's hand was lifted, and the ship was born. Mile after mile of good compartments, tank after tank for gold and corn, ladder and passage, door and locker fit for the needs of the yet unborn. He looked on his work and found it pleasing, meet for a race that was yet to be. He thought of man, and man came into being. Then Jordan checked his thoughts and searched for a key. Man untamed would shame his maker. Man unruled would spoil the plan. So Jordan made the regulations, and order came to the works of man. A crew he created to work at their stations, scientists to guide the plan. Over them all he created captain, made him judge of the race of man. Thus it was in the golden age.
These are the true words?
As my father's father taught them.
But what of the strange beast-like people on the upper levels of the ship? Surely Jordan did not create them.
Jordan is perfect. All below him lack perfection. You have heard of the legend of Huff?
I have heard that he mutinied against Jordan.
Darkness swallowed the ways of virtue. Sin prevailed upon the ship. And before wisdom prevailed and the bodies of Huff and his followers were fed into the converter, some of the rebels escaped and lived to father the mutants. They are tainted with the sins of their fathers.
Witness, one more question.
Speak.
What is the ship?
The ship is a great sphere, 25 kilometers wide and 100 levels deep.
I know that, but the upper levels.
Regulations forbid us to venture into the upper levels, but it is said that beyond the levels of the mutants lies the forbidden place where Jordan's spirit prevails.
So I've heard, yet something troubles me. Something which prompted my coming here.
Yes, my son.
What lies beyond the ship?
What?
What lies beyond the ship?
This is heresy.
Answer me.
I will not permit such talk. The ship is complete. The ship is universal. The ship is everywhere. The ship is endless.
Your mutterings are those of a frightened old man. They answer nothing.
You question the word.
I think you lie.
Hear me, Mr. Hoyland. For what you have already said, I can have your body fed into the converter. Your soul launched on the endless trip.
You threaten me.
Hugh, for Jordan's sake.
Do you think I fear this dried fig of a man?
Hugh! Sir, my friend is impetuous. He does not understand.
I might be persuaded to forget a substantial gift.
Why, you pig!
Hugh!
Alan, come on. The sight of this so-called holy man offends me.
No, you shall not leave.
Don't try to frighten me with that gun, old man.
Remain where you are, heretic.
I warn you, put down that gun.
No closer.
Drop it.
No, very well, then. Death to the heretic.
Alan, get him. Alan. He's not breathing. Is he dead?
I don't know. Come on, Hugh. We've got to get out of here.
Right.
Nowhere. We can't go back. They'd feed us into the converter before we could even... What's that?
An alarm. That old woman must have turned it in. Come on, Alan. The patrol will be here in no time.
Where can we go?
Yes, where? The upper levels.
No, the mutants.
We'll have to take our chances. Come on, Alan. Let's go. Listen, that's the patrol. Come on, we've got to climb.
There's a hatchway down the corridor.
All right, quickly.
Oh, are we fire?
Alan, up, ladder, up. Come on, Alan, come on.
Hugh, wait. How far are we from the outside wall?
Judging by the slope of the deck, about 2 miles. Alan, let's try this passageway here.
If you hadn't asked him that stupid question.
Now, there's no use going over that.
But why did you do it?
I've been thinking about it for a long time. When he began to give me those stupid, pat answers, well, I just saw red, I guess.
Well, who are you to question the ways of Jordan? When you asked me to go with you to visit the witness, I thought you wanted spiritual help. I never dreamed.
I'm sorry, Alan. I'm sorry. I couldn't foresee this.
Wait a minute.
What?
I saw something move.
Where?
Near that bulkhead.
I don't see anything.
Maybe my eyes are going bad. Still, listen! You behind us!
Alan, look out! No. What are you? Carry that knife. Keep away from me, you.
Don't kill him. Not yet.
Who are you?
Forgive my friend Bobo. Like so many of my people, he's rather impetuous. We're members of the so-called super race.
Who are you? What place is this?
You can guess from my leg. I'm a mutant.
Mutant? Where is Alan?
Your friend is dead.
Dead?
I was not able to restrain my people in time to save him.
Why don't you destroy me and get it over with?
We do not kill for pleasure, Mr. Hoyland. Only when necessary.
You know my name?
I read your identification tag.
Who are you? Mutants can't read.
My name is Gregory.
Gregory?
I'm a leader of my people. You see, although we are unfortunate in our heredity, Mr. Hoyland, many of us are quite intelligent.
Why do you live like animals?
We'd rather live like free animals than like regimented slaves, as you do.
I've heard you practice cannibalism.
Undoubtedly, you hear many things about us. You turn your head. Why?
That monster. I've never seen a creature like him.
Bobo is an unfortunate. He was born without the power of speech.
How can you tolerate such a monstrosity?
We've learned to live with difference. If we began to destroy our imperfects as you do on the lower levels, there would soon be no one left.
It violates the regulations. The word of Jordan states
Mr. Hoyland,
that
your people are really quite primitive and barbaric.
You dare say that to me?
I dare say a good deal more. Let us go to my compartment and speak further. I'm always interested in information on the lower levels.
I'll give you no information.
Bobo.
No.
I want Mr. Hoyland in my cabin, please. I would advise you to go quietly, Mr. Hoyland. Bobo has a hatred of superior beings, which is unfortunate, but quite understandable. Proceed. Enter, Mr. Hoyland.
This is where you live?
Yes.
But you have books.
Stolen from your libraries, Mr. Hoyland.
Compton's Astrophysics, Philosophy of Interstellar Navigation, Celestial Mechanics. You've read these?
Most of them.
I had no idea that you... Why did you bring me here? What do you intend to do?
Do you believe in Jordan, Mr. Hoyland?
There is no other belief.
And the trip? I suppose you believe in the trip, too.
What else is there to believe? When you die, your remains are fed to the converter, and your soul makes the trip.
And where does the trip take you?
Why, to Centaurus, of course.
Ah. Where or what is Centaurus?
Centaurus is... Mind you, I'm just telling you the orthodox answer. Centaurus is where you arrive when you've made the trip. A place where everybody is happy and where there's always good eating.
And you believe this?
Well, the peasants believe it literally, but many of the younger scientists, like myself, know it is figurative and symbolic. Why do you ask?
Did it ever occur to you, Mr. Hoyland, that the trip is exactly what your peasants believe it is?
What?
And that the ship and all the crew were actually going somewhere, moving?
The ship can't go anywhere. It already is everywhere.
Imagine a place bigger than the ship, much bigger, with the ship inside it, moving inside it.
There can't be any place bigger than the ship. There just wouldn't be any place for it to be.
Oh, for half's sake, listen. You know the lowest level?
Of course.
If you started digging a hole in the lowest level, where would that hole go?
It's forbidden to think such thoughts.
Where would it go?
I can't think about it.
Bobo, we're going to take Mr. Hoyland to the place.
No. Where are we going?
To the top level.
But that's certain death.
Nonsense. I've been there 1,000 times.
No.
Come along.
No, I won't. I won't. You can't make me.
I think we can.
No, please.
Now, shall we proceed peacefully, or shall I have Bobo persuade you? Open the door, Bobo. Inside.
No. What place is this?
This, Mr. Hoyland, is the main control room. Mr. Hoyland, you're trembling.
It isn't true. No. No, there's no such place except in mythology.
Ah, you younger men are so wise, Mr. Hoyland, except for one thing. This happens to be the main control room of the ship.
Main control? But it's just a huge room with an instrument panel.
And what did you expect?
How do you know this is the main control room?
See these instruments? Using them, the navigator many hundreds of years ago actually steered the ship on its voyage.
I don't understand.
I didn't suppose you would. Sit down.
Very well.
Look up. What do you see?
A huge shield.
Watch it for one moment, Mr. Hoyland. You're going to see something that few of us have ever been privileged to witness.
What are you doing?
I'm dimming the lights. Don't be frightened. Keep your eyes focused on the shield above us. Ready? Watch.
It's sliding back. Ghost of Jordan.
Well?
What am I seeing?
The universe, Mr. Hoyland. The universe in all its beauty. The stars, the planets, the suns and moons and constellations.
No, it can't be. The ship is the universe. There is nothing but the ship.
Ah, but there it is. You see it before your eyes, spread out like a canopy of glory. Do you still deny it? Answer me, Mr. Hoyland. Do you deny it?
No, I can't deny it. They've lied. They lied to all of us.
Good. I have showed this to others of your people whom we captured, and though they saw it before their very eyes, they would not believe it.
Please tell me all about it. Tell me the truth about the ship and about the universe. What are these things? How did this come about?
Many thousands of years ago, on a planet like those you have just seen, a planet called Earth, a scientist named Jordan decided to build a ship that would carry men from one planet to another. For many years, Jordan and thousands of others studied and planned. And when they were finished, they built the ship. A ship so large that it had to be assembled in its own orbit beyond a place called the moon. 60 years it took them to construct. And when it was finished, a whole new science had been conceived. Then the trip was begun. The trip that was to land a colony of Earthmen on a far-off planet called Centaurus, millions of light years beyond the furthest planet ever reached before.
How do you know these things?
Among my books are the log, which Jordan himself kept, and the records of the journey for the first 40 years.
What happened?
There was a mutiny. A man named Hath led a rebellion of those who wanted to turn back. In the struggle, the navigators were killed. The crew fell into a state of anarchy. In the years to follow, small groups of men tried to organize the ship for navigation, and each time they failed. Finally, the whole idea was abandoned. And so, for centuries, we have swung in space, unmanned, undirected, living in a lost world of our own making, without purpose, without direction.
Why have you told me this?
Can't you guess?
You want to finish the trip?
Yes, but I can't.
You can't?
Look at me, Mr. Hoyland. You see, a mutant, a man with a twisted leg. My people are outcasts, condemned to death if we so much as set foot in the lower levels of the ship. The main drive is in the lower levels where my people are forbidden to go. No. It would mean that both our people would have to work together. Our differences encouraged rather than denied.
All right. I'll see the captain himself. I have an uncle on the Central Board. I'll tell him what I've seen here.
And do you think he'll believe you?
Send one of your people with me.
That's asking a good deal.
I'm risking a good deal by going back.
Very well. Bobo will go with you.
Bobo? He can't talk.
There will be no need for talk. I will write a message guaranteeing safe conduct for a group of unarmed scientists to visit the main control room. Bobo will take you safely through our territory. What happens when you reach your own level is up to you.
One moment.
Yes, what? You?
Quick, Uncle, let us in.
But this mutant...
He's harmless. Please, Uncle, please.
Now, what is this? You're wanted for...
I know all about that. Uncle, listen. I must see the captain.
The captain? Are you mad?
Uncle, you're a council member. You can get me to see him.
He'll kill you. You're wanted for heresy.
I don't care. I must speak with the captain. Now, Uncle, you're close to him. You can arrange it.
I don't understand.
Listen to me. The ship is moving. I can prove it. Do you understand? There is a purpose in the ship.
I don't understand what you're babbling about.
Now, never mind. Just talk to the captain. Tell him I have information of tremendous importance. Tell him I've arranged a truce with the mutants.
Truce?
Here. Show him this paper. Signed by their leader. Do it, Uncle, for my sake.
I don't know what...
Uncle, please, if I'm to die, let this be my last request to you.
Very well. I'll speak to the captain.
And you say, Mr. Hoyland, that you saw this with your own eyes?
I swear it, Captain. I swear it on the word of Jordan.
Let me see the paper again. Commander Erst, what do you think?
I don't know, sir. It might be a trick.
I guarantee you safe conduct.
If these things are as Mr. Hoyland reports them, it would pay to risk a few lives.
The man is a convicted heretic.
Still, we must not discount his word. He has a safe conduct, and the mutant risked its life coming with him. I think we might investigate.
Captain, you mean you will do it?
I will have an expedition outfitted. Dismissed, Mr. Hoyland.
Thank you, sir.
Captain,
Commander Erst.
Sir.
You will make the necessary arrangements for an expedition. And I trust you understand.
Perfectly, sir. Perfectly.
Lieutenant.
Mr. Hoyland?
You better halt your men here. This is the spot.
Patrol! Halt! Well, I see no welcoming party of mutants.
There'll be none. Their leader will meet you inside the main control room.
You don't say. Just where is this main control room?
Beyond that door.
I see. All right, men. Ready on.
Lieutenant, why do you ready arms?
In case of ambush.
Ambush? Wait a minute, Lieutenant. What are those men doing with that ray gun?
Just aiming it at the door.
Are you mad?
No, Mr. Hoyland, but most certainly you are to think that we could be lured up here to be slaughtered with a fantastic story about some mythical control room.
Guns ready, sir.
Lieutenant, I warn you, these people have acted in good faith. You can't break that faith.
Oh, mutant! Come out!
For Jordan's sake,
Hold
Lieutenant.
It. A little too quiet. Comfort. Mutant! Open the door!
Please, Jordan, don't let anything happen. Don't let...
All right, it's opening. Ready, men? Someone's coming out. Steady.
Gregory, stay back! You fools! You've killed him!
Here come the rest of them. Fire! Fire! That should teach them a lesson they won't forget. All right, men, inside the room. Come along, Hoyland. You're under arrest as a conspirator in this ambush.
Ambush, you fool. You blind, stupid fool.
All right, that'll be enough. You've been inside this place before?
Yes.
What's this machinery?
These are the controls he would have used to steer the ship.
Gone out of his mind, Lieutenant.
Steer the ship? Who?
The leader, the one you killed.
This ugly mutant?
This ugly mutant happened to be a man of true genius.
Why, you're mad.
Am I? Lieutenant, this man had a vision which would have saved you, but you chose to kill him because you couldn't stand the sight of his difference from you.
Shut up, Highland. Don't listen to him, man.
You can't shut your eyes, and you can't shut your minds, and you can't shut your ears to this.
The roof's moving back.
Yes, look. Let the vision of this confound your ignorance and blind your eyes. This is the heritage of stars and open skies, for which men have yearned for centuries. Try to destroy this, and you will only destroy yourselves. Death to the heritage. But I say to you that you can't keep this from our people. They will seek it out. The ship will be manned, and the ship will be steered, and there will be freedom, purpose, and respect for ourselves. This is your heritage. Look upon the universe.
Kill him.
X-1 has just brought you Universe, a story written by Robert Heinlein and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Heard in the cast were Donald Buca as Hugh, Peter Capell as Gregory, Bill Griffiths as Alan, Abby Lewis as the woman, Edgar Staley as the witness, Jason Johnson as the uncle, John Seymour as the captain, and Ian Martin as the lieutenant. Your announcer is Fred Collins. X-1 is directed by Fred Way and is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week we have a strange story to tell. A sweet, blood-curdling little story that is really only 2 sentences long. The last man on Earth sat alone in a room, and then there was a knock on the door. What knocked on that door? You'll find out next week on X minus 1.
When you buy United States savings bonds, you help to build your own future security. Here's an opportunity to save systematically for long-range personal objectives. So invest in United States savings bonds. Now follow the Abbotts to mystery and adventure over most NBC radio stations.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Bromo Seltzer, made by the Emerson Drug Company, invites you through the creaking door for tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, titled Beneficiary Death, written by Ed Adamson and Bob Smith. Bromo Seltzer reminds you to fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the inner sanctum. Come in, come on in. Oh, I'm tired. Just finished my spring gardening, planted a couple of dozen of bulb heads. But I'm sure they won't be content to stay in their new loams. That's how things are here behind the creaking door. Whatever goes down must come up at night. Oh, by the way, folks, I want you to meet our laughing ghost. We call him Silly Willie because it's easy to tickle his fantasy. But Willie's not really so silly when it comes to getting rid of his mates. The first one left him because he started each day by beating her over the head with a club. Well, naturally, she got sick and tired of such treatment. But his second wife, a brunette, had a much more interesting conclusion. Willie buried her head in the sand at the ocean front. Now she's a beached blonde. Horror has many sides. It can make itself felt in an almost hidden, quiet sort of way. Just as it did that rainy Monday morning that Sam and Helen Braden were at breakfast in their small sitting home. The Bradens sat in the kitchen nook near the window, the same as they'd done for 20 years. But still, this morning, things were not quite the same.
Sam, you've just been sitting there staring out the window. You haven't touched your breakfast.
I'm not hungry, Helen.
You didn't sleep last night, did you?
A little on and off.
You're just worrying yourself sick over nothing. Our business is bound to get better.
Oh, there's no use kidding you any longer. The store is on its last legs. The bank refused me the loan.
Oh.
Said I was a bad risk.
Then you don't need the bank's money. You can still raise some yourself.
Yes? How?
Your insurance.
Yes. I begged and borrowed everything up to my teeth, but I won't touch that insurance. That's for you, Helen, in
Sam,
case...
please, listen to me.
No, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Getting late. I'm starting for town.
Sam, wait.
Yes?
I wish you'd take the train instead of the car.
Why?
Well, weather's so awful. Look at the way the rain's coming down.
I drove into town in lots worse weather than this.
I know, but...
But what?
Feeling the way you do, Sam, I wish you wouldn't drive.
Well, I'm all right, Helen. I'll see you this evening.
Sam, please take the train.
I told you I'm all right.
I had an awful dream last night. I saw you driving the car along the turnpike, and then suddenly the car crashed and you were...
Killed?
Yes.
Well, that's not such an awful dream at all.
Why, Sam...
Well, it isn't. When you consider my insurance, I'm really worth more to you dead than alive.
Hello?
Mrs. Braden? Mrs. Samuel Braden?
Yes?
This is Sergeant Land with the Merrick Police.
Police? It's about my husband.
Yes. His car was in a crack-up an hour ago on the turnpike.
Was he hurt badly?
I'm sorry to tell you, Mrs. Braden, but he's dead.
Oh.
Mrs. Braden? Mrs. Braden?
Yes?
It's only a formality, but you'll have to come down to the county morgue personally to claim the body. Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. Oh.
Helen? Why are you crying?
Sam, why did you do it? I didn't want the insurance money. I wanted you to come back.
But I have come back.
Police told me you were killed in the auto crash. Just the way I dreamed it. I saw your face. Just the way it is now. Covered with blood. Sam, I only wanted you to live.
Why are you talking that way, Helen? I am alive.
No.
Here, touch me.
Sam, don't.
You mustn't be afraid. Touch me.
Sam, please.
Ah. Feel my hand.
It isn't cold. You're not dead. You're alive. But your face in that call just now.
There was an accident. The car was coming toward me. I swerved to get out of the way, and then everything went black, and the next thing I knew, I was standing at the front door outside.
The police found your body in the wreck. They asked me to come down to the morgue and claim it.
My body?
They said you were there, dead.
The hitchhiker.
Hitchhiker?
Just before I got onto the turnpike, I picked up a tramp. I was giving him a lift into town. Wait.
What is it?
My wallet. It's not in my pocket. It must have fallen out in the crash.
Then that's why they thought it was you.
Yes. Helen, what are you going to do?
Call the American police and tell them you're alive.
Put that phone down.
But they should know.
Put it down. I'm not alive.
What?
To all intents and purposes, that's my body down at the morgue.
Don't understand.
This is our chance, Helen. Don't you see?
What are you trying to say?
It's very plain and simple. My $25,000 life insurance. Now, do you understand?
Sam, we can't do a thing like that.
And not for just $25,000. Accidental death, the double indemnity clause, $50,000.
Sam, please.
$50,000. I told you at breakfast time, worth more dead than alive. $50,000. After you collect, we can go away. For the first time, we can really live. We won't have to worry about pennies anymore.
Darling, we don't want money that way.
All you have to do is go down to the morgue at Merrick.
Sam, we can't do it.
Of course we can.
They'll find us out.
The tramp I picked up told me he was homeless, no family. It's all so perfect. Once you claim my body, no one will ever find out.
Now, Mrs. Braden, just one more thing to be filled out on this form. Where do you want your husband's body sent?
To the Winston Funeral Home in Crestview.
Winston Funeral Home, Crestview. Now, come with me, please.
Sergeant Landau. Where are we going?
To that room at the end of the hall. That's where the bodies are kept.
Do I have to go?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the law.
You know it's my husband, don't you?
Sure. The next of kin has to make identification.
Oh, Sergeant Landau.
It'll only take a second. Here we are.
Yes, Sergeant, that's my husband.
Mrs. Braden, how many years were you married?
20. Why do you ask?
Well, it just hit me as peculiar, but it may be because you're upset by your loss.
I don't understand.
The body you just identified has been here in the morgue for 3 days.
What?
Your husband's body is here to your right, on this other slab.
You should have been more careful. You could have ruined everything.
I was so frightened, Sam. I didn't know what to do. When Sergeant Landau stopped, I thought that was the body. I didn't know what he looked like.
Oh, well, I guess it was my fault. I should have described him to you. Anyway, you got away with it. They gave you the death certificate, and they sent the body to the Winston Funeral Home.
Came so near to getting caught.
But luckily, you acted upset enough to save us.
We may not be so lucky the next time.
There won't be a next time. From here on, there won't be any trouble for us.
Sam, please, let's forget about the whole thing.
Are you crazy?
Before it's too late. We can still save ourselves. We can say you had amnesia and just turned up. They'll believe that.
And let $50,000 slip through our fingers?
But we never did anything wrong in our lives. You know we're not the kind of people to do a thing like this. Someone's at the door.
All right, get hold of yourself and answer it.
Who could it be?
I'll hide in the closet here.
Mrs. Braden?
Yes?
My name is Granger. I'm from the Acme Insurance Company.
Sure.
I'm here in regard to your husband's death.
Come in, please.
Thank you. I'll just be a moment. I don't want to bother you unnecessarily at a time like this, but before the company pays you the double indemnity benefits of your late husband's policy, you'll be required to sign these papers. Now, you may mail them in if you choose, or you may sign them right now, and I'll take them back to the office with me.
Oh, I'll sign them now.
Very well. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Braden.
Yes, Mr. Granger.
Where will the services be held?
The Winston Funeral Home in Crestview.
Tomorrow?
Yes, at 10 in the morning.
I'll be there.
You'll be there? I don't understand.
To pay my respects. You see, Mrs. Braden, I knew your husband quite well some years ago when I sold him the policy.
Bromo Seltzer, famous for fast headache help, is bringing you Inner Sanctum.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? How do you do? This is your old friend Norman Brokenshire. The other day, I heard a fellow speak of the hour between 5 and 6 in the evening as the headache hour. Now, if you get a headache about this time or any time, I hope you'll remember Bromo Seltzer. For Bromo Seltzer is a friend in need when you've got a headache. It's true, neighbors. Bromo Seltzer not only quickly helps the pain of a headache, but it also soothes the upset stomach and the jittery nerves that may come with it. Yes, Bromo Seltzer gives you three-way headache help that's fast and pleasant. Now, by pleasant, I mean Bromo Seltzer is pleasant to take, actually refreshing. Try Bromo Seltzer next time you get an ordinary headache. Try it on this guarantee. You must be satisfied or your money back. All drugstores carry Bromo Seltzer at their counters and fountains. For fast three-way headache help, ask for
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
You know, personally, I feel kind of sorry for that Sam Braden. The only way he can make a decent living is by being dead. Well, that's fate for you. Everything was going pretty well until that insurance guy Granger turned up and said he was going to pay his last respects to Sam. You see what happens when you fool around with death? Things go from bad to hers. Well, now let's get back to our tale and the troubled Braden.
Of all people for the insurance company to send out here, it had to be Granger.
Told you we couldn't get away with it.
Well, we're not finished yet. Granger told you that you'd probably get the check from the insurance company tomorrow.
But in the meantime, he'll go to the Winston funeral home. He'll know that's not you in the casket.
You'll never know.
What are you doing?
Something we should have done right after Granger left here earlier this evening. Here, take this phone. I've dialed the Winston funeral home.
But what?
When they answer, you tell them that you changed your mind. There'll be no services tomorrow. You've just found a paper signed by your husband in which he requested that he be cremated immediately after death.
They'll be suspicious.
I'll write the note now. That'll cover it. Haven't they answered yet?
No.
You've got to get that body out of there before tomorrow morning. Still no answer?
No, not yet.
I better hang up. They must be closed for the night. If we wait until tomorrow morning, it'll be too late.
Then what'll we do?
There's only one thing to do, Helen. We're going over to the funeral home and get that body out ourselves. We'll try the back door down at the end of this alley.
We'll never get away with it. I've had the feeling all along
Will you
that...
stop talking like that, Helen? Don't you understand it's worth any risk we take to get that $50,000?
But I told you I don't want the money.
Wait and see. When you get your hands on it, you'll feel differently. Here's the back door.
It's locked, isn't it?
Well, of course. What did you expect?
There's no way we can get in.
Yes, there is. I'll break the glass panel and then reach in and turn the lock.
Someone might hear us.
You're just making things worse by talking that way. Besides, we looked out in front, didn't we? There's not a soul around. Yes, I'll need something to break the glass. What can I use? I know. Helen, give me your compact.
Here.
This compact should do fine.
Oh, Sam, you cut yourself.
I guess I'm not much of an expert on housebreaking.
Don't you see we can't do any of this, right? Because we're not people for a thing like this.
Then we make ourselves that kind of people. We'll manage. We did so far. I'll have this door unlocked in a second. There. All right, come on, Helen.
Can't I wait here?
No, I need your help. Come on.
Sam, I'm so frightened.
You mustn't be. Just try to think of the money. Just try to think of all the pleasure we'll have with it.
We'll never enjoy it. We'll never have a happy moment again.
Please, Helen, don't say things like that. Here are the caskets. I'll see what this tag says. Sarah Adams. All right, we try the next one. Samuel Braden. All right, Helen, you get down at the other end and help me lift the lid.
Oh, Sam, please, I can't. I just can't.
All right, I'd do it myself. Helen, what's wrong? What is it?
The coffin. There's no one in it. The coffin is empty.
But you had the body sent here from the morgue.
Yes.
And this coffin tag has my name on it. What could have happened to the corpse? Where can it be? Someone came in.
Footsteps. They're coming this way.
I can't let anybody see me, and there's no time to get out the rear way. Wait, I know where to hide.
Then what are you doing?
The only safe thing. I'll hide in this coffin.
But what'll I do? What'll I say?
I don't know, but try to carry it off the best you can.
Good evening, Mrs. Braden. I had an idea I might find you here. Oh, you don't have to be afraid of me. I won't hurt you.
Who are you?
My name is Stephen Winston.
You own this place.
That's right.
We've never met. How do you know who I am?
I've made a point of knowing Mrs. Braden. As a matter of fact, I've just come from your house. I'd planned on having a talk with you about the ceremonies tomorrow. Oh, by the way, don't you know it's illegal to force your way into an establishment?
Well, I tried to get you on the phone, Mr. Winston. There was no answer. I thought perhaps your line was out of order, so I came down. I wanted to talk to you, too.
About the ceremonies?
Yes.
Do you mind telling me how you got in here?
The rear door was open.
It's odd. I distinctly remember having bolted it. However, first I have something very interesting to show you.
Mr. Winston, what are you doing?
Lift up this coffin lid.
No, don't. Why not? I can't bear to see you.
Well, that isn't the reason, is it, Mrs. Braden? That isn't the reason at all.
What do you mean?
You've already opened this coffin. You know there's no body in it. Isn't that the reason?
Yes.
I thought so. You probably wonder what's happened to the body that was in it. Well, I'm happy to relieve your mind of the anxiety. I have the body down in the basement, hidden.
What? Why did you hide my husband's body?
You can drop the act, Mrs. Braden. I know that wasn't your husband's body.
No.
Yes, of course. I once met your husband. I rarely forget a face. The police would be very interested in your game, but the police don't have to know, necessarily.
What do you mean by that?
Look, Mrs. Braden, I'm a businessman. The police don't have to know about this at all, providing you make it worth my while.
You want money?
Yes. $10,000 should seem to be a fair sum. I suggest, Mrs. Braden, that you get in touch with your dear departed husband and tell him my terms. 10,000 or jail for both of you.
Sam, it's been hours. Thought you'd never get back here to the house.
It became light out. I had to be careful no one saw me.
Winston knows everything. It was he who took the body out of the casket.
Yes, Helen, I know. I heard from inside the coffin. He wants money.
We mustn't give it to him.
Of course not. He'd go on blackmailing us until he got every cent of the $50,000.
That's not what I mean, Sam.
It's a good thing you didn't tell him I was in that coffin.
Darling, please listen to me. I've been waiting for you to come home. I wanted you to be the one to call the police.
Call the police?
You've got to. If we make a clean breast of everything now, they may not be too hard on us.
We're not telling the police anything.
Then Winston will.
No, he won't. Winston is dead.
What?
I killed him. I buried his body where it will never be found.
Sam.
I had to do it, Helen. Things had gotten so that I just had to. Helen, do you have to keep standing at the window there looking at the birds down in the garden? Why don't you talk to me?
Talk? What can I say?
You can find something to say to make me feel a little better about it.
How can you feel better about killing a man?
It isn't that I wanted to do it. I had to. You've got to understand that I never had the makings of a murderer in me.
No, Sam, you didn't. Until the thought of that $50,000 made you one.
Why do you keep saying that? There's nothing I can do about it now. I can't go to the police. They'll sentence me to death. You wouldn't want that, would you?
No, Sam, I wouldn't want that.
Well, then what can I do?
I don't know.
Well, there's one thing I know we've got to do, and that's move away from here where no one will know us. Maybe then we can start over again. Maybe then things will be all right between us.
Maybe.
Sure they will. The $50,000 will make all the difference. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me that way?
We can't take that money now.
After all I've done?
After what you've done, that's just the reason.
You're not making sense. We couldn't get anywhere without money. We'd have to get it some way. We need a lot of money to... Helen, look. There's the mailman coming down the walk. I bet he's got the insurance company check with him now. You better go down and see.
All right.
Why did you stop, Helen? All you have to do is go down the stairs and open the door.
I've made up my mind, Sam. We're not taking the money.
But you know we need it to save ourselves.
Not that kind of money.
Now, look, the mailman must have that check. That's why he's ringing the bell. It was sent registered. You'll have to sign for it.
I'm not going down to get it.
You are. Hurry before he goes away. Now, go on.
Don't stop. Let go of me. I'm not answering that ring.
Yes, you are. You're opening that door and signing for that letter. I have to drag you down. Helen, down the steps. Helen! Helen! I didn't mean it, darling. I didn't mean it. I didn't.
No, you didn't. You couldn't help it. I understand. Sam.
Yes?
The money. You can't have it now. I'd have to sign the check, and I won't be able to. I'm glad about that. Wasn't meant for us. Never would have brought us a happy moment.
Helen. Helen. Operator, will you please get me the Merrick police? Hello? Is Sergeant Landau there? No, he won't have to call back. Message? Yes. Just tell him that Sam Braden is on his way over.
Now that's what I call a significant ending. No doubt there for whom the doorbell tolls. That Sam and Helen sure were bunglers. They handled a cold corpse like it was a hot potato. But before Sam went the way of all burnt flesh for the insurance murder, he was heard to say that honesty is the best policy. Well, anyway, now he's got a coffin to call his own.
Say, neighbors, here's a fact I'm sure you'll agree with. To help a headache one way is good. To help it two ways is better. But to help your headache three ways is best of all. And that's exactly what Bromo Seltzer does. First, Bromo Seltzer helps the headache itself, and fast. Then it soothes the upset stomach and jittery nerves that may team up with your headache. And that's not all, neighbors. Bromo Seltzer tastes good. You'll actually like sparkling, refreshing Bromo Seltzer. Convince yourself. Try Bromo Seltzer the next time you get a headache. Remember, where others fail, Bromo Seltzer works. Caution, use only as directed. And, of course, if a headache persists or recurs, see your doctor. Be ready for fast headache help at all times. Get Bromo Seltzer today at any drugstore. And remember, don't just fight a headache one or two ways.
Well, it's time to close that creaking door on tonight's Inner Sanctum, which featured Everett Sloane as Sam and Barbara Weeks as Helen. The music was by Lou White, and the entire production was directed by Hyman Brown. Tonight, friends, we close the creaking door for several weeks, while Inner Sanctum takes a short vacation. We'll be back soon, so be sure to listen for that familiar creaking door. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Motive by Evelyn Piper. Until we meet again, then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Hello, this is Jimmy Stewart with a special kind of an invitation for you. It's to hear the premiere broadcast of the Hollywood Star Playhouse on Monday, April 24th. Gloom of Night is the title. I'm going to be in it. I think you're going to enjoy this new series of plays. They'll be written by Hollywood's leading writers.
And this is Norman Brokenshire speaking for Bromo Seltzer, inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, when Bromo Seltzer will present, direct from Hollywood, that famous movie star Jimmy Stewart in an original mystery thriller entitled Gloom of Night. In this exciting story, Mr. Stewart plays a mail carrier who is also a tall storyteller. He matches wits with a murderer single-handed because no one will believe his warnings. Don't miss Jimmy Stewart in Gloom of Night, brought to you next Monday night on the premiere broadcast of Hollywood Star Playhouse by
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Suspense, which is usually heard at this hour on Thursday nights, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 2 weeks from tonight, on Thursday, September 1st.
You are standing at the doorway of a cabin on Cashier Creek. Up on the ridge, the bloodhounds have caught your scent, and between you and a fortune, between you and escape, yawn the white jaws of a deadly cottonmouth.
We offer you Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight, we escape to the worn-out acres of a poor farm somewhere in the southern mountains with Irvin S. Cobb's great tale of vengeance, Snake Doctor.
Far back in the southern mountains, it's quiet and hot and lonely. One pine-scarred hill is very much like the next, and one winding creek differs little from another. The area through which Cashier Creek twisted was the same as all the rest, except for the snakes. Deadly, venomous, cottonmouth moccasins. There are probably more snakes along Cashier Creek than anywhere else. Most people lived in constant, deadly fear of these snakes, but there was one man who even seemed to like them. A man they called Snake Doctor. His cabin was near the creek bottom where the cottonmouths were the commonest, and he earned his meager living by rendering down their soft fats, bottling their oil, and selling it. Snake Doctor seemed harmless enough, but there was one man who believed he was a colleague of the devil, who hated him, because he wasn't afraid of the snakes. This man was Jafe Morner, the Snake Doctor's nearest neighbor. Jafe was that dangerous kind of man who suspected, feared, and hated anything he didn't understand. And he understood neither cottonmouths nor the Snake Doctor. Jafe was ornery, ignorant, and shiftless. He'd rather shoot squirrels than chop cotton. He'd rather fish than hoe corn. And that's what he's doing now. Fishing down at the Big Hole with his son and heir, Finney, who's old enough but not quite bright enough to handle a gun.
Missed him, doggy.
Finney, you blame fool. I told you not to touch my gun.
Tromp on him, Pa, before he gets in the creek.
What?
The cottonmouth.
What?
Tromp on him in front of you.
Cottonmouth. The varmint. The unearthly varmint.
You got him, Pa. Keep your foot on him. We'll stop fetch a stick.
You don't need to, son. He's dead. Now, come here.
Pa, how'd he hit anything with that rifle? I had a bead draw right on him, and I...
You darn fool!
What'd you do that for, Pa?
Stirring up that filthy snake whilst I'm a-fishing.
Heck, he was sunning himself not more than 2 feet from you. He was just 2 feet from you.
Never mind that kind of talk. Won't be no fish around here till thunderation after all that racket. Well, come on, let's go home and get us some victuals.
Jafe Morner tossed his bait can into the creek and threw a stick after it. He stood there watching the stick drift slowly toward the Big Hole where the creek widened behind a jam of driftwood. Jafe watched as the eddy caught the stick and sucked it beneath the dam.
Come on, Pa.
Jafe was curious. He moved downstream a rod or two and waited, watching the water boil up from under the driftwood. But the stick didn't come up. That was strange. It must have caught under there in a tangle of water-soaked and sunken logs. Probably it'd stay there for months. Perhaps stay there always.
Let's get some victuals, Pa.
Jafe thought about this, and an idea began to form in his slow mind as he and Finney started for home.
How much oil you reckon's in this, and Pa? Daddy?
What you jawing about?
This old cottonmouth. How much oil you reckon?
Throw it down.
Throw it down? Why for? I'm gonna
Throw it down like I say.
Oh? I was aiming on rendering the old cottonmouths fat like the Snake Doctor does. I was going to sell it and make myself some money.
I don't like to squirm at things around me.
But it's dead.
Leave it where it dropped.
You scared on cottonmouths, Pa?
I know better than to get myself bit by him.
Hip Bailey knowed a fella got himself bit once. Wearing a drap of liquor for miles. So he goes to work and he cuts open a live chicken. And he put it on his leg where the bite was. Fella lived, too. Reckon Mr. Rives ever gets himself bit? I mean, handling cottonmouths like he does?
Who?
Mr. Rives.
Who?
Mr. Rives. That's old Snake Doctor's real name. Ma says I oughtn't call him Snake Doctor.
Never mind what your ma says. Nobody in my family's calling no snake-loving scum Mr. Rives.
Heck, that's what I say.
All right.
Could have made myself some money rendering that cottonmouth fat down in the oil. How much you reckon old Snake Doctor makes out in all he sells?
I don't know.
Tip Bailey says old Snake Doctor's got more than $1,000 hid away somewheres in his cabin.
More than that, most likely. Cussed old miser don't spend nothing.
Ain't got nothing save that rack of bones mare of his.
Tip Bailey says whenever old Snake Doctor sets foot out in his place, he's got the granddaddy of all cottonmouths that he leaves out in the cabin to stand guard over his money.
Yeah.
Tip Bailey says he'd seen old Snake Doctor put him in his pocket. Live ones, too.
Snake Doctor ain't fitting to be live himself.
Ma says he ain't so bad. Says he don't mean nobody harm.
Your ma better be careful who she's associating with.
She says he just don't have good sense. Had the fever too much. Daddy, you ever been in Snake Doctor's place?
I don't have nothing more than I have to do with that snake-loving hoodoo.
Tip Bailey says he'd bet it wouldn't be no task at all for some no good to poke around the Snake Doctor's shack and maybe find all the money and make off with it. Blame son's darn near rendering me down. Look at my head, full of sweat. Look, Daddy.
Huh?
See? Full of sweat. Darn near a guard full of sweat come off. Why turn it down that way, Pa? It's coming on noon. Dinner be most ready.
I'm gonna tell the snake-loving hoodoo that there's some of them cottonmouths on the creek side out deadening.
Heck, he knows that.
I'm gonna tell him he's got my leave to catch him. You don't need to come along.
Well, if you're going over to his place, I'd kind of like to see it for my own self. Go on in, Pa.
Huh?
He ain't at home. Elsewise, he'd have showed himself by now.
I reckon.
Can you see any snakes?
I told you to keep an eye out for it.
I bet it's in one of them chinks, Pa. Pa, I bet the money's in one of them.
I ain't looking for no money. Must be a dang snake itself, living in a place like this.
I know you ain't looking for any money, Pa, but if'n you was, wouldn't you look at that chink right up there?
Where?
Right there, second log by the fireplace on the right. You see that there hole?
Yeah. I reckon I would look up there.
Since we're here.
I might as well see for myself.
Pa, I wouldn't be a mite surprised if old Snake Doctor had him. Pa?
Was you looking for something, Jake Marner?
Snake Doctor.
Yeah. I was looking for you.
I want here.
Yeah. Look here, you old hoodoo. What's the idea of sneaking up on folks who's took the trouble to come all the way down here to do you a favor, huh? Come on, Finney. We're getting out of here.
Yes, sir. Like as not, they had a dang old moccasin squirching around in his pocket whilst he was talking to you. Daddy, do you mind how his eyes was when he come in? Do you mind how he kept looking up at the wall where I said I bet he had the money between the chinks?
Finney.
What?
Don't you say nothing to your ma about us being at the Snake Doctor's place, you understand?
Why should
Well,
I?
just don't. And don't you go nigh it again. Cuss old varmint. You'd have thought we was prowlers the way he acted.
Yeah, prowlers. Ma, dinner about ready.
You Paul with you, son?
Yeah, I got time enough for dinner to go down the spring and get me some cold water.
If you stir your stumps, you can. Catch anything, Jeff?
You think I can catch fish with Fetty fine off my gun at cottonmouths all the time?
Ain't this heat more than a body can bear? Any cooler but the creek? That poor old Miss Rives come by here a spell ago, mighty nigh shook to pieces with a chill.
Oh. He come by, did he? Well, did he come in?
Just for a minute.
Just for a minute, huh? What'd he want?
He wanted could have give him something for his ailment. Just about could drag one sour foot afore the other. Barely could make it up here from his place. I give him a dose out in our butler's acre drops. Would have give him a little smidgen of liquor, only I could...
Oh, you would, huh?
Please don't, Jeff. Don't whop me. Don't, Jeff, don't whop me. Just poor old mister.
Mr. Ives! Mr. Ives! How many times I gotta tell you that old hoodoo's name is Snake Doctor?
You don't mean nobody no harm.
Him with his skin of lostwit's hide and tallow, and you calling him Mr. Ives. Huh. You be calling him Honey and Sugar next. Without I lawn you, fella.
Please, Jeff, please.
Bad names, huh? Why, I aim to... What's his name now? Well? What's your poor Mr. Ives' name now?
Snake Doctor.
Kizzy Mourner rubbed the ugly red welt on her scrawny arm and gave the frying pan full of sizzling side meat a hopeless nudge. She prayed that time and food might take the edge off Jafe's temper. Finney slouched in from the spring, saw the mark on her arm.
Pa been whomping you again, Ma? What'd you do this time?
She silently dished up the hogback and cornbread for her two men. While they sat at table, she ate on her feet, serving them between bites, as was the custom in the Mourner household. After dinner, Finney stretched out under the chinaberry tree, and Kizzy sat on the porch, fanning herself and dipping snuff with a peach twig, scouring it back and forth on her gums. Jafe took his ease on the floor of the back room, but he didn't sleep. The meanness was stirring in him, and his hatred of the man he couldn't understand, the man who'd got rich off of cottonmouths. His mind was working on something he'd seen that day and another thing he'd heard. He was adding them together. That stick had disappeared under the log jam, and the Snake Doctor's money. It was 4 o'clock before any of them moved, and then Jafe spoke to his wife for the first time since noon.
Busy? Where's that there vial of drinking liquor?
By the window. You took it out in your pocket before you laid down.
I ought to carry a vial of liquor with me. I might get bit by a moccasin as soon as Pa would.
You better not let me catch you. You find it, Jafe?
Yeah, I just remembered. I won't be needing to tote no spirits along with me while I'm going.
I wouldn't take no chance, Dave. Just one cottonmouth bite.
Cottonmouth's all down the slashes, else along a creek. Well, I'll be all this evening's up along Bailey's Ridge in the high ground.
You fixing to go shooting?
Aim to gun me a chance of young squirrels twixt now and dusk time. Heard them barking all around me this morning.
Reckon I'll come along, Pa.
You stay in here, son.
Oh, dang it. It'll be steaming in the place when the rain comes down. Pa, you might be needing me just...
You stay here.
Oh, dang it.
Kizzy, you set me up a snack of cold supper on the chef. Likely I won't get back till it's plumb dark.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Escape. But first, that wonderful variety show with a purpose, CBS's one-hour-long program, This is Broadway, will be round again tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Comedian Abe Burrows, Broadway playwright George S. Kaufman, Master of Ceremonies Clifton Fadiman will all be here, playing host to the top stars of show business. Hear these top stars and their top acts. Then listen closely as the expert showmen on This is Broadway help them with show business problems. And now, we return to the second act of Escape and tonight's story, Snake Doctor.
Jafe Mourner turned north through his struggling corn rows, and in a minute he was lost from sight. He kept on for nearly a mile till he came to a wild red mulberry tree. Where there are mulberries, there are bound to be squirrels. Very neatly, he shot 2 young grays right through the head. But Jafe was a master marksman. And unsuspected by any who knew him, Jafe had another quality, one that made him more dangerous than the rest of his kind. Jafe had an imagination. Today it was in excellent working order. He tied the brain squirrels together and swung them over his shoulder. If needed, they'd be his alibi. And then he sat down under a tree for a while.
Got plenty of time. Don't need to get down to Snake Doctor's place till about dusk. When he comes out to feed that swayback mare of his'n. Mr. Ryan.
He sat out 2 brisk thunder showers and the intervals between them. And then he set off in a wide arc down Bailey's Branch along the skirts of Little Cypress Slash, down to the sunken flats edging Cashier Creek. It took more than an hour of careful traveling before he came to his destination. A screen of haw bushes, less than 50 yards behind the Snake Doctor's cabin.
No matter how ailing he is, you'll get up and come out to feed that rack-a-bones mare. Mr. Ryan. Well, I'll learn him to go colleaguing around another man's woman.
Jafe Warner let his jealousy heat him to white hatred. At this moment, he was avenging his honor. Didn't admit even to himself that the real reason he was here was the Snake Doctor's money, hidden behind the log by the fireplace.
Home-wrecking, snake-loving varmint. 10 minutes from now, I'll chunk him down a big hole in the creek like I did that stick this morning. And he'll go down and never come up. And nobody'll miss him. Nobody'll know he's gone for leastwise a week, maybe a month. And maybe if I get around to it, I might come back this way someday. Poke around that cabin of his'n. Just to see if it's true. His having all that money hid away.
Jafe Warner's speculations were cut short. The cabin door opened and a figure stepped out into the growing dusk and walked toward the stable. He saw the Snake Doctor's loppy old straw hat and his dark coat drawn over a pit. At this distance, he couldn't miss. And he didn't. The figure jerked backward and then went face forward. Jafe started for him, then he stopped. His eyes bugged. His mouth formed a scream that he couldn't utter. His rifle dropped to the ground. He had just killed a Snake Doctor. Killed him dead with a .32 caliber slug through the head. And there on his door still stood Snake Doctor, whole and sound, staring at him.
Jafe Warner, what have you done?
The scream came at last, for Jafe Warner had seen the devil. The Snake Doctor who arose alive from his bullet-riddled body. Jafe whirled and ran into the deep, darkening woods, whimpering like a whipped puppy as he tore through the brush. Escape. He must escape this thing. He must get under the shelter of a sound roof. He must have the protection of 4 walls around him. He ran and ran for hours. It was close to midnight when he came out on a dirt road a short distance southeast of his own land. Beyond the next bend, he'd be in sight of home. And then he stopped. Around the bend, coming toward him, was a joggling light, a lantern hanging on a buggy. Jake flattened himself in a clump of brush to hide until the traveler passed. And then, just as the rig was opposite him, he heard a call coming from the other direction.
Hello there! Who's jogging?
Oh, there. Oh, steady, boy. Me, Davis Ware. That you, Tip Bailey?
Yes. Hooking it out from the junction. Tolerable tired. What brings you out this time of night, Davis? Somebody sick?
Sick nothing. There's been a parcel of trouble popping in these bottoms tonight. Steady, boy. Steady.
What do you mean?
A killing. That's what I mean.
You don't say. Who got killed?
I'm fixing to tell you. It happened just around dusk time down at old Snake Doctor's place.
Yeah? Was it him was killed?
Give me time, Tip. It seems like Snake Doctor's been a-chillin' lately. He was pretty bad off today, so Miss Kizzy Warner, she footed it down from her place to his'n, fetching some physic with her and a plate of hot victuals.
You might have thought it, Miss Warner. Might have thought it.
You want to hear this?
Yeah. Go on.
Oh, boy. Well, pretty soon after she got there, it seemed like he was tired. And he tried to get up out of his bed to go and feed that old crowbait nag of his'n. It started in again by then, pouring down hard. So she made him stay where he was, and she put on his old hat and throwed his old coat around her. And he wanted to keep out of the wet. And no more, and she got outside, and a shot came from the edge of the woods, and down she went with a bullet through her brains.
Killed her?
Kizzy. It was a dog.
It was Kizzy. But who done it?
Was that low-flung husband of hers done it, that's who.
They certain 'twas him?
Sure thing. Oh, boy. Sure thing, they're certain. Snake Doctor jumped up when he heard the shot, and he catched a quick look at Jafe over the fence. It wasn't a long streak in Kiz's arm, where he must have whopped her during the day.
Why, hanging's a sight too good. Did they catch him?
No, but they gonna.
Sheriff get there yet?
No, but he's due any minute with his pack of hound dogs.
Oh.
Trail ought to lay good. Ground being damp the way it is.
For sure.
Old Snake Doctor, he's a-saying the Lord's going to strike the murder down in his track.
Amen.
But me, I'm a-putting my main dependence on them bloodhounds.
Oh, poor Miss Marner. She always was a good-hearted, hard-working woman.
Kizzy.
And mightily put
She's
upon
dead.
by that skunk.
I
Jake.
shot Kizzy.
Say, did you hear something just then?
Can't say I did.
Yeah. Oh, probably a rabbit breaking through the brush.
Listen,
Yeah?
the sheriffs are coming.
Oh, yeah.
You hear them hounds of his'n?
Oh, just for sure.
I gotta hurry. Get out, Bessie. Come on.
I'll see you back at the morning.
You sure will.
Jafe didn't waste no time mourning his dead wife. He had a chance against a pack of bloodhounds if he started right away. But Jafe's imagination went to work again as he backtracked along the creek bottom in the spotty moonlight.
Gotta throw those dogs off the trail. You gotta wade the creek, even if it is full of cotton mounds. Must be all around me now. Folks say don't strike in the water. Hope them folks is right. Yeah, I gotta get back to the Snake Doctor's. Get his money while he's still up at my place with Kiz's remains. Get his money and the rest will be easy. I'll make for the deep timber, cross country to the river, make it by tomorrow sundown. Hire me a shanty boater to ferry me to the Arkansas side. Will get me a haircut and catch me a train for somewhere else. And I gotta get Snake Doctor's money first.
Snake Doctor's cabin was dark and empty when Jafe reached it. Only a few dull embers in the fireplace. But he knew where the chink was. He'd find it in the dark. He scrabbled at the logs, felt some bark give, felt the clay mortar crumble under his fingernails. There it was, a hole big enough for a man's arm. He plunged his hand into it, touched something slick and smooth, and then something sharp plunged into his thumb. At that moment, the fire flickered to life. Jafe yanked his hand out of the hole, saw two tiny bleeding punctures in his thumb. At the mouth of the hole stretched the wide-open jaws of a cottonmouth. It worked fast. He felt the pain leaping from his thumb to his hand, seeping up his arm. If only he had some liquor. If he had a fresh-killed chicken to slap on the wound, but he had nothing. Then a sharp, horrible pain wrenched his heart, and then a second. And there in the firelight, the huge cottonmouth poised in its crevice. Jafe leaped out of the shack, started blindly for the timber. He staggered, stumbled, then he pitched forward on his face, his open mouth full of weeds and muddy grass stems. The cramping fingers of his outstretched right hand almost touched a reddish-black smear on the wet, trampled grass.
Good riddance, by gravy. I'd call it that, wouldn't you, Doc?
I reckon there's a sort of rough justice in the way he died. Look, his hand reaching out, just about touching the blood where his woman fell. But in all my life, I've never known but 2 or 3 people actually was bitten by water moccasins. And until tonight, I've never had personal knowledge of anybody dying from the bite of any kind of snake.
Is a fact.
You know that crazy. I'm gonna take that rifle off of you, Finny Marner.
I'm gonna kill the dang reptile that killed my pa.
That Mourner's boy kicking up the fuss?
Yep, and no good like his paw.
Let go of me. I'm my own boss now.
What's the trouble, Tip?
Oh, Finny here's went out in his hay.
I'm gonna kill the snake that bit in my paw. Then I'm gonna give that Snake Doctor a whumping for keeping a reptile in this place.
Your pa got what was his due, Finney. Snake Doctor ain't to blame.
He's a hoodoo devil.
Looky here, boy. Mr. Rives give me all his savings, nearly $100, to pay for burying your mother decent. That's how much he thought of her. Now go on home. Behave yourself.
I'm gonna get
Go on, Finny. There ain't no reason for you hanging around here.
Somebody ought to kill a reptile that bit in my paw.
Doc, just a minute ago you started to say something about snake bite not killing. But how about them 2 marks on his thumb? Them snake's gashes like some I've seen.
No, that don't explain how it... Huh?
It's Finney Marner. He's in the cabin.
The fool kid. Come on, Doc. He's probably shot.
Well, we'll soon find out.
I shot him, but I didn't hit him. It's gonna get me like he got my paw.
He said he shot at something in the cabin. Come on, Doc. Let's go see.
All right, we'll find out. I don't see anything.
Oh, Finney's had enough happen to him yesterday and today to upset even a bright boy. So we can't... Oh. There it is.
What?
That cottonmouth up there in that hole in the log.
Oh, that. Snake doctor told me about that varmint. Look at him closer, Davis.
No, sir. Not me.
Go ahead. It's just a stuffed snake.
Stuffed?
Mm-hmm. Snake doctor believes in precautions because that hole's where he hides his money. That snake would scare away anybody who didn't know it was stuffed. But just to be sure, old snake doctor lined the hole with coils of barbed wire.
Oh, I see. You mean them marks on Jafe's thumb was got off the barbed wire?
That's right, sir. Lots stronger hearts than Jafe Mourner's would stop beating at a scare like that.
Well, I'll be switched. Old snake doctor's a cute one, ain't he?
Escape, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Tonight brought you Snake Doctor by Irvin S. Cobb, adapted for radio by Fred Howard, starring Bill Conrad as Jafe with Paul Frees as Finney. Featured in the cast were Ira Grossell as the narrator, Bill Lally, Ruth Parrott, Wilms Herbert, and Edgar Barrier. Music is conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week...
You are groping through the midnight dimness of a gigantic department store, and suddenly you realize that 100 eyes are staring at you from the shadows, and 100 hands are reaching for your throat, and your most urgent desire is to escape.
Next week, we escape with John Collier's story, Evening Primrose. Be with us next week at the same time when once again we offer you Escape. Ethelbert is at the bar, and Anne and Casey are about to enter on another thrilling crime photographer adventure. Tonight, it's a story entitled Big Danger, and it'll be along on most of these same CBS stations in just a moment. This is John Jacobs speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Hollywood, California, Monday, January 18th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson in Criminal Code with Beverly Roberts, Paul Guilfoyle, and Noel Madison. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Edward G. Robinson, Beverly Roberts, Paul Guilfoyle, and Noel Madison. Our guests, James B. Holohan, recent warden of San Quentin Prison, and Gladys Lloyd, former stage star and now Mrs. Edward G. Robinson. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. Once again, the makers of Lux Flakes welcome you all to another hour in Hollywood at the Lux Radio Theater. Every woman should know what Lux Flakes can do for her hands. Think of the time your hands are in the dishpan every day. The wrong soap can do a lot of damage. It may contain harmful alkali that dries up the oils which protect your skin and keep it soft. Then your hands look red, rough, and old. Lux Flakes contain no harmful alkali. They are like a beauty care for your hands. Yet Lux for all your dishes costs less than 1 cent a day. Keep your hands lovely. Start using Lux for dishes tomorrow. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. What Mark Twain said about the weather of New England may be said about the character of Edward G. Robinson. It has a sumptuous variety that compels the stranger's admiration. His first success as an actor came in a vaudeville sketch which he wrote himself. It was followed by a brilliant career on the stage, including 10 productions with the New York Theater Guild, topped by his appearance in the title role of The Kibitzer, of which he was co-author. After a friendship of several years, I've learned that Mr. Robinson speaks 7 languages, owns one of the finest private collections of modern art in this country, can put an egg in his mouth and turn a handspring without cracking the shell. Also, he is a heavy drinker of milk. Qualifies as an expert on diamonds, consults his wife regarding every part he's offered, and is a profound lover of good music. Mr. Robinson's next film is Kid Galahad. We hear him tonight as Martin Brady. The part of Robert Graham is taken by Paul Guilfoyle, heard recently from our stage in Men in White. Beverly Roberts, descendant of Edward Jenner, who discovered smallpox vaccine, dropped her ideas of doing medical research herself to join the civic repertoire of Eva Le Gallienne. Abroad and practically penniless, she sang songs in a Paris cafe for 5 francs and 2 meals daily. Later, she was singing in a New York nightclub when a scout from Warner Brothers heard her. Rushed to Hollywood, Miss Roberts has made 5 pictures in 9 months and is currently starred in God's Country and the Woman. Tonight, she becomes Mary Brady, the warden's daughter. Noel Madison plays the part of Galloway. Thus acquainted, we now present our stars in person. Ladies and gentlemen, Edward G. Robinson, Beverly Roberts, Paul Guilfoyle, Noel Madison in the Lux Radio Theater production of Martin Flavin's play, Criminal Code. There's a Saturday night crowd in Spelman's Place, a cafe of doubtful reputation. Seeming curiously out of place in these surroundings is Bob Graham, a well-bred, good-looking young fellow of 22. He dances with a girl who looks up at him through half-closed eyes.
Swell music, ain't it?
Yeah, it's awful hot in here, though.
Want to go outside for a walk?
Who, me? No, I'm all right.
Atta baby. You know, it was swell of you to bring me here. I mean, not knowing me, hardly and all. Oh, it was swell of you. I mean it. What's your name?
Bob Graham. Hey, there's that fellow again.
Who?
The fellow's been staring at you all the time.
Oh, don't pay no attention to him.
Do you know him?
Yes, in a way. His name's Parker.
I don't like the way he's looking at you. It's insulting, like he owns you.
Oh, forget it. Come on back to the table. Feel all right now?
Well, sure, I'm okay.
Hello, Gertie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Parker.
Having a good time?
Sure, why not?
Well, come on over to my table. I got a party there.
Thanks, but I'm with Mr. Graham. Sorry.
Oh, come on now.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Hey, just a minute, Mr. Parker.
What?
If the lady wants to go with you, it's all right. But if she wants to stay here, she's going to stay.
Hey, listen, kid, I know her. She'll go where the cash is easiest.
Why, you...
You take that back. You apologize, do you hear?
Beat it, kid.
Apologize.
Go on before you get in trouble.
Come on, Bob, let's get out of here.
You're staying, Gertie. Sit down.
Take your hands off of you, dirty...
Why, you...
Look out, he's got a gun!
What happened? He hit him with a bottle.
Come on, get out, Bob, get out!
No,
Say, what's the matter? What started this fight?
I seen a boss, this fella here. He hit Mr. Parker with a bottle.
He insulted this lady. I didn't mean to hurt him, but he reached for a gun. I thought he...
Yeah? Well, hold on to this guy, Eddie. I'll get the cops.
office. Hello, Mr. Brady's wire is busy now. Hello, District Attorney's office. Mr. Brady is busy just now. Will you hold on?
All right, what about it? Only happened Saturday night. Give me a chance. Yeah, I'll see the kids in a couple of minutes. You'll have a statement by noon. Reporters. How they love the smell of blood.
You can't blame him, Mr. Brady. Parker's old man's a big shot in this town.
Yes, I know. Any more witnesses, Lou?
Let's see. The waiter, the girl, the manager. You've seen them all, Mr. Brady.
Yeah, 7 eyewitnesses. And they all check on material points.
Open and shut case, eh?
Yeah, like a knife.
If young Parker should die, we've got
Parker
a case...
is dead.
Dead? Yeah? What is it, Mr. Brady? Second-degree murder?
Well, it might be at that.
All right, in here, young fella. Here he is, Mr. Brady.
Okay, Mike. Sit down, kid.
I'd rather stand, sir.
Yeah? Have a cigar?
No, thank you.
Cigarette?
No, sir.
Why, don't you smoke?
Yes, sir, but I don't care to now.
Oh, I see. Well, what's your name?
Robert Graham.
Yeah? Do they ever call you Bob?
Yes, sir.
Where do you live?
2912 32nd Avenue.
Boarding house, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where do you come from?
Hood Valley.
Parents?
My mother.
Yeah. Well, what you been doing here?
I was a clerk at Price and Hatton's, the brokers.
How long?
A month. I only been here that long.
Ever been arrested before?
Oh, no, sir.
Yeah. Well, Bob, you're in a jam.
Yes, sir.
Young Parker died early this morning.
What? Oh, my God.
Would you like a drink, Bob?
No, sir.
Ah, good boy. Now, look here, Bob. You can make a statement to me if you want to. But anything you say may be used against you. I want you to understand that.
Yes, sir.
Now, it looks to me like the best thing for you to do is to come clean. Plead guilty and take your jolt. Yes, but your lawyer might advise you differently. Oh, have you got a lawyer?
Well, the firm I work for sent their lawyer to see me this morning.
What did he say?
He told me not to talk.
Yeah? Well, now, then, don't you say a word. Now, you haven't said anything yet that'll do you any harm. And I guess that's all. Tough luck, Bob. Now, that's the way things go. That's the way they break sometime. You have to take them the way they fall.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mike, take them out.
Come on, kid.
That's tough, Lou.
Yeah.
You know, that kid's got a nice personality.
Yeah.
A smart criminal lawyer like Kelly or Goldsmith could make it pretty tough for us.
That's right, Mr. Brady.
Say, if that kid belonged to me, I'd make a plea of self-defense and fight it out.
But Parker didn't have a gun.
Yeah, but the kid thought he had. He thought he was fighting for his life. It's what you think that counts. That Parker guy wasn't worth a lead nickel, and that girl less. I'd get a disagreement at the worst, a year's delay, and a new trial. I'd get him off. He'd never serve a day.
Yeah, I guess you could, Mr. Brady.
A thing like this could happen to anyone. Me, you, anyone. Just a rotten break, that's all.
What do you suppose he'll get?
Oh, I can't tell. If that lawyer of his knows anything, he won't, though. Corporation man. Well, I'd advise him to plead the kid guilty to manslaughter and let it go at that.
Manslaughter. 10 years, eh?
Yeah, maximum.
That's tough on the kid. He'll go to pieces in the jug, wreck his whole life.
Now, it's the old Mosaic law. An eye for an eye. The basis and foundation of our criminal code. There's a man lying dead. His skull smashed in with a bottle. And somebody's got to pay. Well, that somebody happens to be Bob Graham.
Robert Graham, manslaughter, 10 years, number 23499. Have him photographed and fingerprinted. Pier 82, cell 6.
Number 23499. Manslaughter, 10 years. Previous occupation, broker's clerk.
Put him in the jute mill. We can't use any more clerks.
Two, 3, 4, 9, 9. Served 6 out of 10. Needs medical attention.
Send him over to the lab. Have Dr. Ryan give him an examination.
You can put on your shirt now. You're not sick, do you understand? You say you have no appetite. You can't sleep. But physically, you're not sick. What do you say, Dr. Kellogg?
Nothing physically wrong.
You see, I can find nothing wrong with you. My assistant can find nothing wrong with you. You're neurotic. Outside, I should prescribe a change, the mountains or the sea. It's not medicine you need, you understand. Look at me. Look at me, I say. How long have you been here?
6 years.
Ah. You can go. Jute mill, 6 years. You can see it in his eyes. Environmental, mechanistic occupation, neurotic, heaven knows what else. No, but you can't find them with a stethoscope, eh, Doctor?
As you say, Dr. Reinwolf.
It's a pity. Yes, a pity. There's something there worth saving, and it's almost gone.
This is the medical lab, Mart. Hello, Dr. Reinwolf. Want you to meet the new warden, Mart Brady.
How are you, Doctor?
How do you do?
You remember Brady, Doc. Used to be district attorney. Ought to be governor of the state by rights.
Well, you're a little early, Mac.
I'm showing Mr. Brady around the prison, Doc. Thought we'd drop in and say hello.
Of course.
Regular hospital here, Mart. Drugstore, x-rays, operating rooms, everything. You ought to see it. Better get going now, though. We got to see the jute mill before the whistle blows. So long, Doc. See you later.
Well, I'm glad to have met you, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'd like to see all around your plant sometime.
I'll be very glad to show you,
Well, that's
Warden.
fine. If there's anything I can ever do to help you, just let me know.
Thank you. I will.
There, take a slant at that. Some factory, eh? 5,000 bales per day.
5,000?
Why not? There's 2,500 men in here. Speed 'em up. Make the crooks earn their keep. That's what I say.
Well, that's pretty tough on them, isn't it?
Tough? Nah, they like it, Mart. Gives them something to do, something to think about.
Yeah, I guess so.
You see that bird, Mart? The fella down there by the machine?
Yeah?
That's Jim Fale.
Jim Fale?
Yeah, yeggman, train robber, sharp as a trap and slippery as an eel. One of the worst we got. It takes 2 cards to hold his record.
Yeah. Say, who's that kid working next to him?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. Just a punk, I guess.
Well, not such a good idea, is it, letting a young kid mix with the hardened criminals?
Oh, what's the difference? They're all crooks, Mart, every one of them. Yes. Well, let's go. You'll want to see them eat their supper, Mart. It's quite a sight, I'll tell you. And right after supper, we stick them in the cells. This is the new cell block right here, Mart. You see those men standing in line outside the cages?
Yeah?
When the bell rings again, you'll see a funny thing, Mart.
Yeah? What are they doing there?
Anything they like. Talk, smoke, read, play cards, anything. Till 9 o'clock.
No, that's tough. That's pretty tough.
No, they like it. They're champing at the bit to get in now. Keep your eyes open, Mart. Mark time. Now! That's system, Mart. System, you see? One lever locks the door of every cell.
Yeah? Hey, tell me, are those floodlights on all night?
Huh? Why, sure. Light is the enemy of crooks, you know.
Well, how do the men sleep in that light?
Why, they get used to it. Come on, Mart. I want to see your daughter and your sister. Then I've got to beat it back to town. You see, Mart, this block of cells will swing around the other side.
Ah, gee. If they'd only put out those lights and let a guy sleep. You asleep, Bob? Bob?
No.
Need something to read? I got a paper here.
I don't want to read.
You used to be reading all the time. Want to play a game of pinochle or dominoes?
No. I can't. I can't go on with it. I can't. I won't. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
Shut up.
No. Shut that up.
Quiet, Bob. Quiet. Steady now. Steady, I say. They'll jerk you out of here and throw you in the cooler just that quick. You've got to pull yourself together, Bob.
I can't. I wish I was dead. I wish I was in hell.
You've got your wish, son. It's tough, kid. I'll tell you something, Bob. I didn't mean to tell you this at all. But I can't stand by and see you go to smash. Bob, I'm going to make a break for it.
You are?
Why not?
It's the only chance I've got.
Oh, take me with you, Jim.
You think it over, kid. It's always a long shot. 9 out of every 10 come back.
I don't care, Jim. Oh, if I could only get one breath of air outside. One good square meal. If I could only see a woman's face again.
I know, but think it over, Bob, and take your time.
But when and how?
Well, there's 4 in on it now. Myself, Dutch, Trask, Pete Grimes, and Runch.
Runch?
Well, I'm not very keen on him myself. I heard he's a stool. But he's a pal of Grimes, and Grimes has framed the trick.
You'll take me with you. You will, won't you, Jimmy?
Think it over, kid. Think it over.
I tell you, Mary, this is no place for your father. He'll never be happy here. A man who should be sitting in the governor's mansion.
Oh, stop it, Aunt Jenny. This is Dad's job now, and he's got to do it.
But living here, inside the prison, I'll never get used to it. It gives me the creeps.
And all the children put to bed for the night. You know where they are, Mart? Every one of them.
Yeah, we know that.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mac.
Well, Mary, how are you, dear? How are you, Miss Brady?
I shall never get accustomed to this, Mr. McManus.
No, don't say that, Miss Brady.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
Oh, Dad, before I forget, Dr. Reinwolf called.
Yes?
It's about some prisoner. He'd like you to see him personally. Here's the name. I wrote it down.
Robert Graham, 23499. Recommend change of environment. Graham. That name's familiar, but... Hello? Call Dr. Reinwolf, please. Tell him I'll see that prisoner tonight. All right, I'll see him now. What is it?
You have your dinner now, sir?
Yes. Run along, Mary. I'll be with you in a minute.
Come on, Auntie. You staying, Mac?
No, but I'll be up again soon. Goodbye, Mary. Bye, Miss Brady.
I'm afraid so.
Yeah. Well, Mart, I'll say so long.
Yeah.
Mart, you won't mind a bit of advice from an old friend.
Oh, no. What is it, Mac?
I know there isn't much about crooks I could be telling you.
I guess not.
You're a big man, Mart. Much too big a man for this job. It's only a temporary thing, I know.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm not kicking. You've got to play the cards the way they fall.
They've shelved you for a while, but, well, don't let anything go wrong in here. Don't let them get anything on you, Mart.
Yes, I know.
There's only one way you can run a prison. Heels on their necks. Now, don't pay too much attention to Reinwolf. He's a good doctor, but he's a nut. He's full of theories about this and that.
Yeah?
Now, Captain Gleason, he's your best bet. Level-headed, cold as ice, and he knows the game from A to Z. Eternal vigilance. That's the ticket. Don't let him pull any monkey tricks.
Yes, I'll take care of it.
A jailbreak or a killing, Mart. You know what that would mean.
Sure.
Well, I gotta beat it or I'll miss my train. Goodbye and good luck, Mart.
Thanks, Mac. So long, Mac. Come in.
Come on, in you go. Evening, Warden.
Evening, Captain.
Here's number 23499, Warden. Dr. Reinwolf said you'd see him.
That's right.
Here's his record, sir.
Oh, thanks. Sit down, Graham. Your name is Graham, isn't it? Look up here. Do they ever call you Bob?
You hear the warden talking to you?
Now, easy, Gleason. Well, Bob, I don't know what you're here for. These cards don't tell much of a story,
It's
but...
the Parker case, Mr. Brady.
Parker?
Yes, sir. Young Parker that was killed 6 years ago.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember now. Well... Well, Dr. Reinwald recommends a change of environment. I guess he means to take you out of the jute mill. Would you like that, Bob? Would you?
I don't care. You can do what you want.
How would you like to be my chauffeur? I need one.
I don't care.
Dad, we're waiting. Oh. I didn't know you were busy.
Oh, that's all right, Mary. This is Bob Graham. He's going to be our chauffeur.
Oh. Are you?
Well,
I'm sure you'll be a good one.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. I'll do my best.
Ah, good boy. We'll get along all right, won't we, son? I sure will get along fine.
We will continue with Edward G. Robinson in Criminal Code shortly from the Lux Radio Theater. But for the moment, let us imagine we're in a typical American home in which we meet two members of our unseen radio audience. In the living room, in front of an open fire, the Murrays are listening to our performance of The Criminal Code.
Powerful play, isn't it, George? I certainly enjoy the Lux Radio Theater.
Yes, so do I. And we're in the front row pretty regularly.
That's right. You know, George, I've been enjoying the shows more lately. I haven't had a lot of odd jobs to do while I listen.
Yes, my dear, you do seem to have more time to take it easy now.
Well, one thing, that mending basket isn't nearly so full these days. Matter of fact, I can thank Lux for that, too.
Mm-hmm.
Why, since I began washing socks and stockings in Lux Flakes, I haven't had to do anywhere near so much darning. Your socks wear much longer, and I haven't had a stocking run in ages.
Lux Flakes do cut down on tiresome darning. You don't have to mend nearly so many stocking runs or holes in the menfolk's socks either. That's because Lux saves the elasticity of the threads. Instead of breaking so easily under strains, the threads can give. They can stretch, then spring right back into shape. Naturally, you don't get nearly so many runs or holes. So, to keep your stockings and your husband's socks in good condition longer, always use Lux Flakes. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Criminal Code, starring Edward G. Robinson with Beverly Roberts, Paul Guilfoyle, and Noel Madison. 6 months have passed. Prison routine has droned endlessly on, interrupted only by Jimmy Fale's futile break for freedom. In the living room of the warden's apartment, Mary is fastening the buckles of a suitcase. Dr. Reinwolf appears in the archway.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes? Oh, Dr. Reinwolf. Come in.
Miss Brady, your father tells me you're going away.
Oh, just for a week or 10 days. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you. No, I'm sorry that you're going, even for so short a time. The miracle that you performed in 6 short months...
Miracle?
Yes. The reconstruction of a man.
Oh. You mean Bob? Bob Graham?
Yes.
Well, what have I to do with that?
I don't know. A curious phenomenon. The raising of Lazarus from the dead wasn't more curious. The prison takes 6 years to break a man, and something mends him in 6 months.
And is he mended, do you think?
Oh, can't you see that in his eyes? For my own records, I've taken the trouble to investigate his history and his crime.
Yes?
It wasn't a crime at all. It was an accident.
Oh.
I thought perhaps you might care to see the file.
Oh, yes. Yes, I would.
It's in this envelope. Your father was state's attorney at the time. No doubt he can confirm or supplement the facts.
My father is a just man, a kind man. The kindest man I've ever known. If you mean...
Oh, nothing. Now, you quite misunderstand me. The integrity of our criminal code wasn't violated in this case.
I see.
Oh, excuse me. I came to get your grip, Miss Brady.
Oh, yes, Bob. Here it is.
I'll take it out to the car.
Thank you.
Hey, Bob. Bob.
Hello, Galloway.
How they coming, kid?
All right.
Pretty soft now, eh? Working for the warden.
Well, it's better.
Yeah. They got me running errands for Gleason. The rat. Come here. Know what they did with Fales and Trask and Grimes for trying that break?
No.
Solitary for 8 months. That's what they got.
8 months?
Somebody's got to pay for that. Somebody'll get that rotten squealer.
Runch?
Who else? There aren't walls thick enough nor guards enough to save his life.
Oh, but he didn't know what he was saying, Galloway. They made him tell.
I know what they did. But that don't let him out. Runch squealed. Turned up his pals. He's got to pay for that.
But how?
How should I know? But he's working up in the warden's office these days. So watch your step unless you want to get into a jam.
I don't. But what? How?
Keep clear of him, that's all. The guard's watching us. So long, Bob.
So long, Galloway. Bags in the car, Miss Brady.
Thank you, Bob.
Will you be gone long?
Only a few days.
Oh.
Is there anything I can do for you, Bob, outside?
No, thank you.
Anyone I can see?
Oh, there isn't anybody now. My mother died 3 years ago.
Oh, I didn't know.
She used to come and see me every month until she died. It kept my courage up. Afterwards, I began to slip, I guess. You know, it's awful hard to try and make yourself believe that it's worthwhile to try.
I know.
They all think they've had a rotten deal. That's all you hear. Bad luck, tough breaks. That's all they talk about. It gets under your skin in time, and it fills you up with bitterness and hate. That's all there is in here.
Bob, are you bitter?
No, not now. I was, but I seem to see more clearly now.
My father's trying to get you parole.
Yes, I know. But that doesn't matter so much to me now.
Well, why do you say that?
Well, I mean, if you stay here.
You don't mean that.
Yes, I do. It isn't like it was before at all. If I can see you every day, just to see you, then when they lock me up at night, there's something to think about, to wait for until tomorrow.
Bob, what will you do when you're free again?
I don't know. I've thought a lot about it, too. Do you think it'll make any difference to people?
What?
That I've been in prison?
It shouldn't.
No, it shouldn't, should it? When a thing is paid for, that should end it, but... Well, they don't think that in here. They say it does. They say that's why so many who go out come back. Would it make any difference to you?
No, Bob.
Mary.
For heaven's sake, Mary, are you still here?
Why, I'm just leaving Aunt Jenny. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. Have a good time.
Goodbye, Bob.
I'll walk to the car with you.
One. Now, Ranch, what is it?
One. I gotta speak to you. I gotta.
Hey, what are you trembling about?
I don't know.
Oh, come on. Pull yourself together, Ranch. There's 8 feet of stone wall between you and the yard, and iron gates down there with guards on either side.
Oh, they'll get me, so they'll get me. I know they will. Oh, can't you get me out of here?
And I'm doing what I can.
I never meant to squeal. I couldn't help myself. A guy that squeals ought to have a break, a chance for his life, or run for it. It's like the death house waiting here.
Oh, you're off your nut. Oh, come in, Bob.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Ranch. You can go.
Yes, Warden.
You want to see me, sir?
Yeah. I want to talk to you. Sit down, Bob.
Thank you, sir.
Bob, I'm trying to get you out of here.
Yes, sir, I know.
Now, it isn't as easy as it sounds. The system's like a big machine. You go in one end and come out the other, see?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've done almost 7 years out of your 10. Your record's clean. You're eligible for parole. Now, I'm doing what I can to get you out.
Yes, sir.
You're pretty bitter, maybe. I don't know.
No, sir. Not now.
Ah, well, so much the better for you. Most prisoners are, and then the fight goes on forever. You only paid according to the law, that's all. The state's attorney has to fight like mad for that. For every man he puts behind the bars, a dozen slip between his fingers. He has to fight the press and maudlin public sentiment and... What's that?
I think it's in the recreation yard behind the jute mill, sir.
Yeah?
A fight, maybe.
Yeah? Well, wait here till I come back.
Bob, what's that noise? What is it, Bob?
I don't know, Runch. A fight, maybe.
It ain't a fight. It's something else, Bob. Oh, listen. I've never done any dirt. To you? You ain't got anything against me, have you, Bob?
No.
Then give me a tip-off, kid. Have they got me framed? Are they going to get me, huh?
I don't know.
Oh, you do? You're down in the yard. You know what's going on. You're holding out on me. Oh, have a heart, kid. Have a heart. Give me a chance to break.
Bob! Galloway, what are you doing here?
Get out quick. No. Don't go, Bob. Don't leave me. He's come to get me.
Get out, Bob.
Look, he's got a knife. He's got a knife.
Oh, Galloway, you can't.
Shut up and get out of here. Don't touch me. Let me go.
You're going to get what's coming to you, you lying. Galloway, stop it.
Well, Doctor? Come on. What is it?
He's dead, Warden.
Dead?
Stabbed in the back.
All right, Doc. Cover him up. I'll send for you later.
I'll be in my office.
Gleason.
Yes, Warden?
How did it happen? How could it happen?
That commotion in the yard. They drew you out of here and gave it to him in the back.
Yes, I know, but who did this?
If you ask me, Warden, it was that driver of yours that turned the trick. Young Graham.
Graham? Why, you're crazy, Gleason. Why would he? What was this to him?
You never can tell what's working in their heads.
Oh, forget it. The bird who planned this trick came either from the prison corridor or from the hall.
Graham.
Go on, use your nut. I tell you, he didn't do it.
He was here when you left. If he didn't murder Runch, he must know who did.
Yeah, I guess that's right, Gleason. I guess he does. Oh, come in, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Gleason.
Yes.
You better round up the clerks in the turnkey's office. Check them all for bloodstains before they have a chance to wash them off.
Right.
Bob, come here. Look at me.
You didn't kill Runch, did you?
No, sir.
Yeah, I didn't think you did. It was a skillful, crafty trick. They cleared the way to both those doors. They knew the racket in the yard would draw the saphead guard off the inner gate. They thought of everything except that you were in this room just before it happened. Now, who killed him, Bob? Who killed him?
I don't know.
Yeah? I'm afraid you can't get away with that, my boy. I go out of this room and leave you here, and Runch is alive. When I come back, you're outside in the hall, white as chalk, and Runch is dead or dying. Now, you knew that, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. And yet you say you don't know who did it. Now, you're lying, Bob. Lying to shield a murderer. A man who crept in here with a knife and struck that poor defenseless creature down. Is that worthwhile? A man is dead, Bob. The law says someone has to pay for that.
I didn't kill him.
Yes, I know that, Bob.
I didn't even know. I wasn't even in on it. I'll swear to that.
Yeah, sure, Bob. I understand that. But there'll be an inquest.
An inquest?
Yeah, that's right. The long arm of the law will reach right through these gates. The same law that's outside. You didn't think of that?
No, sir.
Now, what did you say to the coroner's jury then?
Nothing.
Oh, you can't get away with that. They'll yank you out of here and put you in the county jail. You might get 10 or 20 years for that.
No.
Oh, now sit down, my boy. Sit down. Now, I've got to tell you this. You've got to know. A free man has 9 chances out of 10 to cheat the law. But a prisoner hasn't 1 chance in 100. Opinion is against him from the start. They could indict you for this, Bob. Men have been hung on slimmer evidence.
No.
Yeah, that's right. Now, listen to this, Bob. Except that a prisoner serving a sentence for homicide who shall be convicted of murder shall be hanged. Now, that's our criminal code, Bob. I know, it's tough. It's tough, but you see the way things lie. So you better tell me, Bob.
I can't do that. I can't. There's a law inside here, too. A man can do anything but squeal. He can't do that. I'll have to take my chance, I guess.
Chance? You haven't got a chance. You're in the net. You're caught. You may get 10 or 20 years.
But it isn't right. It isn't
fair.
fair.
I can't keep you here with me. They'd never stand for that. You go back to the jute mill.
No, I can't. I won't.
You see, you're up against it, boy. You've got to tell me. Now, who killed that man? Who killed him, Bob? Come on, come clean now. Speak up. Who killed him? Who?
I don't know.
Bob, listen to me. Do you believe that I'm your friend, that I want to help you?
I don't know.
Well, I am. Things have been tough for you, I know. It was a rotten piece of luck that sent you here. You've had another one now. Well, it's just the way things break sometimes. You, me, or anyone. You have to play the cards the way they fall. Now, who killed that man? You won't come through, huh?
I can't.
You'll trade your life away to live up to a code that's made by murderers and crooks to cheat the laws of honest men. You're not a crook. That's not your code.
It's all I've had.
No, this book here in my hand. This is your code and mine. You're not a crook. Don't turn one now. Don't turn your back on this. Who killed that man?
No, I can't forget so quickly what I learned in there. I can't do it. I think it's right, their code for them. And I can't go back on it. Or them. I can't. I wouldn't be anything then, don't you see? Not anything. I'd be like that thing under the sheet there. No.
Bob. Now, look here. I'll give you one more chance. I'll have your parole here next week. You'll be outside these walls. Free, do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, or rot here in this cage for 3 or 10 or 20 years. A rope around your neck, perhaps. The jute mill every day, day in and day out, week in and week out, year in and year out. Jute, the smell of it that turns you sick. The dungeon now. A bucket meal each 7 days, cold slop, and bread and water in between. No ray of light, no air, no sound, no human voice. Black emptiness, that's all.
No, for what? For what?
The prison rules. A prisoner must obey. Come on now. Who killed that man? Who killed that man? Come on now, think fast, Bob. Think fast. Who killed him? Oh, take him away, Gleason. Put him in the dungeon. Lock him up.
Yes, sir. Come on, get out on your way. He won't be so cocky in a week.
Yeah, now wait. No violence to that boy. Let no one lay a hand on him. You understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm doing this for him. For him. I've got to save him, do you see? To save him from himself. He's got to tell. He must. He must.
We pause
for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
We return shortly to our play, Criminal Code, starring Edward G. Robinson as Warden Brady. We hear next from a man who last April terminated nearly 9 years of office as warden of the largest penitentiary in the United States, San Quentin. One-time United States Marshal and County Sheriff, he is now State Senator James B. Holohan. Deluxe Radio Theater takes you to the capital of California, Sacramento. There, under the high-vaulted dome of the Capitol building, where the State Senate has just elected him chairman of its Committee on Prisons and Reformatories, the former warden interrupts affairs of state to speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, we switch you from Hollywood to Sacramento in presenting the recent head of San Quentin Prison, Senator James B. Holohan.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and my congratulations on your splendid production of Criminal Code. It was just 2 years ago last Saturday that the most exciting experience I had at San Quentin occurred. I was seated with 3 members of the State Parole Board in my home when the door suddenly opened and we found ourselves facing 4 of our most desperate convicts, each armed with a .45 automatic. They were Rudolph Straight, Fred Landers, Alec McKay, and Joe Christie. I dashed to the telephone to sound the alarm, but as I did, Straight rushed up from behind and pounded me unconscious with the butt of his gun. Then they forced one of the others to order a prison car. Just then, my wife entered the room and was promptly made a prisoner as she vainly strived to persuade the convicts to abandon their mad scheme. The car arrived. Taking the 3 members of the parole board and the driver as hostages, they made a wild dash through the prison gates. Police bullets stopped the car 50 miles north of San Francisco. Rudolph Straight was slain, and the other 3 brought back and tried. McKay and Christie were executed, and Fred Landers is still in San Quentin, sentenced for life. They had secured their guns from an outside Confederate who had hidden them under the hood of an automobile belonging to a state employee. The 4 convicts gained access to the prison garage, so it was easy for them to pick up the automatics brought to their hands by a perfectly innocent man. By far the majority of convicts realize their mistakes and try to serve their time in peace and obedience. I am a firm believer in strict discipline, but I found that prisoners, like all human beings, respond best to encouragement when deserved. A pat on the back, so to speak, can be just as effective as the most severe punishment in Siberia, our word for solitary confinement. At times, their make-ups are strange. 2 men about to die for murder once gave their money, in each case amounting to about $800, to charity. One to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, the other to children of another convict. It is impossible for prison authorities alone to rehabilitate men whom society has failed to save in the first place. Society always hesitates to help those who wear the prison brand. Until this is overcome, our job of rehabilitation can never fully succeed. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Senator Holohan. Back to Hollywood and Criminal Code, starring Edward G. Robinson with Beverly Roberts, Paul Guilfoyle, and Noel Madison. A week has gone by. A week Graham has spent in the darkness, solitude, and horror of a cell beneath the ground. During their hour of exercise, his fellow convicts mill aimlessly about in the prison yard. Then Galloway, lurking in the shadow of a wall, hails a white-faced prisoner.
Jerry! Over here.
Oh, Galloway.
You're late.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't help it. The warden's daughter just got back. I had to carry her grip from the car. Hey, I only got a minute, Galloway.
That's time enough. Now listen to me. When you go back to the garage, go past the cookhouse, see? You'll meet Joe McNamee. You stop and speak to him, understand?
Yeah.
And slip him this.
A knife.
Take it.
A shoemaker's knife. Hey, how did you get it?
Never mind. It's for Bob Graham.
For him? Hey, how could they get a knife down there?
I've heard of putting things in bucket fees, slipping them right through 6-foot walls.
Oh, yeah, but it's an awful chance, Galloway.
Well, what of it? Have you ever been down there where he is?
No.
Well, I have. I know what it's like. Gleason's been going down there 20 times a day, beating him up, trying to pry it out of him.
Yeah, but a knife, what good's a knife to him?
Not much, maybe, but it's an out. A two-way out. To end the torture or...
Yeah.
And the kid's been game. Dead game. We owe him something.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I feel like...
Like what?
Nothing. Go on, the God's looking at us.
Oh, you wish to see me, Warden?
Yes, I do, Doctor. Come in. I want to ask you about Graham.
I looked him over this morning, as you ordered. Physically, of course, a week of bread and water in the dark has an effect. Deterioration does occur, but I'm less concerned with that than...
Than what?
Well, I mean the spirit, the morale, the man himself.
Yeah.
He's sullen now. It's difficult to see into his eyes. And when one does, one sees they're filled with bitterness and hate.
Hmm.
There's no trace of what I found in them before. That spark worth saving. It's a pity.
Yeah.
Father.
Oh, Mary. Well, how are you, sweetheart? You can go now, Doctor.
Good. I'll see him again tonight.
Sure. Well, it's like a breath of heaven to have you back here, Mary. Oh, what's wrong, old girl? You look as solemn as an owl.
What have you done with Robert Graham, Father?
Hmm? Who told you about him?
Aunt Jenny told me everything. What have you done with him?
Oh, now, don't you worry about things you don't know anything about. He's all right. Everything's all right. Or will be.
I want to know, Father. Where is he?
In the dungeon.
For what?
Technically, for an infringement of the prison rules. Practically, to save his life,
Oh,
perhaps.
what good is it to save his life if you destroy him while you're doing it?
Yeah, that's right, Mary. I thought of that myself. What can I do? His parole's lying here on the desk. It's taken me 6 months to get it. I want to get him out of here. I want to turn him loose. Well, then I can't. He's tied my hands. I can't.
You can. You must.
Yeah? What would you do?
I'd set him free tonight.
Oh, you're just a kid. You don't know anything about these
Oh, but
things.
I do. I'd set him free, and then I'd fight for him. He's done nothing wrong. He's only doing what he thinks is right. It's what you think that counts.
That's right.
A man like you could find a way to save him. Delays and disagreements and whatnot, you'd get him off, Father. You know you would.
Yes, and what would they do to me for that?
What does that matter if it's right?
Right. You talk as if I'd done a crime myself. I've only done my duty all my life. My duty by the public and the law. I'm not a god. I've done the best I could for him. I'm through. I'm done. The law must take its course.
Oh, no. No, you can't do that. You can't.
What's gotten into you? What do you mean? Look here, what's back of all this? Come on now, sweetheart. Let's get right down to cases on this thing. What's up?
I love him, Father.
What? Is that on the level, Mary?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me that at first?
I wanted you to do it because it was right. Not just for me.
I see. Well, how long has this been going on?
It hasn't gone on at all. He's never said a thing to me. But I've read it in his eyes. That's why I went away, to see, to find out just how much I cared. And whether it would make a difference to me that he'd been in prison.
Well?
Oh, no, it doesn't. I'm sorry if it hurts you, Father.
Oh,
but...
no. You can't help that, Mary. Love? Well, you have to take it when and where it comes. You're not a child.
What will you do?
There's just one answer left to that, Mary. I'd turn the demons out of hell for you.
Father.
Now, don't you worry, sweetheart. We'll see him through somehow, some way. Hello? Warden talking. Find Captain Gleason and tell him to send number 23499 up to my office. Yeah, that's right, 23499.
Thank you, Father.
Come on, Kurtz. Look sharp. I don't want to spend the night in here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Captain.
You got a pocket flash?
Yes, sir.
Now then, make a light. Black as pitch. There's his cell. Open up.
Yes, sir. Come out here, you. Come out, you hear what I say?
Get him out of there.
He's laying down there in the corner. I think he's sick, Captain.
Sick? He was all right an hour ago.
Maybe, but now I think he's sick. Unconscious.
You're nuts. Why should he be?
Well, you know, you smashed him pretty hard today, Captain.
I only hit him once, and with my fist. Go up and get Dr. Reinwald.
I'll need the flashlight, Captain.
All right, but hurry.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to be stuck here in the dark all night.
Right back, Captain.
You can't do anything with these mollycoddle ways. A crook's Hey, what's that? Who's there? Who's there?
Hello? Yes, I did. Send him up. It's Bob. He's on his way up.
Father.
Now, listen, honey, he'll be changed, see? A week in the dungeon will change anyone. Now, don't pay any attention to how he looks, do you hear?
I won't. Is the car ready?
It's waiting downstairs now. He'll be out of here in 5 minutes for good.
Oh, thank God. Bob.
Oh, come in, boy.
Bob,
Come in.
What have they done to
Here
you?
now, Mary.
Oh, sit here, Bob, here.
Yeah, thanks.
Now, Bob, I'm sorry for what's happened. I've done the best I could for you. For everyone. Your parole has come. I'm going to send you out tonight.
What?
That's right, Bob. I've got it here, you see? Only came this morning. Oh, and here's a pass to take you through the gate.
No.
Sure, we'll beat them, Bob. I don't know how, but we'll beat them some way.
No. It's too late.
Too late? What do you mean? How do you say that?
Gleason. I just killed him.
Oh,
What?
God.
Hey, what you saying, boy? You couldn't.
I killed him. I didn't know, you see. I thought he'd only come to torture me again. I couldn't stand it anymore. I didn't have the strength. He's come so many times to threaten me, beat me. I couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't.
Oh, God.
I killed him. I'm not sorry. No one has any right to make another being suffer as I did in there.
Father.
Oh, I can't beat this, Mary. I can't. They know it now. They're looking for him in the yard.
No, there must be
No,
some way,
nothing,
some way.
Mary, nothing. Well, it's just the way the things break sometimes, the way they break. Mary, look at me. I did my best. I did everything that I could.
You sent him down there, down to that dungeon. Anyone would go mad in that place. He didn't know what he was doing.
But I had to do it. Don't you see that, honey? If I hadn't...
If you hadn't sent him, he'd be free now. Free.
No, Mary, don't. Please. You don't understand. Mary, look at me. Hello? Yes, Doctor. Yes? He will. Are you sure? Yes, I see. Yeah, well, keep me informed. Thanks. Gleason is going to live.
Live?
He didn't know it was dark. The doctor told me an hour ago Gleason had a good chance. I didn't want to tell you, raise your hopes. But it's certain now.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, he's not a murderer, that's all. He'll have to stand trial again. Another 5 years at it, maybe 10.
10 years?
Well, it's better than life or hanging.
Warden.
How did you get up here?
I got to see you, Warden, right away.
Alone?
Alone.
Yeah, wait inside, Mary. What's your name?
Galloway.
Well?
It's about Graham. You got to let him go, Warden. You got to let him out of that dungeon before something happens.
Before something Well, go on.
He didn't kill Runch. He never touched him. I swear he didn't.
Now, you were in here when Runch was killed.
I did it.
You?
Yes, me. I'm telling you now, so you lay off the kid. Let him alone. Get him up out of there before...
Before he knifes somebody.
What?
Well, you're too late, Galloway. You're an hour too late. He knifed Gleason down there an hour ago.
Is Gleason dead?
No. Now, that won't help Graham much.
But...
That boy was leaving here tonight. I have his parole on my desk. He was walking out of here a free man. And now he stays 10 years. He'll never live it out. 10 years because you waited till it was too late.
But he didn't kill Runch. I told you.
He's young, got his whole life before him. A chance for a home and kids. And what happens? He goes crazy mad in the dungeon and knifes a guard. He didn't know what he was doing, but he pays for it just the same.
Listen to me. He didn't kill Runch. And he didn't knife Gleason either, see? Because I did it.
What?
I did it.
Yeah? What about Graham's confession?
He was off his nut down there in solitary. Maybe he wanted to kill Gleason. Maybe he thought he did.
Well, how could you have done it?
I've got the run of the place, ain't I? I grabbed the key from the office. I let myself in the side door. I knifed Gleason.
Do you know what you're confessing to?
Sure. A man can only be hung once.
Will you sign a statement?
Any time you want.
All right, Galloway. Go now. Report to Kurtz.
Right.
Mary! Mary!
Yes.
Bob's free, Mary. He can leave any time.
Free?
Yes, he didn't do it, see?
But he said...
He didn't do it. He didn't know what he was saying. I'm letting him out now.
Oh, Father.
Well, it's all right, honey. It's all right. He's paid his debt, more than paid it. He had a rotten deal, but now he's got a break, and we'll play it, honey, all of us. We'll play it the way it falls.
As John Hayward said some 400 years ago, of a good beginning cometh a good end. When tonight's star, who will be back with us a little later, was appearing on the stage in The Racket, his leading lady was Gladys Lloyd. She still is. Only now her name is Mrs. Edward G. Robinson. A gracious hostess, a devoted mother, and one much interested in the cultural activities of the film capital. She's just returned from Europe with her husband. And as one who's been their guest several times, I'm delighted to reverse our positions and present Mrs. Edward G. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. When I was in France, I met a doctor who told me of the time that you were very ill in Paris. He said that in your delirium you kept repeating, "Take me to paradise. I want to go to paradise." When I laughed, he looked at me in amazement. And then, of course, I had to tell him that what you were longing for wasn't the happy hunting grounds at all, but your ranch, paradise. One must really visit Europe to appreciate Hollywood. All the culture found abroad flourishes right here in the shadow of the picture studios.
Yes, Hollywood attracts the finest musicians, the most talented painters, and the greatest writers.
Yes. In the Luxembourg galleries in France hang paintings by the Columbia director, Harry Lockman. Nor do the wives of stars and executives spend their time trying to justify their existence by balancing a teacup on one hand and a square-cut emerald on the other. Mrs. Jessie Lasky is an excellent painter. Mrs. Ernest Boyder, wife of the writer, is a director in the Pasadena Community Theater. Mrs. DeMille, wife of our host, is director of the Children's Hospital, the American Red Cross, and president of the Castelar Creche, a baby's home. And if you're not overcome with culture by this time, I might add that Mrs. Edward G. Robinson spends her time reading scripts, landscaping the garden, collecting rare china, and doing equally important chores such as raising her 2 children.
And the rest of your time is your own, huh?
Yes, only there isn't any.
Did you add to your collection while abroad, Miss Robinson?
Well, Eddie did most of the collecting, Mr. DeMille. In Paris, he collected snails and frogs' legs. In Copenhagen, beer, and in London, pipes. I thought I knew Eddie pretty well by this time. But when we attended the showing of his picture, Bullets and Ballots, in Copenhagen, he floored me completely by getting up and making a speech in Danish. Maybe it was the beer. I know that it was a short speech and the people seemed to like it, so I'm going to follow his example right now and say thank you all and good night.
Good night, Mrs. Robinson. And now, a word from the other half of the Robinson household. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Edward G. Robinson.
Thank you very much. I better not make too good a speech or I might put my wife in the shade. That wouldn't exactly be discreet now, would it?
Well, as one husband to another, no.
Well, now, look here. Maybe if I made a speech in Danish.
No, that's out, too. I'll take the blame by asking you a couple of questions. You're getting away from gangster roles, Eddie. Do you like it?
Oh, fine. Say, I was glad to go to England to make thunder in the city. In that, I play the part of an exploitation man in the story of American ballyhoo versus British conservatism. Mm-hmm. I've been a gangster so many times that I've seen people eye me suspiciously on the street and cross quickly to the other side. One time, I tried to rent a house right here in Hollywood. The woman who owned it took one look at me through an opening in the door and not only refused to let me in, but threatened to call the police unless I left at once.
Do you ever think of returning to the stage, Jimmy?
Yes, but it doesn't look as if I will for some time, homesick as I am to get back on the boards, or even to see a few good shows. Hollywood, as Mrs. Robinson said, has a lot to be proud of, but I wish we had a couple of real Broadway theaters, don't you, Mr. DeMille?
Yeah.
For both the actor, though, and the listener, the Lux Radio Theater comes nearest to the legitimate stage. My thanks and congratulations. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's program shortly. Our cast tonight included Walter Kingsford as Dr. Reinwolf, Lou Merrill as McManus, Earl Ross as Gleason, William Williams as Kellogg, Richard Abbott as Kurtz, Ernie Adams as Runch, Justina Wayne as Miss Brady, Joe Franz as Jim Fales, Hilda Haywood as Gertrude, Margaret Brayton as the operator, Ross Forrester as Jerry, David Kerman as the waiter, and Frank Nelson as Mike. Mr. Robinson and Miss Roberts appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers, Mr. Guilfoyle, RKO, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new Shirley Temple film, Stowaway. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
If the letters you write us are any indication, no star has appeared in the Lux Radio Theater enjoys greater popularity than Jeanette MacDonald. Her glorious voice comes to us again next Monday night in Tonight or Never, a play with music that ran on Broadway for more than 250 performances and was a tremendous success on the screen. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jeanette MacDonald with an all-star cast in Tonight or Never. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. A band of dope peddlers launches a full-scale operation in your city. Their merchandise, marijuana. Their victims, high school students. Your job, get them.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes. You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, April 11th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of narcotics detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Kearney. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from R&I, and it was 10:25 a.m. when I got to Central Station. Narcotics detail.
Joe?
Hi. What'd you find out?
Talked to the coroner. He finished posting the body.
Yeah.
Cause of death, multiple fractures of the skull, internal injuries. Boy was 17 years old.
Yeah.
You checked the car?
Yeah, the kid must have been doing at least 70 when he hit that street light. It's a real mess. The car was really wound around that pole.
We're going to have to dig up a fast answer somewhere. It's a lousy racket.
Well, there's only one way to burn it out. Find the big man and throw the book at him. Make him an example we'll never forget, huh?
You checked with Juvenile Bureau?
Yeah, the evidence has been booked with the property clerk. How about the boy's parents?
Mrs. Moore wasn't feeling too well. They drove her home. Father's still down the hall, Inspector Walker's office.
Well, can we talk to him now?
Yeah, he should be free by now. Let me check the book.
I already did. There's no calls.
Oh, okay.
Let's go. You know, there's only one thing fortunate about this whole thing.
What do you mean?
Well, the kid being alone when he cracked up would have been a slaughter if he had a car full of his friends with him.
It's still pretty grim.
How's the boy's father taking it?
Usual, pretty rough. He should be able to help some.
Yeah.
Mr. Morrow?
Yes, Sergeant. Inspector asked me to wait here for you.
Yes, sir. This is my partner, Sergeant Friday. Mr. Morrow, Joe.
How do you do, Mr. Friday? I just don't understand it, Sergeant. I don't understand any of it. My boy Ken wasn't the type to go racing around like that in the car. He never took the car without my permission. I just don't know what got into it.
Had you noticed at all whether your boy was acting a little strange the last few weeks or so?
No. Of course, I only saw Ken in the morning, a few hours in the evening. I'm at the office all day. Why do you ask that?
Well, was he going out very often on school nights, keeping odd or unusual hours?
He used to go to the library 3 or 4 nights a week to do his schoolwork. Got home about midnight a few times, and I warned him about that.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any way of knowing if he was really spending his nights at the library?
No, but I took his word for it. Ken didn't lie to me. What's this have to do with the auto accident, Sergeant? I don't think I understand.
The officers investigating the accident, sir. They checked over the car afterward.
What was it? Were the brakes bad? What'd they find?
Bill?
Yeah. So you see this small metal case? We found it in the front seat on the floor of the car.
What's that stuff inside? Did this belong to Ken?
Yes, sir. We think he was using it.
What for?
I don't know. It's marijuana. Men and women who traffic in narcotics all the way from the small-time peddler to the big wholesaler are rated among the lowest kind of criminal. One step lower, you find an even more vicious kind. Those who lure youngsters into the deadly trap of narcotics, who feed on the nickels and dimes by supplying their young victims with dope. The death of 17-year-old Kenneth Morrow was the second of its kind within 8 months. It seemed to stem from unidentified suspects who were making it their business to build a thriving marijuana trade among high school students. Thursday, 11 a.m. We continued to question the dead boy's father, Thomas Morrow, but he couldn't tell us anything further that might help. Friday, April 12th. We checked with the principal of the high school which the Morrow boy attended. We talked to the boy's teachers and checked his school record. His marks had been above average till about 3 months before, when they began to fall off for no apparent reason. We got a list of most of the boy's friends from his teachers, and we started checking them out. One was a 16-year-old blonde girl, Peggy Kane, supposedly Kenneth Morrow's girlfriend. We found her waiting outside the music room.
Yes, Ken and I went around together for a while. He was a real nice boy.
Did you see each other quite a bit, Peggy?
Oh, for about 5 or 6 months, yes, we got along fine. Just after Christmas was the last time I went out with him, and we double dated.
Mm-hmm. Did he seem all right to you then? I mean, did he act different at all?
Well, a little different, yes. Not silly, you know. He just wasn't like he used to be.
How do you mean?
Well, he didn't talk the same. Ken was a real nice boy most of the time. I guess he started getting in with the wrong crowd. He began to swear, you know, bad talk, things like that.
When did all this start, Peggy? Do you remember?
Just before Christmas, I think. I'm not sure. Poor Ken.
Is there anything else you might have noticed?
I don't know. Ken used to be pretty good about his studies, and all of a sudden it seemed he just didn't care. Sometimes he'd come into the library. We used to study there. And he'd make a lot of noise. He just changed, that's all. After a while, we didn't see each other there anymore.
Well, why was that, Peggy?
We just didn't come down. I called his house a couple of times. His folks said he was at the library. I didn't say anything to him.
Mm-hmm. Well, did Ken have many friends here at school? Do you know that?
Not many, no.
I see. Well, those he did have, who would you say was closer to him?
Oh, gee, I don't know, Sergeant. There were half a dozen of them. Ken used to be with all of them.
No one boy in particular.
Well, Bob Lavelle, maybe. I saw Ken in Bob's car a few times.
Does Lavelle go to school here?
Yes, he's a senior. Ken used to work with Bob down in the cafeteria after school, but he got in a mix-up. He was fired.
Bob was fired?
No, Ken.
Oh.
He was rude to one of the ladies down there who does the cooking. Bob still works there.
Would he be at the cafeteria now, do you know?
Yes, I think so. The fountain's open till about 3:30.
And you think that this Bob Lavelle was about the closest friend that Ken had, huh?
I think so. The only one I know, anyway. Have you talked to Ken's folks?
Yeah, we have.
I feel so sorry for him. Oh, gee, I think I have to go now, Sergeant. I have a chemistry class.
Just one more question, Peggy. Last time you went out with Ken on this double date, who was the other couple? Do you remember?
I don't remember their names. They were some kids I never saw before. Ken knew them. It wasn't much of a date.
Mm-hmm. Where did you go?
We started for the show, but Ken changed his mind. He wanted to go to the beach and park. He was acting funny, talking all the time, saying silly things. The other boy was the same way.
Oh, were they drinking?
No, I never saw Ken take a drink. I couldn't smell any liquor on his breath. I don't know. It was such a silly thing.
What's that?
Well, maybe it's just my imagination, but Ken and this other boy had a real terrible musty smell about him. I kidded them about it, and they said they'd been to a tea party. That's where they got it. They kept talking silly like that all evening.
I see. Was the musty smell all over the car or just on the boys?
All over. Kind of made me sick, but they didn't seem to mind it.
Well, look, I'd like you to think real careful, Peggy. Have you ever come across that musty smell on anybody around the school here?
Yes, I have, a couple of times. Makes me sick. What is it?
Who did you notice it on, Peggy?
Bob Lavelle.
Ben and I went back to the principal's office and checked the record on Robert Lavelle. He was 18 years old, and he was scheduled to graduate in June. The registrar told us that there was a good chance that he wouldn't be graduated because his marks had been poor for the better part of the year. They dropped even lower during the present semester. Lavelle had played football the year before and had made third string on the all-city team. He was well liked by his teachers. For the last 2 years, he'd worked part-time at the school soda fountain. We went down to interview him.
Nice setup, huh?
Yeah.
Cafeteria, soda fountain. Wasn't like that in my day.
That must be the boy there behind the counter.
Oh, yeah?
Let's sit down.
Mm-hmm. How about that, Joe?
What's that?
That sign hanging up there. Idiot Special. 5 scoops of ice cream, marshmallow, bananas, chocolate, strawberry flavoring, whipped cream topping, maraschino cherries, chopped nuts, and onion?
No, you're reading over. That's on the hamburger sign there.
Oh.
Yeah? You want something?
Chocolate soda. Could you make it with vanilla ice cream, please?
Chocolate soda with vanilla cream.
Are you Bob Lavelle?
Yeah, that's right.
Police officers, Bob. We'd like to talk to you.
Oh. Well, I'm pretty busy right now. Got to clean up. We close in a few minutes. I'll make you soda right away. You say chocolate?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, we'll make it brief. Did you know Ken Morrow, Bob?
A little, yeah. He used to work here.
Did you spend much time with him? Outside of school, I mean?
Not much. Went to a couple of shows together, that's about all. I'm kind of rushed now.
When was the last time that you saw him? You remember?
A week ago, I guess. Too bad about Ken.
How about the night he was in the accident? Did you see him then?
No, I didn't know him too well. He went around with a different crowd.
They reached me a bag of those cashews, huh, Joe, on the card there?
Yeah.
you go.
Oh, thanks. Want some?
Crisp? No, no, thanks.
The nuts are a dime, officer.
Right there on the counter, Bob.
Oh, yeah. I gotta get going as soon as I close. I have to get downtown.
We talked to some of Ken Morrow's friends around the school, Bob. They tell us that he used to drive around in your car with you quite a bit.
Just a couple of times around school.
And you hadn't been with him for about a week before the accident.
That's right. Just what I told you.
Mm-hmm.
You want a little whipped cream on that?
Yeah, Lil.
How about a cherry?
Good idea.
There you are.
Thank you. Too late to fix a hamburger?
Yeah, I really gotta close up. It's getting a little late, officers. I'm gonna have to close up right now.
Well, we'll make it fast. Did you notice anything different about the Morrow boy in the last few weeks? Anything peculiar at all?
No, he was the same as ever. I didn't notice anything.
All right, look, Bob, we're going to lay it out for you. Did you know he was using marijuana?
No, I didn't know anything about it.
You have any idea where he might have gotten it?
I wouldn't know that. Look, you mind if I lock up the counter now? I'll come around the other side.
Sure, go ahead.
I didn't know that about Ken, officer. I wouldn't know where he got the stuff. You sure he was using Mary?
Well, we found some in his car. We found some more in his locker upstairs.
Well, that's tough. Anything more, officer? I gotta hurry.
Well, it's just routine, Bob. We did the same with the other boys we talked to. We'd like to check your locker. You don't mind, do you?
I gotta get downtown. I'm late now.
Your locker's just upstairs, isn't it? Won't take that long.
It's important to me. I gotta get downtown.
We've got our car outside. We'll drive you down. We'll be down there in no time.
No, I've already got a ride. Can't you check it tomorrow?
It's not going to take a minute, Bob. Now, let's go, huh?
All right. Say, I happen to remember I didn't bring my locker key today.
That's so?
Yeah. Come to think of it, I don't know where it is. Guess I lost it.
Well, they must have a pass key around here, don't they?
I don't think so.
Well, we'll ask at the office, huh?
You're putting me in a jam, officer. That's going to take time. I'm due downtown.
I'm sorry, Bob. We got to check it.
I got my locker all jammed up with stuff. It'll take us an hour.
Office is down there, Joe.
Yeah, all right, let's go.
I don't know why you're picking on me. My locker's jammed. They can't get it open. Why are you picking on me?
Let's ask him here. Go ahead, Bob.
Close the door.
Yeah?
I got my key. I'll show you.
Robert Lavelle took us to his locker and opened it. Hidden inside one of his gym shoes, we found 4 sticks of medium-grade marijuana. We took them, put them in an envelope, and sealed it. On the way downtown, the boy told us that he'd been buying the stuff for about 6 months and reselling it to some of the students at the high school. Said that he paid 50 cents apiece for the sticks and sold them for 75. He was an occasional user himself. Before we turned him over to the juvenile officers, he told us that a man named Ray Jensen supplied him with the marijuana. Jensen's address was a trailer camp in the southwest part of Los Angeles. We drove out and checked with the operator of the camp. He pointed out Jensen's trailer at the rear of the camp.
That one, Joe? The blue and gray one?
Yeah, this is good right here.
Yeah, okay.
Looks like Jensen's doing well, huh?
Yeah, nice-looking trailer.
Just a minute.
Yeah? Police officers.
All right, open it up. Get out of here.
Come
Get
on.
out.
Watch it, Joe.
All right, hold it, mister. Get out. Get out. All right, Jensen.
That's good, Ben. I'll get him.
Yeah. All right, come on, get out.
What's the pitch, huh? Where's your warrant?
It's all over the floor, Jensen. Marijuana.
Who tipped? One of those lousy kids, huh? Which one?
You guess. You know enough of them.
You can't tab me for all that. I'm not the big guy.
All right, then who is?
I don't know. I'm only one of the mules.
Where do you get your stuff?
The big guy, the big tomato. That's what they call him.
Yeah?
Big man. Nobody sees him. I don't even know what he looks like. Neither do you.
You let us worry about that. Come on.
Big tomato. That's what they call him. You won't get him. He's smart. You won't get him in 89 years.
Maybe not, but we'll get him.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Now, here's an authentic report from Fatima Cigarettes.
1949. Fatima more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. 1950, another record-breaking year, with more long cigarette smokers insisting on Fatima quality than ever before.
In 1951, enjoy Fatima quality yourself.
Yes, friends, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended, to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Start enjoying Fatima quality yourself. Insist on Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes.
Friday, April the 12th, 7 p.m. We searched the trailer and a stakeout was placed on it, and then we took Ray Jensen downtown to the main jail where he was booked for suspicion of narcotics, a felony. The next day, Ben and I went back and questioned him. We got nowhere. The only thing he'd tell us was that the leader of the marijuana ring was unknown to him. The Big Tomato, that's all he could tell us. We went back and started rechecking leads furnished us by some of the high school boys who had purchased narcotics from Robert Lavelle. They all ended nowhere. Meantime, the flow of marijuana into the schools and into the hands of the teenage students continued. We'd no sooner choke off one source of supply when two more would turn up. We knew that there was only one real solution: find the gang leader and wipe out the entire supply and distribution setup. We stayed on it. Monday, April 22nd. Ben got a call from one of his informants that he had a lead on the source of marijuana on the east side of town. The informant's name was Willie Brick, a groundskeeper at a golf course near one of the city high schools. We drove out to talk to him. We located Brick by the clubhouse near the first tee.
On the tee now, Art Dory, Richmond, Virginia.
You remember my partner, don't you, Willie? Joe Friday?
Oh, yeah. Hi.
How are you, Willie?
Kind of busy today. Big tournament.
Yeah, quite a crowd you got here. It's a nice turnout.
Yeah, you've been having trouble, huh? A lot of Mary in town?
Yeah, you think you can help us?
Maybe I can. Dirty business, huh? Working high school kids with that stuff. It's real dirty.
Any ideas, Willie?
Don't know how much of it's true. It's all from the grapevine downtown. The boss is somebody they call the Big Tomato. It's a funny one, huh?
Any idea who he is?
Couldn't say. He's getting lots of the stuff in, though. Usual feed line over from Mexico.
Mm-hmm. What else, Willie?
I hear there's more on the way. Don't know when, though. All for high school trade. Guess they figure they got a good business.
How'd they get the junk over, do you know?
No, but it's getting here. Most any kid can get some over on this side of town. Imagine that. Kids in their teens. Weed heads.
Yeah.
How about this Big Tomato, Willie? No word at all?
Just one. Pretty thin.
Yeah.
There's a connection. Lives over on Hauser Boulevard. Got his number here somewhere. It's supposed to be the main connection for this tomato guy. Oh, yeah. Here's his address. Third number there. It's a 6. Guy's name is Tony Childs.
Mm-hmm. Is he supposed to handle all the stuff?
Most of it, I hear. Gets it all from the Big Tomato.
Mm-hmm. That about it?
That's it. Tony Childs. You got the address.
Many thanks, Willie. Anything comes up, you'll call, huh?
Sure thing.
How's the job out here?
Better than yours. I sure wouldn't want it. Working every day around joy poppers, mules, mainliners.
Well, somebody's got to do it, Willie.
Yeah, but not for me, Sergeant. Those dopesters are all lice. Selling junk to kids. Guess you met the lowest, huh?
No, not yet. We're looking for him. We went back to the office and checked the name and address of Tony Childs through R&I. No previous record. A stakeout was placed on his home and at his place of business. Childs himself was placed under 24-hour surveillance. A week passed. Nothing happened. Another week. Still nothing. There was no let-up in the supply of marijuana finding its way into the city and then into the schools. We couldn't see the beginnings of the racket, but we saw the end result. The percentage of juvenile users was still on the upswing. Wednesday, May 8th. We heard rumbles of another big marijuana buy in the offing. Either it failed to materialize or we missed it. Friday, May 10th. Ben and I took our turn shadowing the suspect, Tony Childs.
Can you see him from here, Joe?
Yeah, he's still in the barber shop. There's 2 guys with him.
Yeah. 10 past 4, we better check in, huh?
Yeah, I'll call in, huh?
Drugstore there. Must have a phone.
Yeah, all right, I'll be right back. Narcotics, please. Thank you. Yeah, Johnny, this is Joe Friday. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, we got him paid. Okay, right away. Bye.
What have you got?
Tony Childs. They want him picked up right away.
How come?
Well, they just raided his place. They found 32 ounces of weed in his room. Supposed to have more on him.
Well, let's go.
Come on.
What do you think? Trouble?
Well, don't be surprised. Childs, like to talk to you.
What's that?
Police officers like to talk to you and your 2 friends here downtown.
Can't make it, copper. Flying to Vegas tonight.
We want to see you downtown first.
Look, don't push me, huh?
Nobody's pushing you, Childs. We want to see you downtown. Now, come on, let's go.
Look out, Joe! Rapping, Sam! Watch it!
That's it. 3 of them. Okay.
I'll get him.
All right. All right, come on, you.
And I'm glad this doesn't come up often. Where's the barber?
He ran outside. Rough one, huh?
Yeah. What's your hunch, Joe? Think one of these 3 is the big tomato?
I don't know. Let's ask him. A search of the barber shop failed to reveal the presence of any narcotics. Tony Childs and his 2 companions were found to have a dozen sticks of marijuana in their possession. They were treated for cuts and bruises at Georgia Street and then booked for suspicion of narcotics, a felony, at the main jail. 3 other men found at Childs' apartment at the time of the raid were also booked. We got nowhere questioning any of them. As usual, we had the small fry, but the ringleader, the big tomato, was still in the clear. Still free to hire somebody else to run the marijuana supply line into the high schools. 3 weeks passed. Together with Captain Kearney and Sergeant Barr, Ben and I rechecked our earlier leads. We ran down anything that even looked like it might be promising. Nothing panned out. Wednesday, June 5th, 5:30 p.m. We got a call from the main jail. Tony Childs wanted to talk to us. Ben and I went over to see him.
Charles? I got something for you. Been playing the stooge long enough. If I'm good enough for jail, so's he.
All right, what do you got?
There's a big buy coming off. When you get him, tell him how long I've been in here.
What kind of a buy?
Mary, one of the biggest. It was set up before I got in here.
Where's the meat gonna be?
Bruno Street, down by the train yards. I'll draw you a map. Setup's the same. Car pulls up and honks a couple of times, and an alley down there.
Who's handling the buy?
A big man. Don't waste any time.
When is it?
Tonight.
We went back to the office and met with Sergeants Barr and Jacobson. 8 p.m. Ben and I took up our positions on the stakeout along with the rest of the men. We had a clear view of the exact location where the buy was to be made. We waited. 10 p.m. 11 p.m. No one showed. Midnight came and went. 1:30 a.m. Still no sign. At 18 minutes of 2, we spotted a man carrying a shopping bag emerge from behind a row of freight cars near the end of the rail yard. He made his way across the street to the alley. He stood back in the shadows.
As soon as the car gets in the alley, we pull up and block it, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Beck will do the same thing down at the other end.
Headlights coming in the alley.
Wait a minute.
No, they're going on through.
What's the time now?
4 minutes to 2.
We waited. 18 minutes passed. Still no sign of the car that, according to Childs, was supposed to be there for the big buy. We could still see the figure of a man with a shopping bag huddled in the alley. 3 a.m.
Joe.
Yeah?
Car down there in the alley.
Yeah. That's it. You want to start up?
Yep.
Just enough to block the alley. That's good. All right, come on, let's go. Come on. All right, kill your engine and get out of the car. Joe, look out! They can't go far. Come on. All right, let's get them out of there.
Yeah.
Come on.
There's three of them. Yeah. Here's the guy with the shopping bag. All right, I got it. Crash knocked them cold. Yeah. That's one.
Easy there.
Yeah. Pull right over there, will you? That's it. Get his coat off of that. I got it.
Okay.
That's it. That's it. All three of them.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this, Joe. Found one of them in this guy's hand.
Tin can, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Full of marijuana. Did you look at the labels on those cans?
Yeah. Fancy solid packed tomatoes.
There he is, the big tomato.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 3rd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, if you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, remember, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Now, believe me, this difference is mighty important. So important that you'll always remember the first pack of Fatimas that you buy. Fatima's fast-growing popularity backs me up on that. But look, you can prove it to yourself by getting a pack of Fatimas tomorrow. You'll find that they now cost the same as other long cigarettes, and your first pack will convince you to go right on smoking them. Join me and the new thousands who enjoy Fatima's extra mildness, Fatima's rich, better flavor and aroma. You'll discover what all we Fatima smokers know. In Fatima, the difference is quality.
John A. Stanson, alias the Big Tomato, along with his associates in the narcotic gang, was tried and convicted for violating the State Narcotic Act. He received sentences as prescribed by law and are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary.
The radio editors of the United States and Canada have named Dragnet the best radio program of its type for 1950. And Dragnet's Jack Webb, the most promising star of tomorrow.
In behalf of Dragnet, I'd like to thank the radio editors of the United States and Canada and the editors of Motion Picture Daily who conducted the voting in the 15th annual poll for Fame magazine.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Later, here's Spellbound with Joseph Cotton on Screen Directors on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit G3PL.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, attention all Fresno County Sheriff's cars, broadcast 79, regarding a murder. The body of Faustin LaFair, found on his ranch near Fresno. That's all.
Tonight, Rio Grande welcomes Fresno to that fast-growing list of cities who fight crime with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Fresno has speeded up all police cars, as well as ambulances, fire engines, and other emergency equipment, with the gasoline that powers more police cars wherever it is sold than any other brand.
Congratulations, Fresno, from the Los Angeles Police Department. We've been using Rio Grande cracked gasoline in all Los Angeles police cars for many years.
Good work, Fresno. The police of Oakland are glad you choose the same fine gasoline that now powers all Oakland emergency cars. The police of Berkeley are glad to see their judgment confirmed by Fresno police. Berkeley changed to Rio Grande cracked many months ago. The city of Merced is delighted that our neighboring city of Fresno also uses Rio Grande cracked gasoline. We warn criminals that our police cars are now better equipped than ever before.
How about a word from Arizona? You California cities need Rio Grande cracked gasoline for speed and power. The sheriff's cars of Arizona counties must cover plenty of territory to catch criminals. They need power and speed. We have to have mileage from our gasoline, too. We're glad to tell you that Rio Grande cracked gasoline gives us everything.
Rio Grande is mighty proud that so many cities specify cracked gasoline exclusively for emergency engines. But we don't want the public to think that we make a special gasoline just for police cars. No, indeed. These cities use exactly the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline that you can get from your independent neighborhood dealer. At no extra cost, you too can enjoy police car performance. And now it is our great pleasure to present Sheriff George J. Overholt of Fresno County. Sheriff Overholt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the West. I am honored to join the ranks of the peace officers whose cases have been dramatized on Calling All Cars. Situated as we are in Fresno, midway between two of the largest cities in the West, our policing problems are often of a cooperative nature, as we are called upon to assist the authorities of Los Angeles and San Francisco in intercepting the flight of criminals from one of these cities to the other. Nevertheless, we have our own crime problems. During Prohibition, we had many cases of hijacking from the bonded wineries of our famed vineyards, which gave us much trouble. And just as in the great metropolitan centers, so in the smaller cities, we find that wherever human beings congregate, crime and vice will attempt to flourish. Our job is to keep it at a minimum. From the files of Fresno County, Calling All Cars presents tonight an intriguing case which began years ago, and the final sentence of which was not written until quite recently. We hope that you will enjoy this dramatization.
Our story tonight begins nearly 20 years ago in Fresno, California, in front of a cheap burlesque house.
Hey, beautiful dancing girl. Tell them folks listening. Straight from Broadway to New York City. And Bill Revere, the famous center of daring creation. He dances with that move of your feet that leads to the hill. Step up, gentlemen, and show me your video left.
Give me two. Yes, sir. 2 tickets. And 50 cents out of $1. There you are. How many, please?
Hey, are you sure this show is worth 2 bits?
Well, I know you'll be entertained.
I gotta be sure.
I know you'll enjoy the show.
Yeah? Say, what are you doing afterwards?
I'll be around.
What do you say, me and you go someplace and chin a bit, huh?
That might be a nice idea.
I'll see you right here, huh?
Fine. Right after the show.
Okay, give me a ticket then.
Here you are.
Don't forget.
I won't. How many? Police.
Yeah, it's me. What's the idea of wasting your time talking to that rube?
That's none of your business. You gotta promise lots of things sometimes to sell tickets.
Yeah? Well, you're never going to make any big dough selling tickets in this dump. None of these things got any dough in them.
I'll see you after the show, Lee. I don't want to argue with you now.
To me right now, and you'll
I
like
gotta
it.
sell tickets.
There ain't any more customers. The show's dying on its feet, and you know it. Melba Levere and 15 Broadway beauties, my foot. A lot of rejection from the Barbary Coast honky-tonks. What are you going to do when they close up and you're out of a job?
I'll find another one.
You bet you will. I've found one for you already.
What do you mean?
Yeah. See this advertisement in the paper? Wanted, housekeeper. Good home, not much work. Inquire Fortune Lacer, Block 32, Fresno.
I don't want to be a housekeeper. I like it here. There's lights and noise. Maybe an Easy Mark will come along.
Listen, baby, the Easy Mark has come along. This old buzzard is lousy with dough. He lives on a ranch in the outskirts of town, all by himself.
Lee, I tell you, are not interested.
Oh, yes, you are. You're going to do just as I say. Now, you get out there tomorrow and get that job. Put on the charm for the old mutt.
So, boss. Yeah, quiet you down now. Got to get my milking done before sundown. Yeah, that's better. You won't be jealous, will you, bossy girl, if that advertisement I put in the paper works, will you? I'll see that my housekeeper treats you nice, bossy. Yes, I promise you that. Huh? Who's that? What you want?
Are you Mr. Lazaire?
Yes, that I am.
I've come to see you about the ad you put in the paper.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, how long you been standing there at the door?
Just a minute.
Didn't hear what I was saying, did you?
Why, no. Was you saying something?
Yes. I was talking to Bossy. I get lonely. Have to talk to someone. And Bossy never talks back.
I see.
So, you come about the advertisement, eh?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Patricia Wells.
Where are you from?
Madeira.
Married?
No.
Ever been married?
No.
Uh-huh. Old enough to be married, ain't you? And more.
Oh, yeah. Nearly 30. But the right man never came along.
Dare say he will someday, eh? Yeah, dare say he will. Nice plump girl like you. Pretty you are.
Thank you.
Well, you don't need to blush. It's just an old man saying it. You look strong. Think you'd like to take care of me? Keep the house up and help me with the work around the place?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would.
Pay you $10 a month and you keep.
Well, it ain't much, but I think I like you, and so I'll take it.
Well, you don't say. You think you like me? Can you milk?
Oh, sure.
Let's see you milk Bossy here.
All right.
There now, Bossy, quiet. Yeah, so. There you be.
How's that?
Fine. As well or better than I can do it.
I learned how when I was a little girl.
My, what pretty hair you got. Oh. Yellow, like corn tassels waving in the sunlight. And your cheek, pink as a ripe peach, and soft as a touch. Do you think you'll like it here, Patricia?
I know I will.
It does not take Buxom Manor more than a few weeks to lead the dazzled and bewildered old rancher to the altar. Life becomes an unbelievably rosy paradise for lonely, toothless old Boston Lazaire. Everywhere his bride goes, the old man's hungry eyes follow her. For the rejuvenation of the spirit which she has brought him, she knows he would do anything. So one evening at supper...
Yeah, my, Patricia. You certainly are fine victuals.
Do I measure up as a cook, Boston?
You measure up every way, Patricia. Every way. I don't know how I ever got along before you come to me. It's certain that Sadie, my first wife, never could turn out eating food like this.
Boston, you shouldn't speak of the dead that way.
Oh, well, I don't mean no disrespect. Sadie was a good woman, as far as she went.
Boston, I'm worried about you.
Worried about me? What you worried about me for?
I'm worried about your health.
About my health? Why, I never felt better in my life. Eating good and sleeping good.
Yeah, that's all very well. But there's a lot of hard work around here, and I think you need help.
I don't need no help. I've been working this ranch 20 years by myself. Guess I can go on now. Especially since I got you.
But if you had another hand, you could plant more vines in that south field. And you could put in a couple of more cows. Why did pay?
Don't want to. I got enough money in the bank. There's several $1,000s I got. And I got you, and that's all I need. I don't want no else around here.
Well, Faustin, here's what I'm driving at. My cousin's coming to California.
Your cousin?
Yeah, my cousin George. He wrote me and said he was leaving the farm back in Idaho and wanted to know if I could find him a job. So I thought maybe we could give him work.
Oh, well, that's different. Seeing as how it's your cousin and you're asking me to do it, yeah, that's a lot different.
And you will take him on as a hired hand?
Yeah, I guess we can manage to do that. Fix him up a little room out in the stable.
Oh, Faustin, you're so sweet.
Sweet? Sweet.
And so in much less time than it takes to travel from Idaho, Cousin George arrives at the little ranch. From the first, old man Lazaire dislikes him. But for the sake of his wife, he keeps his opinions to himself. For several days, Cousin George makes himself useful around the ranch. And then one evening at supper time, he and Anna pause on the back porch.
All right, Anna. Let's get over with now.
I said I can't do it, Lee. I'm scared.
Get up and do as I tell you.
But Lee,
Never mind the argument. Remember, you'll still my wife, even though you are married to that old buzzard. Now, listen. When I say I'm sick, you let him have it with a hammer. I've got the gun.
What's the matter, you two? Come on in here. The visuals are getting cold.
All right, Anna, let's go.
What's the matter with you, George? Letting all this good food go to waste?
I ain't hungry.
You ain't hungry? Why not? You put in 16 hours today planting those vines.
No. I just ain't hungry. Guess I'm sick.
Oh, that's too bad. Hey, Patricia, see if you can find some of that castor oil in the medicine chest.
All right. I'll go right away.
I don't want no castor oil. I just feel sick. Patricia, I think I'm sick.
You mean now?
Yeah, now.
Patricia, what are you doing to that hammer?
You'll find out soon enough, you old fool.
What do you mean?
Oh, what do you think she married you for? Love?
Keep away from me.
Shut up, you. Give it away, Anna.
Patricia!
George, listen.
What?
The dog howling. Howling at his departed spirit.
Oh, rats, get over yourself. Now, listen. You know what you're going to do and to say. You'll never think of looking for him where we buried him. You better plant something in that patch.
Me? Well, where are you going?
I'm taking on the lamb for a while. Remember, you do everything just as I told you.
George, don't leave me here with him.
No, forget it. First thing you do, you clean up the house.
George, come back.
I'll see you later. In the meantime, you'll be hearing from me.
No, Miss LaFair, you home? Oh, hello, Mrs. Candy. How are you today?
Oh, fine, thank you. I was just driving into town. Wondered if you'd like a ride.
Well, that's kind of you, Mrs. Candy, but I got a lot of work to do today. I don't think I'd better, really.
Oh, now that's too bad. My, ain't it hot today?
Yes, it is hot.
Haven't seen Mr. LaFair around. Is he taken sick?
Well, no. No, he's very well. He's gone away on a little trip.
On a little trip? Well, where'd he go?
Down to Mexico. He has some mining property down there, you know.
Oh, yes. Seems I do remember him saying something about his mining stock. That was before you married him. He was more neighborly then. How about the hired man? I suppose he's staying on, taking care of you.
No, he's gone, too.
Well, now, do tell. So you're all alone, eh?
Yeah. George got a better job over in Porterville.
Well, must be hard on you keeping the place up all by yourself.
I managed somehow.
Mr. LaFair be gone long?
Well, I'm not sure. Several months, anyway.
Well, if you get lonely, you'll stop over to see me. After all, we should be good neighbors.
Yes, indeed. I'll do that, Mrs. Canley.
Well, guess I better get along to town now.
Goodbye, Mrs. Canley, and do drop in again.
Indeed, I will. Goodbye, Miss LaFair.
Bye, Mrs. Canley. Snooping old gossip.
A few days later, Anna receives a letter from her husband, that is, George, and promptly leaves for town for the first time since the murder of LaFair. Her first stop is the bank, where the late rancher's money is deposited.
Why, good afternoon, Mrs. LaFair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walsh.
You're quite a stranger.
Yeah, I don't get in very often.
I hear Mr. LaFair's out of town. Mrs. Stanley was in last week.
I expected you'd hear it from her. Yeah, he's gone to Mexico to look after his mining properties.
Well, so you're a widow for a while, eh?
A widow? Oh. Yeah, for a while.
What can I do for you?
Well, I just got a letter from my husband, and he enclosed a letter to you. Here it is.
Please honor my wife's checks for whatever amount she cares to draw against my account. Very well, Mrs. LaFair. We'll be glad to take care of you. I suppose you'd like some money today?
Yeah.
How much?
About $100.
All right, I'll get it for you right away.
For several months, Anna draws comfortable sums against LaFair's account, money which she splits jointly with her husband, who remains in hiding at Exeter, a small town nearby. Then one day she appears at the bank with another order.
So Mr. Lazare has decided to remain in Mexico indefinitely. He wants me to sell out and join him there.
Well, we'll miss you, Mrs. Lazare.
Thank you. My husband tells me you've made him offers in the past for his property. And he's made out and signed this bill of sale, which I've signed too.
Well, how much does he want for the property?
$5,000. He tells me you offered him that several years ago.
Oh, I see. I don't quite remember. But perhaps Mr. Howard will.
Well, here's the bill of sale, and here's his order to pay the money over to me. Can you take care of this right away?
Well, not this minute, Mrs. Lazare. That's quite a sum of money. Could you come back tomorrow?
Well, if I have to.
I'm afraid you will.
I want to get started to Mexico as soon as possible. I miss my husband so.
Yes, I can appreciate that fact.
There'd be no way to get the money later in the day. I'll be here until late this afternoon.
No, I'm afraid not. I guess you'll have to come back tomorrow.
Very well, then. I'll be in the morning.
That'll be fine, Mrs. Lazare. We'll have everything taken care of by then.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Lazare. Can you come in a moment, Howard?
Yes, sir. What is it?
Did you ever discuss the purchase of the Lazare property with old man Lazare?
Why, no.
Neither did I.
Why, what's up?
Well, Mrs. Lazare just came in and asked $5,000 for the property. Had a bill of sale made out by Lazare and said that we had offered him that amount for the place.
That's strange.
I don't like the looks of this thing. Doesn't sound right.
Are you going to pay her the money?
I am not. I'm going to call up the constable and tell him about it.
The banker informs Constable Grant of Fresno County of the circumstances of Mrs. Lazare's request. An investigation is started, and Constable Grant, shadowing Mrs. Lazare, sees her meet Lee Hammond, alias Cousin George, her husband, in front of the Fresno post office. He follows them out to the Lazare ranch.
Beg your pardon, Mrs. Lazare, but I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Who are you?
I'm Constable Grant.
What do you want to ask me questions about?
That's your husband.
What do you want to know about him?
I want to know where he is.
Well, he's in Mexico.
I see. And who's this gentleman here?
He's my cousin, George.
That's the same time your husband did, didn't he?
Hey, listen, what's the big idea? Can I visit with my cousin without all the annoyance from the cops?
Now, don't get excited. I just want to get at the bottom of it.
At the bottom of what?
Mrs. Lazare, are you sure your husband's in Mexico?
Of course he is. He's down at the Senora mines. He's staying with Thomas Farley, the superintendent of the mine.
Told you he'd been offered $5,000 with the bank for this property?
Sure he told her that. I was working here at the time. Heard him say it was dinner one night.
Well, that's very interesting. As a matter of fact, the bank at one time wanted to buy this place and offered him $10,000 and refused to sell. But he'd never part with the place. And you come in with an order to sell for $5,000.
He wanted to get rid of the place quick.
Sure, that's it. And he wanted my cousin here to get down to him in Mexico as soon as possible.
No, that doesn't sound plausible. The bank would have paid $10,000 as soon as $5,000. If the sir really wanted to sell, he'd probably have asked $15,000. Say, there's something crooked about this whole thing.
Well, I haven't any idea what you're driving at. My husband is very eccentric, of course.
Yeah, there's no place to go into all that. You two'd better come along to headquarters with me where we can talk this over in more detail.
Now, look here. You can't go...
You come quietly, or will I have to place you under arrest?
The officers concentrate their questioning on Mrs. Lazare. For hours, she sticks to her story, telling them repeatedly about Lazare's trip to Mexico.
Mrs. Lazare, we're all tired.
I know we are. I've told you the truth. Why don't you let me alone?
I haven't told the truth, Mrs. Lazare.
You're lying, Mrs. Lazare.
Where's your husband?
Don't tell us he's in Mexico. We don't believe you. Where is he?
You're lying.
Is he dead?
Who killed him? You killed him.
No. Stop. Oh, please don't ask me any more questions.
Where is Faustin Lazare?
20 feet from the ranch house. Buried under the garden patch. With a skull caged in and a bullet through his head. That's where he is.
Who killed him?
No, I didn't. Lee made me do it. He's really my husband. He made me marry Lazare for his money. He was always crazy about money. He made me do it. He ruined my life. He married me when I was 15. Oh, I've never had a chance. I've never had a life like other girls. Lee made a tramp out of me. He made me marry the old man. He told me to hit him with a hammer, and then he shot him. He did the whole thing. Lee's the murderer. Get Lee. Hang him, the dirty lover.
squealed, huh? Well, that's okay. If she's going to talk, I'll talk too. She did it. She planned the whole thing. And if she swings for this job, she'll get just what's coming to her. She figured out the whole deal. Couldn't make enough tipping those guys at the show house she's working at. What kind of life do you think I had with that woman? I loved her, so I put up with it for years. But I'm not going to let her squeal and lie send me up. She's the brains of this job, and I'm going to tell enough to send her where she belongs.
But in spite of Hammond's braggadocio and Anna's hysteria, both changed their pleas to guilty after the old rancher's body is disinterred from his shallow grave. And in spite of their attempts to shift the blame on each other, they are both sentenced to life imprisonment. Anna in San Quentin, Hammond in Folsom. And here our story should end. But it doesn't. Only the first chapter closes. 10 years pass. Then a short chapter is written at the Folsom Prison Farm, when a trustee named Charles Lee Hammond escapes. 5 more years pass. It is late summer of 1931. A hitchhiker stands by a culvert outside of Merced. His wrist is tired flagging past expensive cars, but his hopes rise anew as a sputtering old wreck hops down the highway.
Yeah, want to live?
Okay, I do.
Okay, hop in.
Thanks. Say, you look familiar to me.
You never saw me before.
You look a lot like Snake Hammond, a friend of mine who escaped from the prison farm at Folsom a few years ago. Only he didn't have a mustache.
Smarter than serving time, wasn't it, Eddie?
What?
Don't think I'd forget you, do you?
So you are Snake Hammond?
Yeah, with a mustache.
Well, I'll be a so-and-so. Last person in the world I'd expect to meet.
Well, just forget that you met me.
Sure, you know me, Snake.
And it ain't Snake Hammond anymore. It's Robert Dorsey.
Where you living?
Oh, down in Fresno.
What? Why, that's where you turned the trick that sent you up, ain't it?
Sure.
Ain't you afraid to go back there?
No, it's the safest place in the world. Last place they think to look for me.
Yeah, I guess you're right at that.
Sure. And I'm doing all right, too. Got done straight. Got a good-looking wife.
Wife? But your wife's still doing time in Quentin, ain't she?
Hammond's wife is. But Dorsey's wife is living with Dorsey in Fresno, see?
I see. What they don't know won't hurt them, huh?
Sure. You gotta be cagey. Take this car business, for instance. I bought it in the name of Bert Grant. You know, cover up your tracks.
Sure, it's always a good idea. Well, here we are in Merced. That's as far as I go.
What are you gonna do here?
Try to pick me up a job, Gorman Fruit. Glad to have seen you, Snake. I mean, Dorsey.
Yeah, glad to have seen you, Eddie.
This will be all right at this corner
Okay. Look me up. You ever get down around Fresno?
Okay, I will. So long.
So long.
Hup Coupe, 1923 model, in the name of Bert Grant. And there's $200 on that guy's head.
It is only a matter of a few days before Sheriff Overholt of Fresno County calls Deputy Sheriff W.H. Collins into his office.
Harry, I just got a tip from the warden at Folsom that Charles Lee Hammond is living in Fresno. Who's he, Sheriff? Killed a rancher out here about 15 years ago. Went up for life and escaped in 1926. Warden says he's driving a Hup Coupe 1923 model, registered under the name of Bert A. Grant, General Delivery, Fresno. Go out and bring this guy in. Okay, Sheriff.
But Collins' cheery acceptance of the assignment is no indication of the task he faces locating the one single second-hand dealer among the scores in Fresno who had sold a 1923 Hup Coupe. He sticks with the job for weeks and finally one day locates the seller of the car. But all he can discover regarding the purchaser is that he worked in a packing plant. Another search for a 1923 Hup parked outside a packing plant is rewarded days later, only to be a discouragement when Collins sees a young man of 25 drive off in the car. However, he follows the car to a trim little house on a side street. From neighbors, he discovers that this is the home of Mr. and Mrs. Robert Dorsey, and that the young man is Mrs. Dorsey's son by another marriage. Equipped with this information, Collins approaches a man feeding chickens in the backyard of the house.
I beg your pardon. Are you Mr. Dorsey?
Yeah. What is it?
I just wanted to ask you about that old car.
What about it?
Did you buy it?
Sure. Paid $30 for it. What of it?
You bought it personally?
Yeah.
And your name is Dorsey?
Yeah.
And why'd you buy it under the name of Bert A. Grant?
What? Say, who are you anyway?
Collins of the sheriff's office. I think you better come and tell us some more about that car.
Okay, sure. I'll go with you. Only, can I go in the house first and get a coat?
No, you can't. No funny business. I'm sure the sheriff won't mind talking to you in your shirt sleeves.
Yeah, but you
Hop
see,
into the police car here and make it snappy.
Okay, nothing to get excited about. I can explain about that pony name. You see, I was figuring on pulling freight on the old lady, and I didn't want to be followed. You know how it is.
Sure, I know how it is.
A few moments later, Deputy Sheriff Collins ushers Hammond, alias Dorsey, alias Grant, into the sheriff's office.
Well, Sheriff, here's your Bert A. Grant.
Good. Look here, Sheriff. What's the big idea of all this fuss over a fake name on a registration slip?
Let's save everyone's time. You're an escaped convict, and your name is Charles Lee Hammond.
Now, you're crazy. My name's Robert Dorsey. I never heard of anyone named Hammond. You're all wrong.
Let's see your fingers. I'd know him anywhere. You're Charles Lee Hammond, all right.
You can't bluff me. You can't identify fingerprints by looking at them.
Turn up your right sleeve.
Why?
You know why. Hammond had a tattoo mark on his right arm. It's a horseshoe with the words good luck on it.
Okay, you win. There it is. Good luck. Good luck. I'm nuts.
No trial this time. The law's procedure was clear-cut. 24 hours later, Charles Lee Hammond, alias George, alias Bert Grant, alias Robert Dorsey, was back in Folsom and outfitted in the striped uniform that marks the escaped convict. And in San Quentin remains Anna, his wife, the oldest woman inmate in terms of incarceration. She has never heard of her husband's escape, his bigamous marriage, in which he duplicated one of her crimes, and his recapture and permanent reestablishment of residence within Folsom's Gray Wall. But Fresno officers fight on in their endless battle with crime. Today, they are better equipped than ever before. The Rio Grande cracked gasoline rides with the police, increasing their power, increasing their speed. Yet as police records in many cities prove, Rio Grande costs no more because its patented cracking process develops extra power, mileage, and speed from every drop. Use the gasoline your police use. Rio Grande cracked.
Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 79 regarding a murder. Suspect in this case now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The uncertain law enforcement of the pioneer days of the western United States brought forth a new champion to the cause of justice, a phantom figure of the plains who fought crime and injustice wherever he found it. His daring deeds will never be forgotten. And now, as the hoofs of his great horse Silver thunder down the trail of adventure once more, we'll live again the exciting days of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! Pass out those bright lights of yours! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The masked man was riding down the trail to meet his faithful Indian companion Tonto, when suddenly a heavy-set man stepped forward and blocked his way. The stranger held up his right hand in a gesture to stop.
Oh, there, Silver boy. Oh. Hi there. Reckon you're the man I'm waiting for.
What are you waiting for me for?
It's all right. I can prove I'm Butch Larson, if that's what you want to know.
I don't care whether you prove you're Butch Larson or not. What do you want?
I heard you was pretty slick. Ain't no one puts anything over on you, is they? I'm just here to tell you the plans are all set. The boys are waiting at the North Pass till Captain Carter comes by.
What do you plan to do with Captain Carter?
As if you didn't know. The boss told you what the plans was, didn't he?
Just what are the plans, Butch?
He's going to get those papers from the captain. You're the man that's to pay for them, ain't that so?
How much am I expected to pay?
Well, I don't know nothing about that. You and the boss fix that up between you. The boss didn't know if you knew Captain Carter or not, so he put me here to steer you off the other way so as you wouldn't have to see him. He said you might come masked.
I see.
The idea is for a couple of the boys to capture Carter when he goes through the North Pass. They'll hold him till he sends for his dispatch box. When it's brought, the Army plans will be in it.
Captain Carter would like to hear about this, Butch. Put your hands up.
What the Sam Hill? What does this mean?
It means you're going with me. You're going to talk to Captain Carter and tell him about this plan to kidnap him.
Why,
Keep your hands up. I'll take that gun of yours. So you're planning to steal military secrets from the garrison, huh?
And you ain't the man that's to buy the papers?
We'll talk that over later.
No, we won't. Just drop that gun, stranger.
Drill him, Steve. Drill the critter.
I said drop that gun. Hurry it up or I'll let you have it.
No, you won't.
Oh, my gun hand.
Come on, Silver.
Get him, Steve. Get him.
You shot my gun away.
Hail, Silver! Away!
Get him, Butch. Drop him on that saddle. Hey, we're going up. Shoot again. He's traveling fast.
Oh, blast it. It's no use. You can't get him. Oh, what do you make of this? I thought sure he was the man we was waiting for. Huh? Just because he rid a white horse and wore 2 guns. You blame fool, you. Well, how'd I know? He was wearing a mask. The boss said the man that buys the information would likely come masked. And now what are we going to do? We ain't going to do nothing but wait here until the right man comes along. That hombre must have been an outlaw. No one else would wear a mask. No one else would shoot that fast. Anyhow, if he's an outlaw, he won't go squealing on us. His kind want to keep out of sight or they wouldn't wear a mask. Here's hoping. Drat it, my hand stings from the force of his bullet. Too bad we ain't a few like him in our gang.
After his lightning escape, the Lone Ranger swept down the trail without pausing until he reached the small, well-hidden camp where Tonto waited for him. There, the masked man brought Silver to a rearing halt.
Come on, Tonto. Get your horse and ride with me. Here, white fella. We've got to circle back and stop Captain Carter before he reaches the North Pass.
Tonto ready.
Hi-yo,
Get him up, white fella.
For some reason, Kimosabe, those outlaws plan to capture the officer and hold him until they can get that dispatch case.
What Ben want?
I don't know what it holds, but there are plans of some sort. Someone wants them badly.
There's a soldier come this way.
Yes.
In army clothes.
Traveling alone, too. And it must be Captain Carter. We'll intercept him, Tonto. Come on, Silver! We want you, Captain Carter. Don't open fire. We want to speak to you. Stand up, Carter, or I'll rope you.
Get up there. Get up. Let go of that rifle, or I'll kill you.
Not
shoot him. You.
Oh, boy. Oh.
You'll hang for this. Me take him gun.
You. That's it, Tonto. Oh, there. Oh, boy. Oh.
Just what's the meaning of this?
I want to warn you that men are lying in wait for you in North Pass.
What does that mask mean?
Not what you think it does. In fact, I'm going to remove it and disguise myself to look like you.
What?
I'm also going to borrow your horse and uniform.
You are not.
You'll have nothing to say about it, Captain Carter. I hope you'll agree to let me help you. If you don't, I'm going to help you anyway.
What are you talking about?
Because it's our government that might be in danger.
Who are you?
Who I am doesn't matter. I'm talking about certain plans you have in the garrison in a dispatch case.
How do you know about them?
I was mistaken for the man and wanted them stolen.
They can't be stolen. They're in
a safe place. But they might be turned over to you if you sent for them.
I wouldn't.
To save yourself unheard of torture? I think you would, Carter. If you didn't, the schemers would forge your name to an official order.
But who are you? And what's your interest in this?
I want to find out who's plotting against our government. I haven't time to talk any longer, Carter. We're going to change clothes, and Tonto's going to help me disguise myself to resemble you. The men in North Pass will be getting anxious. The man they're waiting for doesn't come soon.
There's a cloud of dust ahead, Snake. I reckon that's our man.
Good enough, Nate. It's about time he showed up. Yeah, that's him, all right. Boys had it right about him coming this way.
Butch and Steve was to meet the other fella. He sent word that he'd come masked. Wonder who he is.
What's the difference who he is, so long as he pays us?
There ain't none. Better get ready. The captain's getting close.
What'll we do, shoot the horse from under him?
No. Get him too riled, and he might be hard to handle. He'll stop when he sees two guns held steady on him.
He better.
If he don't, we'll take after him with the horses and shoot his horse down. I'd sooner not if we can avoid it.
Get ready now, Nate. I'll fire a shot in the air.
Yeah.
Come on there. Get up.
Stand where you are.
Oh, there.
Make a move and we'll plug you.
Elevate your hand, soldier.
What's the meaning of this?
Never mind the question.
I got the rope ready.
Put it on him.
You can't do this.
Who says so?
Pull that rope tight.
I'm doing that same.
Nate Merton and Snake Hansen, eh? Both of you wanted by the law.
Yeah, what about it? We've been wanted by the law for a mighty long time. Only the law ain't fast enough to get us.
I suppose Steve and Butch are close by.
Yeah, there, soldier. How do you know so much?
What did you stop me for?
You'll find out. Got his gun, Nate?
Yep. Carbine and 6-gun.
Where are you taking me?
I'll show you. And I'll guarantee one thing, Carter. The rock we travel on won't show no trail, you savvy?
Very well. You have the whip hand for the present.
And another thing, Captain Carter. You get hard to handle, and you'll see how rough we can be.
Fetch the horses, Nate.
Yeah, I'll get them.
We ain't far to go, Captain. We're going to have to head you to the cave in no time at all.
Here we are, Snake.
Yeah. Get aboard. Keep an eye on the captain and a hold on the end of this rope. If he tries to prod his horse to get away, he'll be jerked off the saddle.
Why don't you tell him who you'll see in the cave? And I reckon he won't try to get away.
Yeah. I suppose you rid through the pass to meet your daughter over to Fargo, eh?
What about her?
Well, right now, Sally's in the cave, hoping you'll come there pronto and do what you're told to do.
Have you captured her?
How do you think we got her? Now, come on. Get up there.
Get up there.
Boy. Come on. Get up there.
The Lone Ranger had disguised himself to appear like Captain Carter. Now he permitted himself to be led by the outlaws. He was taken inside a large cave where the two outlaws he had met before were waiting. It was Snake who assumed command.
Now then, Captain Carter, I suppose you know why you was brought here.
Why?
You got a dispatch case in your quarters. We want it and everything that's in it, savvy?
And if you don't get it?
Well, that'd be just tough on you.
You won't get it, Snake.
No? We'll see. Steve, Butch, you two put that branding iron in the fire and get it red hot.
Right. That won't take long.
You won't get that dispatch case by torturing me.
Maybe not, Captain Carter. But I reckon torturing your daughter will.
That's where you're mistaken. You must have thought some girl in town was my daughter. Well, you're wrong.
Yeah? Well, maybe you got the idea that we're bluffing about having the girl here. Fetch her out, Nate.
All right, Snake. Come on there, Miss Sally.
Take the gag out in her mouth so she can talk to her old man.
Yeah, there you are.
That's not my daughter. Torturing her won't make me send for that dispatch case.
No?
You beast, you dirty...
That'll do. Ain't this your pa?
No. Why, no, it isn't. That isn't my father.
You see?
That's a good act you're both putting on. But we'll see. You got that iron hot yet?
Almost.
That isn't Captain Carter. He couldn't sign anything. You haven't my father there.
Hear the girl talk. I gotta hand it to you, miss. You're sure a smart one. It'd be too bad to burn a pretty face like yours. But I'm afraid that unless that hombre signs what we want, that's what'll happen.
You don't stop at anything, do you, Snake?
No.
How do I know that you'll let us go if I do send for the dispatch case?
You don't. You can bet your bottom dollar that the girl will suffer if you don't send for it.
How can you get it if I write an order?
I'll write for the garrison my own self. If I ain't back with it in 2 hours' time, the boys will have their orders what to do. You savvy what that'll mean, don't you?
The branding iron is hot, Steve.
Hand it here. How do you like the looks of that?
Wait.
Well, have you made up your mind?
I warn you, Snake. My writing to the garrison won't do you any good.
Well, I'll take my chances on that.
Very well. Then put down that branding iron. I'll write a note to the garrison.
I thought I'd bring you to time.
Here's paper and pencil.
Write that note and I'll deliver it. And remember, if I ain't back in 2 hours, that branding iron will get heated up all over again.
I'll write your note for you.
And he said he wouldn't do it.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. A band of outlaws planned to capture Captain Carter and force the delivery of certain army plans in exchange for his release. The Lone Ranger assumed a disguise and took the captain's place. The outlaws had already taken the captain's daughter prisoner and threatened her with torture if a note were not written to the fort authorizing the delivery of the plans. As our next scene opens, we see Tonto and the real Captain Carter. They are hiding near the trail leading to the army garrison.
I declare this mask fits me as well as it does your tall friend.
Now you look like outlaw.
What's that, Indian? Why should I look any more like an outlaw than your friend?
You got beard. It show under mask.
Well, that can't be helped. I wish that messenger from the outlaws would get here. There's no other way for him to come, is there?
No. This only way.
It's a risky scheme your friend outlined, Tonto. I hope it works. Here comes a rider. Maybe that's the man we want.
You got note?
Yes, the note's all ready.
You be careful with this feller.
I'll try not to let him see me substitute my note for the one he has.
You give him order to men at fort?
I told you when I got back from there that the men agreed to do just what I told them.
That good.
Get ready, Tonto.
Tonto ready.
I'm not used to stopping riders at the point of a gun.
Me show you. You stand them still.
Pull up your horse and reach. You're covered.
What's this mean?
Where are you heading, stranger?
Get him off horse.
I'll see you blasted before I do.
Get him down.
Stop and grab it.
Down, stranger. We want to look you over.
What sort of stick-up is this, anyway?
Keep him covered. I'll go through his pockets.
I ain't nothing worth robbing. Leave me alone. I'm on official business.
What do you mean, official business?
I'm heading for the fort. And if you interfere with me, you'll have the whole blame army on your neck.
What's this?
It's a message I'm taking to the fort. And you'd better let it alone.
Well, I'll look it over.
You turn your back this way.
This blamed country seems overrun with masked men.
You turn.
All right. I'm doing what you say.
This is army business. You're a messenger to the fort.
I told you I was. You'll get yourself in all kinds of trouble interfering with the army's dispatches.
Signed by Captain Carter.
Sure it is.
Oh. This wrong feller, maybe.
Here. Take your note and get on your way. You're not the man we want.
I told you that when you stopped me.
I'm not meddling with any army affairs. I don't like federal prisons.
Better give me back that shooting iron, hadn't you, mister?
I'll take it. But keep going and don't turn back if you don't want to stop lead.
Get up there. Get up there. Come on, get up there. Get up.
Is that all right, Tonto?
You'll do plenty good.
I gave him the note with my signature on it.
That good. Now, we watch trail.
He ought to be coming back this way in a little while.
We wait here.
Evident that Snake Anson was thoroughly convinced that Tonto and Captain Carter were only outlaws. He then continued on his way to the fort. When he arrived there, he presented the note and was given the dispatch case.
You'll have to take the whole dispatch case with you.
That's all right. That's what I'm here for.
The captain has the key. No one else can open it.
Yeah, that's all right. He'll open it when he gets it.
Here you are, sir. And give the captain the regards of the garrison.
Sure thing.
Pardon me, sir, but he didn't say how long he was going to visit his daughter, did he?
Nope. Can't tell how long he'll visit. He might stay away for longer than he expects.
Very well, sir.
In the meantime, in the cave of the outlaws, the Lone Ranger continued his impersonation of Captain Carter. He sat next to Sally, speaking in low tones that the outlaws near the mouth of the cave could not overhear.
We learned of the plan to capture your father.
And you took his place. But what did you do it for?
When these men get the dispatch box, they'll want to kill us both.
That's what I'm afraid of.
But they don't know the real contents of that box.
It's papers. Secret papers of some sort.
Yes. But that isn't all. Your father had to be free to give orders at the fort.
What sort of orders?
You'll see later on. Quiet now. A couple of the men are coming back this way.
As soon as we get the box and papers, we fire 3 fast shots out the cave.
Oh, that's so the buyer will know we got him, huh?
Yeah. And he'll come here with the cash. We don't want the captain there to see who he is till we're done using the captain. You hear that, Carter?
I suppose you'll murder us when you have what you want.
What else? You don't think you're going free to make trouble for us, do you?
Who's the man who's paying you for this?
Shut up, mate. We ain't to tell a thing until we're sure he ain't pulled no slick trick on us.
It'll be too darn bad if he has.
Yeah. For the sake of the girl, Captain, you better be on the level with that note.
Why?
If anyone is following Snake, when he gets back, we'll know it, savvy? And if that's the case, the first shot hits the girl.
Ain't it about time Snake was getting back?
Yeah. Hey, Butch. Any sign of Snake yet?
No.
I wonder, Captain, if you was fool enough to send a fake note.
2 hours was the time allowed.
Well, Snake's had most 2 hours. You gotta be getting back. If he don't get here...
Maybe I'd better heat that branding iron and have it ready, huh, Steve?
Go ahead.
I'd as most as soon Snake didn't get back till after the 2-hour limit.
If he ain't, we don't get paid off.
Sure we do if he gets back at all.
If he ain't here in 2 hours, then he won't be getting back. It'll mean that some smart trick was done. He was held by the soldiers in the fort.
Hey, Butch!
Yeah?
No sign of soldiers coming here, is there?
Ain't Ain't no sign of anyone coming here yet.
If you see soldiers coming, let me know. We'll use this branding iron.
You...
Go on, miss. Let's see you get real riled about it.
No, I won't give you the satisfaction. You won't hear a whimper out of me, no matter what you do.
Hey, boys. The boss is coming.
Oh.
You got a dispatch case with him?
Yep. He's got it all right.
You sure was easy to handle, Captain. It surprised me no end.
Was I?
I didn't think you'd do what was wanted so easy.
Everything all right?
All right, Snake.
Well, I got it. Take care of the horse for me.
I'll do it.
How's the prisoners behaving?
Too darn good. I wish they'd cause some trouble so's we could have had a little fun.
There's the case, but there's a lock on it. You better have the key, Captain, if you know what's good for you.
Suppose I haven't the key.
Yeah, that'll be just too bad. I don't hanker to bust that lock.
There's a trick to using the key. You couldn't open that box if you had it.
Well, you can.
Not with my hands tied.
Untie his hands, but watch him close.
Right. Here's a knife. I'll cut the rope.
Had me bound so tight my hands are numb.
Stop stalling and get that box unlocked.
Give me a chance to rub my hands.
Hurry it up. I'm anxious to see what's inside.
You'll see in just a minute.
What about it, Snake? Should I fire the signal shots?
No. We was told not to fire them till we had the papers in our hands. We ain't taking no chances on not getting paid for this job.
How long's it gonna take him to get ready to open that box?
What about it, Carter?
I'm ready. Let me have it.
There.
It's one of these keys.
Don't you know which one?
What's he stolen for, anyhow?
I don't know. Butch, take a sharp look and see if there's any sign of soldiers coming this way. They might have got suspicious and followed me.
All right, Snake.
I got something to tell you boys about a stick-up man I met with after we get done here.
Maybe the same one we seen.
Maybe so. He was masked and there was a white horse nearby.
That's him.
Bearded?
Not when I seen him. I don't see no sign of anyone coming.
What about that box now?
I'm getting it.
Well, hurry it up.
There. I'll get the papers you wanted. They're in a special part here.
Uh-huh.
But first, stick your hands up.
What the? Oh, my hand!
Gun!
Drop your gun.
I'll show you.
Drop it.
Don't drill me!
Where'd you get them guns?
You're all covered. Make a move and I'll let you have it.
You busted my hand. Butch, Nate, get him.
You get him!
My hand's hurt.
You didn't suspect there might be guns in that box, did you? Well, you pack of rats, that's the time you got fooled.
Come over close to me, Sally. I'll cut those ropes.
Why didn't you bust that box and see if there was guns inside it?
Shut up. I'll learn you, mister. Got me in the leg, eh? Well, I drawed a third shot from you. That'll fix you.
There. You're free, Sally.
I'll take their guns.
3 shots. That was a signal to bring your boss, wasn't it?
Yeah. And when he comes, he'll come a-shooting. That's why I jumped you. I made you fire a third time.
Drop him!
So you're the boss.
I said drop the gun!
Looks as if we had each other covered, doesn't it?
Shoot him, boss! Shoot him!
I'll fix him!
A redskin!
Good work, Tonto.
The masked man. You here?
Yes, we're here, Anson.
Take charge, Captain Carter. No one has seen the plans.
Dad!
You all right, honey?
Yes, but what's that outfit for? What's that mask for?
This outfit belongs to the man that's wearing my clothes.
You see, Carter, they would have killed your daughter with their first shot if someone hadn't had guns here to hold their attention while you and Tonto closed in. They were watching for someone to come until I got my gun from your dispatch case.
That isn't even my personal dispatch case, stranger. When I went back to the fort, after I left you, I fixed up another one, which could be opened with the keys I gave you. Then I put your 2 guns in it.
Look here. Who in thunder is the captain?
I am.
And you...
I told you he wasn't my father, but you were too smart to believe it.
You know who the man on the ground is, Captain?
Yes. He was once an officer. He was forced to resign from the service for selling government secrets to our enemies. We couldn't get proof enough to court-martial him.
Have you the proof you need now?
There's no question about it.
Snake! Snake, there's soldiers coming now.
This is a fine time to tell me when 4 folks are holding guns on me.
They'll help me take the prisoners in, stranger. I thought you'd prefer it that way.
I would.
You'd sooner not unmask to go to the fort.
I understand, Captain Carter, and appreciate your thoughtfulness.
If you'll step outside with me, we'll change clothes again, so my men will know who they're taking orders from.
Very well. Take care, Tonto, that these men don't get the chance to make a break.
Me want them close.
There you are, boys. There are the prisoners, 5 of them. And Father will be here as soon as he gives the man his mask.
you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit G3PL.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
You know, when Thursday rolls around, it'll bring more top radio entertainment to you over these NBC stations. Thursday starts right off in high gear with Robert Young starring as heroic and harassed Jim Anderson of Father Knows Best. The Andersons are just like your family, but funnier, for the head of the household can get himself involved in situations that take the concerted effort of wife and progeny to get unraveled. And usually Jim rises from the battle bloody but unbowed, and still firmly convinced that Father knows best. For adventure fans, Thursday holds the promise of top mystery listening also, as NBC presents Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, who matches his deductive reasoning against the violence and murder of crime. Later, join Jack Webb as Sergeant Joe Friday of Dragnet, the true story of your police force in action. Father Knows Best, Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, and Dragnet. Hear all these and more Thursdays on NBC. Now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Clip Job.
It is 10 o'clock on the evening of January 24th, 1950. A bit of wind whips through the streets in the North Texas town of Bolton. As the clock in the town hall strikes the hour, an elderly woman makes her way toward a lighted drugstore.
Well, thank you, Mr. Darrow. Thank you. Good night. Can I help you, ma'am?
Are you Mr. Crandall?
Yes, ma'am.
Some people told me you know everybody here in town.
Well, ma'am, I reckon I do. I've had this drugstore 23 years.
Do you know a man named George Colley?
Colley? Colley. No, ma'am, I don't believe I do. What's it look like?
Well, he's a big man, kind of stout, with gray hair. He's in the oil business.
Well, ma'am, I might be wrong, but I don't recall anybody looks like that by the name of Colley. Of course, he could be new around town.
Oh, no. He said he's lived here for years.
Have you asked anybody else in town if they knew?
Yes. I've asked all day.
And you're sure you got the right town?
Mr. Colley said Bolton. He told me he lived on Coursey Street.
That's right, ma'am. We got a Coursey Street here.
I went to the address he gave me. People there never heard of Mr. Colley. I guess I've come a long way. For nothing.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
You've been very kind.
Oh, not at all. Anything else I can help you with?
I'll just look around a little, if you don't mind.
Why, sure. Just take your time. I'll go ahead wrapping up these orders.
Mr. Crandall.
Yes, ma'am?
That bottle up there, how much does it cost?
This one?
The large one, just above it, with a red label.
Oh, that bottle's not for sale, ma'am. We sell it by the ounce.
How much is it an ounce?
$1.25. But it's poison, ma'am. You'll need a prescription to buy it.
Prescription?
Yes, ma'am, from your doctor.
Oh. Well, thank you very much.
You feeling all right, ma'am?
Yes. I'm all right.
Well, you don't look so good to me, ma'am. You better come over here to the soda fountain and sit down.
Please leave me alone.
Ma'am! Ma'am! Operator! Operator! Get me Doc Holmes, and hurry.
The woman was taken to the county hospital, where she was found to be in the first stage of starvation. Some letters in her handbag identified her as Mrs. Agnes Howell of Minden. Early the next morning, she regained consciousness and was able to talk. Upon hearing a story, Sheriff Ted Dreyer asked for assistance from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned and joined the sheriff at the hospital shortly after 8 o'clock.
Sure glad you got here so quick, Jace. This one's a little too rough for me to handle.
Want to give me a fill-in before we see Mrs. Howell?
Well, Jace, I could, but I'd rather have you hear it direct from her. No, down this way. They had to put her in a charity ward.
Didn't she have any relatives up in the town where she came from?
Minden? Nope, I checked. Her husband died 4 months ago. She didn't have nobody else. You know, Jace, that poor old lady hadn't eaten in 48 hours.
No money?
When I went through her pocketbook for identification, I found 13 cents. Here we are. Ms. Howell's the third bed down. Morning, Ms. Howell. Ms. Howell, this is Ranger Pearson. I'd like you to tell him everything you told me.
What's the use? He can't get my money back. $6,000. All I had in the world. Gone.
Somebody stole your money, ma'am?
I didn't know he was going to steal it. Mr. Colley. He seemed like such a fine man. Everything he said I believed. Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Oh, now, Miss Howell.
I'm sorry. I'm all right now.
This Mr. Colley, do you know his first name?
George. He seemed like the kind of man you could trust. Big and sort of stout with nice gray hair. When he come to the house, he said he'd been a friend of my husband's.
How long ago was this, ma'am?
Well, a month, I think. When I told him my husband was dead, he seemed so upset. He said he had a check for my husband. $500 was the profit from one of Mr. Colley's oil wells.
Had your husband ever said anything to you about investing in an oil well?
No, but lots of people around Minden have made money from oil. I didn't think there was anything wrong.
Did Mr. Colley give you the check?
Well, no. He said he wanted to do me a favor. Said he'd double my $500 in 3 days. When he come back, he told me he'd done even better. He had $1,200 for me.
And then he said if you'd put the rest of your money to it, he'd make a lot more. Is that it?
He told me I'd get at least $50,000. How did you know?
I just had an idea. You gave him the money, didn't you, ma'am?
Yes, I did. He promised me $50,000. Seemed like such a lot.
It is, ma'am. And so's your $6,000. When did you first get suspicious of Mr. Colley?
About 2 weeks after he left. He said he'd be back in a week.
When he didn't show up for a month, Miss Howell decided to come over here to Bolton and look for him.
I had to. There wasn't any more food in the house. I was ashamed to go to the neighbors. Our life savings. I was such a fool.
I'd like to get my hands on this Colley fellow for just 5 minutes.
I hope I can oblige you, Sheriff. Mrs. Howell, when Colley was in your town, did he stay at a hotel?
Yes, he did. The Fuller Hotel. It's the only one in Minden. Mr. Colley seemed like such a nice man. I still can't believe it.
That's just what he counted on, ma'am. Come on, Sheriff. Let's take a ride over to Minden.
turn right at the next corner, Jace. Fuller Hotel's at the end of the block.
Uh-huh.
You know, there's one thing I can't understand. How did this collie know to come right to Ms. Howell?
It's an old racket, Sheriff. He's what we call a hearse chaser. Scouts around till he finds a widow with a little bit of money, and then he goes to work.
But how did he happen to find Ms. Howell?
He didn't just happen. Probably used the local newspaper. Checked the obituary columns for a few months back and picked out his victim very carefully. The rest was easy.
Yeah, too easy. Sounds like he really knows his business.
If he's the one I think he is, he's one of the smartest. We've been after him over a year.
Haven't been able to get close to him, huh?
Not yet. Most of the women he's swindled don't come to us till months after it's happened.
That makes it tough, all right. Here's the hotel, James.
Yeah.
You sure we're doing right coming over here to Minden? Seems like a mighty cold trail.
No trail's ever cold, Sheriff. Not as long as it's a trail. And this is one I want to follow right to the end.
Clerk don't seem to be around. I reckon that'll bring somebody.
Sorry, gents. I was just having a bite of lunch in the back. Oh, Sheriff, I didn't recognize you at first.
This is Ranger Pearson.
Howdy, Ranger. Anything wrong?
We'd like to get a little information from you.
Well, now, I'd be right proud to answer anything you've got to ask. Always glad to help out a ranger.
Do you remember a man named George Colley? Stayed here about a month ago.
Well, that's real funny you asked about Mr. Colley.
Oh?
Kind of stout fella, gray hair, smokes big black cigars all the time. He the one you mean?
You ain't seen him around here lately, have you?
Nope. But me and my wife was talking about him just last night.
Anything special made you remember him?
You bet there is. Ain't often a man keeps a big wad of cash in my safe like Mr. Colley did. $6,000 it was. Brought it in the last day he was here.
How'd you know it was $6,000?
I made him count it before he put it in the envelope. All $100 bills it was. I asked him why he didn't put that much money in the bank. Said he didn't trust banks.
How long did Mr. Colley stay here?
3 days. Yep, 3 days. Oh, I never forgot. There was something else he put in the safe.
What was that?
A gold ring with a diamond big as the end of your thumb. I said to him, sort of joking, Mr. Colley, you act like we got crooks here in Minden. And he answers real serious. You never know. Just like that. You never know.
We have a look at his hotel bill?
Mr. Colley done something wrong?
Better just go ahead and get what the ranger asked.
Oh, sure. I didn't mean to get nosy. I'll have it for you in a minute.
What do you want with Colley's hotel bill, Jace?
Sometimes they're like diaries, Sheriff, and this one might give us the lead we're looking for.
Here you are, Ranger. $21.50. Paid in full. Cash.
It's a pretty big bill for 3 days.
Well, he had some cleaning and laundry done. Rush, so it was extra. You can see it right here.
Mm-hmm. This item number 4, $2.30 for telephone. Is that for local calls?
No, we don't charge for local calls. I reckon Mr. Colley must have phoned out of town.
Any idea who he phoned?
That might be real hard to say, Ranger. We just get the charges and put them on the bill.
Thanks. Come on, Sheriff.
Where are we going, Jace?
Down to the phone company.
Think we might be onto something?
I don't know, but it could be Mr. Colley left us a little message without knowing it. At the phone company office, we learned that Colley had called a Miss Sally Ronson in Dallas. The number belonged to a fancy roadhouse near town. I left the sheriff in Bolton and headed for Dallas. On the way, I radioed Company B and asked them to have somebody locate Sally Ronson and keep her under surveillance till I arrived. When I pulled up in front of the roadhouse at 10 that night, Ranger Clay Morgan was waiting for me.
Over here, Jace.
Hello, Clay.
I got your message, Jace. Cap wants me to work with you on the rest of the case.
Good. Get a line on Sally Ronson?
Uh-huh. She tap dances in the floor show inside. Just watch the end of her act. She's got another show tonight.
Let's go in.
Sure. Jace, you think this girl is mixed up in the hearse-chasing racket with Colley?
It's hard to say. But he called her long distance. That's enough to start on.
The manager said her dressing room was down at the end of the hall. How much did Colley get from the old lady in Minden, Jace?
$6,000, everything her husband left her.
She must have been an awful easy mark.
Maybe, but Colley's a pretty sharp article. Is this Sally Ronson's dressing room?
Yeah.
Just a minute.
She sounds a little tired.
Yeah, she's a little frayed at the edges.
How much is... Oh, I thought you was the kid from the drugstore.
I'm Ranger Pearson, ma'am. This is Ranger Morgan. All right, if we come in for a few minutes?
Why not? Excuse me for not having shoes on. I'll go get my slippers.
It's all right, ma'am. We just want to ask you a few questions.
I'm getting so I never want to have shoes on when I'm not dancing. You know how bad it makes you feel when your feet get tired.
Yes, ma'am.
Sit down.
No, thanks.
Seems like I'm tired all the time now. 7 years of dancing in places like this. What kind of questions do you want to ask?
You know a man named George Colley?
No, should I?
He phoned you from a town called Minden about a month ago.
Lots of men phone me. They get the idea I'm glamorous because I'm a show gal. Oh, glamorous with swollen feet.
You sure you don't remember hearing from George Colley?
Ranger, look, I'd like to help you, but I don't even know him.
Well, let's try again. He's a middle-aged man, stout, gray hair, smokes strong cigars.
Oh, him. Well, why didn't you say so? The oil man. But his name's George Connor.
Is that what he told you it was?
Yeah, I guess he's got 2 names.
Or 20. Why did he call you?
To make a date. He always takes me out when he's near where I'm playing. Makes me tired with all his big talk, but he buys a good dinner. He in trouble?
Yeah. You seen him recently?
A week, maybe 10 days ago.
You expect to see him again soon, Miss Ronson?
Look, Rangers, I can't afford to get mixed up in nothing. Bad publicity'd ruin my bookings.
We'll see you don't get mixed up in it. When are you supposed to see him again?
Tomorrow. Club's closed and I don't have to work. He's coming in town. Said he'd pick me up at my place at 6. Want me to call you when he gets in?
No, ma'am. If you don't mind, we'll wait there with you. This is one date we're all going to keep together.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
Here's an important message about a serious problem. During the last 4 infantile paralysis epidemics, a total of $79 million was spent by the March of Dimes Fund in caring for those stricken with this dread disease. These were the 4 worst infantile paralysis epidemics in history. The funds are now gone. This is a crisis, and it can become a disaster. Unless you help more generously than ever before, thousands of crippled children might never walk again. Imagine the feelings of the young parents of a 3-year-old when they hear the terrible diagnosis verdict, your child has infantile paralysis. Thousands of parents heard those words last year. By contributing to the March of Dimes, you can speed the day when those words need never be spoken again. You, by your contribution, can speed the research which is now pressing forward so hopefully toward an early solution to polio. Join the 1952 March of Dimes today. Send contributions to your local March of Dimes headquarters. Remember, this fight is yours. And now, back to the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Clip Job.
We put out a bulletin on George Colley with instructions to pay special attention to the area around Dallas. The next day, we staked out in the lobby of Sally Ronson's hotel on the chance that Colley might show up early. A little after 5, we joined her in her room and waited for Colley to keep his 6 o'clock date. At 6:30, he hadn't arrived. Sally made coffee for us on a hot plate she kept in her room.
Can't understand why he don't show up.
He's never missed a date with you before, has he, Miss Ronson?
No. Here's your coffee, Rangers. Not very strong, but it's hot.
Thanks.
Thanks, ma'am.
I wish I'd never got mixed up with him. I didn't know he was a crook.
It's not your fault.
Suppose he puts up a fight when he sees you here. He might have a gun.
Men like Colley don't often carry guns, ma'am.
No need to get upset, Miss Ronson. You just relax and let us worry about Colley.
Yeah. You got a coin for the radio, Ranger?
Oh, sure. Here.
Thanks. You've never been this late before.
Jace, you don't think he spotted us when we came up here, do you?
I doubt it. He probably doesn't have any idea we're after him.
Ranger, I can't help it. I'm getting scared. Couldn't I go somewhere and let you wait for him here?
I'm afraid not, ma'am. We can't take the chance of him seeing you on the street.
But if he comes...
Answer it, ma'am.
It might be him. What'll I say?
Just what you would ordinarily. Don't let him think there's anything wrong.
I'll try. Hello? All right, operator. Hey, turn off the radio, will
I'll
you?
get the radio, Jace.
Well, hello there. Oh? Well, if it can't be helped. No, it's all right. Yeah. And so long. Yeah, it was him. Said he had some business and can't get to Dallas till day after tomorrow.
Did he say where he was calling from?
He didn't, but the operator said the call was from Wilford.
Wilford? Let's see, that's about 150 miles from here.
Oil country. Chances are Colley's working another clip job.
Jace, you figure we might be able to pick him up there?
We'll give it a try. Call headquarters, Clay. Get them to cover this hotel. We're going to head for Wilford. We arrived in Wilford late that night. A check of the hotels failed to locate Collie. Early the next morning, we went to the local newspaper office. We learned that a man answering Collie's description had been in a week before going over back issues. We checked the obituary columns of the same issues and got the names of 4 newly widowed women who might qualify as Collie's intended victim. We called at their houses and made inquiries. Just before noon, a Mrs. Helen Petrie gave us the break we were looking for.
Why, yes, I know the man you're talking about, but his name's not Collie, it's Sanders.
How long have you known this Mr. Sanders?
Well, I've only known him a week, but he was a good friend of my husband's.
Did he tell you that, ma'am?
Yes, he did. And he's the most honorable man I ever met. He brought me $500 he said he owed my husband.
From an oil investment?
That's right. And he was so disturbed when he heard my husband had died. Said he just had to do something for me.
He took the $500 away with him, didn't he, ma'am?
Well, yes, but 3 days later he was back, and you know he had $900 with him, all for me.
Did he say anything then about you investing more money so you could make an even bigger profit?
Indeed he did. Matter of fact, I've got a check ready for him now, $5,200. Ranger, how do you know about all this?
This may come as a shock to you, ma'am, but your Mr. Sanders is one of the slickest swindlers in Texas.
Swindler? Why, that's downright ridiculous. Mr. Sanders is one of the finest men I ever met. I don't believe any of these things you're saying about him.
I'm afraid what Ranger Pearson says is true, ma'am. We know of at least one woman who's already lost all her savings because she trusted him.
Mr. Sanders wouldn't do a thing like that. You're sure you're not mistaken, Ranger?
There's no mistake, ma'am. This man's a criminal.
Why, I don't know what to say. It makes me feel weak all over. Mr. Sanders, he seemed so kind and so honest.
I know, ma'am. And we're sorry to have to tell you that he isn't.
What can I do? He's coming to pick up the check.
When?
2:00 today. I just don't know what I'm going to do.
We'd like you to see him, ma'am, and we want you to give him your check, just the way you planned to do.
Well, I don't understand, Ranger.
Would you give us permission to set up a hidden microphone in this room?
Well, of course, but whatever for?
We want to have a record of this man at work, just for our own use.
You mean you want me to talk to Mr. Sanders like nothing's happened?
That's right. And don't worry, ma'am. We'll be right in the next room.
Oh, it's not that. It's... Well, I'm not sure if I can face him knowing what I do now. I never was much good at acting.
Just do your best, ma'am. That's all we can ask. Clay?
Yeah, Jace.
How about pulling the car into a side street where it can't be seen? And bring the tape recorder back with you.
Sure.
Better step on it. We've got a lot to do before 2:00. I'm sorry to be moving your furniture around, ma'am, but I have to get this microphone set.
It's nearly 2:00, Ranger.
I'm just about finished. Uh-huh. Now we'll try a test with Ranger Morgan in the next room. Testing, Clay. Rap on the wall if I'm coming through. All right, Mrs. Petrie. We're ready for your visitor.
Oh, I've never been so nervous in all my life.
You'll do all right. Just be as natural as you can.
Ranger, you sure now you want me to give him the check?
It's very important that you do.
Oh, I wish I wasn't so nervous.
I better get into the next room.
Ranger, I think that...
Good luck, ma'am.
All set to record, Jace. Mrs. Petrie as scared as she sounds?
Yeah, she's pretty nervous.
You think she'll be able to carry it off?
It's a chance we have to take.
Boy, you didn't get in here with any time to spare.
Yeah. Give me that other set of earphones.
Here.
Thanks.
Why, hello, Mr. Sanders.
Howdy, ma'am. Good to see you again.
Won't you come in?
Well, thank you, ma'am.
I've got the check all ready for you.
Oh, there's no hurry on that, ma'am. Mostly I just stopped by to have a nice friendly chat with you.
Listen to that, Jace.
Yeah, shh.
Well, won't you sit down?
Thank you, ma'am. Sure is nice to sit a spell in a warm house on a cold day like today.
Oh, brother.
Yes, it is cold out.
Ma'am, if you don't mind my saying so, you don't seem like yourself today.
I don't?
No, ma'am. Seems like you're upset about something.
Oh, no, I'm perfectly all right.
Now, ma'am, don't try to fool me. I might not be much of a hand with the ladies, but I do know when a friend's feeling upset, and I reckon I know just what's troubling you.
You do?
Yes, ma'am. It's that business deal we were talking over yesterday. Now you just put your mind at ease. If it's going to worry you, we'll forget the whole thing.
Oh, no. I want you to take the check.
Well, ma'am, you won't regret it for sure. Another month's time, you'll be a rich woman. But I understand how you feel. And you know your husband was such a fine fellow, I'd hate to think of his widow worrying over money.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Sanders. I'm not a bit worried.
Sure you are, and I don't blame you. Probably seems like a right lot of money to let go of, even if it is only for a short time.
Well,
I'll tell you what. If you feel like you can't afford it right now, you just tear up that check.
He's playing it real smart.
No, I've thought it over and my mind's made up. I do want to go into your business.
Well, all right, ma'am. But only if you're sure you want to.
The check's in my desk.
Oh! What a shame, ma'am. Such a pretty face.
Oh, I'm so clumsy. I better clean up the pieces before somebody gets
Oh, you just let me handle that, ma'am. I'll have it up right away.
Thank you. I'll go get the check in the meantime.
He's crazy if he hasn't noticed something wrong by now.
There we are, ma'am.
And here's the check, Mr. Sanders. $5,200.
Well, Mrs. Petrie, now that you have made up your mind, I can tell you you've made the what? Ma'am, your hand's shaking.
It's nothing.
You know, ma'am, I just got a hunch we shouldn't do business today. I'll be back to see you some other day.
Mr. Sanders!
Casey's taken off.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Come on.
I'm sorry, Rangers. I just couldn't.
That's all right, ma'am. Let's stop him, Clay.
Right. Jason's in his car. Hold it, Collie! You got his tire, Jace?
Yeah, let's go. Don't move, Collie. You're covered. All right. Get out of the car.
What's this all about, Rangers? You might have killed me. It would have been too good for you, Collie. What are you calling me Collie for? My name's Sanders. You must have a tough time keeping track of all your names.
Put out your hands, Collie. You're under arrest.
Arrest? What for?
Swindling.
Me? You're making a mistake, Ranger.
No, Collie. You made the mistake when you swindled Agnes Howell over in Minden.
Agnes Howell? I don't know anybody by that name.
I think she'll know you. Come on, Collie. She spent a long time looking for you. Let's not keep her waiting any longer.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
There's more good radio listening Wednesday night on NBC. Wednesday, come to Ivy College in the town of Ivy, USA. Yes, walk the pleasant campus of Ivy College with Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman as Dr. and Mrs. Hall of Ivy. There's adult comedy and heartwarming human philosophy in each sparkling broadcast of the halls of Ivy. Then, Peavy, Gildy, Judge Hooker, Leroy, and all the gang bring you a half hour of mirth and music with the one, the only, the great Gildersleeve. Later, Groucho Marx is your genial paymaster of ceremonies on You Bet Your Life, radio's merriest quiz show. There's prize money for lucky contestants and fun for everyone as Groucho Marx asks the questions and provides the laughs. And for High Adventure on Wednesday, hear both Big Story and Barry Craig, confidential investigator. Yes, Wednesday means top entertainment on NBC. Stay tuned to the NBC Radio Network. Every day of the week, the finest entertainment is as close as this station. And now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
George Colley was brought to trial on March 13th, 1950. During the 2 months preceding his trial, Agnes Howell and 3 other women from various parts of the state filed charges against him for fraud. Of the $6,000 Mrs. Howell had lost, $3,800 was recovered and returned. On April 26, 1950, George Colley was sentenced to 20 years in Huntsville Penitentiary.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. The cast included Tony Barrett, Ken Christie, Virginia Gregg, Parley Bear, Ernie Newton, Herb Ellis, and Lillian Byam. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Next, it's The Big Show. All this and Tallulah, too, on NBC.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Listen to Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. There was no warning, no presentiment of impending disaster. The papers headlined the cliché of another impasse at the United Nations. Radio commentators announced a new gangland murder, the firing of a football coach. There was not the slightest hint that the entire civilized world might be in terrible danger. And then a telephone started to ring in a certain New York City apartment.
Hello?
Ken, better get down to the bureau right away.
What's up, Chief?
Formula H.
I'll be right there. Sure there's no mistake, Chief?
Not a chance, Ken. It's Formula H, all right. The key to the most destructive weapon ever conceived by man. And a set of the microfilm is missing.
When was the loss discovered?
I got a call from Los Alamos 20 minutes ago.
Any idea who?
Take your choice, Ken. Sir John Saunders of England, Charles Gomar of France, Aline Najda of Belgium.
Good Lord.
Yeah. 3 of the world's greatest atomic scientists. All of them cleared to work with our top men. And all of them had access to those plans.
What's been done about them?
Washington just reported on a personal security search.
And?
No trace of the film.
No, there wouldn't be.
Well, what the devil are we going to do about it? We can't let those plans get out of the States. Why, Ken, if they fall into the wrong hands, the whole world could go up in smoke.
Chief, weren't the 3 of them about to leave this country for a scientific convention in Paris?
That's right. They were all set to take off at midnight from Washington in a chartered plane, but don't worry about that. We'll cancel the flight and hold them in custody.
Why?
Why? For Pete's sake, Ken. One of them's obviously using that trip as an excuse to get out of the country with those plans.
That's why I think we should let him go.
What?
Look, Chief. It's 100 to 1 that Formula H is on its way out of the States right now. None of the 3 has the plans on him. So what are you going to accomplish by holding them in custody?
Well, I don't know, but we just can't let them skip the country.
Why not? If I go along.
What have you got in mind, Ken?
They are not leaving Washington until midnight. That gives us plenty of time to make arrangements for me to take over as co-pilot on the flight.
Co-pilot?
I'll have until we land at Shannon Island to come up with something. Maybe learn which one it is or get some hint as to what's happening to that microfilm.
Oh, but you haven't anything to go on, Ken. Nothing to work with.
Got any other ideas, Chief?
All right. Let's go.
Hi there, Mac. You looking for somebody?
Yeah. Captain Bill Allen. Have I found him?
Well, you couldn't have done it better with radar, pal. You must be thirsting the new coal.
That's right.
Hope you don't mind the last-minute switch.
Oh, brother, there's been nothing but switches on this flight. We're going. We're canceled. We're going again. I've even filed 2 flight plans, one for Shannon and one for the Savoy Bar. No, Thurston, you don't bother me a bit.
Well, thanks, Alan. This our ship?
Yep. Fuel check, cleared, and ready to go as soon as our 3 VIPs get here.
Just the 3 of them going along?
That's right. 2 of us and the steward will make a total of 6. We'll be flying light, high, and handsome. That's why I file non-stop. Hey, looky there. Seems as if the brain trust showing up. Hey, Thurston, I thought we were carrying electronic graybeards. Who's that streamlined jet jar?
She must be one of them, Alan. Dr. Aline Nasdell, Belgium.
Well, don't tell me she's got all that and brains, too. Wow, we'll be flying the beam tonight.
Are you all set to go, Captain?
Well, just let them get aboard, sir, and we'll be off.
Good. The plane's all ready. So if you'll all get aboard, Dr. Najda.
But of course.
Here, let me help you with that bag, Miss Najda.
Well, thank you, Captain.
Oh, think nothing of it, ma'am. Nothing at all. Oh, you button up after we're all aboard, will you, Thurston? I'll see our passengers are made comfortable.
Sure.
Passengers, did he say? That's a relief. For a moment, I thought Dr. Najda was the only one traveling tonight. See you aboard, Mr. Thurston.
You are certain that this plane is capable of making the journey, Monsieur Thurston? It does not seem very large or very strong.
No need to be concerned, Professor Gomar. We'll make it easily.
Perhaps. Still, it is such a long voyage and over water so much of the way. A boat would be so much safer, so much more... Oh, well, it is too late for that now, huh? Gaspar? Well, as you say, the die is now cast. It has been cast.
Everything all right, Ken?
Okay, here, Chief. What about you?
Oh, they've been under constant surveillance. I'll guarantee not one of them is carrying the plans aboard.
What about Alan?
He's been checked. Not a thing on record against him. You're going on a wild goose chase, Ken. You haven't got a prayer of turning anything up. Why don't I take them all into custody before it's too late?
If I can't turn anything up, it's already too late, Chief. I'll let you know how I come out. See you later.
So long, Ken.
NC6X943 to tower. Ready for takeoff. Over.
Tower, NC6X943. The runway's yours. Let her rip. Over and out.
How do you make the altitude, Thurston?
10,001.
Course?
070 degrees.
Well, check and triple check. It's all a known how, as the man says. Nothing to do but relax from now on in.
Yeah. Suppose I go out, check on the passengers, and have the steward rustle up some coffee.
Yeah, you do that, Thurston. Only don't you get lost on the way. I'm reserving hand-holding privileges with that beautiful hunk of atomic fission for yours truly.
I'll let her know, Alan.
You just do that, Thurston. You just do that.
Nice takeoff, Mr. Thurston. If the rest of the trip is as pleasant, I'll be more than satisfied.
Thanks, Sir John. We'll try to keep you that way.
By the way, do you happen to have the time?
It's 12:35.
Thank you.
Everything all right, Dr. Najda?
Oh, it is indeed, Mr. Thurston, with but one exception.
Oh, what's that?
Well, traveling by airplane always stimulates me. And as I do not feel the least bit sleepy, I am certain that some coffee could do me no harm.
You will have it, Doctor? I'm going back to light a fire under the steward now.
Monsieur Thurston, some attention, please.
What's the trouble, Professor Gomar?
That Captain Allen, he did not do as I wished. I told him I wanted my briefcase here on the seat beside me, and he has put it up there, where I cannot easily reach it.
Well, that's a simple matter, Professor. Here.
Medicine, sir. I have important notes, you understand. If anything should happen to the plane, perhaps I might be able to save them.
I wouldn't worry about it, Professor. You'll be in Paris before you know it. Hello, Pagan.
Boy, am I ever glad to see you, Mr. X. I've been sitting back here cooped up in this coop waiting for you to show. What's going on here anyways?
Didn't the chief tell you?
And nobody tells me nothing. All I know is that I was working busy in my Uncle Ahmed's elite haberdashery emporium, and this bureau agent walks in right in the middle of a 400 spade hand with double pinnacle besides.
Then you didn't see the chief?
He took me out of this airplane. I didn't see nobody, and he told me to stay in here until I heard from you.
Yeah, well...
But believe me, I would have walked right off this thing if I didn't figure you wanted my invaluable services.
Yeah.
And don't forget, we were playing double in spades.
Pagan, somebody on board this plane has got some missing microfilm. All knows where it is. I've got to find it before we reach Ireland, and you're going to help me.
Oh, sure. Now, what do you want me to do?
Hang around the passengers, drop a few remarks about scientific secrets, H-bombs, microfilm. Let them know you've got a few friends behind the Iron Curtain.
It's a cinch. Then what?
That's all.
That's all?
It'll be enough to start putting the pressure on. I'll handle the rest of it. Wait a minute. Something you wanted, Sir John?
As a matter of fact, there is, Mr. Thurston. That coffee you spoke about.
Now, the steward will have it ready in a minute. Anything else?
Yes, Captain Allen asked me to get you. He'd like to see you up forward.
Thanks for your trouble, Sir John.
Perfectly all right, Mr. Thurston. Perfectly all right.
You wanted to see me, Alan?
Not nearly as much as I want to see Miss Nuclear Fission in 1951 and 2 and 3. Why don't you take over here and I'll take over there?
Fair enough, Bill.
Oh, and you might bend your ears around that radio headset. Some friend of yours in Washington wants to yakety-yak with you for a while.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, now you just keep your Geiger counters handy, chillin'. Daddy's going to be radioactive tonight.
NC6X943 Thurston, calling Washington 37. NC6X943 Thurston, calling Washington 37. Come in, please.
Hello, Ken. All clear?
All clear, Chief. Talk up.
Ken, you're in trouble. There's something awfully wrong aboard that plane.
That's not news, Chief.
Well, this is. The Washington police found a dead man a couple of hours ago. Murdered. They just got a positive identification on him.
What about it?
He was an airplane pilot with the name of Bill Allen.
Come here.
May I have a word with you in private, Mr. Thurston?
Of course, Dr. Nasha. Please come in.
Thank you. I wanted to speak with you about the steward, Mr. Thurston.
Zell Schmidt, what about him?
He was talking to Charles Gomar a little while ago, using your name quite frequently. If I am not mistaken, he was linking it with a certain letter of the alphabet.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
I would not know, Mr. Thurston.
Well, then why tell me about it?
Perhaps it is because I am a woman as well as a scientist. And like most women, my heart yearns for peace. Thank you for your time, Mr. Thurston. I hope I have not wasted it for you.
Mr. Thurston. Coffee time.
Come in here, you idiot, and close that door.
Oh, sure. Happy to oblige any old aeroplane pilot any old time.
Now, I had a visit from Dr. Najda a little while ago, Pagan. She told me you went up your old tricks again.
Well, once a Zelsmith, always leave him laughing, you know. Well, here you are, Mr. X.
Did you learn anything out there?
Did I learn anything? Believe me, I learned plenty. You know, that smells so good, I think I'll have a cup myself.
Come on, let's have it.
Well, don't breathe it to a soul, Mr. X, but those three jokers out there, they're all spies.
What?
That's right. I heard them telling that Captain Allen all about it. All three of them were in that atom bomb place down in New Mexico, and you know nobody but spies can get in there.
Oh, fuck.
Well, that stays this good old Java, huh, Mr. X? There's mud in your eyes.
Drop that cup, Pagan.
Yeah. Ooh. Hey, what's the big idea knocking that coffee out of my hand? I'm dying for a drink of that stuff.
You almost were dying for effect.
Huh?
Yeah. Smell this coffee.
So what? It smells like coffee and maybe burnt nuts of some kind?
Yeah, bitter almonds.
But I didn't put any nuts in that coffee.
No, but one of our friends out there put something in it. Poison.
We'll return to the man called X in just a moment. The blood plasma reserved for the fighting men in Korea is exhausted. Unaccountably, donations have decreased sharply in the last few months. Now, this condition must not continue. The lives of our loved ones must not be lost needlessly. Our soldiers in Korea are giving their blood for their buddies. Can we do less? Call your local headquarters of the American Red Cross now. Make an appointment this week to give just a pint of your blood to save a life. And now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. It is known simply as Formula H, and yet it holds the key to the most powerful, the most terrifying weapon ever conceived by man. And a microfilm set of the plans is suddenly discovered to be missing. Ken Thurston, acting as co-pilot, is aboard a transatlantic plane chartered by 3 international atomic scientists, all under equal suspicion of having stolen the missing plans. And now, in the pilot's compartment, Ken has just become aware of an attempt to kill him with poisoned coffee.
Poison? That's right, Pagon.
But who? But why? Oh, but what?
Take your pick. There are 4 to choose from.
4?
Our pilot. He's a phony. The real Bill Allen was found a couple of hours ago by the Washington police. Murdered.
Oh, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
Sure, why not? We can... Oh, no.
Yeah.
But we're stuck up here in the middle of nothing with somebody who wants to bump us out. What do we do, Mr. Thurston? What can we do?
I don't think we'll have much to say about it.
Huh?
Listen to those engines. The ship's beginning to ice up.
What are you talking about, ice? There's plenty warp in here.
Take a look at those wings. The ice is piling up fast. Another 30 minutes of that and we'll spin down out of control.
We'll... Oh, ice, missing plans, poisoned coffee. That puts us right between the devil. Oh, no.
Well, palsy. It sounds like our putt-putts are playing knock-knock. What gives out there, Ice?
That's right. Building up fast.
Well, that lovely whistle Betaline Najda ain't the only de-icer we got aboard.
I switched on the de-icers half an hour ago. Something's wrong with them. They're not working.
Well, now that's a revolting thought. You got any suggestions?
There's an old deserted landing field this side of Gander, Newfoundland. The ferrying command used it during the war. And there's just a prayer we can make it.
Well, fair enough. I'll let our paying passengers in on the scoop, then come back and help you set it down. I got a hunch, though, that somebody aboard this flying chemistry class ain't gonna like the changing plans.
You know, Ellen, or whatever your name is, I was just thinking the same thing.
Nice flying, Thurston. Bill Allen couldn't have done better himself.
I don't know about Bill Allen, but I think you could have put it on.
Well, that friend of yours back in Washington tipped you off to the switch, huh?
That's right. Well?
Well, now, you can't chew out a guy for helping out a pal in a jam.
What kind of jam?
Too much elbow bending. When this flight was canceled the first time, he made for the Savoy Bar. He wasn't in no fitting condition when it was scheduled again, so I took over.
It won't wash. Allen's dead, murdered.
Are you leveling, Thurston?
Yeah.
Well, then I'll tell you what. Let's take care of the pay and freight while I think it over. Weather ought to clear in a couple of hours, and it could be I'll have something mighty interesting to talk over with you by then.
I knew that some disaster would overtake us upon this trip. Did I not say so, mes amis? Did I not?
Oh, it's not as bad as all that, Gomar. Can't you look upon it as an adventurer's lark?
I do not care for adventure in an ice-bound wilderness, Sir John. Only in a safe passage back to Paris. What is to be done now, Monsieur Thurston? I ask of you.
Now, as soon as the steward and Captain Allen secure the plane, we'll head for that shelter hut at the end of the runway. We can light a fire and be comfortable in there until the weather clears.
Now, those are pleasing words, Mr. Thurston. What is more inviting than a roaring fire and good company while a storm rages outside?
Yes, very well, very well. If we have no alternative, let us be about it then.
Eileen and I will go with him, Thurston. We'll have the fire going by the time you get there.
Thanks, Sir John.
Oh, by the way, do you have the time?
Hmm? Yeah, it's 7:15.
Thank you. One of the penalties of exacting scientific research seems to be a nervous stomach. And pills have to be taken on schedule. Come along, Eileen, my dear.
All right.
See you later, Thurston.
Yeah.
Well, I got the sandwiches and the hot drinks, Mr. X. A tea, that is. So let's take a powder for that ramshack over there.
Where's Alan?
I haven't seen him. I guess he's still on board the airplane somewhere. But who cares?
I think we'd better care, Pagan. Come on.
Hey, it's cold on that board of that plane.
It'll be a lot colder here if he takes off without us.
Huh? Now, why would he do that?
We still haven't found the missing plans. And they're more than worth a gamble with a little ice.
Mr. X, he's not here.
He's got to be. Let's try the office.
Mr. X.
Yes.
Oh. But who? How?
This time the coffee gag worked, Pagan. Poison.
Captain Allen poisoned? But it does not make any sense, Mr. Thurston.
It makes plenty of sense to one of you here, Dr. Najda.
I'm not certain that I understand, Thurston.
That man wasn't Bill Allen. He was helping one of you get some stolen microfilm out of the United States.
What kind of nonsense is this, Monsieur Thurston? We are scientists of international repute. It is ridiculous to accuse one of us of stealing Formula H.
I didn't know I'd mentioned what formula was missing.
Well, perhaps you did not. But this kind of accusation, the inquiry and searching back in Washington, I but drew the natural conclusion.
Yeah.
You know, Thurston, I'm almost convinced that Gormar is right. If this pilot of ours was a Confederate and stolen microfilm, why would he have been killed?
There can only be one answer, Sir John. To prevent him from telling what he knows.
Is that guesswork, Dr. Nauger? Or knowledge?
Why can't we term it fundamental deduction, Mr. Thurston?
Maybe we would. If it wasn't for this.
Now, what in the world would that be?
A charm from a lady's bracelet, Sir John. I found it on the floor of the plane. Under the pilot's body.
Well, I presume you have some explanation for that, Eileen, my dear.
Well, of course. The simple truth.
And that is?
Well, I noticed that charm was missing from my bracelet hours ago. I must have lost it aboard the plane, and someone else picked it up. For what purpose is now rather obvious.
The only thing obvious about all this, mademoiselle, is the identity of the guilty party.
Suppose we let the Newfoundland authorities decide about that, Professor.
But while she is free, all our lives are in danger.
They won't be for long. The weather's starting to clear now. Another hour and we'll wind up this little affair in the town of Gander.
Gander calling NC 6X943, Thurston. Gander calling NC 6X943, Thurston. Can you read me? Come in, please. Over.
Read you loud and clear, Chief. Glad to hear you got to Gander all right.
Sure. That Army jet got me here in plenty of time. But what's been holding you up? According to our plan, I expected you here hours ago.
Had a little trouble, Chief. Ice. Murder.
What?
Ought to land in about 30 minutes now. Have a private office ready for us. I'll tell you all about it then.
Here's the office, Ken. You want everybody in to talk things over?
It'll be simpler that way, Chief. Will you all step inside, please?
Certainly. Glad to oblige, Thurston.
I am sorry, monsieur, but I cannot say the same. All this officiousness, this delay, it's inexcusable.
Why should you object, Professor Gomar? After all, I am the one who is suspect at the moment. Come along.
Yes, very well, very well.
You want to take over, Ken?
If you don't mind, Chief, it won't take long. You all know, well, you know by now why we're here. One of you is suspected of espionage, of having stolen top-secret microfilm. Microfilm of Formula H.
Oh, then Gomar's guess was right, Thurston.
If it was a guess, Sir John.
I told you. I but drew a natural conclusion, monsieur.
So he did. And Dr. Najda told us she was innocent of the pilot's murder. Now, I'm wondering what Sir John has to say.
What I have to say? What about Mr. Thurston?
About your stomach pills, your wristwatch.
What?
A poisoned pellet can easily be disguised as an innocent pill. And I'm curious as to why a man who's wearing a watch is always asking the time.
I don't know what you're driving at, Thurston. Is there anything unusual about a man's watch stopping?
Not unless there's a microfilm concealed in the case that's caused it to stop.
Microfilm? Ken.
I told you I'd wind things up in Gander, Chief. You better take him away.
Well, I guess we put the wraps on this one all right, eh, Mr. X? I knew all the time it was that Sir John Saunders joker.
Oh, sure.
Sure, it was as plain as my nose. Hey, what are we stopping at the airplane garage for?
Our plane was put inside for repairs.
What? But I thought Professor Gomar and that Aline Najda were taking off for Paris in a little while.
They are. We have to switch planes for them. The de-icers on this one don't work. Remember.
Oh, sure. Hey, it's dark in here, Mr. X. Why don't we turn on the light or something?
It's light enough for our purpose.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's... Hey, what is our purpose anyway?
Keep quiet and I'll show you.
But Mr. X...
Quiet.
Oh, but we've come to the end of this place. There's no plane in here.
The hangar's divided into two sections. It's in the next one. Through this door. There it is, Pagan.
Mr. X, look.
Yeah.
But what's going on there with that plane?
The plate covering the alcohol tank being removed.
What alcohol tank?
The one used to fuel the de-icers.
Hey, where's the alcohol?
That's why the de-icers didn't work. There's something else being taken out of that tank. You see it?
Mr. X, that's the...
Yeah. I'll take that if you don't mind, Aline.
Thurston.
The microfilm. Aline?
But it was Sir John. That is... Well, I thought you... Oh. So it was a trap.
That's right. We had to get proof. So Sir John played along with us. You had to feel safe enough to walk into it.
I see.
But the microfilm on the tank. How'd you know about that?
It figured, Pagan. She had to get it out of the country some way. The pilot was working with her. And the de-icers didn't work.
You know you're not going to walk out of here alive, don't you, Mr. Thurston?
Mr. X?
Oh, put that thing away. The chief's got to hang us around it. You're all through.
So, for the time being, I have lost.
You lost a long time ago, Aline. When you decided you'd try to help destroy the world. Well, someday we'll find a remedy for what's wrong with you and a lot of people like you. We've got to find it. Let's pray that it's short of war.
And now, here's our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And my thanks to Lucille Meredith, Will Wright, Dan O'Hurley, Howard McNear, and Stacey Harris. Next week, well, who would dream that the icy slopes of the Matterhorn would hold the key to one of the most disruptive forces at work in the world today? And no, I don't mean Leon Belasco, but he'll be along on the trip to Switzerland as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. This program is directed by Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And now, until next week, same time and station, this is Hal Gibney saying good night for The Man Called X. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Subscribe for more videos.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud! Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you the MGM star, Miss Lucille Ball. The suspense play which stars Miss Ball, which is produced and directed by William Spear, is called Dime a Dance. It deals, as you will presently know, with Broadway life and sudden death, both set to music. And so with Dime a Dance, and with the performance of Lucille Ball as a red-haired young lady named Ginger Allen, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
Have you ever danced with a murderer? Doesn't cost any more for the extra thrill. It's only a dime. How could I do it, you say? I had to save my own life. I'm a taxi dancer from the Joyland Palace. One of the places just off Broadway in the 40s, you know the kind of place. Second-rate dance bands like Frankie Froman's 15 Frolickers. I was late to work that night. I ran down Broadway, scrambling through the crowd to the entrance of the Joyland.
50 beautiful girls upstairs, boys. Come in and count them yourself. No admission, 10 cents a dance. Come in, we're just getting started. The music is the very...
Hello, Max.
Hey, Ginger, you better step on him. Marina's looking for you. Your late. He's burning.
I know it. Has Julie come in yet?
Not yet. 50 beautiful girls waiting to dance. We just step right in. No admission, please. Walk right in there.
Well, good evening. So you finally decided to come, did you?
Hiya, Marino. Sorry I'm late.
Yeah, you ought to be. And so should Julie. All the cash customers are waiting. I sent out the girls before all of you are here, and you say I'm playing favorites.
Well, blame it on Julie. She gave me a stand-up tonight.
All right, so I'll blame it on Julie. Where is she?
Isn't she here?
No, and she ain't home neither, because I phoned her there 15 minutes ago. Thought she was with you.
And I thought she was here.
Hey, if this is no gag, what happened to her?
Well, that's what I'm beginning to wonder.
Go on in and get your stuff on. Julie'll be all right.
Yeah, maybe she slipped in while you were busy counting tickets or something. See you right away, Marino.
Thanks for being late and being teacher's pet. We've been entertained by Mom here while waiting for...
All right, lay off. Mom, throw me that foot powder. Looks like a heavy night out there. My feet still hurt from last night.
Here you are, dearie. That's the way I am, girlies. What I like every once in a while is a good, juicy murder.
Nice kid. Old enough to be murdered herself. Throw me that dress, would you, Madame Defarge, the green one. Is Julie here?
Not unless she's hiding in the closet, honey.
Do any of you know where she is?
You asking us? Ain't she your buddy? Maybe they had a fight.
Well, did any of you hear from her?
Why not ask Marino? He's been hanging around her.
Now, that southern girl, Sally, she used to work in a joint like this one further uptown. There was a murder for you.
Come on, hurry it up in there. On the floor, step on it.
She just never showed up to work one night.
Who didn't?
That southern girl, Sally. Then they found her. That was about 3 years ago. Oh, what a sight she was when the police discovered the body.
Oh, cut it out, Mom.
Then there was the Robinson gal out in Brooklyn, stabbed to death. They found a phonograph and records by a body didn't even belong to her. The murderer brought his own music. Oh, she was a dance hall pony, too. Maybe some guy has it in for you girls.
Pleasant character.
Well, maybe one fella kills the both of them. Maybe there's a dance hall killer still at large getting ready for his next victim.
Now, what do you think I pay you girls for anyway?
I often wonder.
Joe Marino, think we're giving a free show in here?
You couldn't interest anybody in that chassis of yours even with a set of dishes thrown in. All right, all of you, file out. I got something to tell Ginger. Come on, get out. Ginger, what I wanted to see you about.
I know, Marino. I put you in a spot. I'll be dressed in a minute, and if you'll ward off those garlic eaters tonight, I'll work twice as hard and make it up to you, honest.
No, I'm in no spot, Ginger, but you are.
Marino, what's the matter? What's happened?
The police want to see you, Ginger.
Police? What for? I didn't do anything.
I'm sorry, Ginger, but
Something's happened to Julie.
that's what the police want to see you by. Julie's dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
Tonight in our suspense theater, death is a dancing thing. Roma Wines is bringing you Lucille Ball as star of suspense in the Cornell Woolrich story, Dime a Dance. You have heard the prologue for tonight's tale of suspense.
Before we return to the scene of our drama, let me say just this. Few spots on the globe boast the unique and perfect combination of nature's gifts, which makes possible truly good wine. Wine which the whole world can enjoy. But wine experts will tell you that among those fortunate spots, none can surpass the vineyards of our own California. From these renowned California vineyards come Roma wines. Wines so perfect in flavor, so delightful, that they are enjoyed in many countries of the world. To us in America, Roma wines are an everyday treat, for we may buy them at an astonishingly low price, since we pay no import duties or expensive shipping costs. Do you enjoy a delicious tangy sherry? Tomorrow treat yourself to a glass of Roma California sherry. We're sure you will agree you've never tasted finer. With your first sip, you'll understand why Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for your favorite type of Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our soundstage Miss Lucille Ball in Dime a Dance, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All the way over in that police car with those two flat feet from homicide, I could see Marino's face when he said murdered. Poor Marino. We got out and walked up to the third floor of the building, to Julie's room. Marino never said a word.
All right, sister, in here.
Is she still in there?
No, you won't have to look at her.
Oh. How did it happen?
Strangled.
Why didn't she yell out? There were plenty of people around.
Now, look, Ginger, we're asking the question.
Yeah, but since you raise it, we figured the person who could get close enough to kill her was someone she felt safe with.
She was murdered by someone she trusted, by a friend.
Well, I was the only friend she had.
Yeah, so they tell us.
Unless she had a boyfriend.
And who was her boyfriend?
Yeah.
If she was strangled, where did all the blood come from?
Flatfoot didn't answer Marino. He shut up all at once, as if he didn't have the heart to tell us the rest of it. His eyes gave him away, though. I got the whole score just following his gaze around the room. First, he looked at the little phonograph. By using bamboo needles, she could play it late at night. Soft, so no one could hear it. The needle was worn down halfway, all shredded as though it had been played over and over. Then his eyes wandered to a flat piece of paper that had 8 or 10 shiny new dimes on it. Some had little brown flecks on them. Then his eyes went down to the rug. It was all pleated up in places, especially along the edges, as though something heavy, something lifeless had been dragged back and forth over it. danced with her after he killed her? Gave her a dime a dance even then?
Now, will you tell us? Who was her boyfriend?
Play that record. Maybe she'll remember some guy they both knew who was hipped on the piece. It was the only one he played.
Turn it off! Stop it! Stop that music! That wasn't hers. She never had that record. Poor butterfly. She hated it. She couldn't stand it. Someone brought that record here with him.
Sure, someone did. Maybe her boyfriend sort of...
It was no boyfriend. It was someone who waited for her in that room in the dark and killed her before she could scream. It was the same madman who killed those two other dance hall girls. He pays a dime a dance. A dime a dance whether you're alive or dead. Back at the grind. The flat feet let me go. Nobody told me anything. Sometime when you have nothing better to do, you try dancing with a couple of hundred guys a night, asking yourself each time one of them wraps his arms around you, is this the killer? Has he a knife in his hand behind my back?
Say, can I see you a minute?
Got a ticket?
Yeah, but I don't want to dance, Ginger. I want to talk.
Well, it's your dime. Say, how do you know my name?
What, just happened to?
Who are you, anyway?
Recognize those two guys leaning against the wall?
The two flat feet?
And I'm the third. Nick's the name.
Well, what about about her boyfriend?
Relax. We have proof it wasn't her boyfriend and wasn't you.
Oh, then you expect him to show up again after what he's done already, huh?
We just got the report on those other two girls. They were killed by a maniac who played poor butterfly. Also, the fingerprints in all three cases match. He'll keep it up until we get him.
Well, how do you know what he looks like?
We don't. We only know he isn't through yet. That's why I was assigned to protect you.
Protect me?
Yep. Keep my eye on you all night while you work and then take you home right to your door. Marino knows about the other two dicks, but no one knows about me. Fact is, headquarters told me not to tell even you.
Then why did you?
I just saw how touchy you are. I don't want you to misunderstand my intentions.
Well, what if someone asks me who you are?
Say I'm your new boyfriend.
Oh, don't get smart. I never had a boyfriend.
Good, now you've got one.
Oh, 35 girls on this musical chain gang. Why do you pick on me?
Because we found out one more thing about the killer's habits. The two girls that were murdered before Julie both had red hair.
Julie had red hair.
Yeah. And so have you, baby.
So I was set up as victim number 4. Nice thought. But every night, like the milkman, just when the girls filed out to feast the arms and eyes of the wolves, there was Nick. Now, that was some comfort. Nothing personal, you understand. It was also a comfort to see those other two flat feet on the job night after night.
How's Ginger?
Fine. How's Nick? Hey, you're 4 minutes late.
Miss me?
Oh, I'm just a taxpayer that wants to see a public servant earn his money.
If the city got broke, I'd do this job for nothing. Uh-oh. Your straw boss, Marino, is giving you the high sign.
Oh, I'll go see what he wants. You wait here. It's on your mind, Marino.
Say, who is that monkey hanging around you every night?
He pays for his tickets, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he never uses them. Who is he?
My boyfriend.
Oh, you known him long?
Long enough.
Take care of yourself, Ginger.
Don't worry, Marino. I know my way around, but thanks.
Besides, we're not running any matrimonial bureau around here. You got to spread yourself around a little more. Share the wealth. There's other customers.
All right.
Now, watch her, will you?
All right.
What did he want?
Oh, nothing. Nick, is there any news? You know, it's a month since Julie was...
No. Calm down, redhead.
That's just it. That red hair. Look, why won't you let me dye it?
Well, I've got my reasons.
Yeah. You great, big, silent, strong cop.
That's right. Those cops.
And then came that night. That horrible night. I was late as usual, got to the dressing room planning to dress in no seconds flat so I could get out on the floor and be with Nick. Somehow I felt that I was going to need him that night. Some instinct told me it was A matter of life or death.
It's been a whole month since the last one. What I like every once in a while is a good juicy murder.
Come on, snap it up. What do you think I pay you girls for anyway?
Who are you looking out the door for, Ginger?
Now, you take that killing of Julie. There was a real juicy case.
Oh, shut up, Mom. Will you cut it out?
Oh, I'm sorry, dearie. I keep forgetting you, and she was so cool.
Oh, that's all right. I'm jittery. Laverne, have you seen my boyfriend?
Not tonight. Maybe he got bored.
Billy, have you seen Nick? You know, the tall, handsome... Not tonight, Redhead. I guess he's giving you the air.
Come on up. What am I paying you for? Come on. What's the matter, Ginger? You look like you've seen a ghost. What are you looking for out there? What's so fascinating about the clock?
Marino, they're not there. Where are those two flat feet?
How'd you know about them?
Never mind that now. Where are they?
Called off.
Called off?
That sounds screwy to me, but police headquarters figures they frightened off whoever they was looking for.
But that's crazy. I'm going to phone...
That won't do no good. I told them that anybody would wait till it cooled off before trying again. Now is when we should have protection. Well, come on, get out on the floor. Come on, Ollie, out on the floor.
All right, I'll be out in a second. Really, I will, Marino. Laverne.
Yes, honey?
As soon as Nick comes in, tell him to come right here. Tell him to tap on the door, will you?
Sure enough, sugar.
Hey, what are you looking at me like that for, Ginger?
Look, Mom, I got to talk to you. I can't go out there on the floor. I'm scared.
But what are you staring holes in me for?
Mom, you and I were here in this room the last night Julie was alive. The night she must have been killed, remember?
You poor kid. I always
Look,
liked
we
Julie.
got to remember. We've just got to. There was someone dancing with Julie that night. Some rum-dum. Julie said something about him. I can't remember what it was she said.
Oh, you mean the one that hurt her hand?
That's it. That's it. Hurt her hand. Bent her wrist back when they were dancing.
Yeah, that's the guy. She said it was almost like as if he got a kick out of hurting her.
Yeah.
Seeing her squirm.
Yeah, now what else? What else?
Well, Julie called him a cement mixer.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere, Mom. Think hard.
Oh, he had Julie crazy, dancing like a slap-happy pug. I remember her describing it. He'd take 3 little steps to the right as if he was getting ready for a standing broad jump.
That was it.
Remember how Julie said she felt like screaming, for Pete's sake, if you're gonna jump, jump.
Yeah, 3 steps to the right, and if you're gonna jump, jump.
Hey, what are you doing, Ginger? Some detective work? Getting some clues?
You know who we're talking about, Mom?
The killer.
Yeah.
Oh!
If he enjoyed hurting her like that when she was still alive, he'd enjoy dancing with her after she was dead.
Oh, he's worse than prune face. Why, that's...
There's someone I gotta tell this to right away. Oh, where the... Nick! See you later, Mom.
Hey, how's Ginger?
Oh, Nick. How's Nick?
Are you trembling? Sure, it's me. Why not?
I thought you were called off the case.
We were.
Then what are you doing here?
Habit. Do you mind?
No, you dumb ape. I don't mind. Boy, how I don't mind.
And, as long as it isn't duty anymore, do you mind if I do something to you that I've wanted to do for days?
Well, it depends.
I want to take you in my arms.
All right, take me in your arms and dance. Anyway, for the time being.
I'm a rotten dancer.
You're telling me. Nick, we gotta talk. I just found out something about the killer that you ought to know.
Later. I paid Marina for all the dances to the end. We can leave whenever you want.
After this song, they play Dinah, and then comes the break. We can leave then.
What makes you so sure?
Well, the band always plays the song in the same order. Then they can sleep while they work. I tell time by 'em. Limehouse Blues means it's 10:45. Lady Was a Tramp means 11:15. Dinah means 11:30. Never changes except when there's a request number.
You know, I like everything about you.
I like everything about you, but you're dancing. Let up on my hand, will you? You're bending it upside down. It hurts my wrist.
I, told you I was a rotten dancer.
Well, for Pete's sake, don't dance like you were priming for a standing broad jump. If you're going to jump, jump. That's not Dinah.
No, certainly isn't. It's a request number.
Who requested it?
I did. What's the matter, baby? You look sick.
I feel just awful. I do feel sick.
Am I dancing that bad?
No, Nick, I'll have to stop. It's the air, I guess. I'll go in to get a drink of water. Yeah, drink of water in the ladies' room.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait here for you.
I'll just be a minute. Operator, give me the police department, homicide squad.
Police department, homicide, right away.
Homicide.
Hello, homicide. This is Ginger Allen at Joyland. The third man you assigned to our place is
Third man? What third man?
Nick Ballister, the one you assigned to protect me.
We have no Nick Ballister, and there was no man assigned by us to protect you.
It's the killer. He's taking me out with him. I don't know where to. Look, I'll leave a trail of ticket stubs. Please come quick.
Ginger.
Goodbye, Katie. Sorry you couldn't work tonight. I'll fix it with Marino.
How you feeling?
You shouldn't have come in here, Nick. Didn't you see the sign?
All that? Men keep out, violator subject to arrest? Didn't say positively. Besides, they wouldn't arrest a cop.
Why couldn't you leave me in here alone?
You were gone so long, I thought something had happened.
Nothing's happened. Yet. Don't ask me how, but I kept up a patter while we walked. All my brains were in my right hand to clutch those ticket stubs in my coat pocket. I kept dropping those stubs, making sure he didn't see. I tried to stay on the bright streets, but he led me to the lonely ones. The one we were on now was like a graveyard. No lights, no people. Suddenly, I felt my blood run cold. My fingers in that right-hand pocket fished around like a drowning man clutching for straws. The last ticket stub was gone.
Ginger.
Yes, Nick?
I'm hungry. Would you like some chop suey?
Like it? Oh, I'd love it. He ate that chop suey with an appetite, like a guy who had work to do. Work he was going to enjoy. I side-sneaked a glance at the jukebox without turning my head, just my eyes. What a relief. All kinds of songs, but no poor butterfly. Nick was beginning to act nervous. He'd guzzle a cup of tea, pour another, and keep looking over his shoulder like he was worried somebody might be following us. Then he'd grin like he used to and reach over for my hand. He pressed my fingers till they hurt. Hard, like he never pressed them before. I guess he couldn't wait. And suddenly he stood up.
Ask the waiter for the check, Ginger. I'm just going to wash my hands. Then it's time we left.
Waiter, quick.
Yes, ma'am. What will it be?
I'm leaving. When my boyfriend comes out, tell him you think I went back to the powder room. Gag, he's a deadbeat. I want to shake him.
Maybe don't understand.
Marino, how did you get here?
Mom told me, and I followed your ticket stubs. He almost saw me. Come on, quick.
Marino, thank heaven you got here.
Hurry up.
Marino, I can't run anymore. I won't last the block.
You won't have to. There's a vacant house in the middle of the block. Here, inside. Fast, I think I see him coming.
It's all dark in here.
Well, no one lives here, that's why. Here, I'll light this searchlight. Yeah. There's a stairway leading upstairs.
Oh.
Go ahead. Now, watch it. Now, don't trip. Them stairs is broken. Yeah. Now, through this door.
Oh.
Here's a candle and a match. There. Now we can see each other and wait.
Do you think we're safe?
We'll know in a few minutes.
Oh, Marino.
Good job.
Oh, Tim.
Shh, put out that candle. Now hide back there. I'll take care of him.
Ginger.
Tim.
All right, you ask for it. We'll see about that.
Who is it? Who is it? Answer me. Answer me, please. Oh. Oh, go on. Kill me. Get it over with. Oh, why did you stop the music?
We danced from the beginning of the record.
Marino.
Yeah, Muriel. You think you could hide from me with different names and different faces?
Marino! Why do you call me Muriel? What are you doing? I'm Ginger, don't you remember? I'm Ginger Allen.
Each time you tell me a different name, Muriel. But you can't get away by changing names.
Marino.
The first time you changed your name was when you married me before I left for Europe with that operetta company. You remember? The orchestra played Poor Butterfly when you promised to love me forever.
Help me. Somebody help me.
Yeah, well, the next time you changed your name was when you thought I was dead. Lived on my insurance and married another man.
Oh, please.
No matter how many times you change your name, Muriel, I'll find you.
No, not me. You killed her. You killed her, Marino, again and again. You only killed her last month, Marino.
Each time I think I have, she rises again. This time I'm going to kill you and your lover. This is the last time.
Oh, Nick!
And now we dance. Now we dance. Here are your dying. The road you were going right. Yes. And now we dance. And then you just must die.
How's Ginger?
Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. I thought he killed you.
I got an awfully hard head. Police will be here in just a minute.
Oh, Nick. How do you fit into this? Headquarters never heard of you.
They were instructed to say that in case you called.
Well, what was the idea scaring me to death?
Well, I figured Marina would follow Ginger and her boyfriend once he thought the police were off the case, and when he did, I had to have you thinking I was the killer, so you'd run off with him willingly.
Why, you no good.
It was the only way to find his hideout and the evidence we need. The phonograph, the record, and the attempted murder.
At my expense, you big piece of... another thing. How'd you know about dancing like a broad jumper and turning up my wrist?
Oh, I listened outside the door to you and Mom talking about that in the dressing room tonight.
Oh.
Gave me a couple of neat pointers.
Yeah.
I put them together with Poor Butterfly so I could scare the daylights out of you.
Well, you did, too. I ought to ring your...
Oh, calm down. No wife of mine is going to have a red-headed temper.
Wife of yours. You'll do anything to learn how to dance, won't you?
Yeah, it looks that way.
No wonder you didn't want me to dye my hair. You wanted that nice, premature gray color.
And so closes Dime a Dance, presented by Roma Wines, and starring Lucille Ball, tonight's tale of suspense.
In just a moment, we'll hear again from Miss Ball. First, though, let's visit a glamorous casino somewhere on the sunny Caribbean. Smartly dressed people stroll about the gardens. The strains of a Cuban song float out. Two men watch from a table on the terrace. One is a Cuban, the other a North American. One is about to propose a toast.
To your beautiful country, Jose.
I drink to that. Now I propose a toast. To this wine in which we drink our toast. It comes from North America, from California. Its name is Roma.
Only a few places in the world produce wines so fine that many countries enjoy them. And among these enjoyable wines are Roma wines, for they come from vineyard districts that are among the finest in the world, our own sunny California. What better testimonial to the quality of Roma wines could you ask than the fact that Roma wines are made in California for the enjoyment of the world? There is a fine Roma wine for you, whether your taste calls for a sherry, a burgundy, or sauterne. And no matter what type of Roma wine you buy, you know you're receiving a truly fine wine at a price made possible because Roma wines are the overwhelming favorite of Americans, America's largest selling wines. Ask your dealer to show you his assortment of Roma wines tomorrow and choose your favorite. Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Remember, this is the year of decision, and that means that this year, more than ever before, we should all buy more and even more war bonds and stamps.
This is Lucille Ball. It's been a great pleasure to appear on Suspense this evening. Next week, I know you'll want to be listening, as I certainly will, to a very wonderful actor, Mr. Paul Lucas, who will appear in a suspense play called A World of Darkness.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Lucille Ball appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Madame Curie. Don't forget, then, next Thursday, same time, for Paul Lucas in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or look.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear, but mostly to the world of terrifying imagination. The story you're about to hear concerns one of the most unusual killers in the annals of crime. A brutal murderer who carries not one but 4 deadly weapons wherever he goes. A huge monster of a creature weighing hundreds of pounds. But this isn't a horror story. In a way, it's a love story. It's called The Horse That Wasn't for Sale. And now that you've heard the title, you've already guessed the identity of our killer. But that doesn't mean you know what Stargazer is really like.
No, you keep away from me here. Get back, Stargazer! Get back, get away! Stop it! Please, somebody stop him! Save me!
Our mystery drama, The Horse That Wasn't for Sale, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Our tale begins in an idyllic setting. Just picture the gently rolling hills of a horse farm in the early days of autumn. The colors of the trees all red and rust and differing shades of amber. See the ranch house nestled comfortably in the valley. The long row of white stables. But now you may notice something unusual about this farm. The stables are empty. No horses neigh and whinny in the paddocks. The only sound is the tapping of a typewriter. And at a desk in the front room sits a very handsome and very sad-looking young lady whose name is Chrissy Runyon.
Judge Simmons,
I thought it was only fair that I tell you the whole story about Stargazer, so that at least you'll know the animal isn't entirely to blame for what happened. It began on the day my father was buried. And of course it began with our trainer, Clem Burnett. He was all alone at Runyon Farms that day, and he took advantage of the fact to sample some of Daddy's best bourbon.
Ah, shut up, you. Stand still if you want to get brushed. Ah, what's the matter with you? Stand still, you mangy beast. Oh, for the love of... There goes the blasted phone now. I ain't got one job to do, it's another. All right. All right, I'm coming. Hello.
Mr. Burnett, it's Chrissy Runyon.
Oh, hello, Miss Runyon.
How is everything out there?
Oh, everything's fine. Just fine.
What about Bobbling? Is she still off her feet?
Bobbling's fine. Just fine.
Are you all right, Mr. Burnett?
Sure I am. Everything out here is just the way it should be. Tell me, how was the funeral?
I'm calling to ask about the horses, Mr. Burnett. Is Stargazer still restless?
Well, that horse ain't been nothing but restless since the day he was foaled.
Well, then don't trouble him, Mr. Burnett. Do you understand? Just let him be, and I'll take care of him when I get out there.
Huh? You mean you're coming out?
Of course I'm coming out. Why shouldn't I?
Oh, no reason. I just thought, well, you ain't been here in a long time, Miss Runyon.
Well, I have to arrange things for the auction.
Huh? Auction? What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Mr. Burnett, but the horses have to be sold. And the farm, too. My father's debts were, too. Well, never mind. I'll be there sometime this weekend.
Oh, wait a minute. You're telling me that I'm out of a job?
I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it.
Now, look here. I worked 6 years on this place. 6 years, and your old man never gave me more than a...
I'll see you on the weekend, Mr. Burnett, and we'll settle then about your wages. And remember what I said about Stargazer. Just let him alone. Goodbye.
Just like that, huh? Just like that, huh, Miss Snooty? I'll let him alone, all right. He can starve as far as I'm concerned. So what's the matter, Stargazer? You don't look so happy today. Hungry, maybe, huh? Thirsty? No, there's no use pawing the ground. You just got to wait until she gets here. Miss Chrissy Runyon is the only one you ever cared for, right? Well, you can wait until she gets here and takes care of you, because I won't. Hey, now get down. Get down, Stargazer. Now you stop that. What are you trying to do? Knock down the whole barn? Now stop that. You stop it. All right, if you want a taste of the whip. Now stop it. Stop it, you crazy beast! Get back there! Get back! You kicked me! No! Oh, my God!
Well, you know what happened to Clem Burnett better than I do, Judge Simmons. You viewed the remains of his body for the inquest. That was something I couldn't bring myself to do. I'm sure you remember the day after the hearing, when you asked me to dinner. Please, Judge, why don't you tell me what's really on your mind? It's about Stargazer.
Well, I appreciate your accepting this date. Now, I know you're anxious to get back to the city.
No, I'm anxious to get back to my home, Judge.
Yes. It's hard to think that Runyon Farms isn't your home anymore.
Well, it hasn't been for years. You know that Daddy and I didn't get along?
Yes, I know that only too well. Your father used to say, the only thing that keeps Chrissy coming back is that horse, Stargazer. And you were right the first time. It's that horse.
Yeah? What about it?
Well, I think you know, Chrissy. Even though I handed down the verdict I did about poor Clem...
Do you know what that man was doing to Stargazer?
As I heard testimony, remember?
Well, it's the truth, Judge. He was deliberately starving the poor animal. He was depriving it of feed and water. And that's why Stargazer did what he did.
Chrissy, stop thinking that animals are so aware of human motives. Now, I love horses too, but I don't give them that much credit.
Well, they know cruelty from kindness.
And you think it was merely Burnett's cruelty that made Stargazer stomp him to death?
Yes, I do.
Then what about Clayton?
Oh, what about him? Clayton wasn't killed.
Are you telling me that he wouldn't have been killed if your father hadn't reached the stable in time?
I didn't know that you knew about Clayton.
Your father told me himself.
I didn't realize you...
He swore me to secrecy because he knew how much you loved Stargazer.
He's my horse, Judge. Daddy gave him to me.
Yes, but he didn't know that he was giving you a killer.
Oh, don't say that.
You can be glad I didn't say it at the inquest, Chrissy. Now, I was tempted to, let me tell you. It was only the fact of you sitting there with those big blue eyes of yours filled with tears.
Oh, I was crying for my father.
Yes, of course. But you were crying for your Stargazer, too. Now, you're afraid the verdict would be against the animal and that somebody would have to put a bullet in that proud head.
Judge, please don't say such things.
Chrissy, you're not going to allow Stargazer to be sold, now, are you?
Is that why you wanted this lunch, to ask me that?
The horse cannot be ridden. Not even you dare ride him again.
A horse doesn't have to be ridden.
Chrissy, your beautiful stallion is mad.
Mad?
Killer mad. The way some animals get when they're treated just a little too coolly.
But Stargazer wasn't ever treated that badly.
And between Clayton and Burnett and you...
Me?
Yes, Chrissy. Yours was the greatest cruelty of all.
What do you mean?
Your horse loved you, child, and you left him. You went out of his life, and you stayed out of it.
Well, I was in college. And afterwards... Well, Judge, I did have a life to live. I didn't want to live it under the thumb of my father.
Yes, and Stargazer forgot kindness and learned indifference and cruelty, and he went mad. Now, you have to do something for him.
Judge, please, listen to me.
I know he's valuable, Chrissy, and I know your father left you with too many creditors, and Stargazer will probably bring you a higher price than any other horse on the list. 8, maybe 10,000 from the stud farm.
Judge Simmons, you needn't have worried. I made up my mind about that even before Stargazer, even before Burnett was killed. He's not for sale.
You mean that, Chrissy?
I'm putting every single horse up for auction, but not Stargazer. Just a moment.
Good morning.
Oh. Hello.
You remember me, don't you? Alan Carlin from Wild Brook Farm?
Yes, of course. I remember you, Mr. Carlin.
Well, I thought you might have forgotten me. It's been a couple of years since we've seen each other, Miss Runyon.
I remember you. In fact, I saw you at the auction.
Well, I'm flattered that you noticed me.
You bought 3 of my father's horses.
Yes, I bought 3. I meant to buy 4. Listen, do you mind if I come in?
Oh, please do.
I was really shocked when I heard he died. He wasn't a youngster, of course, but just the same.
Well, my father was 71.
Well, I always figured he was younger, seeing as how he had such a young daughter. But I know it took Will a long time to get around to marrying. He was practically 40 by then, wasn't he? But then, that's how your father was, always putting things off.
Including paying his bills, huh? Is that why you're here, perhaps?
I beg your pardon.
No, I know that you are on my father's list of creditors.
Oh, but that's not the reason I came to see you. You see, I bought 3 horses at your auction, but I meant to buy 4. The only reason I didn't was because the horse I really wanted wasn't for sale.
Huh. You mean Stargazer?
I suppose you think I believe those rumors about the animal? Well, I don't. I've been around horses all my life. A good thoroughbred doesn't go crazy overnight. So any compunction you might have about selling him...
You're mistaken. Stargazer was kept out of the auction at my request. He's my horse, and I don't want him sold.
Well, I attended the inquest, you know. I listened to every word, and I know Burnett mistreated the animal. That's why he got stopped.
Mr. Burnett was a fine trainer.
Oh, yes, indeed. The point is that I'm willing to take my chances, Miss Runyon. I won't ask you to cut the price because of the horse's reputation.
There's no price tag on him. I'm sorry.
Miss Runyon, you're still a sporting woman, aren't you? Would you be willing to make a little wager?
What?
Well, I've ridden horses with reputations 5 times worse than Stargazer's, and I can prove it. Now, if I do, will you talk about a sale?
No.
Oh, you're your father's daughter, all right. Everybody said Will ought to raise mules that would have been more in character. Now, look, you don't have to worry about me. I was born in a saddle. If anything happens, the responsibility will be all mine.
Your responsibility? Do you really think I care what happens to you?
Yeah, but nothing will.
If you were at that inquest, you know what it means if Stargazer hurts anybody again. They'll destroy him, and they'll have the legal right to put him away. And I won't let that happen.
But it won't be that way.
It will. There is something wrong with Stargazer. I've known that for a long time. And I think Daddy knew it too, but he gave him to me thinking that I might win him over with kindness. Well, I failed, you see. And now when he feels that hateful weight on his back, he... Oh, please, go, Mr. Collins, please.
All right, Miss Runyon. I'm just so terribly sorry you won't let me prove you wrong.
Oh, dear. I should start my packing. Feels like the whole morning is gone. Oh, no. I hope that man isn't bothering Stargazer. He must be out at the stable. Mr. Collins, don't. Please don't. Mr. Collins, don't. Mr. Collins, stop. Bring him back here. Don't ride him.
And so Mr. Alan Carlin, horse fancier, has taken a fancy to a killer horse. But Mr. Carlin won't admit he can't win Stargazer's heart and perhaps win Stargazer himself. We'll find out what becomes of both of them when I return shortly with Act 2. And now, here's Act 2 of The Horse That Wasn't for Sale. Alan Carlin knows horses, knows the feel of them, the moods of them, knows when they respond to a rider's touch, and knows when they resent it. But there are times when even the best horseman allows his ego to override his common sense. And Alan Carlin is about to learn that his time is now.
Okay, boy. Take it easy now. Easy. Slow it down, boy. Come on. Those branches. Oh, good Lord, Stargazer, slow it down, boy. That tree. No. Oh, God, my back. My spine. Crazy horse, she was right. You are crazy. No. You keep away from me. Get back. You get back there, Stargazer. You get away. Don't stop it. Somebody, please, somebody stop him. Save me.
Police department.
Hello. I want to report a missing animal. A horse.
Who is this, please?
My name is Runyon, Christine Runyon.
Oh, yes, Miss Runyon. This is Sergeant Pegg.
Oh, Sergeant, one of my horses was removed from... he ran away.
Oh? I thought all your animals were auctioned off, Miss Runyon.
No, there's one that wasn't sold. His name is... Oh, listen, maybe he's still around the farm somewhere. Maybe I better just go out and look for him.
Well, if you want to give me a description of the animal...
No, it's all right. I just lost my head for a minute. I'm sure he's around the property somewhere, and I'll find him. Don't worry.
Whatever you say, miss.
I'm sorry to have troubled you. Goodbye. Of course, I knew that Stargazer wasn't around the farm. I knew where Stargazer was. Somewhere near the woods, with Alan Carlin on his back, if he was still safely in the saddle. And I knew that I had to find him. I saw Carlin's automobile parked outside, and I decided to take it instead of my own, so that I could send Mr. Carlin back where he belonged. I just hoped and prayed that I wasn't too late. I hated driving. All my life I preferred a saddle to a driver's seat. But I drove Alan Carlin's car like a reckless idiot, taking every curve as if it was a race course. Stargazer must have been traveling swiftly, because there was still no sign of them when the road ended and became a forest trail. Only a horse could travel that pathway. So I stopped the car. I wasn't afraid of the forest. I'd spent half my life on a trail that led into the deepest parts of it. But now for the first time I felt afraid of it. Afraid of what it might conceal. And then I heard a sound that froze me in my tracks. Stargazer! Stargazer, where are you? Stargazer! Mr. Carlin! Oh, thank heavens you're all right, Stargazer. You are... Oh, dear God. No! Mr. Carlin, he's been thrown. Oh, I warned you not to do this. He just won't be ridden. Nobody can ride Stargazer, not even me. You're lucky to win. Oh, no. Oh, no, his head. Oh, no. You killed him. He's dead. He's trampled to death. Oh, dear God. How could you let this happen? It isn't right. It isn't right. No, Stargazer. I'm not angry. Not with you. My poor animal. No, it's his fault. It's all his fault. Oh, damn you, Carlin. Why did you make this happen? Why? No, don't worry. Don't worry, Stargazer. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. That wouldn't be fair. It just wouldn't be. Only what can I do? They'll find out. Somebody will find out. I looked at Carlin's dead body. And I thought, what if I simply left it there? Just left it to yesterday's dead leaves and this year's snow. By the time they found him, Stargazer would be safe with me in Washington. But then I realized that would never work. They'd see the hoof marks on his face. They'd know. That policeman I called would remember him. They'd come for Stargazer and they'd put a bullet in his head. No, I couldn't leave Alan Carlin there. Not with the story of his death so clearly marked on his face and his body. Maybe there was something else I could do. What if I obscured the story of that death? What if I just obliterated it? Yes, that was my answer. Alan Carlin's automobile was only 100 yards away. If I could get him there, I bent down and put my hands under his arms, and I tried to lift him. It was so heavy. Dead weight. How could I drag him to the car? Oh, it was impossible. I could only move him a few inches along the ground. The slippery leaves beneath his body helped a little, but I just didn't have the strength. And then Stargazer gave me the answer. If I could manage to secure the body to his harness, if I could attach it somehow to the reins, or even to the stirrup. Oh, it was horrible, I knew that. But the thought of what might happen to Stargazer was even more horrible, more unbearable. And finally, I managed it. I dragged that man's body out of the woods, using Stargazer as my strength. And I put Alan Carlin into his own automobile. And I started the engine. There was only one logical place to take him. It was the canyon road, of course. I knew how steep that drive was, how dangerous it was. That's why so few cars traveled it. And that was lucky for me, the fact that the road was empty, because it made what I had to do so much easier. It almost seemed like a sign from heaven that what I was doing was right. And then, at the beginning of a steep grade, I stopped the car. And I looked at the edge of the precipice. And then I looked at Alan Carlin's body. And for a moment, my nerve deserted me. But then I put down the parking brake. I shifted the car into drive. And I got out. And I reached below the dashboard and released the handbrake. And for a moment, I thought I'd have to push the car to start it sliding down the grade toward the edge. But then gravity became my confederate, and the car began to move of its own accord. The door slammed shut as the wind caught it, and with gathering momentum, it headed straight for the guardrail, straight for the canyon below. And the guardrail gave way, and the car and the man and the whole horrible problem went over the edge. And when it struck the bottom, the impact was so shattering, I knew that Stargazer could never possibly be implicated in that man's death. Then I made the long walk back to the woods, back to my horse, to my old friend, who stood patiently tethered, waiting for me, trusting in me.
This is Sergeant Beggs.
Oh, yes, Sergeant.
Well, I just thought I'd call and see if you had any luck about finding your horse, I mean.
Oh, yes, I found him. I was foolish to have panicked. He hadn't gone very far after all.
Oh, good. Still on the property, you mean?
Yes, he was. That was silly of me. He was just a short distance away.
Well, that's fine. That's just fine. I'm glad to hear it. Better make sure you keep that stable door locked. Huh?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much, Sergeant.
You're welcome, Miss Runyon. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, I think I could use a drink. Oh, no. Now what? Hello?
Hello, is this Miss, is it, Bunyan?
No, the name is Runyon. Who is this?
Well, you wouldn't know me, Miss Bunyan. Miss Runyon. Name's Sam Fratt. I work over at Wild Book Farm for Mr. Carlin, you know.
Yes? Oh, what do you want?
Well, I was wondering if you were going to be home this afternoon, Miss Runyon. A little something I wanted to talk to you about.
No, I'm sorry. I have a great number of things to do today. I can't receive visitors.
Well, I figured you'd want to talk to me, Miss Runyon, on account of, what happened this morning.
Oh? What do you mean?
Oh, I think you know. What happened out there? On that canyon road?
I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
Sure you do, Miss Runyon. You see, I saw you kill Mr. Carlin out there. I saw you murder him. Now, can I come and talk to you?
There's a famous old saying that we've all become familiar with lately. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. At the moment, it looks as if Chrissy Runyon has woven herself a tangled web, and one in which she herself seems to be caught. But we'll learn exactly how tangled her affairs are when we return shortly with Act 3. And now, here's the final act of The Horse That Wasn't for Sale. And it begins with a sound that strikes terror into the heart of young Chrissy Runyon. She hesitates before she answers it, afraid of the man who might be on her doorstep.
Miss Runyon?
Yes.
I'm, Sam Fried.
Yes. Oh. Come in.
Well, it's, nice of you to see me, Miss Runyon.
Who are you, Mr. Fried? I've never seen you around here before.
Well, I'm new, Miss Runyon. I come from out of state. Yeah, I used to work in West Virginia at the Algonquin Farms. You know it?
Oh, I've heard of it.
Yeah, well, I used to be a trainer there a long, long time ago. Then they had me doing grooming work and junk like that. I said, no more of that, I said.
Mr. Fried, will you please come to the point? What did you mean about Mr. Carlin? I don't know what you saw or think you saw.
I seen you, Miss Runyon. I seen what you did.
Well, whatever you think you saw, you were mistaken. I didn't even know your boss, Mr. Carlin. And to accuse me of killing him...
Oh, but that's what you did, all right. Now, you pushed that car over the cliff, and poor Mr. Carlin was in it. My, you must have really hated that man. Well, what'd they ever do to you? Get fresh or something?
Mr. Fried, you're completely wrong. I swear you're mistaken.
Well, all righty then, I'm wrong. So you don't mind if I tell the police what I saw? Now, I figure they're not so dumb they can go looking for footprints or something up there, like tire tracks and stuff like that.
It was an accident.
Of course, I don't have to tell them what I saw.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what I said. Ain't no law saying a man has to tell everything he knows.
And what would stop you?
Oh, if I liked the person.
No, that's not what you really mean, is it?
Now, you take Mr. Carlin. Well, I only worked for the man a week, and I could tell already that he wasn't such a nice fella. Now,
I did not kill Mr. Carlin.
Oh, sure, Miss Runyon. But you see, there I was in that canyon, taking a ride on the old nag they let me use, and I seen that car stop there. And now, just for the heck of it, I put my field glasses on it. That's how I come to see it all.
But you don't understand why I did it.
Oh, heck, I don't care why. Now, I told you I didn't like the man. Sure could sit a horse, though. Now, I'll give him that.
I swear to you he was already dead.
You know, people around here know that he treated your pa pretty bad. Can't blame you for what you did.
No, you must believe me. Mr. Carlin was already dead when his car went over into the canyon. He'd been killed by an accident. I had my reasons for doing what I did.
Sure, Miss, sure you did. And you can just tell the police all about it.
No, they may not understand.
Yeah, that's true enough. Yeah, they may not understand. I mean, not the way I do. But just the same, if they ask me questions about it, now, I'd have to tell them what I know. Well, unless, of course, I wasn't around to tell them anything.
Not around?
Well, with Mr. Carlin dead, there's not much point in me hanging around Wildbrook much longer. Maybe I ought to move on, find me another job. If I did that, well, I wouldn't be here when the police came around. Understand?
No, I'm not sure I do.
If I could get me a stake, now, I'd leave right away tomorrow, maybe. It wouldn't take much. 4,000 or 5,000, maybe, huh? That ought to be enough, don't you think?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, better round it out to 5. Yeah, 5,000 would do her, Miss Runyon.
You expect me to give you that money?
Well, sure help if you did.
But that's impossible. I don't have a penny.
You know, auction must have given you plenty, Miss Runyon. Why, Mr. Carlin bought some of your stock himself.
But every cent goes to my father's creditors, and even that won't be enough.
Well, I don't know about that. All I know is 5,000 would do me just fine. Now, you think it over, Miss Runyon. I'll come back tomorrow afternoon.
It won't do any good.
Yeah, we'll see.
There's just no way I can raise that money, Mr. Fry.
Oh, you'll find some way. Women these days, they can do just about everything. You know, fly airplanes, run companies, kill people. Well, you'll figure something out, Miss Runyon. Well, so long now.
Mr. Fry, please.
I'll see you in the morning.
Oh, dear God. What am I going to do?
And now, here's news on the local scene. The body of horseman Alan Winslow Carlin has been found in the ravine below Canyon Road. Carlin, the victim of an auto crash that completely demolished his vehicle, had to be identified positively through examination of his dental records due to the condition of the body. An investigation by the State Highway Patrol is underway.
Yes.
Miss Runyon, my name is Sergeant Beggs. We spoke on the phone earlier today.
Oh, yes, Sergeant.
Could I please come in?
Well, if you're still worried about my horse, I told you that I did find him again.
Oh, yes, miss, I know.
Well, then, what's the trouble?
Oh, nothing about the horse. It's about your neighbor, as a matter of fact. If I could just come in for a minute, please.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I don't know if you know the gentleman. Name of Carlin?
Oh, yes, I know who he is. Wildbrook Farm.
Yes, that's him. Matter of fact, I understand he bought some of your horses at the auction last week.
Yes, he did, but I didn't handle the transaction myself. The auctioneer did all of that.
Yes, I understand.
Well, then, what was it you wanted to ask me?
You haven't been back home for some time, have you?
It's close to 2 years. I came here when my father died suddenly.
Yes, I know. And so I guess you didn't see Alan Carlin in all that time?
No. Why in the world should I?
Oh, I was just asking.
Oh, Sergeant, I think you'd better tell me what this is all about.
Well, I've got something to tell you about Mr. Carlin. He's dead. He died in an auto crash this morning.
Yes. I just heard that on the news.
Oh, I see. Well, it was pretty bad. He was halfway up the Canyon Road, heading for the Leap. You know where the Leap is?
Sergeant, I was born and raised in this part of the country.
Oh, yes, of course. Excuse me. Anyway, he went out driving that way, and he must have skidded or something. Car went over the edge, plowed right through the guardrail.
Oh, that's terrible. It's such a dangerous road.
Oh, yes, it is a dangerous place. I would have thought Mr. Carlin would have had more sense than to take it at high speed or whatever it was he did. Anyway, the car went over, and it was totally demolished, of course, and that's a long way down.
Oh, that poor man. I'm terribly sorry about Mr. Carlin. But I really can't take his loss very personally. I hardly knew the man.
Uh-huh. Well, your father knew him well, though, didn't he?
Yes. They were neighbors for many years.
And friends.
Oh, I suppose so.
Only they had some kind of falling out about money, I understand.
Well, what does that have to do with all this?
Just curious, Miss Runyon.
Are you trying to imply something?
No, miss, of course not. Why should I do that? Oh, there is just one more thing, though, one more thing. When Mr. Carlin left his place this morning, he told one of his servants that he was coming here to see you.
Oh, that's right. He was here.
Mm-hmm. What time would that have been?
Oh, I don't remember exactly. Around 11, I think.
Did he stay very long?
No. No more than 10 minutes. I don't see the point of all these questions.
Well, you see, we're just trying to understand what happened, Miss Runyon. Mr. Carlin, he was a pretty careful driver. He knew that mountain road as good as anyone else in this part of the country, and we were just wondering if he might have been, well, let's say overtired or drinking too much or depressed, anything like that. How'd he seem to you?
I just don't recall.
I see. Well, then I guess that's all for now.
What do you mean, for now?
Oh, the Highway Patrol is investigating the accident, too, and since you were the last person to see Mr. Carlin, they might be talking to you, too, Miss Runyon. Oh. Is that the horse out there? One that got away?
Yes. That's my horse.
My. That's a fine-looking animal.
Oh.
I guess he's the only one you didn't sell off, huh?
That's right, the only one, Sergeant. But, I might not keep him after all.
Well, hello, Miss Runyon.
Hello, Mr. Fryer. Come in.
Well, thank you. Well, I sure wouldn't mind.
How do you take it?
Black, just fine. Oh, thank you, miss. That's real nice of you. That's good. Well, now, I understand the police were around yesterday.
You don't miss... Oh. Would you like a cup?
Well, I sure wouldn't mind.
How do you take it?
Black, just fine. Oh, thank you, miss. That's real nice of you. That's good. Well, now, I understand the police were around yesterday.
You don't miss very much, do you, Mr. Fryer?
Pays to keep your eyes open, I say.
Oh, yes, I'm sure it does.
Now, the question is, how much does it pay?
Mr. Fryer, I don't have the money you want.
Well, now that's a real bad piece of news, Miss Runyon.
I told you yesterday there's simply no way for me to get my hands on it. The money that came to the estate through the sale of the ranch and its stock went directly into escrow.
Now, I wouldn't know about fancy words like that, miss. All I know is
the estate has no money. And I have no money of my own.
Well, that's really too bad. Because that means I can't leave. And if I can't leave, I might just as well tell the police what I saw.
I'm hoping that you don't do that, Mr. Fryer.
Oh, I don't want to do it. Believe me, Miss Runyon. But if there was just something you could give me. I mean, there must be something your pa left you, huh? Man like your daddy wouldn't die and leave his only child nothing at all.
Well, there is one thing.
Hey, what's that?
It's the only legacy I have. The most valuable thing he owned. Look, out the window.
That horse, you mean?
Yes. His name is Stargazer. A thoroughbred. A champion.
Yeah, that's some stallion, all right.
You said you were a good judge of horseflesh. How much do you think he's worth?
Well, I wouldn't know for sure.
I've been told he's worth between $8,000 and $10,000.
Yeah. Hey, a man would be mighty proud to own a horse like that.
Well, he's all yours, Mr. Fryer.
What?
I'll transfer my ownership to you. Right this minute.
Oh, you really mean that? Oh, why, that would be real fine, Miss Runyon. That would be real kind of you to do that.
It won't take more than a few minutes for me to prepare the papers.
Oh, I'd really appreciate that, Miss Runyon. You know, I'd sure like to take him out for one last ride before the sun goes down.
And, of course, that's just what happened, Judge Simmons. Sam Fryer took Stargazer out for his very last ride.
Remember all the old cowboy movies that showed the lone rider heading into the setting sun? Well, you can picture old Sam Fryer doing exactly that. Only when the words that say "the end" appear on the screen, you can also be sure they mean the end of old Sam Fryatt. I'll be back shortly. We hope you enjoyed this radio mystery story. We hope you're enjoying the magic of radio itself. Magic which produces the most gigantic stage of all. A stage large enough for one galloping horse or an entire herd of galloping horses. This is E.G. Marshall asking you to tune in. Will someone please head those horses off at the pass? Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Arnold Moss, William Redfield, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WOR Mystery Theater was brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. By Suburban Savings with offices throughout North Jersey. And by your New Jersey Dodge dealers. The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos. Subscribe for more videos.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you another story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I have said before, international spies and crooks are engaged in many forms of activity today. Among them is sabotage, wrecking of industry. This has taken place in many countries throughout the world. Sometimes a story of this nature appears in the pages of our papers. More often, this phase of spy work is hushed up. It is a story of sabotage in industry which I bring you now. John Holbrook will take it up at this point.
Thank you, K7. It could happen here, but the scene of this story is in a typical continental factory town, a town very much like those which dot America. His friend and fellow agent, B9, who sent K7 this story, was called to consult with the manager of a large factory. We begin as the two talk together in the manager's office.
Special Agent B9, I've called on you because I'm in serious trouble. I hope you can help me.
I will if I can, Mr. Carlos. Tell me your story as briefly as possible.
It is a simple one. This factory has been here for many years. 3 years ago, the board of directors decided to begin the manufacture of airplane parts.
As I learned those facts on the way here. You formerly made parts for motors.
We still do. But it is no longer the major part of our business.
Go on.
We employ nearly 1,000 people, men and women.
You are the chief industry of the community.
Yes, that is true. And it is one of the things that worries me. B9, this plant on which thousands depend for their bread and butter, for their very lives, it is on the verge of failure.
Of failure?
Yes.
But I thought you had been very successful.
We have been until now.
I won't interrupt again. Go on.
Last year we received a huge contract for airplane parts, the result of the rearmament program.
Yes?
We spent millions to get into production. Tools, dyes, new buildings were necessary. We used up our profits.
Beginning a new business is always expensive.
Yes, but unless you can help our contracts to be canceled. We have shipped out 3 consignments. All 3 have been rejected.
On what grounds?
1 out of every 3 airplane parts we have manufactured has been proved defective. This plant is being sabotaged.
I begin to understand, monsieur. The parts you manufacture are used in planes for
a power that has many enemies. It is better to put it that way.
Yes, you are quite right.
B9, will you take this case? Take it for the sake of the men and women who will go hungry unless this business is saved.
Mr. Carlos, your country is not engaged in war. Neither is the one buying planes in which your parts are used. Both countries believe in peace. For that reason, as well as for the welfare of your workers, I will help you.
B9 made a brief inspection of the factory. Then he went to a telegraph office and sent for Rita Drake, the girl who worked with him. He also sent a wire to K7. Late that afternoon, Rita arrived.
Rita.
Oh, there you are, B9. Your wire arrived just in time for me to get this train.
Let me take your bag.
Thanks.
I've got a car waiting.
What's up? Have we a case?
Yes, and a difficult one. I'll tell you about it in a minute. Here's the car. I've arranged for you to live at a boarding house. Now we'll go shopping and buy you some clothes.
But, B9, I have all the dresses and gowns I need.
You're not going to need dresses and gowns here, Rita. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., you'll become a factory girl with a job.
B9, are you fooling?
Here, read this telegram. It just came in.
Look for a man named Lorray. 6 feet tall, slender, scar on right cheek. Specializes in industrial sabotage. May work under an assumed name. And it's signed K7.
I wired K7 this afternoon. Do you see that big factory ahead?
Yes.
That plant is being sabotaged. Tomorrow morning, you start work on the assembly line. Unless we are successful, this will become a ghost town. The women and children whom you see walking the streets will starve.
The next morning, Rita started work.
You must be the new girl. Follow me.
Yes, ma'am.
You do not look very strong. Who hired you anyway?
Why, the employment office.
I did not tell them I wanted any more girls. Now come this way. Sit there.
Here on this stool?
I said there, did I not? What is the matter with you? You act as if you had never been in a factory before.
Oh, but I have. I've worked...
I am not interested in where you worked. Speak when you are spoken to. I do the talking here. Do you see this box of rivets?
Yes.
As these parts go past you on the belt, put the rivets in the holes on your side. Well, go on. Get started.
Like this?
Oh, you clumsy little fool. You will have to work faster than that. The riveting machines at the end will start in a minute, and if you leave one of these holes without a rivet...
Oh, I won't. I'll catch on in a minute.
Well, you had better. And see that you do not open your mouth. If I see you talking to anyone, out you go. Remember that. Do not talk to anyone.
Don't let her frighten you. She is always like that. Ah, she's out of sight.
But won't she discharge you if she catches you talking?
Discharge me? I should say not. She's not my boss anyway. She has only the girls. The real boss of this room is a fine fellow. He was before she came and started making trouble for him. And look out, you let the hole go past without the rivet in. Here, I'll get it. It's all right. But you must be careful.
I will. How long has she been here?
About a year. Ever since we've been making airplane parts. She's suspicious, that's what's the matter with her. Every time she sees anyone talking, she thinks they're talking about her.
But why?
You'll find out why. If somebody here was to go up and tell the manager who she sees on the outside, it would be the finish for her.
Who does she see?
I am not saying. I need this job.
But I won't tell anyone.
It does not matter. Hey, look out, she's coming this way again. I'll see you out in the yard during lunch hour. That night after work, Rita talked with B9 in his rooms.
She's horrible, B9. I can't stand her near me.
I hope you won't have to stay there long. You say this boy told you that she meets someone outside the factory.
Yes, but he wouldn't say who it was. He seemed frightened. He told me to go into the cafe late at night and find out for myself.
That may be the tip I need. Now, let's look at this part you brought me. These go by on an endless belt, and you put the rivets in these holes, is that it?
Yes, there are 14 holes.
I see. I wish you could have taken one with the rivets in. Do you know what part of an airplane this is, Rita?
No, do you?
Yes. It's a very vital part of the wing mounting. If this should give way, the wings of a plane would crumble. Rita, I've got to have samples of the rivets. I should have told you that before you went to work.
I can get some of them tomorrow.
Yes, but I wish I had them now. Mr. Carlos, the manager, said that his contract might be canceled at any time. Rita, do you think you could get back into the factory tonight? You could tell the watchman that you'd lost something.
I'll try. I'm sure I can.
It's getting late. Go over there at once. Then come back here. I'm going to the cafe.
At the cafe, B9 spotted a man with a scar. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Without being seen, B9 slipped into the booth next to him. A few minutes later, a woman entered.
You're late. What's the idea?
It is enough that I am here now. How much longer are we going to stay in this town? I am getting sick of it.
In a few days, our work will be done. Perhaps tomorrow.
It has been nearly a year.
Tell me, how did things go today?
3 out of every 4 parts we made will be sent back. I do my job all right. But I do not mind telling you I am getting nervous.
What is there to be nervous about?
Plenty. You are on the outside. For one thing, they sent me a new girl today.
Why should that upset you?
Because she is too smart. And because she is not a factory worker.
How do you know that?
By her hands. She has long nails well cared for. Like mine were when first I came here.
Then get rid of her.
Do not worry, I will tomorrow. I had to let her stay one day to make it look right. Now, how about materials? We are running out.
That is being taken care of.
But there are not enough to last all day tomorrow.
I tell you, it's being taken care of. Louis is up at the factory now. Materials will be mixed in the boxes by tomorrow morning.
They had better be. That is your part of the job, and I do not want the responsibility of... What is that?
The plant whistle. Something has happened.
Oh, let us leave here at once. We do not want to be seen together. I am leaving now.
No, you're not. Stay where you are.
What's the idea? Who are you?
I am Special Agent B9, Lorray, and I'm turning both of you over to the police. Get up and walk out of here. And see that you keep your hands over your heads. There's the door. Now get out.
A few minutes later, B9 arrived at the plant. It was in darkness except for lights burning in the manager's office. He rushed there at once.
Now, what's going on? What's the matter, Monsieur Carlos?
B9, this girl. I found her in the watchman's booth. She's been injured.
Rita.
Oh,
Quick, get me some water. She's been hit in the head.
All right, here is some.
Rita, I shouldn't have let you come here alone.
Here is water.
Hold her head up. That's it. Drink it, Rita.
Poor girl.
is that you, B9?
You're all right now, Rita.
Oh, my head. It aches.
Yes, just take it easy.
The man, he's out there. I locked him in the locker room.
What man?
He's locked up. He had rivets like these. The watchman let him in. I followed him. He took the rivets out of the boxes and put these in. I pushed him in the locker room and bolted the door.
Then we've got him, B9. That locker room has no window.
We'll take care of him later. Are you feeling better, Rita?
Yes, a little. I locked the man in and ran out and blew the whistle. The watchman came. He hit me.
I'll find him later.
P9, these rivets are not the ones we use. They're just like them, but they're soft metal. They'd never hold.
I suspected that, Mr. Carlos. Your business is safe. I took a chance and arrested 2 spies downtown. One was an international crook, a man named Luray. Rita has locked the third in a locker room. It is the end of sabotage here.
Sabotage is a dangerous form of spy activities. It has wrecked great industries, brought suffering to workers, and weakened nations' defenses. It is a danger that must be constantly guarded against. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Not up there, Mr. Dillon. He's just plain vanished.
There's no note anywhere? You sure of that, Chester?
Nothing, sir. I looked again, all over.
Well, it's 2 days now. This isn't like Doc.
Well, I still think he's just gone off on an emergency. Out in the country somewhere.
Maybe, but he's always left word before.
Well, what'll we do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Might start asking people, Chester. Try the saloons and the store and maybe the depot, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon, I'll go right now.
All right.
Well, I do declare.
What?
Riding right up Front Street as big as life.
Why, that old rascal getting us all worried about him.
For the land's sake, you sure are a sight for sore eyes, Doc. Where in the world have you been at, anyway?
Here. Hello, Chester. Matt?
You had us worried, Doc.
That's so?
You've been gone 2 days.
I know.
Next time, leave word, Doc.
I will. I surely will. If I can.
Well, it'd sure save us a lot of
Now,
fretting.
wait a minute. What do you mean, Doc, if you can?
Just that. If they let me, I'll leave word.
Come on inside, Doc. Well, all right, I'm curious, Doc. You want to tell me about it?
I can tell you part of it, the least important part. I made a promise about the rest. You know how it is, Matt.
No, but you tell me.
Well, the other night, Wednesday it was, I was peacefully asleep on my couch when a couple of riders tromped right into my office. They said a man was hurt somewhere out past Fort Dodge, so naturally I got up and I went along with them.
Well, then why didn't you leave a note and say so?
They didn't tell me exactly where we was going, Chester, but they sure told me not to leave any note.
They told you what?
Let him talk, Chester.
Now, of course, I figured then it must have been a shooting, but my job's to take care of everybody, sinner and saved alike. And so, when finally we got to this place the next day...
What place?
That's part of what I promised not to tell, Chester. But like I was saying, there was a young man there who'd got himself shot in the back. The bullet lodged right in his spine. And I dug it out, and I did all I could for him. And then I just sat there for quite a spell. And then I put my things away. And I walked out into the other room.
So, Doc, how is he?
I did what I could.
What do you mean?
He's dead. The shock of extracting that bullet was too much for him. It's a bad place, the spine there.
You killed him, huh, Doc?
No, I didn't kill him.
He's dead, ain't he?
Look, mister, doctors don't kill people. Murderers
Watch
do.
your mouth, Doc.
That boy wouldn't have lived more than a couple of days with that bullet where it was. And whoever put it there murdered him.
You want me to shut him up?
Not yet. Doc, tell me something. You know that boy in there?
I do.
Sure. And the three of us here, you know any of us?
Him. I've seen him around somewheres. Dodge, I guess.
Well, that settles it. He ain't walking out of here.
Shut up. Know his name, Doc?
No, I don't. Of course, it might come to me. Let me think now.
You don't understand, Doc. He wants to kill you already. Now you're trying to remember his name. That's just going to make it worse.
You can't kill a doctor for following his oath.
Oh, no? I shot that boy when he tried to get away, and I shoot you just as...
Don't be a fool. I'm a doctor. Since there's nothing more I can do here, I got to be available to other patients. I've been away too long.
No, what are we arguing about? The sooner we shoot him, the better.
What kind of a man are you, anyways? Don't you know I'm the only doctor within 100 miles of Dodge?
Right now, it's one too many.
Now, wait a minute. I'm kind of thinking the doc's right. He ain't like an ordinary man. But doctor, well, it's almost like he ain't quite human somehow.
He's human enough to tell what he knows that hard-headed marshal they got in Dodge. Then we'll have him on our tail. We'll never get our 20,000. Well, I figure it's us or the doc.
I'm not interested in what you figure, mister. Right this minute, there may be some woman having a baby and needing me real bad. There may be several folk needing me for help.
He's right. We can't kill him.
I can't.
You'll do what I say and nothing else, here?
Oh.
Doc, listen to me. If I let you go, will you promise not to tell about anybody you recognized here?
And if I don't?
And doctor or no doctor, I'll kill you myself.
Yeah, I suppose you would. All right. I'm here as a doctor and nothing else. I promise.
Word of honor, Doc?
That's my word of honor.
Okay, get out. One other thing, Doc.
What?
You break your word, you tell anybody where this place is or who you saw here, and we'll get to you. We'll kill you no matter where you try to hide.
I gave you my word, didn't I?
Sure, but don't forget what I said anyway. Don't forget for 1 minute. We'll kill you or die trying.
That's quite a story, Doc.
And you played it right smart, if you ask me. Who were they, Doc? Well, tell us.
Well, I only recognized one of them, Chester, besides the man they'd shot.
So you said.
Have you thought of his name yet? No, Chester, you don't understand. I gave him a word I wouldn't tell. Yes, but that was just so as you could get away. Well, they shot me for sure otherwise, but still I gave my word. It don't matter how or why. But, Doc, they're just a bunch of killers. I know.
Leave him alone, Chester.
But, Mr. Dillon... Yes, sir. Matt.
Yeah, Doc.
Wouldn't you do the same if you were in my boots?
That'd be a hard choice, Doc, but... Yeah, I suppose I would.
Why, any man would. Leastwise, any man of honor would. I guess I wasn't really thinking about it that way. Yeah, well, I'm going to get some sleep. Matt, that was a good boy they murdered. I hope they hang for it. Oh, Dad blasted him. How are we ever going to find him, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. We don't even know who they killed.
Funny, we haven't heard about it.
Maybe nobody's missed him yet.
Just think. Doc could lead us straight to him right now.
Well, it isn't making the Doc happy, Chester.
No, sir, it sure isn't.
I'm going over the Texas Trail, Chester. I'll be back later.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Sam, bring me over a bottle and a glass, will you?
Sure, Marshal.
Hello, Matt.
Oh, hi, Kitty.
You want some help with that bottle?
Yeah, sure. I'm only going to have one. You can finish it. Sit down.
Oh, my reputation's bad enough without my trying to get around carrying about a bit of whiskey in me.
There you be. Oh, thank you, Sam. There you are, Kitty. Well, here's to luck.
Yeah, I could use some. Well, you didn't come here to drink a bottle of rye, Matt. What's on your mind?
Well, Kitty, I was sort of wondering if maybe you'd heard any talk about anybody being missing lately.
Missing? Who?
Well, that's just the point. I don't know who.
Well, you're sure not on much of a trail, are you, Matt?
Well, a man was shot and he's dead. And I don't know who he was or who did it or where. All I know is that it happened.
Well, I'll be darned. Well, Matt, I don't know a thing I've heard that'd help. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was just a chance.
You know, it's not often a man gets shot around here without everybody knowing about it.
Well, I'm glad for that much anyway. Well, thanks, Kitty.
Well, good luck, Matt.
Yeah, take it easy with that bottle.
Yeah, I'll save it for you.
So long.
See you, Matt.
Doc's been asleep for 6 straight hours, Mr. Dillon. He sure must have been tired.
Yeah. Here, Chester, take these letters down to the depot for me, will you? They got to be in Washington next week.
Santa Fe pulls out in an hour, sir. I'll put 'em right in the mail car.
Marshal?
Why, Jake Worth, why, you haven't come into Dodge in the last 6 months that I know of.
I'm here now, Marshal.
Oh? Trouble, Jake?
I'd call it that.
Well?
You know that cottonwood, the big one down at Brandy Bend?
Yeah?
There's a hole cut down by the roots at the north side of it. I put a sack in that hole this morning. It's got $20,000 in it.
That's a lot of money, Jake, even for you.
It isn't if Hank gets back all right.
Hank? That's your youngest boy, isn't it, Jake?
Yeah, 18 last month.
Yeah. And that's ransom money. Your boy's been kidnapped, huh?
He didn't show up the other night, Marshal. Next morning, I found a note tacked on the corral. Said to leave the money or they'd kill him.
Oh, come on, Jake. We'll try to get there before they pick up the money.
No, Marshal, I won't take any chances. They'd shoot him sure if we did that.
Well, you should have told me before you left the money. You should have come here first, you know.
You didn't hear what I said, Marshal. I won't take the chance. All I want now is for you to watch for anybody who turns up rich around here.
Jake, I want you to listen to me.
Now, you listen to me, Marshal. Nobody is going to do a thing till Hank's back safe on the ranch. Not one dang thing.
Jake, if they killed Hank, you'd want him hung, wouldn't you?
I'll hang him myself if it comes to that. I'll hunt him down like wolves.
All right, then let's go. Let's get on to Brandy Bend and wait for him.
No. I already told you no.
Hank's dead, Jake.
Huh?
They already shot him. And he's dead.
What are you talking about? Where is he?
I don't know.
And how come you know he's dead?
I can't tell you.
Marshal, I've had about enough of this.
We're wasting time here. Come on, Jake. I'll tell you what I can on the way to the river.
You better, by heaven, or one of us ain't never going to get to the river.
Jake Worth was known as a hard, hot-tempered man, but he was straight as they come. He'd made one fortune in Texas cattle and another in buffalo hides, and now all he wanted was his ranch and his 3 sons to work it with him. The Worths were good men. They didn't cause any trouble, and they worked hard. It was hard to tell Jake, but without mentioning Doc, I said what I could. And when we reached the Arkansas, we hid our horses in a clump of bush and worked our way on foot up to the big cottonwood. Then I stood up and walked out into the open.
What are you doing, Marshal? You gone crazy?
Come on, Jake. No use to hide now.
Oh. That's him there, isn't it? That's Hank.
I'm afraid so, Jake.
And they killed him. They killed him all right. He was a good boy. Had his whole life to live yet. Why'd they do it? I gave him the money. Why'd they do it?
I'm sorry, Jake.
Marshal, I've been kind of confused by all this. I swallowed your story on the way down here. But I want the truth now. Every bit of it.
That's all I know, Jake. Hank tried to break and one of them shot him. But we'll get him.
I'll take care of myself soon as you tell me who they are.
I don't know who they are.
Don't lie to me, Marshal. You know a lot you're not telling me. What's going on with you anyway?
I've told you all I can,
That's
Jake.
my boy lying there, Marshal. He's been murdered. And if I didn't know you so well, I'd begin to think maybe you had something to do with it
Now, just
yourself.
a minute, Jake. I know you're upset.
Then why don't you tell me?
Because the man who told me about it had to promise not to name anybody, that's why.
What man? Who is he? I'll get it out of him if I have to cut it out.
Yeah, I know. That's why I can't tell you who he is.
What kind of a lawman are you, anyway?
I've told you all I can, Jake.
No. No, you haven't. Marshal, I don't believe your story about nobody promising nothing. You know who done it. And you're going to tell me or
Don't try it, Jake. You can't kill me, and you know it.
No, I can't. Me and my boys can. And I'm giving you 24 hours to name those men, and then we're coming to Dodge. There'll be blood spilt, Marshal.
Jake, I give you my word, I don't know who did it.
I don't believe you.
I'll help you take your boy home now.
No, go on back to Dodge. I'll manage here.
You're making a bad mistake, Jake.
24 hours, Marshal.
I'll be there.
We'll find you wherever you'll be.
Jake, I want... So long, Jake.
return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, 300,000 volunteers are needed for the Ground Observer Corps. This spare time activity serves as a vital supplement of the Air Defense Command radar network, which has certain unavoidable blind spots due to the curvature of the Earth. Men and women from teenage up are urged to become ground observers. Get in touch with your nearest Civil Defense Center. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
There was no use arguing with him. The man's grief had destroyed his reason. And the worst of it was, I knew his sons would do whatever Jake told them to do. Unless I could stop it somehow, I'd have to shoot it out with 3 good and perfectly innocent men. For no reason at all. I thought about it all the way back to Dodge, and by the time I got there, I had an idea. I went up to Doc's and talked it over with him.
Well, all right, Matt. I'll do whatever I can.
It might not work, Doc, and you'll be exposing yourself to a lot of danger. Have you thought about that?
I have. I've also been thinking about the men who killed Hank Worth.
Well, we could wait till they start spending their money, or till one of them gets drunk and maybe talks too much somewhere.
We could. But meantime, you and the Worths will have a gunfight. Oh, man, it'd be a terrible thing to let happen.
All right, then, Doc, let's go. I want to get to the ranch before dark.
Yeah, maybe Jake's cooled off by now. Enough not to start shooting on sight anyway.
We'll soon find out. Come on.
You know, Matt, I haven't been out here since Mrs. Worth died. Oh, that must be 4 or 5 years ago. Well, the place sure has changed, hasn't it?
Yeah. I don't see anybody around, do you?
Maybe they saw us first. Maybe they're hid out.
I hope not.
See, Matt, I got an idea. Why don't you take your gun off and hang it around your saddle horn? Then they'll know you come peaceable.
I can't take a chance like that, Doc. Not with Jake in his state. But I won't shoot unless I have to.
He who lives by the sword.
Look, Doc, I'm doing everything I can to avoid this thing. But I'll kill all 3 of them if I have to.
All right, Matt. I understand.
That's far enough, Marshal. Watch him, boys. If he makes a move, shoot.
Yes, sir.
Jake, I came here to stop a shooting, not to start one.
You can stop it, Marshal. Just tell me who killed my son.
If I knew, I'd be on his trail, Jake.
I'm not sure of that at all. What's Doc doing here?
Tell him, Doc.
I took the bullet out of Hank. He died soon after.
What?
That's right, Jake. Now come down here where we can talk like friends, and I'll explain it to you.
Stay where you are, boys.
Yes.
All right, Doc, let's hear it.
Well, they got me out of bed, Jake, and they led me out into the country. Hank had been shot in the back, and I extracted the bullet, but it was no use. He'd have died anyway. There were 3 men there, and I recognized one of them.
Who was he?
Well, I had to promise I wouldn't tell, Jake, or they'd have killed me.
That don't matter now.
Now, think about it a minute, Jake. Doc gave him his word. And you're asking him to break it. Now, think about it for a minute.
I'm thinking. Thinking about my boy, too.
Hank's dead. You can't help him now.
Shot in the back, and the coward who did it's running free.
You want to help get him, Jake?
Don't ask fool questions, Marshal. Of course I want to get him.
Now, then listen to me. Those men told Doc if he talked, they'd kill him.
Yeah, and they meant it, too.
All right, so I got an idea now, Jake. We'll spread it around that Doc has identified the killer. The news will reach him soon enough, and meantime, I'm going to lay low. And I'll have Chester tell everybody that I've ridden out after them.
Go on.
Then we'll just wait. One or two or maybe all three of them will come into Dodge to kill Doc some night soon.
They still might get away.
And I'll deputize you and your boys right now, and you can wait for them with us. You'll have to stay hidden like me, of course.
We won't mind that. Not if we get a chance at them, we won't.
All right, good.
Yeah. Funny thing, though.
What?
A man like Doc here, rather than break his word, he'll make himself a target for those killers.
Yeah. Look, Jake, Doc and I are going to go back to Dodge now. I'll see that the story gets started, and in a day or two, you and your boys can ride in, but separately, though. Otherwise, it might cause talk.
I understand.
And come straight to Doc's.
We'll get there.
For the next few days, Doc never left his office. I figured that'd make him look scared and draw the killers right into our trap. The rest of us sat around in his back room and waited. Chester kept us supplied with food and coffee, but we began to get pretty restless cooped up like that. And by the fifth night, we were being real careful with one another and over-polite. But on the sixth night, about midnight, we got our game.
Mr. Dillon, I think it's them.
Where?
They just rode up Front Street, 3 of them. They're tying up outside right now. They acted too deliberate-like for ordinary riders, so I run up the back way to tell you.
Doc, come on in.
What do you want me to do, Matt?
Take cover in here and stay out of sight.
Yeah, whatever you say, Matt.
Let's go downstairs and meet them, Marshal.
No, we might just scatter them that way. Now listen. One of them will probably stand guard on the street while the other two come up here to get Doc. Chester, you and the two boys go down the back way. Jake and I'll wait in the Doc's office. But don't jump that man till we go into action up here. Do you understand?
I got it.
All right, then move fast. Come on, Jake.
Now what?
Well, we'll just wait here in the dark.
Good.
I'll fix Doc's blanket on the couch here so they'll think he's in it.
They're on the stairs now.
All right, get back in the corner, Jake, or we'll be shooting each other.
All right.
Quiet now. And don't start shooting till I do.
Doc, wake up, you lying dog.
Let you shoot him and get out of here.
What? Wait. He ain't here.
What?
Get your hands up. You're under arrest, both of you.
It's a trap.
You all right, Jake?
Got one of them. I'm all right.
Doc? Doc, you can come on out now.
Yeah, all right, Matt.
They're dead. Light the lamp, will you, Doc?
All right. Yes, you bet, Matt. I'll light the lamp right here.
Okay, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, come in, Chester.
Well, we got him, Mr. Dillon. He tried to get away when he heard you up here, but he ran smack into one of the Worth boys. He's dead.
Yeah. Well, I don't know either one of these men. Doc, you can tell us now. Is one of these the man you recognize?
Let me see here. This one here. I remembered later I treated him for a broken nose some time back. I never did know his name, though. He come up on the, up the trail with a herd, I think.
It don't matter now, long as they're all dead.
Oh, well. Bring the other bodies up, Chester. I'll do the autopsies quick, and I'll get them out of here. It's about time I got something out of all this. Okay, Doc. I'll fetch him.
Well, Jake,
I'm satisfied, Marshal. Me and the boys will be getting back to the ranch now.
Sure.
Marshal,
Yeah?
I doubted you. I'm sorry for that.
Forget it, Jake.
No. No, it's best I remember. Man shouldn't make mistakes like that.
Well, there was no harm done. The way it worked out.
I'll buy you a drink before we leave, Marshal.
I think I'd like that, Jake. Come on, let's go.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner with Lawrence Dobkin and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This is Roy Rowan speaking over the CBS Radio Network.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Here it is. I've got it.
Let me see it.
Here you are.
Oh, yes, indeed. My friend, you have just made us independently wealthy. Many men have died in the past because of this. And unless we're extremely cautious, you and I will be added to the already long list of its victims. Come, hurry.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, where the blue of my eyes meets the gold in your wallet.
Oh, that's pretty terrible.
You may be right.
You admit it.
Yes, I've seen your wallet.
Oh, Rick.
Hello, Helen, baby.
Hi. What are you doing?
Oh, just finished cleaning out my desk.
Oh, find anything interesting?
Mm-hmm. Sam Spade. Guess he hadn't paid his rent.
Oh, you're impossible.
So, Sam.
Well, I'm not going to try to keep up with this. Am I going to see you tonight?
Oh, sure, darling. Wait a minute, honey. Company just walked in.
Oh.
Something I can do for you, my friend?
Are you Richard Diamond?
That's right.
Client, Rick?
No, I don't know, honey. I'll call you back.
Please, Mr. Diamond, I haven't got much time.
Okay, what's on your mind?
This package, here, take it. And keep it for me until...
Hey, what's wrong?
Hide it. I'm being followed. Hide it.
Now, take it easy. What's the matter? Hey, fella, come on now. What's... Oh, swell.
Precinct Police Station, Sergeant Otis.
Otis, let me talk to the lieutenant.
This Diamond?
No, it's Ponder, and I think I've been doped. Now put the lieutenant on the line.
Oh.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, Rick.
Oh, no, it's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Nobody gets killed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
You better check up on your statistics. There's a guy in my office who makes a liar out of them.
What?
Yeah, lying right here in front of my desk.
He's dead?
Well, if he isn't, he's got a lazy heart.
Maybe he just fainted. Maybe he's suffering from some kind of a shock. Maybe he's got some terrible disease, and he'll give it to you.
Walt, if this guy isn't dead, he's sure going to have a hard time explaining the bullet hole in his back.
Don't touch anything.
Can't he even scratch my head?
Oh, you know what I mean.
All I did was lock the door. Now get over here. Knock 3 times and say, Ricky loves Walter, and I'll open up.
What did you lock the door for?
Well, because this guy came in and gave me a...
Gave you a what?
Wait a minute, Walt.
Come on, what are you mumbling about?
Will you shut up? Someone's trying to get in the door. I'll see you when you get here, Walt. I have one of those locks that any skeleton key would fit, and that was exactly what my visitor was using. He opened the door. I moved back against the wall as the door swung in. My visitor was a young, well-dressed man, about 5 feet 8 or 9, red hair, nose full of freckles, and on top of the nose, a pair of black-rimmed glasses. There was a big bulge under his coat that he started reaching for just as I rolled his arm around behind him.
You're backing me off!
No, not yet. I still got a little way to go.
No!
Just making you more comfortable. Now, I'll take this big gun. It must weigh you down.
You can't do this stuff.
Oh, sure I can. See, I just twist a little.
No!
Just locking the door again. Now sit down in that chair.
My arm.
I'll be happy you still got it. Now, what are you doing patty-footing it around here, using a pass key to get into my office?
I got the wrong office.
Look, Sonny, you see that over there?
What is it?
It's a guy, and it's very dead.
I'll send some flowers.
Make it enough for a duet.
Someone else gonna die?
Someone else is going to get pretty close to it if I don't get the answers I want.
Well, I'll see what I can find out.
That's to see how fast you can talk.
I don't have to talk to you. I don't have to talk to nobody.
Want to bet?
You're gonna be sorry for that.
You're mixed up. Let me straighten you out.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, then let's have it. What were you doing busting in here? What do you know about the dead guy?
I don't know nothing about him.
What gave you the idea you could break into my office?
I found out the door was locked. I didn't want to wait around in the hall.
You got a permit to carry this gun?
Well, of course I have.
Let's see it.
I haven't got it with me.
Oh, well, then we'd better start at the beginning.
Come on. Ricky loves Walter. Now open this door. I'll have Otis kick it in.
Who's that?
That's the law, Buster. Now, you stay put while I let the big fat policeman in.
Come on, Diamond.
Should I, Lieutenant?
Oh, not with your head.
Well, greetings. Come on in, Walt. I got somebody.
Hey, what the...
Oh, I had somebody.
Some guy jumped through Diamond's window. It's 8 floors up.
Yeah, but there's a roof only 1 floor below. Look out the glass.
There he is down there.
Hey, you, come back here.
He ducked behind that sign.
Otis, get off of my back.
Oh, well, he's gone. That's that.
What did he do?
Busted into the office.
Hey, is that dead guy over there?
What does that look like, a bear rug?
Oh.
You think the guy who jumped out of your window has something to do with the dead man?
I don't know. He had this gun on him.
Well, why didn't you take a shot at him?
Because if you'll notice, I've been holding it by the barrel. I wanted you to have the nice little old fingerprints.
Oh.
Yeah, oh. Why didn't you take a shot at him?
Why didn't I?
Yeah, Lieutenant, why didn't you?
You shut up.
Well, Walt?
I don't know what he was, who he was, or what he'd done. Why should I take a shot at him?
Lieutenant.
Otis, I told you to shut up. Now, let's take a look at the dead man.
Looks like he's been shot in the back.
Yeah. You said he came in to give you something, Rick.
That's right. This package right here.
And what's in it?
Oh, I haven't looked yet.
Wrapped in today's newspaper.
Well, what in the...
Hey, some kind of doll or something.
Looks like it's carved out of ivory.
Funny-looking thing. Look at all those arms. Must be Oriental. You know what it is?
No more than you do. The guy just came in and...
It sounds like the wagon, Lieutenant.
Yeah, when the coroner gets here, Rick, we'll go down to the office and see if we can get any identification on the guy who jumped out of your window.
Okay.
Here's a wallet off the dead guy.
Now, let me see.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Social Security card. Name's William Logan. Hey, here's something. Guy's a merchant sailor. Here's his card. We'll check these things.
Look, Walt, you got to wait around for the coroner's report. I've got a date with Helen later, so I'll go over to my place and get cleaned up. Then I'll meet you at the station, huh?
Okay. Hey, where are you going with that statue?
Well, the dead man, William Logan, gave it to me to keep.
That's evidence.
It's also something from a client.
Client? He give you a fee?
No, but he wanted me to have this thing. It looks like he died trying to get it to me. So he's a client until I find out what this is all about.
Ain't he noble?
Noble schmoble. That thing is still evidence.
I'll take good care of it.
Now, Diamond, you come back here.
Walt, what do I always say when I leave you like this?
What?
What do I always say?
Why, bye?
Bye. I left Walt and headed for my flat on East 51st. I wasn't about to try and figure the whole thing out because it was still an early case, and sometimes cases like that can stretch out into 2 or 3 murders before things begin to fit together. That's the way you got to figure. One guy dead could lead to another, so you walk on eggs for a while and make sure it's not going to be you. I got to my flat and went in. Smoked a few cigarettes. Looked at the carved ivory figure that William Logan had given me. It looked like a woman sitting cross-legged with all of her 6 arms outstretched. I gave it a good going over, but couldn't find anything unusual. So I put it on the piano and went in and started to shave. Yeah? Yeah, what is it? Okay. When people don't answer, it makes me wonder. I crossed the living room, remembered the ivory figure on the piano. So just to be safe, I lifted the top of the piano and put the statue down inside. Then I moved over to the door.
Mr. Diamond?
That's right.
I'd like to talk with you. I have a business proposition.
Is there any money involved?
Quite a good deal.
Well, you've just made an appointment. Come in, Mr.
Titus. Leopold Titus, Esquire.
He came in all right, and he had the duck to do it. He must have been a good 7 feet tall, and even with his heavy overcoat, he couldn't have weighed over 140. He reminded me of a king-size case of malnutrition. He took in the whole apartment with one fast look and slid into a chair, rested his elbows, locked his hands, and put them under his pointed chin.
It appears you've been shaving. I've interrupted.
Oh, no. Split personality. Never touch this side.
Mr. Diamond, I haven't much time.
Good. Now, you said something about money.
I can see that this is a subject which meets with your approval.
Well, it sets off an emotional reaction, shall we say. I can't stand goosebumps for more than a couple of minutes, so let's get to it, huh?
Yes, indeed. Mr. Diamond, I am prepared to pay $10,000 for Kali.
Oh, well, that's dandy, but I'm not a booking agent. What kind of an act does Kali do?
10,000, Mr. Diamond.
Look, to me, Kali is the name of a dog.
Kali.
Oh, okay, so he got mixed up with the French poodle.
10,000, and that's my top price.
You know, of course, you're running me right into a nervous breakdown. I get the shakes when someone changes $5.
Mr. Diamond, I want Kali. I will have Kali, whether I pay you the 10,000 or not.
Look, Mr. Titus, really, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I certainly hoped you'd be more sensible than this. I know that William Logan came to see you this afternoon.
Oh?
And I know for a fact that he had Kali with him.
Well, did he have it when he left my office?
I couldn't see. Mr. Logan was under a sheet. Now, either the police have Kali or you do. I'd like very much to know.
Maybe I can help you, if you'll tell me exactly what this Kali is.
I made an offer of $10,000, Mr. Diamond. That's a great deal of money, but it does not entitle you to play 20 questions.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, Mr. Titus, I'd like to finish shaving.
As I explained, Mr. Diamond, I don't have much time.
Well, then, good afternoon, Mr. Titus.
No, I'm afraid not. Charles!
Yes, Mr. Titus.
Well. I thought maybe you'd cut your throat when you jumped out of my window.
I hear you got rather ambitious with Charles, Mr. Diamond.
He turned such a pretty color when you slap him around.
I told you you'd be sorry for that.
Yes, and indeed you will, Mr. Diamond, unless you tell me where I can find Kali.
You can go to the devil.
I'm afraid the trip would be unpleasant and premature. However, I'm sure your passage might be taken care of. Show him your new gun, Charles.
Of course. Now you sit down, Diamond.
Where is Kali, Mr. Diamond? And you know very well what I'm talking about. The small hand-carved ivory statue.
Sorry, Titus.
Yes, and so am I. I deplore the sight of blood.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Titus. Just turn your back.
Yes, Charles. Excellent suggestion.
Do you have a wireless, Diamond?
No. But I got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
Oh, very funny. All right, where's your wireless?
Never mind, Charles. Mr. Diamond has a piano. I can manage to raise or lower the volume as the groans dictate.
I could make a lot of noise.
My old piano teacher assured me I could do the same. Now, go ahead, Charles.
Hey, now wait a minute. Oh!
Where is Kali, Diamond?
Oh, nuts.
Again, Mr. Titus?
Again, Charles. Are you using your fist, Charles?
Oh, yes.
Well, use the barrel of your gun. We haven't much time.
All right.
Oh, now wait a minute. You... Oh,
it's not a very good piano, Mr. Diamond.
That's an old kazoo over in the drawer.
Kali, Diamond, I want the statue.
Well, for $10,000, don't you think I'd give it to you?
No. Oh, really, Mr. Diamond, this piano is in a deplorable condition.
So's Diamond, Mr. Titus. He looks terrible.
Shame, but unavoidable. Keep working on him, Charles, until he decides to confide in us.
Where's the statue, Diamond? No? Okay.
NBC is bringing you Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Young man. Young man.
Who says so?
That is good. You can hear me?
Oh, I can hear who?
Try and sit up. You look quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, you can make book on it.
There, that's better. Now take your time. I want your answers to be correct.
Well, he got me into a sitting position, and when things finally stopped jumping around, I got a good look at him. Titus wasn't around. Neither was Charles, his little butcher. The room was dark except for a single light in the corner. The man standing before me was short, dressed in a tailored blue suit, his dark face standing out against a white turban on his head. He didn't smile or blink his eyes.
I am Ahmed Benith.
Oh, thanks. I'd introduce myself, but I've been pushed around so much I could be anybody.
Mr. Titus and his man Charles can be very persuasive.
Well, a gallon of blood and a few broken arms, anyone can do it.
Where did they go?
I got tired, took a nap.
Did you give them Kali?
Oh, no. Now, look,
It is a very simple question. I know that a man came to your office with the statue.
So does half of New York.
I have been following Titus because I know the statue was stolen from him and that he would do anything to get it back. He led me to your office, then he led me here. If he has the statue, he has undoubtedly returned to his flat where he is preparing to leave for a place of safety.
Well, I don't know whether he's got the statue or not.
That is unfortunate. I have no more time to question you. I shall have to assume that Mr. Titus has the statue and kill you.
He was like a cat. Before I could push myself to a standing position, he was around and back, and I felt something drop over my head and draw tight around my windpipe. Oh,
I'm sorry, but I must know. If you will not tell me, I shall have to strangle you.
Diamond! Come on. Ricky loves Walter. Now open this door.
We shall meet again, Mr. Diamond.
Come on, Rick. I know you're in there. You were supposed to be down at the station an hour ago.
Oh, shut up.
I don't want to break it down, but I will.
Yeah, but I will. Okay, keep your badge on.
Come on, step on it.
Well, Blue Eyes.
Where's Diamond?
No. Yeah.
What in the world?
Believe me, Walt, I don't know.
You look awful.
Yeah, I feel like I've been playing in a wind tunnel with blocks of cement.
What happened?
Look, before I go into it, tell me what you found out.
We better take care of you first.
Yeah, it'll have to wait. Things keep going on like they have been. It's only a matter of time until someone else gets killed. Now, what did you find out?
Well, you know that gun you gave me?
Yeah, the one I got from Charles.
Is that his name?
Yeah, what about the gun?
It was the one that killed the guy in your office. That's why you got to get down to the station and try to identify this guy from the gallery.
By the time I do that, he'll be out of the country.
How do you know that?
Ahmed Benif told me.
Who the devil is Ahmed Benif?
Guy with a turban tried to strangle me.
Now, don't you start that.
I'm not starting anything. He beat it out the back. If you hadn't knocked on that door, I'd have been strangled to death.
He the guy who beat you up like this?
No. Charles did. Because Mr. Leopold Titus, Esquire, told him to.
Leopold Titus, Esquire? What are you trying to do?
That's right. He was looking for Collie, and the first...
Wait a minute. Collie? That's a dog.
No. All it is an Irish statue. Oh, my gosh.
Now what?
Wait a minute.
He's lost his mind. What are you doing in that piano?
I'm looking for the statue. I put it in here.
Please, Rick, slow down.
Yeah, gone. Well, Titus has got it. He was playing the piano.
Please, Rick, please.
Walt, what did you find out about the dead man?
William Logan?
Yeah, what did you find out?
He was a merchant seaman. Landed yesterday on the Queen of India out of Calcutta.
Huh? Thanks, Walt.
Where do you think you're going?
Check with the steamship company. I stumbled out of my place looking like an ad for ground sirloin and grabbed a cab. On the way to the India steamship lines, I tried putting two and two together. The little statue, Kali, was the reason for the whole thing. One man was dead because of it, and everybody who was connected with the case was perfectly willing to kill anyone else at any time. Mr. Leopold Titus wanted it, so did one Ahmed Benif. Titus and his boy Charles evidently tailed William Logan, merchant seaman, to my office, and somewhere along the line, Charles shot him. Ahmed Benif was tailing the whole bunch. 2 and 2? Well, maybe, but I still needed some answers. A cab pulled up in front of the East India steamship offices, and I went in. A nice little girl with a nice little personality showed me the passenger list of the India Queen, and sure enough, Mr. Leopold Titus and a Mr. Charles Freely, first class. I thanked the girl, told her I'd send her a picture when my face got back to normal, and I headed for the docks and the customs office. I needed an address on Titus, and I knew that he must have signed a manifest at customs. He had. And 5 minutes later, I was back in my cab headed for the residence of Mr. Leopold Titus, Esquire, Kew Gardens, Long Island. It was a big, sprawling house, and by the time I got there, my watch was leaning on 7 o'clock. I paid the cabbie with my last $20 and started toward the only light burning. The light was coming from a downstairs room with tall French doors, so I went over the balcony and moved up for a better look. I got the look and went in fast. Titus!
Mr. Diamond, I'm afraid you're a bit late.
The place was a wreck. Titus was half sitting, half lying against the couch. There was blood all over him. Charles Freely was stretched out on the floor near the towering bookcases. He was looking up, staring, but not seeing a thing. Around his throat was a long, white length of cloth.
Greed, Mr. Diamond. The price for greed comes extremely high, as you can well see.
Ahmed Benif?
Oh, you've met. Yes, Ahmed Benif. Quite as proficient with a gun as well as a strangling cord.
I'll call an ambulance.
No, Mr. Diamond. I'm having a twinge of conscience, so hear me out. You must find Benif and stop him.
Does he have Kali?
Yes, he has Mother Kali.
Mother Kali?
As she is known by her followers. Tugs, Mr. Diamond. Have you ever heard of Tugs?
No, I haven't. What are they?
A cult long since believed extinct in India. An army of assassins banded together under the guidance of Mother Kali.
Assassins?
Yes, Mr. Diamond. Trained in the art of strangling.
Oh, yes. I read something about that in a history book. It was a long time ago.
Correct. They were suppressed by the British in 1830.
You're trying to tell me they've started all over again?
Absolutely.
What about that little statue?
Belongs to the man who has reorganized the Tugs. A symbol of his leadership, passed down through generations from one leader to the next. And to a collector worth a fortune.
And you're a collector?
A businessman. But I know a great many collectors who would pay a sizable fortune to get a hold of that statue.
And Ahmed Benif is one of those Tugs?
Indeed he is.
Where did you get the statue?
Charles. stole it for me from Ahmed Benif.
What about William Logan, the merchant seaman?
Board ship from Calcutta. Logan discovered its value and stole it from us. Indeed, Ahmed Benif is a thug. The statue is his, passed down by his father and his father before him.
I'll call the law.
Mr. Diamond, please see that Charles is buried next to me. A mixed-up boy, but a good friend.
Sure. Operator,
Put
give me...
down the phone, Mr. Diamond. Put it down.
Well, Benif, this isn't very smart, is it?
On the contrary, Mr. Diamond, it is very smart. I have the statue. And now you are the only man who could tell the authorities that once again the thugs are rising all over India.
How did you know I'd be here?
I did not know. As I was leaving, I saw your cab pull up. I listened to everything Mr. Titus had to say. I was surprised. I thought surely he would be dead by now.
And now you kill me.
Most assuredly.
Ahmed couldn't see it because as he came closer to me, his back was to Titus, and Titus was pulling himself painfully across the room, trying to get to the dead body of Charles Freely. I didn't know what he was up to, but I had to give him time to make it.
I deplore the use of a gun, but in some cases
I'd rather strangle your victim.
That is my religion, Mr. Diamond. Unfortunately, in some cases, I must take other steps.
Well, you've sure taken some pretty big ones.
I assure you it has been most necessary.
All because of a little statue?
All because of what that little statue represents. I rule the thugs, Mr. Diamond, and Kali is a symbol of my leadership. As you have seen, I would do anything to retain its possession and keep faith with my people. So now, again, my time is short.
Indeed, it was short, wasn't it, Mr. Diamond?
Indeed.
I'm certainly happy that Charles had his new gun.
Thanks, Titus.
A pleasure. And now, quickly, 2 favors, Mr. Diamond.
What are they?
First, take the statue of Kali and destroy it. I must have your word.
You've got it.
Good. The second, I wish your honest opinion.
I'll try.
Once you directed me to the devil, and I said that it was a premature crossing.
Yes?
And I fear that perhaps now it is not. Your honest opinion, Mr. Diamond. Do you think he could really stand the competition?
Titus. Well, it'll sure be a good race anyway.
How do you feel, Rick?
Oh, I don't know. Pretty good, I guess.
Want to tell me about it?
No, I don't think so, honey. You just get confused with an old argument about right and wrong.
Well, I wish you weren't so unhappy.
Unhappy? Oh, honey, you said a bad word. I'm just mad about my bruises.
Oh, I think the colors are lovely.
Well, so do I. I've just got to be careful about wearing plaid.
Oh, Rick.
Pretty bad, huh?
Yeah. Why don't you just sing something?
All right, dear. I'd love to. Bye-bye, baby. Remember you're my baby. When you give me...
Rick.
Did you hear that?
I certainly did. He's back.
That's the grouch in the next building, isn't it?
Yes, he's been out of town for a rest.
Oh, my God. What's his name?
Mr. Lumpkin.
Oh. Good evening, Mr. Lumpkin. Oh, antisocial, huh? You are my sunshine. You are my sunshine. You are my sunshine. You are my...
No.
Good evening, Mr. Lumpkin.
All right. Good evening.
Well, now that's better. Now, what would you like to hear?
The sound of you cutting your throat.
You're fighting me.
Oh, I'd love to with a machine gun.
Tepper, control yourself. I may ask questions later.
Oh,
Good evening, Mr. Lumpkin.
You stay out of this. Good evening, Miss Asher.
My, you're looking well.
Oh, thank you. So are you.
If he leans out any further, he'll be hanging by his heels.
Now, you just stay right there, Mr. Lumpkin. We've got a lovely surprise for you.
Yes?
Yes. Now, sing something nice, Rick.
Love it, love it. Bye-bye, baby. Remember you're my baby when they give you the eye. Although I know that you care, won't you write and declare that though on the loose, you are still on the square. I'll be gloomy, but send that rainbow to me, then my shadows will fly. Though you'll be gone for a while, I know that I'll still be smiling with my baby by and by. With my baby by and by. Well, how do you take it?
How is that, Mr. Lumpkin?
Oh, Miss Asher, it's impossible for me to express my feelings at this moment. Especially when a lady is present.
He didn't like it.
Well, what do you expect from a clarinet player? Come on, let's case the icebox.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Gypsy Rose Lee visits Duffy's Tavern tomorrow on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, while you're getting set for the Shadow's latest thriller, let me say a few words about that great new Goodrich Silvertown tire. Because believe me, motorists, this new kind of tire is making history. It takes care of skid and blowout problems like they have never been taken care of before. And here's proof positive. The engineers of the famous independent Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory tested the regular and premium price tires of the nation's 6 largest tire manufacturers. The results? Listen. No other tire tested, regardless of price, came up to the new Goodrich Silvertown in skid resistance. What's more, this great tire gave more non-skid mileage than any other tire tested in its price class, averaging 19.1% more miles before the tires wore smooth. That's the same as saying this new Silvertown gives you every 6th mile free. Ride on the safest thing on wheels, the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Mark of the Bat.
Alexei, come in the house out of the night air.
I am coming, Marie. The dogs were restless, whimpering. Must be the storm coming.
It is more than the storm, as you know it, Alexei.
I'm not sure. Why aren't you in bed asleep?
There'll be no sleep in this house tonight.
Or any night.
Then you've seen the great bats, too?
Yes, I've seen the farmer's cattle. Bloodless, dead in the fields.
And the white comb of the dead rooster. Ah, it was the same on the farm of my father in Croatia. Alexei, why did this Dr. Vickers send away his stepfather's servants? Why does he pay us so much to stay in this house? Why do we stay knowing what we know?
Jobs are hard to find, Marie. But I think we go soon, when the master of the house dies.
It cannot be long, and I am not sorry. It is his own doing. He brought the bats here, set them free to kill.
And now they take his life from him, in the night, in the darkness.
Only for his daughter am I sorry. She is young. She was beautiful. But each dawn finds her more like those things from the grave.
Have you seen the mark of the vampire on her, Marie?
Yes. Only this morning. On her throat as she lay sleeping.
The sins of the father.
It is his punishment. The great bats are children of Satan. He brought them here from the caves he found in that strange country he wrote books about.
Yeah. And he laughed at the stories I told him. The vampire bat is a thing of evil, leagued with the devil, stealing the blood of the living, that the dead may go on living in their graves.
The storm is coming, Alexei.
Well, it will drive the bats back into the cave in the mountain. That much is good. Marie!
What is it?
A shadow passed across the moon.
Oh, the clouds of the storm, maybe.
No. A bat, like a great bird. It is an omen, Marie, an omen.
The dog howls.
Yes. The dog howls.
Quick. Light the candle at the crucifix.
Yes, the crucifix. Here comes Dr. Vickers.
Yes, Alexei. It is quite fitting that you light the candle. Say a prayer, Mary.
Dr. Vickers, is the master. Major Stevens, is he?
Yes, Mary. My esteemed stepfather, Major Stevens, is dead.
Lamont Cranston, we've come 200 miles up into these spooky mountains. Why?
I've been reading the obituary columns, Margot. As a result, we're going to visit the home of a man who once had a very strange hobby.
Oh, so Lamont Cranston, the amateur criminologist, has been reading between the lines again. Who died recently?
The corpse, Margot, is Major Stevens, a noted explorer and zoologist.
Oh.
Yes. Before I tell you anything more, let me ask you a question.
Yes?
Do you believe in vampires?
What?
Creatures with the power to leave the grave, transform themselves into bats, and draw from the flesh of the living blood to feed the bodies of the restless dead?
Lamont, are you serious?
Quite.
Well, of course I don't believe it. What's all this about? You guessing or do you know?
I'm going on a curious mixture of theory and fact. I've known about Stevens for years. He led an expedition of 5 men into the mountains of Ecuador, came back alone, with a cage full of vampire bats, big ones. For years, he's been breeding them.
A cheerful hobby, I must say.
It's become an obsession. 6 months ago, I read that a neighboring farmer sued him, claiming those vampire bats killed 3 of his cattle.
But Lamont, that's preposterous.
No, Margot, it isn't. There are authentic cases where cattle have been killed by blood-sucking vampire bats.
And you think Major Stevens' pet bats killed those cattle and killed the Major as well?
It's possible.
All of which leads to what, Lamont? Who are we going to call on tonight? Not Major Stevens, I hope.
No, the Major is safely interred in his grave.
Oh, you make it sound so cozy.
Stevens had a daughter, Claire Stevens. I've checked up. She's suffering from the same ailment that supposedly killed her father, anemia.
Oh.
Stevens was wealthy. Claire's his heir, but she's underage, only 20. And there's a guardian in the picture, Dr. Vickers, who also happens to be the Major's stepson.
I think I'm beginning to see.
Apparently, Vickers is running things. He's even discharged the family servants and hired an old Slavic couple.
Why?
They're Croats, Margot, not very far removed from the atmosphere of their native land, where for centuries human vampires have been accepted fact. Now, do you see what I'm driving at?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. Claire Stevens is being led to believe that she's a victim of human vampires.
Yes.
Whereas, actually, she's being bled to death by the giant vampire bat. Is that it, Lamont?
That's right, Margot.
Oh.
It's just a breed of very large bats.
I see. Oh, this is a lonely road. We haven't passed a car in ages.
A little farther, huh? Good heavens.
Oh, what's wrong, Lamont?
Look. It's a man lying there beside the road. Wait here, Margot. Maybe a hold-up gag.
Oh, what's wrong with him? Has he been hit?
Beaten up, I think.
Wait, I'll help you with him. Is he alive?
Yes, but unconscious.
Lamont, there's a paper clutched in his hand. See what it is.
Listen to this, Margot. Dave, if you love me, come and take me away from this awful house. I can't explain, only come. If you don't, you'll never see me alive again. Signed, Claire.
Claire Stevens! Oh, Lamont, this boy must have tried to help us.
Yes, and failed.
What are we going to do, Lamont? Drive him back to the last town we passed?
No, Margot, we need the doctor, and I think the logical man to patch him up is the one who may have had a hand in this. Vickers.
You're going to take him to the Stevens house?
No, you are, Margot.
Oh, but you'll be with me in that house.
Yes, Margot, but in my role of the shadow. It'd be better if you're not Margot Lane. Pretend to be an old friend of Claire Stevens. If she's in danger, she won't give you away.
All right. Help me get the boy into the car. Then I'll drive. Lamont!
What's the matter, Margot?
Lamont, look! On his throat!
Good heavens!
Oh, a bat! Fastened to his throat. Kill it, Lamont!
Yes. Yes, Margot. One of Major Stevens' pets. A vampire bat.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we leave the shadow for a moment, here's a brief reminder that when you want real tire safety, halfway measures don't go. There's no such thing as saving half your life.
The shadow knows. Beware. In these days of high speeds and superhighways, you need protection against both skids and blowouts every time you get behind the wheel of your car.
And motorists, the tire that will give you life-saving protection against both of these driving hazards is the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown. For remember, only Silvertowns give you the skid protection of the Lifesaver tread. This amazing new Goodrich development protects you against the hazard zone of motoring, where a slippery film of water on the road can make complete command of your car almost impossible. The never-ending spiral bars of this Lifesaver tread act like a whole battery of windshield wipers. They sweep the water right and left, force it out through the deep drainage grooves, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. You stop quicker, safer on a wet pavement than you've ever stopped before. And don't forget, adding one safety feature to another, Silvertowns also give you the famous golden ply protection against dangerous high-speed blowouts. Why ride on anything but the safest thing on wheels, especially when Silvertowns give you these two great life-saving features at no extra cost? Play safe with Goodrich, spelled Goodrich. Goodrich Safety Silvertown.
Alexei, who drove Dave Henderson here?
A young girl, Dr. Vickers. She says she's a friend of Miss Stevens.
A friend of Claire's, eh, Alexei?
Yes.
And young Dave Henderson. Odd that she should come here tonight. Strange that she should find him on the road. Where are they?
In the room where the Major worked with the bats, Dr. Vickers.
Good. Nothing could be better. It will save me considerable trouble.
I locked the door.
Unlock it. Then go back and watch Miss Claire's room. See she does not leave it. Why? What's the matter, Alexei? Your hand is shaking. You're afraid.
Yes, and you would be afraid, too. Those caged bats in there, they killed the Major. I know. They're creatures of the devil.
Nonsense. There's nothing to worry about. I have released the good Major's pets. Taken them out of their cages and sent them back to the bottomless pit in the grotto.
Yes, but a bat like a bird of evil flew across the moon the night the Major died. It was an omen. An omen of death.
Tell that to Miss Claire. She'll believe you. And watch carefully, Alexei. 2, perhaps 3 of those bats may fly across the moon tonight. More omens of death. But now, go upstairs. See that I am not disturbed.
Yes, Doctor. The girl is there, in the far end of the room with the young man.
Doctor, are you Dr. Vickers?
Yes. I understand you brought a young man here, victim of some hit-and-run driver.
No, it's been beaten. I'm afraid his skull is fractured, and not only
Yes,
that...
yes. Alexei told me your fantastic story of finding a giant bat drawing his life blood from his
But
throat.
it's true. The marks are still on his throat. Look, there.
Still unconscious. Has he spoken at all?
No, but don't stand there. Do something. You're a doctor, or so I was told.
By whom? Oh, yes, you're a friend of Miss Stevens. Of course you would know.
Of course. Where is Claire?
Sleeping. You were coming to call on her at this late hour. Why?
We're old friends. I heard of her father's death.
Do you know this young man?
No, I don't.
That's odd. This man is David Henderson, Miss Stevens' fiancé.
Oh, well, you see, I haven't seen Claire for several years.
How many?
Why, for 3 years. Oh, but don't stand there questioning me. Do something for him.
There'll be plenty of time for that. I'm more interested in you and just why you happened to pick this night to visit such an old and dear friend. A friend who apparently never spoke of Dave Henderson, to whom she's been engaged for many years. A childhood sweetheart.
Well, you...
Yes, I see. I see you are lying. Who are you? What do you want in this house?
I want you to treat that boy.
Yes, I will treat him. In good time and in my own way. But first, I think you need my attention.
Keep away from me. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to kill that boy.
Oh, now I'm beginning to understand. So you know.
Yes, I know.
You know too much. Too much to ever leave this house.
Alexei, let go of me. Let me go. I saw somebody bring David to the house. I know he's here.
Oh, a lucky interruption for you. It will give you a few minutes' grace, young woman, and a chance to see your dear friend, Claire Stevens.
You and Dr. Vickers sent to Dave. Who was that woman? Let go of me. He's in there. I know he is.
Come, Dr. says you stay in your room. Come.
What's going on out here, Alexei?
Doctor, I couldn't stop her. She tricked me. She ran down here. I'll take her back.
No,
Come.
I won't go. You've got Dave here.
It's all right, Alexei. Let her come in. You wait out in the hall.
Oh.
Yes, Claire, my dear, Dave is here. You can see him. And there is someone else, an old friend of yours.
An old friend?
Yes, that young woman there. Well, you don't seem to recognize her. Perhaps it's been so long since you've seen each other.
Claire, don't you remember me? Grace Wilson. We went to school together. What? I heard you were in trouble. I thought I might be able to help.
What? Oh, of course. Grace Wilson. I'm so glad you're here, Grace. But, Dave, you said I could see him. Where is he?
There, on the couch.
Dave. Oh, Dave, darling. It's Claire. Oh, is he dead?
No, but he may die if we don't get help to revive him. This Dr. Vickers won't help.
Why won't you do something? Dave's hurt. His head's cut open.
Dr. Vickers won't help because he did it.
What?
He wants Dave Henderson to die, just as he wants me out of the way now that I've discovered his secret. And you, Claire Stevens, you're marked for death.
No.
I can see it in your face. You're as pale as a ghost already, half bled to death. You're a victim, too. A victim of vampire bats.
No, it can't be. Not that. I've been ill. Dr. Vickers has been treating me.
Your father died of Dr. Vickers' treatment.
Dr. Vickers, you... Why do you look at me like that?
Why, my dear child.
Oh, then it is true. Those sedatives in the open window. That was so the giant bats could come from the well in the grotto and...
You've been listening to the fantastic tales of Marie and Alexei, my dear. Monstrous nightmares out of a ghoulish past.
Miss Stevens, don't listen to him. He's a murderer. We've got to get your fiancé out of this house.
But he won't let us go. The door's locked. He has the key.
Yes, my dear, you are quite right. The door is locked. I have the key. The only way out is through that door leading to the tunnel in the cave. To the bottomless pit your father so aptly named the Well of the Bats.
Father sealed that tunnel when the bats escaped.
Yes, but I opened it again. It will come in very handy tonight. The storms have kept the bats in the grotto for many nights now. They must be very hungry for blood. What a feast they will have. Come, Claire.
No.
The vampires are tired of coming to you. It is time you visited them.
Oh, Stevens, get back. Keep away from
Stupid
him.
heroics will not save you. Keep back, young woman, or I shall have to shoot you. The bats won't mind. Not so long as the blood in your body is still warm. Come, Claire. Come with me.
No. No!
Very well. Perhaps you would rather follow your beloved David. I'll take him first.
No, don't. He doesn't know anything. If you'll only let him go, no.
I thought that would bring you to me.
Dr. Vickers. Dr. Vickers. You are startled, Doctor. I see in your eyes and read in your reeling mind questions.
No.
Questions beating in your brain like the black wings of your destroyers. Who am I? Where am I? Is this voice you hear real, or the trickery of a mind warped and twisted by the remorse of murder done and murders yet to come?
No.
The gun in your hand trembles, Dr. Vickers. Your lips are dry.
But you... Who are you?
The Shadow, Dr. Vickers.
The Shadow! The Shadow!
It would seem you have heard of the Shadow, Doctor.
Yes. Yes, I've heard of you, Shadow.
Do you believe what you have heard?
Yes. I know all about your devilish tricks of mesmerism. Hypnotic influence. I know you're here in this room, but I can't see you. I know my gun isn't any use against you, but that won't stop me. I'm going into the grotto, and I'm taking these girls with me. Both of them. Try to stop me, Shadow, and I'll shoot them both. All right, Claire. And you too, Miss Wilson, or whoever you really are. Quick, get through this door, unless you want me to use this gun.
No, don't. We'd better do as he says, Miss Stevens. Come on.
All right, Shadow. Let's see you follow me through this door. It bolts on the inside, and by the time you've broken it down, the vampire bats will be feasting on these two women, the only ones who stand between me and Stephen's fortune. It should have been mine in the first place, and now it will be. It will be mine.
Don't be too sure, Dr. Vickers, for the grotto will be filled with shadows. Shadows of the living. Shadows of the dead. David Henderson. Listen. Listen to me. Wake up. Listen.
Oh, my head. It aches.
Listen, David Henderson. You came to see your fiancée. She's in danger. Dr. Vickers has taken her to the grotto, to the Well of the Bats.
What? Claire gone into the cave?
Yes.
What? Who am I talking to? There's no one here. Oh, I must be out of my mind.
No. There is someone here. The Shadow.
The Shadow?
Yes. Don't be alarmed because you cannot see me. Even to those I try to help, I must remain unseen, unknown, for their own safety. There is no time to explain the whys and wherefores of my presence. I'm here to help you and your fiancée. If we don't get into the grotto and stop him, Vickers will kill Claire Stevens and a girl who was with her.
No.
Kill them and drop them into the Well of the Bats.
That heavy door leads to the pit. Come on.
You can't follow that way. I've tried. It's bolted on the other side. Is there another way into the grotto? Any other way of reaching the pit?
Well, yeah, there is. One other way. Major Stevens showed me years ago.
Where?
Up on the side of the mountain, there's an opening. Shorter that way. Maybe we can get in that way and head Vickers off before he reaches the pit. Come on, I'll show you the way. If I get my hands on Vickers, the bats will have their feast tonight on him. Shadow. We're almost there. Shadow.
I am still close to you. Go on. It may be too late.
Be careful along here. This ledge is slippery. We're getting near the pit.
How deep is this pit, this Well of the Bats?
No one knows. Once Major Stevens and I dropped a weighted kite string down into it. 1,000 feet of string. It didn't touch bottom. Shadow, look. There's a light. A torch down the passageway. That must be Vickers. It's in the big chamber. That's where the pit is.
We're not too late, see? Your fiancée and the other girl is with him. Wait, stop here.
He's forcing them toward the pit. He's going to kill both of them. I tell you, let me go.
No, you've done your part. Stay here.
No, I won't, I tell you.
But you must. You understand, if Vickers saw you coming, he'd shoot you down. You'd be signing the death warrant of your fiancée and the other girl.
Oh, I'll get him. I'll get him before he sees me. Let go of me, Shadow.
Sorry, I had to knock you out like that, Henderson, but it was the only way.
They'll kill you for this, Dr. Vickers. The police will find it out. They'll hang you.
I think not. My dear Claire, you see, to prove a murder has been committed, there must be some trace of the body. The vampires will leave little in the way of evidence.
Have you forgotten the Shadow, Dr. Vickers? Do you think he'll let you live to enjoy the fruits of this ghastly thing you're about to do?
So you're still counting on the Shadow to save you?
He may not be able to save us, but you'll never get away from him unless you follow us into that pit.
Oh, hope and faith die hard. I've been wondering why one of you didn't try to get away from me, so I would have an excuse to shoot you down.
Oh, you need an excuse.
No, not really. But there is something fascinating about watching the reactions of people who are about to die. But now I give you your choice. Turn, take each other's hand, and walk straight ahead into the darkness. Or stand there while I count. Oh, no. No, not 10. That is too definite, too certain. I will merely count number after number until my trigger finger obeys the impulse to shoot.
No, don't. Oh, Dave.
That should make it easier for you.
And for her. That's right. Hold her up. Steady her. 1, 2. What a feast the vampires will have. 3. The bats. They're waiting. 4. Far down in the pit. 5. By the thousands they cling to the clammy walls. 6. Hanging heads downward with folded wings. 7. Waiting. 8. Waiting.
Yes, Vickers. Waiting. Waiting for you.
For you? You got through.
It's useless to struggle, Vickers. Your trigger finger obeys the impulse to kill, but the gun hammer won't fall because my hand is on it. Vickers, you should have used an automatic.
Oh, you devil!
Yes.
If only I...
Yes, if you could only break loose. Try it, and your arm will snap like the stem of a pipe.
Let go. I knew you'd find a way, Shadow. You can let go of it now.
Where is she? Is she all right?
Yes, she just fainted, that's all.
Oh, there you are, Vickers. So the Shadow got you. Well, you'll hang for what you did to Claire's father, but first I'm going to pay her for torturing...
No, you won't! No, you won't! Stop! And I won't hang!
Stand where you are, or I'll shoot.
Go ahead! Shoot! Shoot me! The Shadow was right. The vampire bats are waiting. Waiting for their feast. For me! And I won't disappoint them! They'll have their feast! They'll have their feast! Now! Now!
You like this thing I'm playing, Margot?
Yes, Lamont. Lamont,
Yes, Margot?
now that Dr. Vickers is dead and Claire Stevens is out of that awful house, what's going to happen to the Major's little pet?
Oh, those vampire bats won't kill any more cattle. Or men, Margot. Sort of that while you and David Henderson were getting Claire to the hospital.
But how, Lamont?
Like this.
Dynamite.
Yes. I found it in Stevens' tool house. The explosion filled the well of the bats with hundreds of tons of rock. Sealed forever. There will be no more black wings across the moon. No more marks of the bat on the throats of sleeping victims.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Lola. Oh, thanks for the call, but tonight is no good, Angel. Now, I have to look into the case of a fellow who was so good at his work, he didn't think anyone could beat him. But somebody came along and beat the life out of him.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Plenty 20.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. It's Wednesday night in New York. And in an old loft, two men bend over a press, eagerly intent on the engraving that is emerging from it. Now there's a long, silent examination of the engraving. Light is brought closer. Magnifying glasses are brought into use. Still no words. But now hands begin to shake with excitement. Finally, the taller man with a little mustache, Louis Beretti, steps back and smiles at his companion.
Well, Kearns, it's perfect. The U.S. Mint couldn't do better itself.
Anyway, they'll get by, and that's what counts.
Oh, what gets me, Baretti, with a talent like that, you've been wasting time on little forgeries.
Got to wake up to a thing like this.
Well, this calls for celebration. Let's go get a jug.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Kearns. We've got the plates. Now we've got to unload.
Huh?
Earnshaw might give us a good price.
You're going to sell the plates?
What else?
Well, that's like killing a golden goose.
Wait a minute.
Hello?
Is Ed Earnshaw there?
This is Earnshaw.
Good. This is Louis Baretti speaking. I have something that might interest you. Would you care to see some samples?
I'm not easily interested, Baretti.
You will be in what I have.
Well, doesn't cost to look. I'll be here all night.
Good. I'll be over. So long.
Yeah, but why sell the plates, Baretti? This way we want cash. All we got to do is print it. What more can anybody ask?
How long do you think those 2 sheets of paper are going to last us? No, Kearns, there's a lot more to this deal than just the plates.
We can get more paper?
In big quantities, it ain't easy. Besides, no matter how good those plates are, the only perfect ones are Uncle Sam's. Every time we passed the bill, we'd be sticking our necks out. To do this right, you have to have an organization. Have to know where to pass them and when.
Well, maybe you're right.
Sure, I'm right.
Hey, who you calling now?
Ritter. Want to see if he's interested.
But you just called Earnshaw.
That's right.
Well, if Earnshaw wants to buy,
You'll have to meet my price. The best way to get the price, to get these jokers bidding against each other.
Yeah, and you can get caught in the middle.
Don't worry, Kearns. As long as I have the plates, I call the shots.
You may call them, chum, but the big question is, who fires them?
Yes?
Mr. Ritter, this is Louis Baretti. I was just wondering if you might be interested. Morning, honey. What time is it?
Almost noon, and you're still in bed. Louis Baretti, big shot.
I got home late.
You're telling me. You might have phoned.
I was busy.
Would have taken all of 5 minutes.
Now, don't start riding me. Wait till I tell you the news.
I'm waiting.
How would you like a new car?
So it was a binge. You're still dreaming.
I'm not kidding. I hit it big. We're in the chips.
What happened?
Landed a big contract with an advertising company.
What company?
What company? A company, that's all. A company.
Advertising
Soap.
what? What soap?
Fine. I tell you, you can have a new car right away. You turn on the 3rd degree.
What do you mean 3rd degree? I'm your wife. You tell me you've landed a big contract. Naturally, I'm interested.
Always trying to butt in.
All I said...
I know what you said, and I know what you're thinking. You haven't gone hungry, have you? Oh, you've got a roof over your head, haven't you? If you don't like the way I do things, you know what you can do about it. Now get out of here. I want to get dressed.
Well, just a minute, lady. Where do you think you're going?
Inside in my husband's studio? Why, what's it to you?
Your husband, huh? Would you be Mrs. Louis Baretti?
What if I am? What's going on around here anyway? Why the crowd? Who are you?
I'm Sergeant Corbett of the New York Police Department.
I knew it.
Knew what?
Louis was mixed up in something?
Well, he's mixed up in something, all right. What do you know about it?
Nothing. It was just a hunch. What'd he do?
As far as we know, he didn't do anything.
You just said.
I said he's mixed up in something. You'd better prepare yourself for a shock.
I'm prepared. If he didn't do anything, that's shock enough. Now, what is it?
It's just, Mrs. Baretti, he's dead. Hello.
I'd like to see Mr. Waring, please.
Well, take a good look.
Oh, I hope you're the Mr. Waring I want.
So do I. Which Waring would it be?
The private detective called the Falcon.
I'm your bird. Come in.
Thank you. I had a hard time finding you. Don't you have an office?
In my business, an office means a filing cabinet full of bourbon.
So I've heard.
Well, I prefer martinis, so I operate out of my apartment. Now, who are you and what can I do for you?
I'm Mrs. Louis Baretti. Yesterday, my husband was murdered. The police questioned me a good part of the afternoon. They released me, but I'm still under suspicion.
And you want me to remove that suspicion?
That's right.
Well, can you give me any better suspects?
Not positively.
Tentatively, then.
Well, If you could find out anything about a Mr. Ritter or a Mr. Earnshaw.
Who are they?
Well, that's what I don't know. But from the way Louis behaved yesterday morning, I suspected that something was going on. And then a Mr. Ritter phoned the house.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't make out much of the conversation except that Louis said that Mr. Ritter still wasn't talking loud enough and he couldn't hear him. And he said it was too late anyway because Earnshaw already spoke English.
Well, that's a great conversation. And you don't know who either of these men are?
No, he never mentioned them before.
Is there anyone who might know them?
Well, the only one I can think of is my husband's assistant, Pete Kearns. But the police asked him about them and he claimed he didn't know them.
Well, maybe I'll have better luck. By the way, Mrs. Beretti, what did your husband and Kearns do?
They had a little art studio. They made silkscreen reproductions and etchings, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I always had an idea they were doing something else, too, only I never could find out what it was.
Well, just goes to show, man shouldn't keep secrets from his wife. It's dangerous.
Is it?
Well, sure. Look what happened to Louis Beretti.
Yes?
You Pete Kearns?
That's right. What do you want?
Well, I didn't come to look at your etchings. I thought perhaps you could tell me something about Ritter or Earnshaw.
The police thought the same. They were also wrong.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you mind if I come in and look over the studio?
You have a search warrant?
No.
I mind.
Well, look, it must have occurred to you, Kearns, that you're a suspect in this case. Maybe I can help you.
What makes you think so?
Well, Mrs. Beretti is paying good money for me to help her. You can latch on for a free ride if you like. Provided, of course, you're not the murderer. That's what I'm looking for.
When I need help, I'll pay my own way.
Such extravagance. Who'd think a struggling young artist could afford it?
I won't be able to unless I get to work. Police have kept me out of here until just a little while ago, and whoever killed Beretti made a shambles of the place. So, run along, huh? I've got work to do.
Sure, all right, Kearns. But just tell me one thing, will you?
What's that?
What makes you so sure you don't need help?
I'm not so sure. I'm also not so sure you'd be help.
Well, if you change your mind about me, you can reach me at Ed's Luncheonette over on Lexington Avenue, 53rd. Just ask for Mike Waring.
I'll make a note of it. Now, so long.
Hello?
Hello, Ritter. This is Kearns.
Yeah, Kearns, what is it?
Somebody else has been here looking for you. Sooner or later, they're going to find the Ritter they're looking for. So if you and I are going to get together, we better do it quick.
Waring, I see why you always hang out here at Ed's Luncheonette. They sure turn out a mean salad.
Sure, Corbett, but about the case...
Oh, I'm sorry, Waring. I've given you every blessed fact I've got on the case so far.
Well, there ought to be something we could latch on to, Corbett. Some kind of a lead.
Hello, fellas. Hey, did you enjoy your lunches?
Oh, hi, Ed. Oh, Waring's mind's so wrapped up with the case he didn't even notice.
Didn't notice?
Oh, never mind, Ed. Corbett's just joking. He's the funniest fellow I know.
Gee, thanks.
I certainly did notice that salad. Why, those were the most delicious,
vegetables, Mike?
Yes, that's what I mean, Ed. Yes, vegetables. They were perfect. And that salad dressing.
That was Miracle Whip, Mike. You know, Miracle Whip...
It makes salad taste better than ever. Why, sure.
Yes. You see...
Miracle Whip has a swell flavor. It's kind of sharp, yet it's not too sharp either. I think it tastes just exactly right.
Mike, that's why...
I know. That's why it's America's favorite salad dressing. As a matter of fact, more Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined, right?
Right, Mike. And...
Don't forget, Miracle Whip is really a different kind of salad dressing, too. That's why they call it the one and only, isn't it? And it's smooth, creamy textured.
Mike, Mike, you took the words right out of my mouth. How do you know all that?
Well, good little detectives always keep their ears open, Ed. You've been telling me about Miracle Whip for a long time now.
Well, what do you know?
Well, not much else, except that maybe you better give us our check now. We got to be getting along.
Righto. Here you are, Mike.
All right, Corbett.
What's the joke?
Look at him. You ever see a fancier fumbling act? Never mind, Corbett. You win. I'll take care of it.
No, Waring, no. It's
That's
just
all right. Forget it. I've got it. Here, Ed. Take both checks out of this 20.
All right, Mike. Hey.
Huh?
Wait a minute. Is this a gag?
What do you mean?
It's a beautiful job, I'll admit that. It'd probably pass most places, but I've been in this game too long to let one of these get by me.
What in blazes are you talking about?
This 20. It's counterfeit.
It's what?
Well, ask the sergeant if you don't believe me. Here, Sarge, take a look.
Yeah. Oh, he's right, Waring. Where did you get this?
From Mrs. Beretti.
Well, what do you know? The Falcon lets himself get paid off in funny money.
Oh, all right, Corbett, you can stop grinning. It's not that funny.
Wait till the boys at headquarters hear about this, Waring.
Look, pal, you can just...
Oh, hello.
Well, my charming client. All right, Mrs. Beretti, what was the idea?
What?
Paying me in counterfeit.
Counterfeit?
As if you didn't know.
I didn't.
Your husband printed it, didn't he?
I don't know. I told you I suspected something, but I didn't know what.
Where did you get the bills you gave me?
From Louis.
You have any more lying around? Now, look, Mrs. Beretti, if you don't answer, we can get a search warrant. Holding counterfeit is a federal offense.
Now, don't yell at the lady, Waring. You'll have to forgive him, Mrs. Beretti. He's kind of touchy just now.
Come in. I don't want any trouble. I'll show you where the money is.
All right.
Right down this hallway. Louis came home late a couple of nights ago. And in the morning, he talked about having a lot of money. He said it had something to do with a contract. But when I asked him about it, he lost his temper. I was afraid something was wrong, but I didn't know what. And then he was killed. And then I found this briefcase. Just a minute. Here we are. It's in this closet. It's under all these things. But believe me, I didn't know it was counterfeit. There it is.
Hey, a briefcase full of the stuff.
Look, you hired me to help you. Why didn't you show me this?
I didn't think it was necessary.
You were afraid it'd be taken away from you.
Well, it was my husband's money. I didn't see why I shouldn't keep it.
But you told me you suspected your husband was involved in something. You hinted strongly that something was illegal. So you knew there was something wrong with the money.
I didn't know it was counterfeit. I suspected. There's a big difference.
All right. You can fight that out later. Right now, we've got to get this stuff into the hands of the Treasury boys. Mrs. Beretti, where's your telephone? Yeah?
We have Earnshaw, Sergeant.
Oh, good. Bring him in.
Right.
Well, Waring, now that we know we're dealing with counterfeiting, we're beginning to get somewhere. This guy, Ed Earnshaw, has been involved in a couple of counterfeiting deals already.
Right in there, Earnshaw. Okay.
Mr. Earnshaw, come in.
Thank you.
Sit down. Do you know Mike Waring?
Falcon? I've heard of him. It's a pleasure.
Likewise. And we're both liars.
I understand you boys found a batch of phony scratch and you want to tie me to it.
No, I'll leave that to the Treasury Department. I'm homicide. All I'm interested in is a little matter of murder.
Well, that's a nice subject, but it's a little out of my line.
Yeah? You know Louis Beretti?
Beretti? Was he a big fat guy?
He was a little skinny guy.
Red hair?
No.
Looks like I didn't know him, doesn't it?
Well, he knew you.
Well, lots of people know Ed Earnshaw.
He had dealings with you.
Must have been a different Earnshaw.
Are there many Earnshaws in your racket?
Racket, Sergeant? You know better than that. I'm a solid citizen.
Earnshaw, what did you do with the plates you swiped from Beretti?
I didn't swipe them. They were...
Yes, they were what?
Nothing. I don't know anything about the plates.
You started to say something about them. Obviously, you know there were plates, so you did know Beretti.
I'm not talking.
You already have.
You can't prove anything by it.
Well, at least now we know we're on the right track. Beretti had plates for turning out counterfeit 20s. Apparently somebody killed him and swiped the plates. You knew about the plates. It all fits.
You've got no proof?
Well, we can get...
Just a second, Waring. Hello, Sergeant Corbett speaking. I see. Okay. Yeah, right, so long. Well, Waring, there's our other lead.
Ritter?
Yeah. There's a Frank Ritter on East 12th who did time 10 years ago in Kansas for counterfeiting.
Mm-hmm. Well, Corbett, what do you say if I run over and drop in on this, Ritter, while you continue our chat with Earnshaw?
Yeah, all right, Waring. But how come you're still so hopped up on the case after the way your client treated you?
Well, that's all right. Beretti had insurance. May take a little time, but I'll get mine.
You just said a mouthful, Waring.
What's that, Earnshaw?
You're going to get yours all right. Only it won't take time.
Yes?
Frank Ritter?
That's right.
I'd like to talk to you.
What about?
I suppose I could put you in line for a stack of beautiful bills at the rate of 2 to 1.
Huh? You think I'm crazy, mister?
No.
Even saying I might go for a deal like that, what makes you think I'd even discuss it with a total stranger?
Well, that's just the point. No reason why we should be strangers. I was hoping you'd invite me in and we could get acquainted.
Sorry, I'm busy.
Won't take long.
No, thanks. Now beat it.
Hey, you sure are nervous. Why do you keep looking at the elevator?
I told you I'm busy. Now get out of here.
All right. But... Oh, there's the elevator. Is that who you've been expecting? Well, what do you know? It's Beretti's assistant, P.D. Kearns. Hello, Kearns. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, is that any way to act, Kearns? You don't seem happy to see me.
Let it out. Let go.
Yeah, sure, in a minute. What have we got here?
Give me that.
You mind if I open it?
I'll kill you.
Yeah, I'll bet you would if I gave you the chance. My, how do you like that? He's delivering some artwork. A steel engraving. Wouldn't just happen to be of a $20 bill, would it?
All right, fella, I'll take that plate.
Oh, yeah, sure, Ritter. I thought this was my dance with Kearns. Why must you cut in?
The gun cuts me in.
Oh, yeah, I suppose it does.
So hand over the plate and hand it over easy.
All right, here you are.
Right. Now let go of Kearns.
Yeah, sure.
And now both of you come. Hey, Kearns, come back here. Come back here, Ron.
You'll nothing. You know, Ritter, it was impolite of Kearns to run out on you, but I can't complain, seeing as how I wind up with the gun and the plate. Now let's go down and see Sergeant Corbett, huh? Hello, Corbett. Brought you presents. In fact, a couple of presents.
Oh, hello, Larry. Is that Ritter?
This is Ritter. Ritter, meet Sergeant Corbett.
Seems he don't want to meet me.
Well, he's the bashful type.
Until I see my lawyer, I am.
Okay.
Now, Corbett, look what else I have.
Hey, one of the plates.
Yep. It'll make a beautiful print of the back of a $20 bill.
And Ritter had it? Well, then, according to your theory...
No, Corbett, Ritter didn't have it. I got it from P.D. Kearns.
Kearns? Well, then he's our boy.
Looks like.
Where is he?
Got away. I swapped him for Ritter. Looks like a bad trade, but I didn't have any choice.
Well, I'll put out a call to have him picked up. Then I'd better call the Treasury boys and tell them this plate's here.
Yeah, you better.
And as for you, Ritter... Oh, no.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking. What's that?
Yeah, I see. Okay, so long. With the Treasury boys.
You didn't tell them about the plate.
Waring, you know that briefcase we found at Beretti's?
With the counterfeits, yeah.
Well, I've got news for you, Waring. It's not counterfeit.
What?
They've just gone through the whole case, bill by bill. $30,000. And every one is genuine 100% United States currency.
Well, I don't have to tell you folks that there's only one genuine kind of United States currency. But just in case you didn't know, I'd like to tell you that there's also only one Miracle Whip. That's why we call it the one and only Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A couple of hours have passed since the Falcon and Sergeant Corbett discovered that the money they found at Beretti's, which they thought wasn't worth the paper it was printed on, turned out to be worth an even $30,000. Now Mike is in his apartment when the door buzzer sounds.
Oh, Kearns.
Get back inside, Waring. I'm coming in, too.
Yeah, so I see. Well, as long as you've got the gun, I might as well be hospitable.
Yeah.
Well, now, to what am I indebted for this visit?
Waring, I can't...
Hey, what's the matter? You're hurt.
It's all right. Stay back.
Well, I'm back, but you're...
I'm all right. Prowl car caught up with me. I ran. They fired. It's just a scratch. It's not serious.
Mm-hmm. From the color of your face, it's plenty serious. You look as weak as a mixed drink in a clip joint.
Shut up. I'm all right, I tell you.
All right. It's your funeral. If you think I'm kidding...
Keep it up, Waring. You'll get what I got. Triple. I'm not carrying a gun for exercise.
All right, Kearns. What do you want?
Well, let's sit down. Oh. All right now.
Yeah?
You said before you wanted to help me.
It was supposed to be a two-way deal. You tossed in your hand.
Still a two-way deal. I can help you. I know who killed Beretti.
Well, what do you want with me?
Get proof. Wrap it up so I get off the spot.
All right. Where do I begin?
By believing I didn't do the killing.
You had the plates. You probably still have one.
Yeah, I still have it. I wasn't taking them both up to Ritter's at once. Wanted to see if he was on the level first.
You know you can do a long stretch just for what you're admitting.
I know it, Waring. I'm stuck with that. Got the goods on me, nothing I can do, but the shag gives me the willies. I'm not a killer. You've got to prove it.
Well, then who is?
Sure, I had the plates. Why not? I worked with Beretti.
Yeah, I see your point.
Good.
Just tell me one thing.
What's that?
How much was Ritter going to pay you for the plates?
$25,000. Why?
Just want to see if it all ties in. It does.
What do you mean?
You wanted proof. We've got proof. We don't need any more.
What proof?
Your story.
They won't believe it.
Maybe not all by itself. And I don't suppose Earnshaw or Ritter will talk. But if you stick to your story and Mrs. Beretti sticks to hers, and I stick to mine, that should wrap it up.
And you think...
I know. Now, come on, let's go down and see Sergeant Corbett.
No police, not yet.
Kearns, we just agree...
We won't discuss it. As long as I have the gun, we do things my way.
I suppose we do. What's your way?
First, you call Marion.
Who?
Mrs. Beretti. I want to see if Louis told her anything.
I know what she knows.
Will you do what I tell you?
Yeah, sure, pal, sure.
You call Marion, you ask her to... Oh, all right.
All right, Kearns, as long as you had the gun, we'd do things your way. Now that you don't have it, I'm taking you to Sergeant Corbett. First, I'm taking you to a doctor.
Well, Waring, they're all here except Kearns. The doctor will bring him in as soon as he finishes patching him up.
Well, I don't think we need to wait, Corbett. I'm pretty sure I know Kearns' angle, so let's see what we can get out of these others.
All right, quiet. Quiet, please. Quiet. You want to talk when we ask questions. All right, you, Earnshaw. You still deny you had dealings with Beretti?
Check.
It's a bum check, Earnshaw. When Kearns gets here, he'll swear Beretti offered to sell you the plates.
And this Kearns is a character who cannot tell a lie.
All right, Earnshaw, you don't admit anything. But you, Ritter, it's not so easy. Waring caught Kearns calling on you with a plate.
I can't help who calls on me. That doesn't say I invited him.
You were expecting him. You kept looking at the elevator.
Maybe I was just wishing you'd get on at Waring.
And you were ready to take the plate with a gun as soon as I got it from Kearns.
You guys were fighting. I wanted to see what it was all about.
Oh, sure. You didn't know about the plate.
Not till then.
Kearns says you offered him $25,000 for the plates.
You boys sure put a lot of stock in this Kearns, don't you?
He worked for Beretti. He was in a position to know the facts.
That doesn't say he wouldn't lie about them.
Well, it's not only Kearns. There's Mrs. Beretti. She heard her husband mention you and Earnshaw, right, Mrs. Beretti?
Yes.
So you see, Ritter, it all fits. There's only one thing that doesn't fit.
What's that?
Mrs. Beretti, you said you got those bills you paid me with from your husband's briefcase.
I did.
But the bills in the case were good. The ones you paid me were counterfeit.
The bills in the briefcase were in little packets, but there were a few loose ones lying on top. I took those off. They're the ones I gave you.
Oh, could be. Those could have been the samples your husband showed Earnshaw.
Look, Waring, I told you...
And I'm telling you, Earnshaw, you did have dealings with Beretti before you killed him.
What? I killed him.
Yes, and I'm glad you admit it.
Who's admitting
Well,
it?
it doesn't matter if you do or not. The facts speak for themselves, Earnshaw. And what they say about you is murder. You know, Mrs. Beretti, I learned your name is Marion.
Oh, my, you are the detective, aren't you?
Yes, I like Marion better than Mrs. Beretti.
All right, Mike.
Thanks, Marion.
And now that we're so chummy, how about letting me in on the trade secret?
Which secret?
How you solved the case.
Oh. Well, that money you showed us did it.
How?
It was real.
What did that prove?
Proved your husband had sold the plates. That money could only have been payment for them.
But Kearns had the plates if Louis had sold them.
Kearns worked with your husband. He was in a position to swipe the plates, and that's exactly what he did. He swiped the real ones and substituted some old trial plates.
I see.
Your husband made the sale on the basis of the samples he'd made from the real plates. But the ones he delivered were Kearns' substitutes.
Oh, and when the person who bought the plates tried to run off some more bills, he found he'd been cheated.
That's right. So he went back to your husband, demanded the real plates or his money back. But your husband, thinking he delivered the real ones, refused. There was a fight about it, and your husband was killed.
I see. So all you had to know was who bought the plates, and you'd know the murderer. But how did you know it was Earnshaw?
Well, remember the conversation you overheard? Your husband said Ritter still wasn't talking loud enough, but it didn't matter because Earnshaw had already spoken English.
Yes.
Well, that had to mean that Ritter still wasn't offering enough, but it didn't matter because Earnshaw had already met your husband's price.
Oh, of course.
Yes. Oh, before you get out, I want to tell you something.
What's that?
Well, it's obvious you didn't get along with your husband, but you'll still probably want a little time to get over what's happened. So when the time's up, perhaps you and I can get together?
Oh, then I'm forgiven for paying you in counterfeit.
Oh, I wasn't sore at you about that. I was sore at Corbett.
You were sore at yourself.
Well, maybe. Anyway, if you get to feeling lonely sometime, let me know.
Oh, no, Mike, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Well, I have a friend who knows you. That's how I heard about you. And she says every time she calls you, you say, "Thanks for the call, but you can't make it tonight, Angel."
You think I'd do a thing like that to you?
No, of course not, Mike. You won't get the chance.
Oh?
Because if there's any calling to be done, you call me. Good night, Mike.
If a rich and cool chocolate-flavored malted milk is one of your favorite drinks, you'll be mighty pleased to discover Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Because with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk, you can make a delicious malted right in your own kitchen. Just make a tasty paste of some Kraft malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Then fill the glass with chilled milk, stir once again, and there you have one of the most delicious malteds you've ever want to taste. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk tomorrow and treat your whole family to luscious, cool Kraft malteds often. The Case of the Hypocritical Hypo. The Case of the Hypocritical Hypo. That's the title of next week's adventure. Sorry. Hypocritical. God damn it. Jesus.
He would have said hypocritical.
No, I changed it.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You'll Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples tonight. Squire Fenneman?
Yes, sir.
Who's supposed to try for the $2,000?
Well, we invited some women painters and some prize fighters to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Amy Bordeaux and Mr. Watson Jones, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Prize fighter and a lady, eh? Mrs. Amy Bordeaux, is that right? Is that a French name?
That is.
Watson Jones, is that right?
Yes,
your name? Mr.
yes.
Jones? Mr. Jones, eh?
Yes.
What's your hometown, Watson?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles? Born
Yes,
here?
Born here.
Where? Wrigley Field?
No, Mission Road, General Hospital.
Oh, Oh, well, that's a handy place to be born. Do you have any titles at all, Watson?
The state, California State Light Heavyweight Championship.
Oh, well, that's quite a distinction, huh? That's a pretty handy title, isn't it? Have you fought East in New York?
A few times.
Did you fight in the Garden?
That's
No.
what I'm working up to now.
Oh. I fight in my garden every morning, but I can't get rid of the caterpillars, huh? Amy, you're a painter, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
What are some of the things you paint?
Well, I paint landscape and flowers, figure studies, and abstractions.
Now, what's an abstraction? I know what a subtraction is. But...
Well, an abstraction is when you represent your subject by catching the essential character of it and expressing it in an aesthetic organization.
Watson, what's your attitude on that speech? You think you ought to take a poke at her now, or just wait a while?
I'll wait until you ask her attitude about prize fighters.
Amy, I've often wondered, do you have to have any special talent to paint?
Well, you would have to have a knowledge of form and distance.
Well, I have a pretty good knowledge of form, all right. And if there's one around, I'll find some way to shorten the distance. Suppose I don't even know how to draw a straight line, then what?
Well, straight lines aren't always desirable in art.
Nor in any place else.
The curve has great beauty, you know.
Oh, Amy, you can say that. Amy, I'm just curve happy, that's all. Mina, what are you smiling at, huh? Did that curve get you too? Huh?
I love the way you do your eyes.
Why, Mr. Watson, I didn't know you cared. Well, we have a prize fighter and a lady artist. You have a lot in common. When it's all over, you both wind up on the canvas. Where do you do most of your mayhem?
Oh, in Los Angeles.
April. Where do you do your fighting? Huh?
At the Olympic, Hollywood Legion, and Ocean Park, San Francisco, Oakland.
How do you get fights? Do you write nasty letters to people?
No, my manager gets them for me.
He gets the fights?
Yes.
Oh, he writes the nasty letters. Do you take any match your manager arranges, or do you inspect your opponent first?
No, I don't. I leave that up to him. He knows his business very well.
I'm sure he does. You don't catch him in the ring. No fool he, eh? What fights have you had recently, and how'd you make out?
Well, I've been fighting. This is my 5th comeback, and I've been fighting for about 17 years now.
Really?
And I made my last comeback about 6 months ago, and I've been doing very well. I've had 4 fights, and I've...
Well, I don't understand. What do you mean by comebacks? Did you retire at various times?
Well, not exactly. They just give you up...
You just got bored with the whole thing?
They told me, see, you're washed up, you're done for.
Well, you don't look like you're washed up.
I don't feel washed up either.
What do you think of Sugar Ray Robinson? Would you care to tackle with him?
I would love it.
Why?
Money.
Well, you fooled me. I thought you were just a dreamer, that's all. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. In just 1 minute, you'll have a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. But first, I want you to pay close attention to something important.
No matter where you look, no matter how many new cars you ride and drive, you'll never find a value to compare with the beautiful new DeSoto. Remember that if you're thinking of buying a new car. You'll never find a value to compare with the new DeSoto. Here is the greatest car DeSoto ever built. DeSoto lets you drive without shifting. DeSoto gives you big, safe 12-inch brakes, comfortable chair-high seats. And DeSoto offers you waterproof ignition, safety rim wheels, cradled ride, feather light steering. Yes, and this year, 32 additional new features have been added. Features like the amazing new Oriflow shock absorbers, which turn the roughest road into a boulevard. Features like new, bigger windshield and window area. And, of course, new, long, low body lines. No wonder folks everywhere are saying, here is the greatest car DeSoto ever built. No matter where you look, no matter how many new cars you ride and drive, you'll never find a value to compare with the new DeSoto. See it. Drive it. You'll want it. The beautiful new DeSoto is now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the value jewel of the low-priced field.
You ready? Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Would you mind explaining the rules?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions.
Talk slowly, yeah?
And the couple that earns the most money
Slower.
gets a chance
Faster.
at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question at the end of the show.
All right, now let's see you make out in the quiz. You selected rivers of the world, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
About 18.
What have you?
18. What is the name of the great Egyptian river upon which Cleopatra sailed her barge?
The Nile.
The Nile is right.
Well, for a good start, you have $38.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 38 are you going to try?
25.
25.
All right, Paris is on a river. What is the name of it?
On the Seine.
The Seine is right. I went swimming there once. I was insane. How much of the 63 are you going to bet?
We could stop, you know.
Oh.
No use of being gluttons.
40.
40. Okay.
40.
$40. The largest river in the world is in South America. What is it?
The Amazon.
The Amazon is right. I've been out with many an Amazon in my time.
Now you stand at $103.
They had a mouth pretty near as big as that river. What was that?
Just $103.
How much have they
They have $103.
All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 103?
Will you say how much? How much? 100?
$3.
Oh.
Oh.
Let's say 50.
Okay.
50.
How much you betting?
Well, is that all right with you? Whatever you say. I've chosen.
$50. Okay, here we go.
$53.
$53 they're betting.
53.
What is the chief river of China? Nanking and Hanshou are on its banks.
Yangtze.
Yangtze is right. Put it there.
Thank you.
You wound up with $156.
Thanks from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Groucho, just before we went on the air, we selected a housewife and a gentleman with an unusual occupation from among the volunteers in our audience. And here they are, Mrs. Flavia Camerata and Mr. Leo Tex Shaw. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Well, let's see, Mrs. Flavia Camerata?
That's right.
And Mr. Leo Tex Shaw. Mr. Shaw, you've got 3 names. Which one shall I use tonight?
Just call me Tex.
Tex, hey, what part of Minnesota are you from, Tex?
I'm from Houston, Texas.
I see. Flavia Camerata, eh? That's an odd name, isn't it? What does it stand for?
Well, Camerata, that's a tie-in name. And
That's
but
a
I'm
tie-in name?
Yes, it is a tie-in.
What do you mean by a tie-in name? You're not even wearing one. What do you mean by it?
Well, it's a tie-in.
It's a connecting rod? Is that what you mean?
No, he's a tie-in descent. But I'm
Oh, Italian. Oh. I thought you pardon me. I thought you said a tie-in, and I didn't know. You had knocked that L out of that word there. And it just wasn't clicking with me, that's all. Where are you from, Flavia?
I'm from Linesville, Pennsylvania. I was born in the swamp.
You were born in a swamp?
Yes.
Don't tell me your mother was an alligator. What were you doing in the swamp, Flav? I'll just call you Flav, huh? That's a tie-in name.
That's where my mother and father lived. They had a little...
Your folks lived in a swamp?
Oh, yes. They had a little farm down there, and the ground was muck. It was good ground, and they raised the onions, and Mom used to pull the weeds, and they got along just fine down there, though.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Have you ever had the urge to go back and visit the old home swamp?
Oh, yes. I was back there last year.
And could you find it?
Oh, yes. It's a great big place now. They call it Timington Dam now.
Well, Flav, that sounds like a very, very interesting place to spend a summer. Now, you look mighty nice in that out. Is that a new outfit you've got on?
Oh, no, I've had this dress, about 2 or 3 years.
Is that so? It doesn't look it. It looks brand new.
Well, I've only worn it twice. I got it dry cleaned last year. Special occasion, but I always wore jackets.
You only wore a jacket?
Oh, yes. Because my husband had a motorcycle, and we used to go on the motorcycle.
Bob, you've got me down in that swamp now. You say you had this dress cleaned last year because you wore a jacket and your husband has a motorcycle. Now, that's a nice logical sentence, isn't it? Now, do you mind if I break that down into small pieces?
Go ahead.
Why did you have the dress cleaned last year?
Well, I wanted to go out on a special occasion, but I never got a chance to.
Why not?
Well, there wasn't any place to go. No.
You still have the motorcycle?
Oh, no. I made my husband sell that. He almost killed himself.
Where is he now?
Oh, he's living.
Well, Tex, let's stagger back to you. Now, you were chosen because of your unusual occupation. Just what is it?
I operate Barter Unlimited.
What do you mean, Barter Unlimited? What is that?
It's an association by which all of its affiliates get that which they wish from their fellow affiliates without actual cash outlay. Each Jones gets work from Brown or goods from Smith or something else from Green and pay each other through the medium of checks, which they get from us. In such a way, I repeat, that everyone gets what they wish without money.
Were you born in a swamp, too? As I understand it, Tex, Barter Unlimited is a sort of a swap shop idea. Is that it? Does it really work? Is it practical?
Oh, it does indeed. We have all types of services. Everything from accountants, attorneys, auto repairmen, right on through the alphabet to XYZ.
Flavia, are you rested now?
Oh, yes.
Well, let's continue, shall we? How long have you been married, Flavia?
Going on 20 years.
Well, for a girl that's married 20 years, you've cut quite a figure up here. Huh? I can't keep calling you Flavia. What does your husband call you?
Grandma.
A young babe like you, he calls Grandma? Why?
Because I'm Grandma.
You are a grandma?
That's right.
You're only a child. How old are you?
34.
Now, how could you be a grandma at 34?
Just like anybody else becomes a grandma.
Not just anyone, Flavia. I doubt if I'll ever become a grandma. It's been a pleasure to talk with you. Nerve-wracking, but pleasant, huh? Now, if you want to, you can compliment me, you know. Go ahead. Say something nice about me.
It's been nice talking to you.
What's that?
It's been nice talking to you.
You found it pleasant?
Oh, yes. I enjoyed your pictures when I was a little kid back home.
Well, there's a woman for you. A grandmother who enjoyed my pictures when she was a baby. That is certainly farthest north in compliments. Well, you certainly make an unusual couple, and with the three of us in the same room, there would never be a lull in the conversation. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. Run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a crack at the $2,000 question. Mr. Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The woman painter and the prize fighter won $156.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected creators of style and beauty products. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
10.
$10. What is Lily Daché designed for women?
He said perfume.
No, I'm sorry. It's hats, but, well, you're reduced to $10. Remember, you're going for $2,000. That's the important money. How much of the 10 are you going to bet this time?
8.
8. What does Helena Rubinstein supply the ladies with?
Cosmetics.
Cosmetics is right.
Well, you're on your way back again. You have $18.
And here's your third question. How much of the 18?
15.
15.
What is Rosenblum designed for women?
Sounds like a big department store, don't it?
Clothing, apparel.
Well, I think I think we ought to give it to them. It's suits and dresses.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
How much have they got?
They have $33.
Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 33? 25. 25. What does I.J. Fox supply the ladies with?
Furs.
Furs is right. Put it there, Clyde. Put it there, Tex.
And you wind up with $58.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We invited a secretary and her boss's wife to the program tonight, and here they are. Mrs. Lily Forsythe, the wife, and Miss Marjorie LaRocque, the secretary. Girls, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Lily Forsythe? Is that the way you pronounce it? Forsythe or Forsythe? Huh?
Forsythe.
Anyhow, Miss Marjorie LaRocque, is that right?
Yes, I'm the secretary.
You're a secretary. What's your age?
I'm 21.
You're 21?
Mm-hmm.
You're a secretary. Well, that's a pretty fancy job for a 21-year-old girl, isn't it? What do you work for, Marjorie?
I work for John Forsythe. That's Mrs. Forsythe's husband.
Oh, you're John's secretary, huh? Then, Lily, you must be John's other wife, huh? Well, what do you know about that, huh? What kind of business is Honest John in, Marge?
He's an insurance broker.
To think I called him Honest John. I'll just call you Marge, eh? What does your boss call you, Margie or Rocky?
He calls me Miss LaRocque.
Even when you're alone?
Yes.
When you're all alone? Margie, how long have you known Johnny Boy?
2 years.
2 years. And how long have you known him, Lily?
18 years.
You probably know him as well as she does, huh? Who do you think knows a man better, his wife or his secretary, Margie?
Why?
What's your opinion, Mrs. Forsythe?
Well, I think a secretary.
Why do you say that?
Well, I've had experiences both.
Were you his secretary before you got married?
No, I wasn't.
Well, let's see who knows a man better, his wife or his secretary. Lily, does your husband ever take you out to lunch?
No.
Why not?
He's too busy.
Margie, what about you? Do you ever go out to lunch with the boss?
Occasionally.
He's an insurance man, all right. He has 2 policies, one for his wife and one for his secretary. Lily, does John ever work late at night?
Oh, yes, very often.
Why, that gay dog. What sort of excuses does he use when he calls to tell you he has to work late?
Usually just that he's involved with a good prospect.
Margie, you don't mind working late every night at the office, do you?
I don't work at night.
You mean he's got another girl? Why, this is preposterous. He treats the secretary like he does his wife. Lily, since the secretary is right here, do you have any idea where your husband is tonight?
Yes, he's here in the audience.
He's playing it safe, eh? He can't tell his wife he's at the office because his wife knows where his secretary is. And he can't tell his secretary he's home because his secretary knows where his wife is. So he came with both of them. He's got the courage of a lion. Where is he? Come on, John. Stand up. Audience, wouldn't you like to hear this man defend himself? Come down here, John Forsythe. We've got the goods on you. We're going to get to the bottom of this if it takes all night. My name is Marx, Mr. Forsythe. Glad to meet you, Mr. Forsythe. You know, I admire a man like you. You must have nerves of steel. Now, I want you to explain in detail exactly why you're never at home or at the office at night.
Well, in addition to my business, I have a number of other activities.
The plot's getting thicker, huh?
Member of the board of the Hollywood YMCA, have to attend those meetings. The board of the Hollywood Coordinating Council, the Hollywood Junior Chamber of Commerce. Hold office also in the Hollywood Wilshire district of the Campfire Girls.
You say you're an officer in the Campfire Girls?
I'm the finance chairman.
Gad, what a man. It isn't just one girl that keeps him out at nights, it's a whole troop of them. John, have a cigar. I finally met my master. Well, John, I take it all back what I said about you. You're doing a wonderful job in the civic life of the community. And you certainly make an interesting triangle. I hope all three of you are very happy together. And now you're going to play You Bet Your Life, and since it wouldn't be fair to the other couples to have three of you answering the questions, John, you can sit down over there and root for both of them. Lily, you and Marge must run you $20 into more than our other couples. Can't tell you how much they won, but Mr. Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The woman painter and the prize fighter are still leading with $156.
All right, guys, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected friends and companion. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
18. 1750.
1750. With a woman, it's always a bargain basement. What was the name of Robinson Crusoe's faithful companion?
Friday.
Friday is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $37.50.
Why, Fenneman, you're outdoing yourself mathematically.
It's at night school.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of your $37.50 are you going to risk?
36.
36, eh? What was the name of Sherlock Holmes' friend and confidant?
Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson is absolutely correct.
You have $73.50 now.
Willie, you must lead a lonely life at home, but you certainly brush up on this trivia. Here's your third question. How much are you going to bet?
73.
The Three Musketeers were led by the best swordsman in all France. What was his name?
I knew that Musketeers would come in there. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. D'Artagnan. No, the bell is rung. How much have they got? 50 cents. How much are you going to bet?
50 cents, I think.
All right. Tom Sawyer had a pal who spent much of his time adventuring on the Mississippi River. What was his name?
Huckleberry.
Huckleberry Finn is right.
Well, you wind up with $1.
We got to give him another question. Okay, here's one chance to win some money. Get this one right, and we'll give you $10. No help in the audience, please. It's a tough question. Where was the St. Louis woman from? St. Louis is right.
You wound up with $1, and that means that the lady painter and the prize fighter, with $156, gets the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, in just 1 minute, I'll ask the big question, but first, here's something of interest to everyone.
Not far from where you live is a businessman who is very proud to be a part of your community. Proud of his reputation for fair and square dealing. He's the DeSoto Plymouth dealer in your neighborhood. And he wants you to know that you're always welcome when you walk through his doors. He considers it a pleasure to show you the two great new cars he sells. The beautiful new DeSoto and the handsome new Plymouth. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is proud of the fine line of used cars he sells, too. Really top values in many makes and models. And, of course, he wants you to see his service shop, where master technicians use the most modern equipment there is to keep your car in top running condition. And you'll notice the folks who work in the shops, offices, and showroom of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer not only believe in courtesy, they practice it. Yes, that's the DeSoto Plymouth dealer in your neighborhood. Whether you come in for a new car, for a used car, for service on your present car, or just to pass the time of day, you're always welcome wherever you see the familiar sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the lady painter and the prize fighter all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Near Nashville, Tennessee, there was a beautiful mansion called the Hermitage. It was the home of one of our most colorful presidents. For $2,000, which president?
Roosevelt.
No, I'm sorry. It's Andrew Jackson. Correct answer is Andrew Jackson, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won quite a lot of money in the quiz. How much did they win, George?
$156.
Well, that's not so bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Sorry for the quick call.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers drive safe cars. Check your car. Check accidents. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
And pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. Our great-grandpas are the only men alive today who remember when the first railroad crawled across the wild Kansas prairies, or when the thundering herds raised dust on the Chisholm and Texas trails to meet that railroad. That's when United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles often faced the job of taming those terrors from Texas who hit the railhead with just one idea, to paint the town red.
Trail herds in from Texas, Bill, and those yahoos are raring to hoorah the town.
Yeah, Jingles. I guess we better put them straight before somebody gets hurt.
Uh-huh, because that somebody just might be us.
All right, boys. Child's Hammerhead's here. There she is, the best pleasure palace west of Big Red, the Golden Dipper. She'll make you forget those 300 miles and the drag of that herd. Come on, let's go on in.
Hold it there, gents.
Were you speaking to us, mister?
Yeah, I reckon I was.
Sure he was.
And you must figure you got something to say.
Well, he sure has, and you better listen, too.
I just want to make you gents welcome to town.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Welcome, gents. Glad to see you.
Well, now that's right nice. Who are you, the mayor or something?
Well, can't you see that star on his chest? He's U.S. Marshal Wild Bill Hickok.
Well, now.
I got a star, too. I'm his deputy.
That's his hard luck.
Yeah, it is, it is. Hard luck. Now, what do you mean by that?
Never mind, Jingles. Gents, we got a law here that says all visitors check their guns when they hit town.
Yeah?
And I'm here to enforce that law.
Well, Marshal, we'd like to oblige you, but a man from Texas would feel downright naked without his 6 guns. I reckon you'll just have to excuse us unless you want to try taking them off us.
Now, cowboy, you know, you hadn't ought to said that.
I'm not looking for trouble, mister. Matter of fact, I'd consider it a favor if you'd all move into the Cattleman's Hotel here and check those irons.
And I done told you, Marshal, we ain't about to do you no such favor. Now step aside, lawman.
Bill! Well, you knocked him colder than a wolf's howl at Christmas time, Bill.
Anybody else want to object?
Look out, Bill! Well, anybody else want to check a gun the hard way? I didn't think so. You know, you Texas Mavericks better learn that the man don't live who can draw on Wild Bill Hickok and keep his health.
All right, you'll all find pegs for your gun belts in the Cattleman's Hotel.
Now line up through this door, gents, right this way. Hey, Bill, that Jasper you put to sleep is waking up.
March him in with the others, Jingles.
Well, up you go, friend, up you go.
Sorry I had to rough you up, mister, but we aim to have law around here.
Yeah? Well, Hickok, you may have roped the first steer in this roundup, but when I get through, you'll have every man from Texas gunning for you. And Texas is a big country.
Howdy, partners. This is your old pal, Panhandle Jim, and I got a question for you. You know what a two-way cereal is? Well, come up close like, and I'll tell you about Kellogg's Corn Pops. You can eat Kellogg's Corn Pops 2 ways. One way is right out of the box, like I'm eating them now, and you ought to be, too. Yes, sir, they're a real tasty snack with a sweetening already on them. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go using up a lot of sugar on Kellogg's Corn Pops. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, happy hearts of corn all ready to go. They're not only good, but mighty good for you. And that's important to all you young'uns who want to grow up big and strong. And it's important in another way. It means your mom's going to let you eat all you want. Say, you better sashay down the store and get a load of Corn Pops first thing tomorrow. You'll need plenty, because the whole family's going to be getting into those Kellogg's Corn Pops. Now, listen to this little saying. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. In a little while, we'll say that together. Right now, let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
When Wild Bill Hickok buffaloed the Texas trail boss, Rance Pryor, and his cowhands, it started a string of trouble that led Bill and Jingles smack into a cloud of gun smoke. The following morning, a big stranger in frock coat, fancy vest, and wide sombrero stepped up to the owner's desk at the Cattleman's Hotel.
You the owner of this hotel, mister?
Sure am, stranger. Sandy McClure is my handle. I built this place 3 years ago, when the closest thing to a train whistle you'd hear was the crying of a cougar.
How many rooms you got?
30 rooms, 4 bathtubs, finest hotel in Kansas.
Well, I'm Todd Brannon. You may have heard of me.
Why, I reckon everybody what knows a longhorn from a hop toad's heard of Todd Brannon. Biggest cattle king in Texas, ain't you?
Well, I got a few head, but I come to rent your entire hotel for the next 2 weeks.
The whole place?
Yeah.
No, couldn't do that. Some rooms already rented permanent.
I'll pay double your price. I got 40 men in town, and they got to have a place to stay.
You pay double, eh?
Yeah.
Well, now that puts the bridle on a new bronc. Except for one thing.
What's that?
I got one set of permanent guests, front room upstairs. You wouldn't consider making an exception of...
No, I wouldn't.
I didn't reckon you would.
Who is it?
U.S. Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his big bull deputy Jingles. Putting them out for 2 weeks is going to be a mighty touchy proposition.
Hickok, huh? Well, I don't want my boys cramped up by having a lawman around.
He goes or no deal.
Mighty touchy, mighty.
There. There's 500 gold. That should cover the bill.
All right. But I hope this don't start no trouble.
Don't worry about Hickok. I reckon we can explain the situation to him.
Well, boss, how'd you make out?
Yeah, first rate, Rance. Cattleman's hotel is all ours for the next 2 weeks. Rance, take the men and pick out your rooms. I've paid for the whole place. I'll be back later. And keep out of trouble.
Okay, boss. Come on, let's get on here. Now, just a minute, you jugheads. I'm taking first pick of the rooms, and that front room upstairs is mine where I can see the street. Any objections?
No. I wouldn't be moving into that room too sudden, Rance Pryor, if I was you.
Why not?
Because it's occupied by a couple of fellas by the name of Hickok and Jingles, who I ain't had a chance to tell about this deal yet. Their gear's still up there.
Well, now, ain't that just too bad? The boss paid us money, so I reckon we own the place, don't we?
Well, yeah.
Then I'll just throw those two galoots' gear out of the window onto the street. That'll save them the trouble of coming up after it. Ain't that thoughtful of me?
Bill, we haven't seen hide nor hair of that Rance Pryor and his cowpokes all day.
Yeah, that's right, Jingles.
I reckon you put a right big kink in their plans to hoorah the town last night. They don't want to tangle horns with you again.
Don't forget, you took a big hand in that play, too, partner.
No, I didn't do nothing much, but I did. Bill, look.
Where?
Oh, they're on the sidewalk in front of the hotel. And ain't that our gear spread all over?
It sure is, partner. Come on, we'll ask McClure about this.
Doggone some hyena's cousin anyhow.
Hey, McClure. McClure!
Hey, now, doggone it, Bill Hickok. Don't you go blaming me for your war sacks being spread all over Patty's half-acre out front. I didn't do it.
Well, then who did?
That there Rance Pryor done it. And he wouldn't even let me go out and pick him up. Said he wanted you and Jingles to find him, just where they lay.
Rance Pryor, huh?
Bill, that guy's right fond of trouble.
Does seem that way, Jingles, the way he keeps hunting it up.
Well, now, Bill, you better let me explain.
Doesn't seem to me there's much to explain, or if there is, I'll let Pryor do the explaining.
Yeah, and he'd better be ready to set it to music.
Yeah? And who do you think's gonna make me sing it?
Bill, there's that varmint now up them stairs, and he's got a gun pointed right at us.
You bet I got a gun. You don't get no chance to outdraw me this round, Hickok.
Spread out, Jingles.
Got you, partner.
Stay together, I'll let you both have it.
You're too late, Rance. You'll never get both of us without one of us getting you.
You know, Rance, you kind of remind me of the guy who had his foot caught in a bear trap and a wildcat chewing on his ear.
Well, Rance, you ready to give up that gun?
Not by a long shot. You can't bluff me.
Then I'm coming up after it.
Stay where you are, Hickok.
Watch him, Jingles.
I'm ready, Bill.
Don't come any closer, Hickok.
It's all right, Rance. I just want to shake hands.
Doggone, Bill, you threw him right over your head and down the stairs. You all right, partner?
Yeah, Jingles, and I got his gun. Here you are, McClure. Put that back in his gun belt where it belongs.
Now, come on, you polecat. Get up. I can't make a career out of helping you to your feet every 5 minutes.
Let go of me, you big tub of lord.
All right, Rance. You can start explaining about pitching our war sacks out the window.
Bill, you better let me tell you. I rented the whole place to Rance Pryor's boss, Todd Brennan. I was waiting to tell you and ask you if you could stay in the back of the marshal's office for a couple of weeks. It means a lot to me.
Well, since you put it that way, McClure, we can. But next time, don't let some Jasper throw our gear in the street, and don't let those cowpokes have their guns till they leave town.
Yeah, and you, Pryor, you'd better start studying up for Sunday school, 'cause if you don't come up with a halo around your head right soon, I'm going to see to it personally that you have a bump where the halo ought to be. You know, Bill, it just burns me worse than a branding iron to think of that varmint Pryor in our room at the hotel and, well, us bedding down here in the office.
Don't let it get you, Jingles.
Well, it does. That brother to a coyote. Oh, I could just... Hey, Bill, ain't that a telegram on your desk?
No, I hadn't noticed. Yeah, it's a message on a telegraph blank.
Well, who's it from?
Milo Jenkins, rancher about 10 miles south of town.
Well, what's he want?
Just says, trail herd's causing me trouble, need your help pronto.
You say he's 10 miles south of here?
Yeah. There's no telegraph station there. He must have sent the note some other way. You know, I think I better ride down there and see what he wants.
Well, it's almost noon. Couldn't we get a bite to eat before we go?
Yeah, you can eat. One of us has to stay here and keep an eye on Rance Pryor and his waddies.
You mean me, huh?
Yeah. I'll see you later, Jingles. And see that you stay wide awake. You know, Pryor may not have learned his lesson yet.
Well, I'll stay wide awake when you get back.
About sundown. See you then.
Oh. Well, what did Bill mean by stay awake? I'd just like to see that old Rance Pryor try something. I hope he does. He'll think he's nesting in a den of wildcats. I'll just sit here with my feet on the desk and listen. And I'll be as wide awake as an owl at a quilting party. Oh, and if something does happen, I'll have another pork chop, please.
You heard me, Rance. I don't want any more of your alibis. I'm having enough trouble getting this herd to market now. You got Hickok nosing around to slow us up. I'll run you so far a hungry coyote couldn't pick up your trail.
Oh, just relax, Mr. Brannon. You won't get no trouble from Hickok. Those cows will be steaks in Kansas City before he gets around to checking them.
Well, they'd better be. But I've heard complaints from the small ranchers that trail herds been picking up their cows. I don't like that. If I have to hold my 9,000 head for checking, I'll miss the shipment and the top market price at the other end.
Oh, relax, boss. Hickok's the only man that can slow us up, and I tell you, he won't bother us no more.
Mr. Jenkins, you sure you didn't send this note to me?
Yep.
You don't know anything about it?
Nope.
But you say you have been losing some of your cows to the big trail herds coming through here.
Darn right. Lost 12 head Monday.
Whose herd did they get mixed up with?
Todd Brannon's. No, his box T brand anywhere.
And his trail boss refused to let you cut his trail.
Darn right. Held a gun at me, did.
Well, if I get back before Brannon's cattle are shipped, I'll check for your J-Bar J brand and see that you get paid for them.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hickok.
Now, if I'm going to get back by sundown, I better be riding. So long.
Jingles, you big jughead, wake up. Things are going to happen.
Which way did they go? I'll get it.
Jingles, put them hog legs away before you hurt somebody. It's me, McClure.
Oh, well, I was just
sleeping, that's what. Bill's in trouble.
Bill is? Well, it can't be. He just left here a few minutes ago.
Few minutes, my pet pothound. He rode out of town at noontime. It's nigh on to sundown now.
You mean I've been sleeping all afternoon? Hey, Bill's due back here at sundown.
Well, if he's coming back, he's heading right into an ambush at the Twin Oaks, south of town. We gotta stop him.
Oh, why, sure we do. Come on now. Let's go. Twin Oaks.
Yep. I'll tell you all about it on the way. Now, get moving.
Oh, where's Joker? Where?
Oh, she weren't talking to you. They stole your horse, so I brung this burro. It's all I could find.
But I can't ride a jackass on a dangerous job to save Bill. Oh, what do you think I am? Now, that ain't so.
You'll have to ride that jackass or walk.
Well, all right. Now, hold still, you little...
Hold her, Jingles, hold her.
Whoa, hold her. I can't get near her. She kicked me.
Her name's Arabella. You got to talk to her.
Well, what I got to say to her wouldn't be fit for new females' ears. Now, come on, Arabella. Please get moving. If we don't beat Bill to that Twin Oak, why, them bushwhacking coyotes will just blast him to kingdom come. Come on, please.
You know, partners, Wild Bill's always ready when trouble comes his way. Speaking of being always ready, that's the way it is with those good-tasting Kellogg's Corn Pops. They're an always-ready cereal because they're two-way cereal, good at pleasing folks both ways when it comes to eating. Out of the box or out of the bowl, they're wonderful. Like I say, one way to eat 'em's right out of the box, like I'm doing now. Yes, they're mighty doggone good. They got the sweetening already on 'em. Now, the other way to eat corn pops is out of the bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go putting sugar on 'em. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn all smiling and ready to go. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better saddle up and ride down the store tomorrow and get a load of 'em. You'll need plenty, because once the family tastes 'em, they'll disappear fast. Now, let's say our little saying all together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Good for you. Right now, I'm almost busting to get back the show. How about you? Okay, let's listen.
Jingles and Sandy McClure are rushing south of town to the Big Twin Oaks to try to save Bill from an ambush set up by Rance Pryor. Did I say rushing? Well, Jingles is doing the best he can.
Oh, doggone it, Arabella. Ain't it enough that you've been beating me to death with this saddle? Do you have to keep up that infernal singing, too?
Hey, whoa there. Hold up, Jingles, whoa.
Oh, now hold it, Arabella. Oh, what's up, McClure?
There's the Twin Oak just ahead.
Yeah. Do you see them sneaking bushwhackers anywhere?
No, I don't see a sign of them.
Well, that means we're in luck.
Yeah? How? What are we going to do now?
Why, catch 'em, of course, and run 'em right into my little old calaboose, that's what.
How are you going to catch 'em?
Well, we'll do it the way Bill and me caught a bank robber up in Skull Canyon last year.
Yeah? How was that?
Well, we spotted a sign on a road, and then we took a big, long shortcut to head him off.
Yeah?
Then Bill climbed a tree right over the trail, and when the bank robber came along, Bill jumped right down on him, tied him up, and handed him over to the sheriff.
What did you do?
Huh? Oh, I held the rope. Now, come on, Arabella, get up to the tree.
You thinking about climbing that Big Twin Oak?
Well, of course I am. That big limb is right over the road. Ho, now, Arabella. Now, stand still. Now, whoa.
Hey, Jingles, there they come. Reckon they can see us up here on this limb?
Oh, no, not if we keep quiet.
That's Rance Pryor, all right, and two others.
Yeah, they're coming right under us.
You going to jump on them?
Well, I can't jump on three at once, you knothead.
Yeah, then what are you going to do?
Shh, wait.
All right, this is the spot.
What are we going to do now, Rance?
Wait for Hickok and pick him off. He'll come over that rise yonder.
You figure we'll see him before he sees us?
Sure.
Maybe we ought to climb up this big twin oak and hide out in the limb.
Jingles.
Oh, I never figured on that.
No, this'll be like picking daisies. Just keep them horses quiet.
Jingles, there comes Bill.
Where?
Here he comes, boys. Let him have it.
Hey, McClure, I'm falling. Catch me!
Hey, who's that?
Don't move, any of you.
There's another one up there.
Get off of me, you big ape.
Hey, what's going on here?
Bill, get off that horse and help Jingles.
Get this mountain off of me, will you?
Who's that under Jingles?
Rance Pryor. He was waiting to kill you. Why don't Jingles say something?
Hey, Jingles. Hey, partner, wake up. Come on, boy, wake up.
Will you quit stalling and push him off of me?
Seems to me, Pryor, you got the worst end of the deal.
Oh, catch me, Mac. I'm falling.
He's coming, too.
Ooh, easy, partner. It's all right, Jingles.
Oh, Bill, they didn't get you. Hey, what am I sitting on?
Me, you double-dyed lumberhead. Get off!
Oh, well, now, I don't know whether I will or not.
Let him up, Jingles. You caught him. Now you can have the pleasure of taking him back to jail.
Well, now, that'll be a pleasure. A downright delightful pleasure. Yes, sirree. Where you going, Bill?
To round up this buzzard's boss, Todd Brannon, before he gets those cattle on the train for Kansas City. All right, Brannon, hold those cattle.
What do you mean, Hickok? I gotta get these cows to market to lose my shirt.
Yeah, you're liable to lose more than your shirt by the time Bill gets through with you.
What are you talking about?
I see a lot of mixed brands in this herd, Brannon. And I've talked to a lot of small ranchers along your trail.
What are you getting at, Hickok?
Just this. You have a choice of paying those ranchers top price for every stray I find in your herd, Or go to jail. The charge would be rustling.
Yeah, you can keep Rance Pryor company.
No. I'll pay, Hickok.
All right, get a tally sheet and start counting. Jingles and I'll stay here to see you don't miss any.
Yeah, we sure will, Brandon. And if you miss so much as one measly little moth-eaten longhorn, I'm just liable to take you out under a tree and climb up on a limb and just fall all over you.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, Andy, what's our story for next week?
Guy, it's a Lollapalooza with plenty of gun smoke and well, you Wranglers just remember to be with us at the same time.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Ken Christie, Fred Howard, Barney Phillips, Charlie Lung, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
If killers laugh at the law in a town, it isn't long before they take over. That's happening in your town, mister. What are you going to do about it?
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Paladin.
Well, you're looking very pleased with yourself, hey, boy?
Oh, well, a big wedding will happen.
Wedding? Whose wedding? Not yours.
No. Cousin to hey, boy.
Oh.
It's a Chinese wedding. Many people might be celebrating.
Well, that's fine. I'd say, by the way you're acting, that this doesn't happen too often, huh?
Oh, no, Mr. Paladin. Does not happen often. Oh, hey, boy, very happy. Make many preparations. Everybody have a good time. You will come to wedding?
Hey, boy, if I'm in San Francisco, I guarantee I'll be there.
Yes, sir.
You just let me know when and where.
Oh, very good. Yes, hey, boy, let you know. I go now.
No, wait a minute. Didn't you want to see me about something?
Oh, almost forgot. The telegram come for you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
You send the answer?
Yes. Tell him have gun will travel.
This is Frank Knight speaking for the world's most honored watch, Longines. In the conquest of the Old West, men won fame through feats of bravery and daring. Today, things are different, but fame can still be won. How wonderful to win a Nobel Prize in Science, a Pulitzer Award in Literature, an Olympic gold medal in sports. These great honors are symbols of achievement. In the field of time, did you know that Longines watches have won more great public honors than any other watch in the world? This is true. The highest authorities have ranked Longines watches as the finest achievement in the science and art of watchmaking. Yet a Longines, the world's most honored watch, styled with distinction, cased in precious metal, promising a lifetime of faultless timekeeping, is not costly. Many models are priced as low as $75. Visit your authorized Longines Whitnor jeweler. He will be honored to serve you.
The telegram took me to a town near the Nevada border, and when I got there, my job was completed swiftly, without bullets. I collected my fee and started the long ride back to San Francisco. The third day brought me to a town called Woodland, nestled in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada range. It was like 1,000 other towns, one dusty street with boardwalks on each side, flanked by rows of wooden, false-fronted buildings, and the inevitable saloon and general store. I decided I might as well get some supplies. Hello? Anybody here?
Oh.
What?
Help me. Please.
Oh, well, here. Let me help you up. Get you to a chair.
Oh.
Well, easy. Easy now. There.
Please, a doctor. I need a doctor.
What happened, old man? Who did this to you?
Get the doctor, please.
Where is he?
North the street, a white house.
A white house. I'll get him and be right back. For 3 days, the little old man hovered near death. I found out his name was Hans Riker, and that he owned the store. I also found out he was alone and needed help, so I decided to stay on. On the 4th day, the doctor said Hans was going to be all right, and by the end of the week, he was beginning to move around.
Give me a cup. I pour you some more coffee.
Thank you, sir. Well, good to see you up and around, Mr. Riker. But you better take it easy. Remember what the doctor said.
What does the doctor know? She asked him, is a man going to live or die? And he will tell you he doesn't know. So, the man lives or he dies. Either way, the doctor can say he was right.
Well, just the same, you're not as strong as you may think you are.
Yeah, that is true. I am not strong, but I would not be here at all if it were not for a man named Paladin.
I did nothing, Mr. Riker.
Well, that, of course, is nonsense. And I want you to know that an old man is grateful.
Well, I did only what anyone would do.
Well, perhaps I am more cynical than you.
Perhaps you are. Mr. Riker.
Huh?
Will you tell me now who did this to you?
That is not important. Not now.
It is to me. Who beat you? Why?
I'll show you something now, my friend. Show you something only a few people have seen. It is what is in this box that causes my fear. You will open it, please?
Oh. Beautiful.
Take it out. Look at it closely.
Well, that's wonderful craftsmanship. It's wonderful.
It is a good gun, yeah?
It certainly is. The balance is perfect. It's just perfect. Where'd you get this gun, Mr. Riker?
Ah, you see me now as a storekeeper, Mr. Paladin. But in the old country, in Germany, I was a gunsmith, and a very good gunsmith.
You made this gun?
Yeah. I have made many hundreds of guns in my lifetime. And to the one you hold, I crafted a mate.
A twin?
Yeah, a twin.
You spoke of a fear, Mr. Riker. What fear?
Well, to a lifelong friend, I gave the twin weapon, crafted by my own hands, and it killed him. It exploded the first time he shot it. There was a flaw somewhere that I did not see, and my friend died.
Well, you shouldn't blame yourself for that.
The day my friend died, I swore never to make another gun, Mr. Paladin, and I have not. No, I sold my guns, all of them but the one that you hold, and came to America.
I see.
Then, 2 weeks ago, a gunfighter who was called Link Dobie rode into town, and he found something he wanted here. A gun.
This gun?
Yeah, that gun.
Well, how did he know about it?
Well, one of my friends I have showed it to. He was drinking too much, and he talked loudly. And at first, this Link Dobie was nice. He asked me to sell the gun to him, but I couldn't do that.
Oh, then what?
And he went back to the saloon and drank, and then he came back again and asked me, and then, when I still said no, he beat me.
Why didn't you just give the gun to Dobie, Mr. Riker? You said yourself it's defective.
Nein. I said the twin to this gun has a flaw, but this gun here, it is perfect.
What about the law here?
Sheriff King, he is like me. He is old, and a man like Dobie, a gunfighter, the sheriff cannot stop him. No, everybody here, they are afraid of Dobie.
I think I'll talk to Sheriff King.
Nein. Yeah, you have done enough, my friend. Please, do not concern yourself with this. I will give Dobie the gun.
No, don't do that. Not yet. First, let me see what I can do.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
The sheriff's office sat defiantly alone in Woodland, faded and old, like the man in it, who sat with his feet propped on the desktop that had been scarred by too many years. And he looked at me with pale blue eyes, dimmed and defeated by age.
So, that old fool went and hired a gunslinger, eh?
No, Sheriff. Mr. Riker didn't hire anybody. I'm here on my own.
Well, now, why don't you just turn around and leave on your own?
I'll leave when I find out what's going to be done about this.
What's done's my business, mister, not yours.
I'm making it mine. Now, what are you going to do?
What do you expect me to do?
Get Dobie.
Now, you listen to me, Mr. Paladin. Things was all right here till you come in. We ain't had no trouble.
You say you had no trouble, Sheriff. Well, maybe not. But you don't know what trouble is until a man like Link Dobie laughs at your law. And he's going to keep right on laughing until he gets sick of it. And then he's going to start shooting. Maybe one of the people he kills will be a tired old sheriff.
Now, wait a minute.
And then he'll leave your town, Sheriff. And he'll only be the first. There'll be others, dozens of them. Because this will be the town they know they can buffalo.
Come over to the window, Paladin. You see that street? It ain't much, but it used to be. Just a few years ago, there wasn't a man or woman walked down that street didn't have a lot of respect for me. And then all of a sudden, the gunfighters found out I was old. Couldn't handle a gun no more. They started coming, and I was afraid to stop them.
Sheriff, the man that says he isn't afraid is either a liar or a fool.
Thanks, Paladin. But there ain't nothing I can do. Not no more.
All right, Sheriff. Then I'll handle it. Dobie will be leaving town tomorrow, one way or another. I'm looking for a man called Link Dobie. Is he here?
I'm Dobie.
My name is Paladin.
Well, what you got to say to me, mister?
A few days ago, you beat an old man, Dobie. You beat him, and you told him you were going to kill him if he didn't give you a certain gun.
Oh, that's none of your affair. That's between old man Riker and me.
Not anymore, Dobie. I represent Mr. Riker. And you're going to have to kill me to get that gun you're after.
Look here, I got no cause to have no shootout with you.
If I haven't given you cause yet, Mr. Dobie, maybe this will.
I'll kill you.
Now you have cause, Dobie. But I'm going to let you off. I'm going to let you leave town tomorrow morning by 8 o'clock. That's how much time you have to get out. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock.
Germiest germs of all, upstairs, downstairs, or in the hall? No, they're in the bathroom. And to wipe them out, indeed, a little dash of Lysol's all you need.
Did you say that a little dash of Lysol brand disinfectant wipes out bathroom germs?
I distinctly said bathroom germs.
Yes, ladies, a little Lysol in your cleaning suds is the really easy, modern way to clean your bathroom each week. Because Lysol makes your favorite cleaners work better, including many that claim to sanitize. Lysol kills disease and odor-causing germs, many deadly viruses, too. Disinfect from one cleaning to the next as nothing else can. Use Lysol, either the new pine-scented or regular, next time you clean the bathroom.
My dear boy, I distinctly said the bathroom. A little dash of Lysol does it all.
Costs as little as 29 cents.
I had breakfast with Hans Riker the next morning, which was quite an experience. Hans called it Gabel Frühstück, or a knife and fork breakfast. It consisted of eggs, bacon, sausage, hot rolls, soup, and potatoes. It was a good start for any day.
You do not eat, Mr. Paladin. It is the German way of cooking you do not like.
It's
yeah?
the German way of cooking I do like, but there's a limit to what a man's stomach will hold.
Ah, but you do not eat much. Already I have eaten more than you, and you are young. You should eat more than me. I think perhaps it is the trouble with Link Dobie. I cannot stop you from doing this thing, my friend.
Oh, I don't think there'll be any showdown. Dobie is brave when he knows he can win. I doubt that he's in town now, but I better make certain. You stay here, Mr. Riker. I'll check the livery stable to be sure he's gone. Dobie's horse wasn't at the livery stable. But just to be sure he'd left town, I went to the hotel. The clerk told me Dobie had checked out at 7 o'clock that morning. I headed back for Hans Riker's.
Paladin!
Huh?
Paladin!
Oh.
Dobie, I seen him.
Where's Sheriff? Where'd you see him?
I was just coming out of my office. I seen him sneak into Riker's place.
Riker? Come on. Mr. Riker? Mr. Riker? Mr. Riker, where is he?
The gun.
Where's Dobie?
The back, out back. He has the gun.
Sheriff, get the doctor. I'm going after Dobie.
Hold it, Paladin. Don't you even breathe. Now, you do exactly what I tell you. Put that gun in your holster. Real easy, like. Don't move fast or you're dead. That's the way. Now, you turn around. Now, you're looking me in the face, Paladin. And you're gonna die. Talking so big, make me eat dirt in front of all them people. You ain't so big now. Just about my size. That's the way I like it.
You should like it. Hiding there, showing on your face, the gun you stole.
You better draw, Paladin, because you ain't never gonna get another chance. Now!
Dobie?
Paladin!
Yeah, over here, Sheriff.
I heard the shot. What happened?
That was no shot, Sheriff. The gun he stole from Hans Riker blew up in his face.
And so once again, after so long a time, I got out my tools and I worked on a gun. After you left me yesterday, I worked on it, Mr. Paladin, and into the night I worked, and I created a flaw that would make the gun blow up when it was shot.
Why didn't you tell me this morning, Mr. Riker, when I had breakfast with you?
Well, I did not think I should. You told me you did not wish me to give him the gun, and I fixed it because I feared for you. If Dobie had killed you, then I would give him the gun.
So when Dobie came into your place after I left, you thought he had killed me?
Yeah, I was afraid, and I gave him the gun, but he hit me anyway. He was very angry.
Mr. Riker, you saved my life. I thank you.
Gratitude from the heart is more valuable than gold. Is that not so, my friend?
Yes, Mr. Riker. That is so.
Package come for you, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, thank you, hey boy. Hey boy, what's the matter with you? You look terrible.
Oh, you notice, huh?
Notice? I'd have to be blind not to. What happened?
Oh, well, you remember a wedding I tell you about a long time ago when you could not attend?
Yes, I remember.
Yes, a wedding happened.
Well, what does that have to do with your condition now, hey boy?
Oh, wedding was a Chinese, Mr. Paladin.
Hey boy, I know it was a Chinese wedding, but what has that to do with you now?
At a Chinese wedding is much celebrating, many people, many things to eat, many things to drink.
Oh, you needn't go on, hey boy. I think I understand.
Oh, please, Mr. Paladin, not a laugh so loud. Honorable head fall off. You take a package now.
Oh, yes, of course. One moment before you go lie down, though, hey boy. There may be an answer required.
Yes, Mr. Paladin. Oh, a beautiful gun, Mr. Paladin.
Yes, hey boy, it's an exquisite gun. Oh, here, there's a note. My friend, these hands once again broke a vow and crafted a gun. The hands have not lost their touch. Please, you will accept this from the grateful old man. Signed, Hans Riker.
Oh, very nice, Mr. Paladin. You send answer?
No, hey boy. No answer.
Are you a game fan? Do you like bridge, perhaps, or checkers? How about these games? Are you familiar with them? Games like Spell It, What's in the House, Can You Take It, and Next on the List. These are highly entertaining games concocted by Art Linkletter, who says, what's a party, especially a house party, without games? There's fun following house party guests as they give their all and vie for a variety of exciting prizes. You'll meet celebrity guests, too, and chuckle over hilariously uninhibited remarks from Art's panel of youngsters. You're cordially invited to join the party, the house party, each weekday right here on CBS Radio. The welcome mat's always out at Arthur Godfrey time, and the Gale and Drake Show, too, both sending still more easy listening your way weekdays. They're always well-stocked with entertaining chit-chat about this and that, plus sparkling music. House Party, Arthur Godfrey time, and the Gale and Drake Show. Light, bright listening in the distinctive pattern of programming you always enjoy when you're tuned to this station and CBS Radio. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin. Hey Boy is played by Ben Wright, who also appeared as Hans Riker. Tonight's story was written by Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody as the sheriff and Lawrence Dobkin as Dobie. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are approaching a hideout near the Saturn City spaceport where two criminals are plotting a getaway. Ray guns in hand, the Space Patrollers burst through the door.
All right, both of you, get your hands up. Hold it, Barris. You heard the commander. Move away from that table, Kent. Move fast. Sure. Now, Corey, this is a blaster. Drop that ray gun.
Don't be a fool, Kent. You're through.
You haven't got a chance. You fire, so will I. And remember, a blaster is permanent.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Counterfeit Atom. Space Patrol, it's getting kind of late, and I'm getting kind of hungry. Hey, let's take time out for a big bowl full of Rice Chex.
Well, Captain Cisco, Rice Chex. Tops with me.
Tops with me, too, Space Patroller, and it'll be tops with you, gang. Tops three ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. There's one. And there's one for me. Space Patrollers, when you fill up your old bowls with those neat triple toasted shredded rice biscuits, you're getting one spoonful after another of the easiest, tastiest, bite-sized eating ever. Because Rice Chex are tops for taste and size. Tops for get up and go, too. Why, mornings after you finish off a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex, you're ready to swing into action.
If you like whole wheat, try Wheat Chex. It's tops, too.
Yes, look for Rice Chex and Wheat Chex in the red and white checkerboard packages with the picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside.
Rice Chex.
Wheat Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the counterfeit atom. All over the solar system, dealers and collectors of precious stones are alarmed over the mysterious disappearance of several valuable gems. Losses have been reported by jewelers and private collectors on Earth, Mercury, and Mars. The latest victim is the Terra Gem Company. Local agents are completely baffled, so Commander Corey has personally taken over the investigation. With Cadet Happy, Buzz is in the vault of the Terra Gem Company, questioning the manager, Doran Chandray.
You're absolutely positive, Mr. Chandray, that those two diamonds are the only... But I almost wish to see it between that half the world and left those two stones. The combined value is more than a million cents. You used the word fool. But couldn't the diamonds have been mislaid instead of stolen? No. I traced them to the myself last night. But there's no sign that the vault was broken into. And you told us that you were here this morning when the time lock opened it. Yes, I know. But the custom that we do is after handling custom gems. We don't mislay stones of that value. Oh, who besides yourself has handled those stones? Several persons. All with complete respectability, you may be sure. And always within my presence. And except when in the vault, the stones were never out of the sight. No. Well, that's not exactly true. I permitted 3 persons to retain them for a few hours for private inspection. For central buyers. Nearly. Of course, they all returned it to me personally. And they were totally gone. Are you sure that no imitations have been switched on? Exactly. I can assure you the real gems went back into the... Mr. Chandray, I want the names and a complete description of everyone who stole them. This case of yours followed the same pattern as the other disappearances. In the absence of clues, I have to start with the men who were interested in those diamonds. All right, Commander. If you come into the office, I'll give you all the information. In an expensive suite at the Terra Hotel, a dignified, distinguished-looking man sits under a bright light, examining a large diamond through a magnifying glass. His companion nervously toys with a smaller stone, then finally speaks. Let's put them away, Ken. Looking at them isn't going to make them any bigger. This one is truly magnificent, Ferris. What a shame to have to break it up. We'd better get off Terra. Chandray has probably discovered he's been robbed by now. Robbed? All I can be sure of is that his diamonds have vanished. There's nothing to implicate me or you. Now that we're leaving anyway. The jeweler in Jupiter City has some gems in which I'm interested. Yeah? Yes, sir. Something on your mind? I was wondering. This machine of ours, could we make just as much money by using it legitimately? Well, I suggest the operation is illegal. Isn't it? There's no law against using our equipment. There's no one but us knows it exists. So I borrowed trouble. Now run along, Ferris. Get our machine aboard our spaceship. I want it ready for use when I reach Jupiter City.
Back in Space Patrol headquarters, Buzz and Happy carefully go through all the data available on the strange disappearances of jewels. After hours of checking and cross-checking, the commander points to a ruled chart.
Putting all the cases together, there are only 2 factors in town.
Yes, sir?
The disappearances have occurred with firms that have advertised an exhibition of a particularly valuable piece of jewelry. A famous collection. And what's the other? I've been checking to see if any name occurs more than once on the lists of prospective buyers. 2 of the names Chandray may appear twice. There's another verification on Mercury and Mars. That means that some of these men have shown up at more than one jewelry store. That's to be expected. A wealthy collector out of a hobby traveling around inspecting gems. Happy. Here's one name that appears in all of us. James Kent. Chet has always asked to examine the gems privately. All these are things neglected. In some cases, other persons handle the jewels after Kent gave them back to the jeweler. Maybe someone Kent trusts goes around with them, and gets a line on the gems and steals them later. But that still leaves the mystery of how the gems disappear. What the only thing to do is have an agent follow Kent and see who hangs around him. There's one strange thing about Kent. Possibly it's either faulty memory on part of the jewelry, but no 2 descriptions quite match. Oh,
But these jewelers must know, or they wouldn't let him take the stones.
Sent has excellent credentials. Appears to be quite wealthy. He's staying at the Terra Hotel. He's checking out. He has reservations on a passenger ship for Jupiter City.
Jupiter City. Hey, we're due there for an inspection. The actual crook must be a magician. All those jewelers insist the gems were locked in their vaults.
I'm going to alert the biggest jewelry firms in Jupiter City to notify Space Patrol headquarters and let out any really valuable articles on Jupiter. I'm going to install a special detecting device in the vault. All right, Hap, let's clear up this routine so we can blast off to Jupiter.
24 hours later, in one of the finest rooms of the Hotel Jupiter, James Kent and Ferris examine an array of jewels.
This thing is Swordman, Ferris. However, we will settle for the emerald necklace.
That doesn't make sense. It's going to take a long time to duplicate each one of those stones. The 3 big rubies are worth more. I can print them out in half an hour.
Yes, but the emeralds are smaller. You can easily dispose of them separately without cutting them. The rubies would be a problem.
It's a shame to let them go.
Just take the emeralds, Ferris. Can you finish the job in 2 hours?
Yeah.
Good.
You know, Ken, I wish we could perfect that thing so it would duplicate currency. Then we wouldn't have to go through all this hocus pocus with the jewelry outfit.
Currency is too complicated. Plant fiber that's the basis of the paper is organic material. That means a complex molecular structure.
Nowadays, coins came out very well.
Sure, but nobody ever got rich counterfeiting coins. So, right now, gems are our best bets. We can transform energy into minerals and metals. With a real gem for a model, we can easily turn out exact duplicates, atom by atom.
Too bad our imitations don't last.
They last long enough for our purpose. Now, you better get going, Ferris. I want to get the counterfeit necklace and the real rubies back to the Imperial Jewelry Company before closing time.
Late that night, Buzz and Happy are at the Jupiter City Space Patrol headquarters, preparing a report on an inspection. A call comes from Special Agent Edwards, assigned to duty at the Imperial Jewelry Company. Rushing to the store, they're admitted by Edwards and walk through a dimly lit showroom to a huge vault.
Edwards, you're sure no one besides yourself was in the building?
No, Command.
I was hiding out in the back room with the portable receiver turned on. Somebody had lit up the rest of the vault. Vault door is closed. Yes. As far as I can tell, it hasn't been tampered.
Well, then what made the receiver light up?
Something must have happened inside the vault. Detectors are sensitive enough to register any slight movement or change in temperature. Transmitted the signal to Edwards' receiver. You could open the vault now, Edwards. I cut off the master time clock controller headquarters after I got your call. No,
Yeah, it's swinging open.
Edwards, do you have a list of the jewels that have been checked out of the store? Yes, sir. I got it from the manager when he closed up. Everything's been returned. I watched the manager when he put them in the vault. We see all to their accounts. Let's check it over. All the stuff we're in and asked to inspect is all right there on that page just as you ordered, sir. All right, Edwards, let's take inventory. Each starts after our ranges, huh? Rubies, they're the most idealized. Nothing is there here. Who had them on? James Kent. We also have it. Necklace? Should have noticed that right away. Who had the necklace?
If the emerald necklace is gone, why not the rubies and those other jewels?
How do we know for sure that no one entered the vault? We really got a mystery on our hands.
Could the emeralds have just disintegrated?
I don't think they did. Detective registered their disappearance.
But why emeralds this time and diamonds another? And always the jewels that have been out on approval.
James Kent is the only constant factor in the whole problem. I see how he could have any more to do with this than you do.
Oh, how about that man that called on him at the Hotel Jupiter? This guy Ferris.
Ferris seems to work in a sneak shop on Kepler Street. One of our agents placed him there. Well, we've got to start somewhere. Edwards, you go to the Hotel Jupiter and get a line on James Kent. Yes, sir. Matthew and I'll drive over to Kepler Street and see if we can find Ferris.
In the back part of a darkened machine shop on Kepler Street, Ferris worked swiftly under a dim light, unbolting a small, compact machine from the concrete floor. He is intent upon his work as he hears the back door open.
That you can. I'll be finished here in a minute. Then we... What's the idea?
Working pretty late, aren't you, Ferris?
Sure. Anything wrong with being industrious?
That depends on what you're being industrious about. Isn't this an odd time to be removing machinery?
Well, this is my machine, and I got a right to be in this shop. Any more questions?
Yes. When you heard us come in, you thought it was someone named Kent.
James Kent? No, Charlie Kent. One of the fellows in the shop. He promised to come back and give me a hand. By the way, what kind of a machine is that? What does it do?
Yes, we'd like to know.
Well, it's a small electronic furnace, purifies metal. You put the sample in this chamber here. Then you turn on the current, and the induction coil around the chamber produces an intense heat inside the metal.
Commander, look out! Pat, watch Ferris.
Kent.
Let's get this machine out of here before they recover from the ray gun blast.
So what if they come out of it before we're finished?
In that case, Ferris, well, this machine shop is a veritable treasure house of fatal accidents.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Dick Truesdell reporting on America's most heavily armed fighter interceptor, the Northrop Air Force Scorpion F-89D. In a moment, we'll hear from the test pilot on this plane, Bob Love, Korean jet ace with a record of 6 MiGs in 6 weeks. Primary job of the Scorpion is to protect our country from invading aircraft. Speed more than 600 miles per hour. Weight 20 tons. Now, Bob Love, recorded at Edwards Air Force Base.
You know, a fellow has to be in top condition to test fly a fast aircraft thick as a Scorpion. That's why I always make it a rule. Sleep well and eat well. So, for breakfast, I pick a cereal like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They're chock full of energy and really taste good. You'll like them.
Make sure you stay in condition the way Bob Love, Phil Houghton, and other top test pilots do. Every morning, eat a good, nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. The cereals that are tops 3 ways. Tops for taste, for size, and for real get-up-and-go. That's Chex, rice, or wheat. Remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, the counterfeit atoms. James Kent, posing as a legitimate collector of rare gems, has stolen millions of credits worth of jewels from reputable dealers without even revealing his method of operation. Borrowing real gems, he places them in a machine that can duplicate minerals atom by atom by transforming energy into a temporary form of matter. Kent and his accomplice, Ferris, keep the original gems and return the copies, which in a short time revert back to energy. Following a thin lead, Buzz and Happy apprehend Ferris in the machine shop in Jupiter City. But James Kent takes the Space Patrollers by surprise and renders them unconscious with a ray gun. Right now, as the effects of the ray gun wear off, Buzz and Happy get to their feet.
Well, they're gone, sir. And so's that machine.
I had no Ferris again anyway. Never got a good look at Kent.
Neither did I. I was fine for a second as he restless and his face was in a shadow. Say, Commander, that machine must tie in with the jewel theft. But how? Maybe Kent treats the gems with something when he borrows them, and then later he turns on that machine, and radiations make the stones disappear.
The question is, do the gems reappear inside the machine?
Sounds fantastic, but... Well, unless Kent and Ferris actually got the jewels, there wouldn't be any point in them making them disappear from the vaults.
There's at least one more possible. But we'll go into that later. Let's get back to headquarters and send out an alert on Ferris and Kent.
The 2 jewel thieves are now in a private cruiser outward bound from Jupiter in a vector calculated to avoid a regular space lane.
That experience in the machine shop ought to convince you, Kent. The Space Patrol and the gem dealers are wise to us.
Not necessarily.
I still say the jewelry racket is finished. Let's take a shot at duplicating currency. Maybe it'll pass.
If you like the job of putting it in circulation, but it might vanish into thin air when you hand it to a sucker.
Yes, I see what you mean. Say, I've got it. Here's a gimmick that'll keep us inside the law. We'll duplicate ray guns, blast guns, and other weapons. They're metal, and they'll be a thief turn out by the hundreds.
Yes, but they won't be criminals. Besides, we've been making and selling weapons without a license. How does that keep us inside the law?
Suppose we sell a coca blaster and we shoot. Is our customer going to complain to the Space Patrol?
Yes, you bet so. We have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, except Corey. If we'd only got rid of him, then we had a chance back at the machine shop.
Are you crazy? Right now, we'd be known murderers instead of suspected jewel thieves. Don't worry. I'll think of a way to get rid of Corey so no one can trace us. Yes, I got it.
What?
Suppose we take a few grains of poison with a mineral base and duplicate it in our machine. We slip it to Corey.
It does its work, and then it vanishes. The best doctor in the solar system couldn't find a trace of it. Yeah. It's the perfect crime. There's just one drawback. How did you give it to Corey? Just leave that to me. I'll attend to it personally after we get to Saturn. Now, to figure out a new identity.
As Buzz and Happy prepare to leave Jupiter, a strange spaceogram message arrives at Jupiter City headquarters, addressed to the commander. Buzz reads it, then hands it to Happy.
Do you think this is on the level, sir? Well, the situation being what it is, we'll have to investigate every lead. But who is this Arnold Block?
He calls himself an amateur lapidary.
What's that?
A lapidary is a man who cuts and polishes precious stones.
And he says he can give you information about these mysterious disappearances.
Yeah. See here, he says, my connections with gem dealers and collectors on all the planets sometimes bring me in touch with sordid matters that usually are best ignored.
Mm-hmm. But when the very livelihood of honest craftsmen is endangered by organized thieves, I must speak out, even at personal risk.
And Father Ronnie says he's staying at the Hotel Polaris in Satin City, and will give me the details if I meet him tonight.
Satin? A long way to go for a bite to eat.
We'll be on that train for the next inspection, so it won't be much out of the way to stop at Satin for a couple of hours. We'll see what Arnold Block knows about this. But just as a precaution, Captain, you reach Saturn, I want you to put on civilian clothes. While I'm with Block, you sit at another table and keep an eye on things.
Hours later, in the large dining room of the Hotel Polaris in Jupiter City, Commander Corey sits at a secluded table with Arnold Block. Anyone who had known James Kent might notice a faint resemblance, but on second glance, he would observe the greater differences in manner, color of hair, and general appearance. As the commander and Block converse over their meal, Cadet Happy, in civilian clothes, watches unobtrusively from the table across the room.
Mr. Block, you say the next job is on the Apex Jewelry Company in Venus City. Now, how do you know that you've been I didn't mean to say the next job. I'm sorry. I should have said it's one of their intended operations. You know who these men are? Could you identify them? Well, that would be rather difficult. You see, I was examining some Martian... No, isn't that the governor's scattering just in that table over there? There's some people in the way just now. Oh, no. Governor City is a much bigger man. But, to get back to our subject, Mr. Block. Oh, my. Just noticed the time. Will you excuse me a moment? I have to make a space about that. Important business. Just can't put it out. Of course, go right ahead. We'll only take a minute. What's your signal coming out? Coming over and begin to drop something as it passed. Yes, sir. Watch that something in your glass and you turn your head a minute ago. Think that me? Have the phone case.
A few moments later, Arnold Block returns to the table as Buzz resumes the question. The luncheon over, the commander meets Happy in the street outside the hotel.
Block made a call all the way, sir. I couldn't face it. He was in a pay booth, and the others were all occupied.
I'm afraid that might happen. Don't worry. I'll have the coins removed and examine them for Block's fingerprints. We'll also know that this is the coin. Maybe it's time to move it. I'll narrow it down also. The automatic recorder at Space Event Center can help us.
Yes, but how are you going to tell which fingerprints are theirs?
I think I am. Go like this screen. I'll help from the table. I'll slip it in my pocket.
What do you think about Block?
I don't know. The information you gave me is what little we know of Kent and Thomas.
Hey, how about that milk? You didn't drink any of it, I hope.
No. I had most of it hot and plant and Block was away from the table. Oh, careful. Don't pass it.
Sorry, sir.
Still, I know. I managed to slip the glass in my jacket pocket. Doesn't make a very neat ball, but I'm going to get it to the lab to have it analyzed.
Later that afternoon, when the office reserved for him at Space Patrol headquarters in Jupiter City, Commander Corey checks through a stack of identification cards as Happy enters.
Well, I guess I must have been imagining things, Commander.
What's the report from the lab?
Negative. There was absolutely nothing in that note, except milk. But still, from where I said it looked like Arnold Block deliberately got you to look the other way and drop something in your glass. Well, I guess you were just reaching for those sugar or something.
Possibly.
Oh, about the phone call. Anything on that one?
Yes, Anna. In a way, it turned out to be simpler than I expected. The Spacephone serviceman had just collected from the coin boxes an hour before, so they weren't very many coins. But the
There were no pins with Arnold Block's fingerprints.
He didn't make a call after him. So what was he doing in the booth?
Block made a call to Draco City. Spacephone Center's automatic recorder showed it. It was the only call of that kind made from that particular spacephone during the period involved.
Who was the call to? To find out?
A perfectly legitimate call to the Draco Tool Company. They make gem cutting machines. I'm doing some special work for Mr. Arnold Block.
The Block must be on the level. Hey, wait. How did he make that call without dropping a coin in the slot?
He did that. The instrument registered the half-cut coin. That mechanism is proof.
Well, yes, sir. But didn't you say there wasn't any half-credit coin in the machine? Nothing with Block's fingerprint?
That's right.
I don't get it.
I think maybe it'll all clear up when we talk to Mr. Block. I've got an agent watching him. I'll have help me check through these records.
Almost at the edge of the Saturn City spaceport is a metal fence bearing the sign Saturn Salvage Company. At the rear of the lot, scattered with heaps of rusting metal, is a small shed. Inside the structure, Ferris regulates the controls of a machine, while a man in an ill-fitting suit looks on.
It's working fine. I've turned out 3 dozen things this morning.
I'd better knock off for a while, Ferris.
Just one more, Kent.
Don't call me Kent, even when we're alone. Someday you'll make a slip in public.
Sorry, Block. Well, I guess this one is cooked enough. You know, it's hard remembering who you are. Before Kent, it was Drake, and now it's Block.
Well, you shouldn't have any trouble. As Block, I don't look anything like Kent, do I?
No, you don't. It's amazing what scissors, a hair dye job, and a sloppy suit will do to a man.
Not just in the appearance, Ferris. It's here, in the mind. I think there's a different personality. I walk differently, move differently.
You know? Well, see if you can tell these apart. 2 black guns. One's the real thing, and the other one is a duplicate.
Oh. They're the same. Way the same. They look the same. Which is the difference?
The one in your left hand. And it fires just like a real one, too. After the second, it becomes a ghost and vanishes.
I couldn't hear the others. Before we try to unload any of these weapons, we've got to know just how long they'll exist as matter.
That's what I'm doing now. See those figures on the bench where the guns are? When I pull one of them out of the duplicator, I mark down the time.
We'll set up a real system when we get to Neptune. We'll get a bunch of orders, then unload fast and disappear before our product does.
Yeah. Oh, have you heard anything about Corey?
No. He looked fine during lunch.
You know, those Space Patrol medics will have a real embarrassing mystery on their hands. What happened to Commander Corey?
Talking.
As I was saying, the Jupiter Giants don't have a chance against the Pluto Demons. Not with Edlinger pitching. And
all right, both of you, get your hands up.
Hold it, Ferris. You heard the commander.
We're waiting at table, Kent. Let's see those hands in the air. You sure you have the right man?
Kent,
Block, whatever it is. Now move out here and move fast. Sure. This is a blaster, Corey. Now drop that ray gun.
Don't be a fool, Kent. You're through.
Yeah? You've got a ray gun. I've got a blaster. If you fire, so will I. We'll both drop. I'll be able to get up again.
He's right, Commander.
That's got sense. Now toss those ray guns down, and Ferris and I will be on our way.
You're not going anywhere.
Corey, I haven't got time to play games. This is your last chance. I'm going to squeeze the trigger and blast you.
Commander, his gun vanished.
That's what I was waiting for.
Keep out of it, Ferris.
All right, Ken. You want some more, or do you want to quit while you're losing? Get up. Snap our lock. You scoot up those blasters. It's your fault, Ferris. If I'd had a real gun instead of one of those duplicates.
You mean my fault? You were the one.
All right, cut it out. Okay, Corey. Where did I slip up? The disguise is blocked. No, I never had a good look at you. Kent, you got fired. And it was the poison in the milk. You saw me drop it in.
No, and it wasn't the gem stealing that finally attracted you.
The thing that made me link Block and Kent.
Simple, everyday spacephone call to Draco City.
What are you talking about? I made that as Block.
Yeah. But for a big-time crook, you're pretty cheap. You used a disappearing half-credit coin. When you gypped the company on that spacephone call, we, got your number. Ha, 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 ha.
An exciting action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Space Patrollers, you all know what sound effects are. You hear them all the time on your radios. But listen to these musical sound effects
and see if you can guess what we're doing with Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Yep, Space Patrollers, that's a big bowl filling up with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. Man, oh man, it even sounds delicious. It tastes better yet. Those triple oven toasted biscuits are tops for taste. Now we're pouring on the cream. Listen, you can almost hear those crisp, crunchy Chex filling up with that cream. And then for the first bite. Wow, what a bite! Sized just right, because Chex are made of that modern bite-sized design. Makes them tops for size. Hey, that's you blasting off for a big day of action. After a good nourishing breakfast with Chex, the cereal's tops for get up and go. So, gang, go get Rice Chex today. Get Wheat Chex, too, the official bite-sized cereals of the Space Patrol, in the red and white checkerboard package with the picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are walking through a warehouse at the Terra spaceport where two suspected criminals are standing by the controls of a loading crane.
Well, that's Zanker, all right, Commander.
Yes, I wonder just how much of that cargo up there on the train is stolen.
Probably plenty of it. Uh-oh, he sees us.
Just a minute, Zanker.
Brandon, release that holding brake and drop the load down there.
Look out, Hap! Move!
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Formula for Crime, when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Bela Kovacs, Norman Jelly, Ken Mayer, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Chex and Wheat Chex present exciting action on Space Patrol.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Space Patrol. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Inner Sanctum, our next featured program. Get ready for chilling suspense as you delve into a tale of psychological intrigue and spine-tingling horror that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.